Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So today I am launching Ultimate Data Analyst Bootcamp. It is a complete bootcamp for data analysts who are aspiring to become data analyst or who have 1 or 2 or 3 years of experience and they want to learn all these technologies in very much depth. On a very high level, we will be covering SQL, Python and Power BI. But if I have to tell you in depth, we will be covering a lot of things along with projects, right? So basically we will start with basic SQL for data analyst, where we will learn very basic concepts of SQL functions, filtration, aggregation, all of these things, joins and all. Then we'll move on to advanced concepts like advanced aggregations, window functions, lead, lag, rank, all those kind of window functions, subqueries, CTEs. We'll learn all of those things, and after that we are going to solve 40-50 SQL questions, and then we will do a SQL project, right? After this you will be very comfortable with SQL. Then we will start with Python. In Python, we'll start with the basic concepts like loops, if else, and then we will also learn different types of data structures, right? And then we'll solve again a lot of questions on Python just to practice. It will be a good level of for data analyst. Then we will move on to pandas. Again, we'll learn everything about pandas, aggregation, joins, whatever pandas operations you do, and then we'll do a project on Python pandas together, right? So we are doing project after SQL as well as after Python, and we have a good amount of questions also we'll be solving after completing each concept. Then in the end we have Power BI. Again in Power BI we will start with basics of Power BI. Then we'll learn Power Query Editor, how to clean data, transform data using Power Query Editor. Then we'll learn data modeling, all the concepts of star schema and different concepts in Power BI. And then we'll move on to DAX. We'll learn all the important DAX, right? So end to end, everything will be covered. If you complete this bootcamp end to end, you will be very much job ready, right? So without wasting time, let's get started. But please make sure you like the video, comment and share with your friends. Thank you. Start, I just want to mention some of my courses on namastesql.com in case you are interested to learn any of the topics from ground up to advanced level. We have some in-depth courses. You can learn Spark, Azure Databricks. If you are learning Azure Databricks, make sure you learn the Spark first, because Azure Databricks is built on top of Spark. So under the hood, it is the compute engine. Or if you want to learn Snowflake, SQL, Python, Power BI, we have in-depth course for everything. We have analytics engineering bootcamp as well, where we cover SQL, data modeling, data warehousing, Snowflake, DBT, Power BI, right? And a lot of projects are also there. So whatever you are comfortable with, you want to take, we have great courses. You will get the coupon code at the checkout of each course. You can also have coding problems. So in coding problems, you can solve different questions, right? So for example, you want to practice SQL, you want to practice Python, anything you can. So for example, this is a question, and you can go there and solve in any of the language: MySQL, MS SQL, Postgres. Python means you want to solve in using Pandas, or you want to solve using PySpark, right? So you can solve all of these questions, as well as we have some Python questions as well, coding questions. So you can go to category and say Python coding, right? And you can solve all the Python coding questions, right? So these are very commonly asked questions again. So if you want to practice, you can practice here as well. Okay, so let's start the video now. Today we are going to learn SQL for data analysis. This video will teach you how to think like SQL. This video will change the way you have been thinking about SQL, the way you approach the problems, the way you write queries. All you need to do is just follow along with me. Everything what you need to complete this video will be provided in description box. I will tell you in the video step by step what you need to do, and in next 90 minutes or 120 minutes I will teach you SQL for data analysis in very simple language. You will understand it, and not just understand it, you will never forget it. You will always remember these concepts. You will not have to buy hard things. Just follow along with me for next 90 minutes, and I promise you this can change your life, the way you think about SQL. So let's go. Okay, so before we move on to learn SQL, we will first understand the data that we will be working with today. Because if you understand the data, then only you can do proper data analysis on that data. Okay, so this is a typical orders data. You can imagine that if it is a Amazon orders data or Flipkart e-commerce data, anything, right? Where we have order ID, order date, ship date, customer name, and all these columns as you can see. And we also have sales, profit, and quantity. Okay, the important thing in this data is that you can have multiple rows of data for each order ID. So if you see, if you are placing an order, you can have multiple products, right? So in the same table we have multiple products. You see, this is one product ID, this is one product ID, right? So the data granularity of this table will be order ID and product ID, which means there will not be any duplicate on the combination of order ID and product ID, right? So that is the one thing. Second thing is we have a returns data as well, but we will talk about it later, right? For to start with, we don't need returns data. When we need it, we will talk about it, right? So what I will do now, I will import this data to SQL Server. I have already imported it. If you can see, this table is orders data table. What you need to do, you need to just follow the instruction in the description box. I will put create table, insert table statements, so you can create this data in your database. Now you can use Postgres, you can use SQL Server or MySQL or Oracle, whatever you are comfortable with. The SQL concepts are almost similar, so it will work on everything, right? So my table name is orders data, right? In Excel, if you have to see data, you will just open the Excel, right? But in SQL, you have to say that select star. Star means all the columns, right? These are my columns. So I need all the columns. So that's how I will read the data from the SQL, from the database, right? I will say select star from, and this is my table name, right? In this table I have this one row, this is known as one row, and these are different columns. So I have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 11 columns I have, right? And I have 100 rows in this table, right? Before you start working on it, make sure you use the right database. So I have created this table in master database. So if you go to databases, system databases, we have the master database. So I have chosen this and says new query, right? So it will open in the master database, and then you can just put create table, insert table statements here from the description box, and this table will be then created, and you can just say select star from orders data, right? So this is how you will come to this window, and this is my output, right? Okay, so let's start. So first thing is, if I want to see the data, I will say select star from orders data. It will give me all the data in this table. All I have only 100 rows, so all 100 rows and all the columns, all columns it is giving, right? Now, one important thing is, let's say you are analyzing the data and you are generating a report, right? In that case, you don't need all the columns, right? There are so many columns. There can be 100 columns in a table, right? If you are working with only 3 4 columns, why to select all the columns, right? In that case, you can just say I need order ID, right? I need order date, and I need sales. Let's say I want only these three columns. So I can just specify the column names, comma separated, right? And I can just execute it. So I will just select it and say execute, right? So now if you see, it is showing me only the three records, sorry, three columns and all the rows, right? All 100 rows will be visible. Only the columns we have restricted, right? If we want to restrict number of rows, right? So let's say I want to restrict number of rows. I don't want to see all the rows, right? Sometimes what happens, you have lot of data, millions of rows, and you just want to see how the data looks like, right? If there are millions of rows, it will take lot of time to load again. So what you can do, you can say top 10. I just want to see top 10 rows from the orders data table. So it will show you top 10 rows only. It will not show you all the rows, right? What you can also do is you can put three columns and say top 10. So it will show you only the three columns or four columns, whatever you want. Let's say profit also I want, right? And in that I want to see only the top 10 records, right? So it will show you 4 columns and top 10 records, right? So this is how you have to see the data. If you want to restrict columns, you specify what columns you need, right? If you want to restrict rows, you say top 10, right? If I look at this query, right? If I look at this query and look at the order of execution, because we have 3 keywords here: select, top, from, which will execute first, right? This is important because as we learn more keywords, it becomes very important to understand that which keywords are executing first. Now, this is a very common sense thing, right? Just imagine you are a database, okay? You are a SQL and you are given this query, right? Which keyword you will first execute? Obviously, you need to have from first. If you don't know from which table you need data, it you how you will fetch the columns, how you will select the columns, nothing, you cannot do nothing. So first statement is from, right? Next is select, right? Because I want to select these columns, and in these columns I need top 10 records, right? So your from will go, then select will go, and then top 10 will go, so far, right? Okay, so this is about selecting the data, right? Next thing is, sometimes you want to sort the data, right? So this data is just random, right? However, it is stored in database, it is there. So 2020 is there, then 19 data is there, then 18, then again 21. So it is not in any particular order, right? This is in random order. Now you want to generate a report with oldest order date first and then the latest order date in the last, in the ascending order of order date, right? So what you will do for that, you will use order by clause. I will say order by order date, right? So what will happen? The latest record will be at the last and the earliest record will be at the top. So if you see 2018 and then in the last we have 2021, right? So this is how you can sort the data. Again you can combine all of these keywords. You can say top 10 and you can select columns and everything else, right? I will show you. But one more important thing is, let's say these are your order dates, right? Now you are saying order by order date. Fine. But if you see here, there are multiple rows with the same order date. Right? Now what will happen to these? How database will sort it and give the results, right? So it will give me the results in whatever way they are stored in database, because they are all same order date. How database will sort it? No, it doesn't know, right? All are same. If they are different, then it is fine, right? First the earliest will come, next the next one is come. But in this case, if you see, these are all same. So in these cases, if you want to break the tie, right, you can give some other column name as well. So for example, if the order date is same, right, sorted by, let's say, product id, right? Because these, if you see, are same orders, right? So what I'm saying is, if the order date is same, in that case sorted by the product id or sorted by the, let's say, profit. Okay, so what I will do, I will say order by order date profit. Okay, so now if you see, first it will be sorted by order date and then by profit. So if you see, these are the same. So first it is sorted by order date. Now these rows, look at these rows, the order date is same. So now it will go to profit and the lowest profit will be first. See, 1.9, 5.7, and this has the highest profit, right? So if there is a tie based on order date, it will go to profit. Otherwise, first preference will always be given to order date. Okay, and you can give many columns. Again, there is no limit. You can give 5 columns, 10 columns, anything, right? Now, one important thing here is, if you look at order date and profit, right, they are both sorted in ascending order, right? Ascending means smallest first, then next. What if you want in descending order, right? You want to see the latest order first. So let me comment it profit. So if you want to comment anything in SQL, you can just put double hyphen, right? So now what I'm doing, I'm sorting based on the order date in the descending order. So if you see, the latest order is on the top, so it is reverse now. See, latest is on the top
and the oldest is at the bottom, right? So you just have to see DESC. By default it is ascending, but sometimes you will see ASC. ASC means again ascending, but ascending is by default, so you don't have to give it. If you want descending, then specifically you can say I want in descending order. Okay, again if there is a tie and you want to break the tie, you can again use ascending or descending, right? So if I say ascending, then the order date will be in descending order, and in case of tie, you see the profit is in ascending order, right? So this is the lowest profit, minus 5 minus 1 2. If I do descending this as well, then order date and profit both will be in descending order. So this complete row will be at the top now, right? Because this has the highest profit on 19/12/2021, right? So if I just see now the 2.724 is at the top because I am saying profit also descending. Okay, so this is how order by works, and it is very important sometimes, because sometimes the question they can ask, give me the orders, right? Give me the orders which have highest sales, top 5 orders with highest sales, right? Or in this case I am saying give me top 5 rows with the highest sales value, right? I need top 5 rows with highest sales value. So what I have to do? I have to do order by sales descending, right? So that I will get the highest sales on the top, right? So these are the highest sales on the top. Now I need top 5 only. So I can say top 5, right? Now again if you think about it, so if you see 3083 to 1044 we will get. See 3083 to 1044. Again you think that you are a database, right? Now if you see, you have to do order by first and then top, right? Because once you do order by, then only you will know that which top I need to pick. So top is happening after the sorting, not before. If it is before, then we will not get the highest selling rows, highest sales rows from this table. I need highest sales rows. In that case, I need to do a order by sales first and then pick top 5. So if we talk about order of execution now, we will have from, right? From this table. And then which column I want. In this case, select star. Or if you give any other columns, it will select those columns. Then it will order the result by sales and then it will execute top, right? So this is my order of execution so far. So first I have from, and then I have select, right? It is very logical, right? And then I have order by, and then I have top. So top it as the at the end. In some databases, instead of top you have limit. So you will say limit 5 instead of top. Okay. Both are same thing. Both work same. Limit also will be executed after order by. And in fact, this is more intuitive because this is we are writing after order by. Right here, I am writing along with select. Sometimes confusing, but it's fine. You understand it, right? So in Postgres or in MySQL, you will use limit 5 instead of top 5, but they are absolutely same things. Okay. So this is your top result, and this is how sorting works. Okay. Now let's say I have this data, select star from orders, right? Sometimes you want to create new columns, right? Sorry, it is orders data. This is my data, right? Now sometimes what you want to do, you want to create new columns. So these are existing columns, right? So for example, if I go to Excel, right? So these are my columns. Let's say I want to create one more column. Let's say I want to create um, sales minus, or let's say profit divided by sales. I want to create a ratio which will be profit divided by sales, right? I want to create this ratio. So what I will do, I will say equal to, and I will write that profit divided by sales, right? So it is giving me this ratio, and in this process I have created a new column ratio, right? Now in a similar fashion, if you want to create in SQL, right? So in similar fashion I can just say comma, okay, or I can just say after star I can say comma, and if I have to specify columns I can specify columns, comma, I will say that profit divide by sales. I'll just run this, right? What it will do, it will create a new column. See, profit divided by sales 0.16. Here also we have 0.16.3, right? So you can do any arithmetic operation, you can do plus, you can do minus, or there are a lot of other functions. We will talk about it later. But basically, you want to create a new column, you can create it. Now remember, this is just the in the output you are seeing. You are just creating a report. In orders data table, you still have that many number of columns. We have not added any columns in the orders data. No, just for the reporting purpose, we want to create a new column, right? And these are the result of the ratio, right? Now if you see here, they are proper headers for all the column, but here it is saying no column name. It doesn't look good, right? So what you can do, you can give it a name. So you are saying profit divided by sales as profit ratio, right? And then your report will look nicer. So if you see profit divided by ratio, right? Now, what I will show you, one important thing is I will say order by profit ratio, right? Now, it will work or not. Let's see. Let's see. Because this column is not there in my table, it is only there in my select statement. So, if I run, what will happen? You see, it is working. This proves that my select runs first, because if select is running, then only I am getting profit ratio, and then only I am able to use it in the order by clause, right? So this proves that order by runs after the select and top is at the end, right? So you can create anything, you can create any number of columns. Let's say I create another where I'm saying sales minus profit as diff, just any random column name I'm putting it, right? So we have one more column in the output, diff profit ratio, and you can create as many number of columns as you want, right? So this is about creating new columns in your select statement. Okay, now let's move on a little bit more. Now, what we will do, we want to filter data. Let's say you are a manager of central region and you are doing all the analysis on central region. You don't need anything else, right? So, if I go back to Excel, right, if I want to filter data, what I will do, I will apply filters and I will say region equal to central. Okay, so this is all my central data, and I can do all my analysis of my data. What is the sales? How much is the return data? Which are the different products I am selling, right? Different kind of things, and you can analyze further. Now, same thing if you want to do in SQL. What you will do? Select star from orders data, right? Now here where clause will come into picture. To filter data in SQL, we will use where clause. I will say where reason, this is my column name, right? Reason equal to, and in single quotes you have to give central. Okay, so if I just run this, I will get all the central data. You see? Now, how this happens is, this is very important how where clause works, right? So you have full data this. Now, what SQL will do, it will go to the each row by row. So it will go to the first row and check if region equal to central. No. So it will not give this row in the output. It will go to the second row. It will check is region equal to central. No, it will not give. And it will keep going on until and unless it finds any central, right? So again on this, it will find central, so this row will be there in the output. Again it will go to the row number 16, central, yes, so this will be in your output. So it will scan full table, it will go to the each row and give you the result if the where condition is matching. Okay, so this is how you filter data based on a column. Now, another important thing here is if you are filtering on any integer or decimal, right? That time you don't have to give single quotes. So, for example, this is my numeric data, sales, quantity, profit, right? So, in this that case, you don't have to give in single quotes. Here, if it is a string or if it is a date, we'll talk about date as well. You have to give in single quotes. But let's say you want to filter on data where quantity is greater than 3, right? So you don't have to, or let's say quantity equal to 3, right? So you don't have to give give the single quote. So see all the quantity 3 it is coming, right? And now when you are working with numbers data, you can use less than, equal to, greater than, anything. So it will give you everything where quantity is greater than 3. You see 5, 7. And just to validate, we can do order by quantity, right? If I do order by quantity, it will show me the lowest quantity here. So lowest quantity is 4, which is greater than 3. You can even say greater than, equal to 3. So it means you will get the 3 as well. See, 3 is also there, 4, 5, 6, everything. 1 and 2 are not there. Right? You can even use less than. So again, if I do less than, equal to, it, you will get everything 1, 2, and 3. Right? So you can apply all those operations if it is an integer value. Right? Now let's come to the date. So we have two columns as order date and ship date. Let's see if we can apply similar kind of filters here. Right? So I will say select star from orders data where order date equal to, and again I have to put in single quotes. So I will say 2019. Let's filter on the first record. So I'll say 09 and 70. Right? So if I just run this, you see I'm getting all the orders for which the order date is this. Right? If I say less than, let's say greater than this, again it is a date, so you can apply greater than, less than, everything. Right? So if you see 17/9 2019, all the orders after that, it is coming. Right? Let me take this example. So I will say greater than this date. Right? And if I just run this, you will see all the orders after this date are there. So if I just do again order by, just to see our results are coming fine. Okay, so if you see our results are starting from 18/9, which is after 17/9, right? So 18/9 and then so on till the end, right? So now this is how where clause works, and we will see more examples of where clause. But at this point, we want to understand what is the order of execution, right? So at this point, the order of execution will be where clause, right? Why? Because database is smart, and you are smart. You are also a database, right? You want to filter data as soon as possible, right? If you filter data as soon as possible, you will have reduced data to work with, right? The moment you say that I need order date greater than this, only out of 126 rows are there. Now all the other operations, order by, top, or whatever we learn, will be based on only this data set, right? So after from, immediately where clause will be applied. You will get that data, and all the other operations will happen on that. So we will have from, then where, to filter the data as soon as possible. Select the data, what data you need, right, from the table, what columns you need, and then sort the data if you want to sort, right? And then if you want some limited result, give top, right? So this is your order of execution so far, right? Let's move on and discuss few more where clause examples, right? So now, if I go back to Excel, sometimes let's say you are again doing you are a manager of central region, right? So you are saying, give me all the data of central region. Now, on top of it, you want to analyze only the technology data, right? In central region, you want to do analysis on technology data, right? What are the orders and different things. So what you will do, you will apply a filter on region and category, which means there are two filters, and both should be applicable, right? Both should qualify for this order, right? So it should be central as well as technology, right? If you want to achieve this, right, if we want to achieve this in SQL, what we will do is we will say select star from orders data where region equal to central and category equal to technology, right? So if you see, I have two filters now, region equal to central and category equal to technology, which means that the filter and condition means that both the conditions should meet, right? And condition means this condition should meet as well as this condition should meet, right? So let me show you how it will work. Okay, so what it will do, it will go to the each row again, as I said, for where clause, right? It will check region equal to central, no. So it will not even check this, right? Because and means both the conditions should satisfy. If first condition is not satisfying, there is no point of checking second condition, so it will just move on, right? It will not check anything until we reach the central. So let's move on to the central. So now it will say region equal to central. Okay, fine, row number 15 is fine, but and there is one more condition. So I need to check, is category office supplies? No, no. So it will not give this row in the output. It will check both the condition to be satisfied to give you a row, right? Let's move on and see where we have central and technology, right? Central and technology here. So here it will come that okay, region is central, perfect, and category is technology, perfect. So it will give this row as well as this row and whatever those qualify this, right? So this is how where clause works. It will check both the conditions if you have and. Okay, perfect. Now we can mix match other data types as well. So for example, here we have reason category. Okay, so let me run this. So we have two conditions. Now what I'm saying, I'm adding one more and conditions. Give me all only the data where quantity is greater than 2, right? Which means these two rows will not come, right? Only these three rows will come because only these three rows qualifying all three conditions, right? If I just run this, you see only three rows are there, 4, 4, 7, and I can add as many conditions as I want, right? I can add a date filter or whatever I want, right? There is no limit how many filter conditions you can put. Just put and just keep putting the filter conditions, right? Now let's talk about little bit more on or. So we have seen the and, right? Now apart from and, we have the or. So for example, I can say I can say give me all the data where region is central or category is technology. It means that either one of the conditions should satisfy. Either it should be region or category, right? So if I just run this, you see region is west, but still we are getting this though. See, it will go here, right? It will check. Region is central, no. But it is a all condition. So it will check the second condition as well. Category is technology, yes. Right? When it is all, any one of the condition has to satisfy. In case of and, all the condition has to satisfy. In case of all, any one of the conditions should satisfy. Right? So it is either central or technology, right? So if you see here, this is central, right? So if region is central, will it check the category in this case? No, because this is a all condition. If this condition satisfies, why to check for this? Why to waste time? It will not waste time. It will just go there and check. Okay, region is central. Give this. So doesn't matter what is category, right? So this is how this end condition and all condition works. Now you can mix them as well. So you can say where region equal to central or category is technology. Anything is fine for me. And within this, give me only the quantity which are greater than 5. Right? The quantity which are greater than 5. So let me do one thing. I'll say order by quantity, just to show you or just to verify the results, right? So if I just run this, I'm running it without this filter, right? I have commented it, right? So if you see, we have 9, right? 7, 9. So what I will do, I will say greater than 6. So we should get only these rows. So on top of it, whatever is the result of this all condition, on top of it, I am putting one more filter. This is an AND condition, right? So either this condition should either one of these two should satisfy. Once they satisfy, in that the quantity should be greater than 5, right? So we will get only those rows. If you see, we have got only those rows, right? So I'll just show you again. I'll just comment it, or let me do greater than 6, right? So I will get very less row. So if I just run this now, so greater than 6 means I'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, right? So if I just run this, you see we are getting only 6 rows, right? So you can mix and match and then or. Okay, great. Now there is a very interesting keyword called between. Okay, so let me run select star from orders, right? Orders data. And now what I will do, what I want all the quantities which are between 3 and 7. Okay, which are between 3 and 7. Right? Now there are two ways of solving this problem. One, this I can say where quantity is greater than or equal to 3, right? So if the quantity is greater than or equal to 3, give me, as well as quantity should be less than or equal to 7, or let's say 5. I want everything between 3 and 5, right? So I will go to the first row. I will check if the quantity is greater than or equal to 3. No. Let's move on to the second row. Is this quantity is greater or equal to 3? Yes. And condition, which means it has to check this as well. Is quantity less than or equal to 5? Yes. So it will give me this row. Right? Similarly, when it is here, let's say on 4, is it greater than or equal to 3? Yes. And less than or equal to 5? Yes. So both the conditions should be checked on this. Right? Now, if it is here 2, so is it greater than or equal to 3? No. So it will not give me that. Right? Or let's say we have 7. Is it greater than or equal to 3? Yes. So this is fine. But it will check this as well. Is quantity less than or equal to 5? No. So it will not give that. So in end, we are checking both condition. So in that way, we will get only quantity which are between 3 and 5, right? So if I just run this, I am getting all the rows where quantity is either 3 or 4 or 5, right? Now you can write it in another way. So you can say where quantity, so let me just copy this and say quantity between. So there is a clause called between, right? Quantity between 3 and 5, right? So if I just run this, and let's do order by as well, again I am getting the same result, 42 rows, right? It is same thing. It is just instead of putting these two conditions, I am saying quantity should be between 3 and 5, and when you write a between clause, the boundaries are also included. So 3 and 5 are also inclusive, which means 3, 4, 5. If I say between 3 and 6, it means all the rows where quantity is either 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, right? So 3 and 6 are inclusive here, right? So if I just run this, you will see everything between 3 and 6, right? So this is a shorter way. If you have to write a range, then this is a better way of writing it, but otherwise it is absolutely fine even if you are writing like this, right? Now there is one more way of achieving the same thing. So there is a new keyword called in. So I can say where quantity in in you give a list of values. So I am saying quantity should be either 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, right? So it will give you all the rows where quantity is either one of them. So this is my in clause where I can give list of values, right? Now this is helpful. Let's say you want all the quantities which are either 3 or 5, right? So you can say 3, 5, right? It is not a range, right? It is not a range 3 or 5, right? You can, so if I just run this, I'll just show you. See, in clause I'm getting only 3 and 5, right? So this is similar to saying all condition. So this is similar to quantity equal to 3 or quantity equal to 5, right? So let me just comment it. This is the same way of saying it. When you say in clause, which means either 3 or 5, right? And this will also give you same 33 rows. So if I just run this, you will see 33 rows. See, same result, right? So in clause is very handy because sometimes you have list of values, right? So for example, you want to see all the sales of Los Angeles and San Francisco. So you will say select star from orders data where city in, right? And now remember, city is a string, so I have to give it in the single quotes, in Los Angeles or San Francisco, right? So I will get data only for these two cities. right? So if you see Los Angeles and San Francisco, only these two cities are there in the output, right? So this in clause is also very handy, right? You can give it order date as well. So you can say order date in, and you can say give me all the data of 12th as well as let's say 27th, right? So it will give you data only for these two, right? If you see only 12th and 27th, 12th and 27th, right? Also this between clause also can be used with date. So you can say order date between, right, this and this. Remember you give in single quotes, right? So also if I run this, what will happen? Okay, let's run this. So we should get some data ideally, right? So let me run this. I'm not getting anything. So when you're using between, you have to make sure the lower value is first. So we will say, so 2018 comes before 2020, right? So you will say all the data between this and this. If you give higher value first, it doesn't work. So you have to say all the data between 12/6/2020, and let me do order by, just to make sure our results are fine. Order by order date. Okay. So if I just run this, you see we have the latest data of 12/6/2020, right? And the earliest data of 27/8/2018. Right, so this becomes very important. Okay, so this is how your where clause works. Okay, so far what we have seen is we are checking the exact value. Sometimes we want to do a pattern matching, right? So how do we go about it? So now I will introduce a new clause called like operator. Okay, so select star from orders data, right? Now what I want to do, let's say I want to say where, right? I want to know all the customers whose name is starting with A. I'm only interested in those customers whose name is starting with A. So I will say customer name like A percent. So what it will do, it will go there and each though it will check if the name is starting with A and then percent. Percent is a wildcard character. It means after A, anything can come. Percent means anything. I don't care. First character should be A, and after that, anything can come. Right? So if I just run this, you see, I am getting only the customer's name starting with A. Right? Now let's say you want to see all the customers whose name is ending with A. Right? So let's see if we have anything. We have no. Let's say N. Okay. Okay, so if you see all these customers, the name is ending with N. So what I'm saying is percentage means anything. Anything can come, right? But after that, in the end, N should be there and nothing after N. You see the single quote is ending. So this should be at the end. We can also say that somewhere in between N should come, right? Or let's say A should come somewhere in between. So in starting, anything can be there or nothing can be there, right? A name starting with A will also qualify. So if I just run this, you see A is there in between, A is there in between. This is also coming, right? A, because it's starting with A, right? Percentage means anything can come or not come, doesn't matter, right? A should be there anywhere in the customer name, right? So this is how percentage works. We have another wildcard character which is underscore. Underscore means there should be exact one character. So let's say I want all the customers whose second character is E. So what I will say, there should be one character, right? Then E should be there and then anything can come. It means the second character of the customer name should be E, right? So let me run this and show you. So if you see, second character is E, second character is E, second character is E, and so on. Second character is E, 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 E. Right? So this is also very important. Underscore, this is a very commonly asked interview question as well, right? They want to know that if you know how to use percentage and underscore. Underscore means there should be at least, not at least, exact one character. After that there should be E and then anything can, right? Now let's say question changes to that first the second. So the question again is that second character should be either E or A. Second character should either be E or A. Give me all those customer name. Then we have the third wildcard character square brackets, and I can pass the values. So what I am saying, there should be one character. Underscore means there should be one character. It is mandatory. And then either A can come and I or E can come, and then percentage. Right. So if I just run this, you see Darren is also coming because the second character is now A. Right. There should be exact one character. It can be either A or E. Here we are not saying that what character it will be. It can be anything. If I am giving underscore, but there should be one character. Now this is saying there should be one character, but it has to be either A or E. Okay, fine. And percentage means anything, right? If I go a little further, I am saying that first character can be anything. Then second should be A or E, and it should end with F. It should end with F, right? So this guy will come, this guy will not come, right? Or let's say end with N, right? So let me run this. So we have 43 rows and now we have only 11 rows, right? So these guys have second character is either A or E. There's this E, Kane, right? And then ending with N, right? So this is how you will use these different kinds of wildcard characters. They are very handy sometimes and very useful during your interviews as well. Great. So this is your where clause. Where clause you will use day in day out in your job, in your interviews. It is one of the most important keyword in SQL. Okay, so make sure you understand it. Make sure how it works. It goes to each row, right? Because we will see some filters, advanced filter in this session later, that we have to filter on group of rows, right? But where filter works on row by row. Make sure it is you understand it right way, that it will go to the each row and give you the result. Okay, great, fine. Let's move on. Now what I want to do, this is all fine, but when I'm doing some analysis, right, when I'm doing some analysis, I want to aggregate data, right? I want to aggregate data and see some results. So for example, I want to see what is my total sales. So far I'm just seeing in the table, right, orders data, right? So if you see, I'm saying this is my sales. But what if I want to see the total sales? What is the total sales that I have done? Right? So in Excel, if you have to do the same thing, let me remove the filters. Right? If in Excel you have to do the same thing. So there are many ways. So one way is you can just say equal to sum of sales and you use the full column. Right? So if I just select this, okay, so this is my total sales 21504.5317. I'm just doing sum and selected all the values of sales column, right? Now, if the same thing I have to do in SQL also it is very similar. So we will say give me select sum of sales. This is what I'm doing in Excel as well, right? Give me sum of sales from orders data, right? Here I have to specify the table name as well. So if I run this, I'm getting 21504.5317, exactly the same. Again, if you see, there is no column name. So I can say as total sales. So this is also known as column aliasing, and this is how you will get the proper header name, right? Also you can just give space, that also works. So if you give sum of sales space total sales, this also will work. This is also a way of aliasing it, but generally as is a good practice, it looks clean, right? If you just give space, sometimes it is confusing, right? So always give as, right? You can just say sum of sales and you will get overall sales that you have done total, right? Now this is sum of sales. You can also do minimum, at what is the minimum sales in my table, right? So it will give you 1.248, right? If you want to see maximum, it will give you max, right? So it will go to the each row and check where is the maximum sales, which is the maximum sales, right? So it is your maximum sales is 3083. Let's prove this. So I'll just select star from orders and do order by sales, right? So we can run multiple statements together. So I'm just running these two together. If you see, this is my orders data, right? First query. And if you see sales, I have done a order by sales. So lowest sales will come on top, 0.4444, and the highest will at the bottom, right? So if you see, highest sales is, if we go little more further, highest sales should be 22638, right? Okay, this is my orders data. My bad. Okay, so if I just run this, and if we look at the sales, see, maximum sales is 3083.43, and this is also my maximum. If I do minimum, then I should get this one, 1.248, right? So if I do minimum, I will get 1.248. 1.248, this is my minimum and minimum, right? So this is how you can use any aggregate functions. We even have average, right? So if I do average, it will give me average sales. What is average sales? Average sales means total sales divided by number of records, right? Now let's say I don't have this average function. How I will do? So I can get sum of sales simply, right? But I need number of records. So to get number of records, I have the count star function. Select star from orders data, right? I want to know how many rows are there, right? Sometimes there are many rows, right? Or after filter, I want to know how many rows are there. So I can say count star. So it will give me number of records. So it will give me 100, right? Again, I can alias it, number of records, right? Okay, now coming back to average sales. One way of, this is a right way, but just to understand it, I will say select sum of sales, right? Divide by count star, right? As average sales, right? This is also my average sales. Okay, we are just seeing if it is all fine or not, right? So I say sum of sales divided by count star as average sales from orders data. Okay, so let me run this. If you see, the result is exactly the same, right? Result is exactly the same. So count star means number of records. This is total sales divided by number of record is my average sales, right? So this is how this average works. Okay, great. Now, so far we have seen five functions, right? Sum, average, min, max, count, right? In all of the functions except count, I have to give the column name, right? I want sum of what? I want sum of sales or sum of profit, whatever I want, right? Or I can even put two columns. So I can say give me average sales and average of profit. This also works perfectly fine. So I will get two columns as average profit. Okay, but one thing common what I'm trying to say is that I have to say that this profit or sales are columns. So in all the functions, aggregate function, we have to give the column names except count. In count, it is not mandatory, but it makes a difference that I will tell you, right? So if I do a count star, it just give me number of rows, right? It doesn't need a column. Why it needs column? You want to know number of records in your table, you will say count star and it will give you. But you can also, what you can do, you can say count and column name, let's say order id. Now in this case it will give you 100 again. It doesn't make difference. So let me do this, count star and count order id. So in this our data, it is not making any difference, but there is a concept of null, right? So let me introduce some null data. So select star from orders, right? What I will do, I will just put two of the rows as null, right? So let me run an update statement. So update statement is not part of this analysis, but if you understand it, it is great. What I am doing is I am just putting as null. Null means we don't know, nothing, right? So I'll say update orders data, right? Set let's say ship mode equal to null, right? Where sorry, orders data it is, my bad. Okay, where order id in, and let's put null for two orders at least. So let me pick this order 83. Okay, and let me put so there are two rows, both will be set to null, and let's put this, right, or let's put something here on the top, this one. Okay. Okay, so what it will do, it will set ship mode to null for orders data, right? Ship mode is not there, my bad. This is ship mode is not there, so let's put city. Okay, so this is fine. Okay, four rows affected. Let's look at the orders data now. Okay, so if you see for these two, null means nothing. I don't have data. In your CSV, it is empty. In your Excel file, it is empty. In SQL, it is represented at null. And if you see, it is background is orange, right? So this is how you will set null values. But this is not in our scope. Let's leave it for now. But for now, let's understand that we have data as null, right? Now, before I go to the count, back to count, if I just want to see what all records are null, right? So you can say where city equal to null, right? But this will not work. Let me run this. Okay. So null means unknown. Null cannot be compared to anything else, right? So we have a special reserved keyword is null. So this will give me all the data where city is null, right? Similar to is null, we have is not null, right? So it will give me all the data where city is not null, right? Now this not keyword is also very interesting, right? When we talk about where clause, right, where we said that quantity equal to 3, we could have also said quantity not equal to 3, right? So it will not give 3, everything else. Similarly, when we said in clause, so we have not in clause, so I can say quantity not in, right, 3 comma 5. Select star from orders data where quantity not in 3 comma 5. So it will give me everything except 3 and 5. See, 2, 4, 5, everything is coming 1, right? So this not clause is also very handy. In for checking null also we have is not null, right? So it will give me everything where city is not null. Okay, now coming to the count again, right? So in the count, let's run it on the count of order ID, and then let's say count of city, right? Let's see what will happen. So now if you see, we are getting 100, 100 and 96. So when you give a column name in count, it will not count null rows. It will ignore the null values and give you the not null count of city column, right? So order ID, there is no null, so it is absolutely fine. But in count, we have 100, count star is 100, order ID is also 100, but city is 96. Okay, great. Now, last variation is you will all sometimes see that people will do this count one. Right? Instead of a star, they will say one. One also means same, right? One also means same. One is just that you are counting one as the number of rows, right? So it will also give you 100. So count star and count one are same. It doesn't matter, you can give count of 100, right? So it is counting number of hundreds as many number of times as many rows are there, that's it, right? You can say 500, it doesn't matter, it is just a constant value, right? So it is always giving you 100. So count star and count of any constant value is always same, you can say Ankit, right? This also works fine. So all are fine, 100, right? But the only thing is when you give column name. One more thing is you can even give distinct, right? So there is a keyword called distinct. Let's talk about it. So let's say you are in Excel, right? Let me remove the filter. There is no filter. So let me add a filter. Okay. Now in this filter, you want to see what all categories are there in your data. So you will go drop down. Okay. You will see furniture is there, office supplies is there, technology is there, right? But in SQL, we don't know how to do it, right? If I just run this, I will see all the data, right? With our naked eyes, we cannot see, right? That how many are there. It can be more or less. Manually, I have to check. So for that we have a keyword called distinct keyword, right? So I will say give me distinct category from orders data, right? So this will give you whatever is the distinct values, right? Not all, distinct, unique values. So furniture, office supplies, technology. Okay, so this again distinct keyword is very handy when you are analyzing the data. You can even say category and let's say region, right? So what it will do, it will give you the combination of all the distinct combination of category and region. So if you see furniture central, furniture east, and so on, right? Now this distinct keywords can be used in the count as well. So I can say count of distinct category, right? Or count of distinct city, right? So it will give me the distinct values. So if you see here, see last one is distinct city. So there are 32 distinct city. Distinct categories. There are three distinct categories, right? You can always give alias as distinct category, right? For each column you can give a alias, but you can also use distinct along with count. Okay, so this is my distinct keyword and this is my aggregate functions: count, average, say sum, max, minimum, right? Now these count, max, min, so far we are doing on overall data, right? We are doing on overall data, which means what if I want to analyze all the data but I want to summarize it, right? This is one of the most use case in your data analysis journey. You want to summarize it. Basically you want to see how much sales I have done in category furniture, how much sales I have done in office supplies. One thing is you separately write this where technology, sorry, where category equal to technology, right? And you will say sum of sales. If you do this, you will get okay in technology category there is total sales, right? Similarly you will check for furniture, but this is not a good way, right? So you have 32 cities, you won't do it one by one, not a good way of doing it, right? You want to summarize the data all together, right? For example in Excel, if you have to do it, right, let me remove the filter and I will say insert a pivot table, right? So I will create a pivot table and then I can say, let's say I want for each category. So I will say category and I want to see total sales, right? So I will drag the sales here. It is saying in furniture, this is the total sales. In office supplies, this is the total sales. In technology, this is the total sales, right? This is a great way of analyzing the data instead of checking one by one. Now, similar functionality is there in SQL. You can use group by clause. So, what you will do is you will say instead of where clause, you will say group by category, right? Select category, sum of sales as category sales, right? So you are saying group the data based on category and give me sum of sales. So if I run this, this works exactly same as your pivot table: 11083 5233 5186, right? So this is how you can make use of this group by condition to analyze the data. We can also add more columns. So for example, I want sum of sales. I want sum of profit as well. So I can say comma, give me sum of profit. That's very similar to how we do in the pivot table in Excel, right? So I got category sales, and this is my category profit, right? So this you will be using mostly as a data analyst. The group by is your bread and butter. Okay, so make sure you understand it well. So now what we will do, we can do group by on multiple columns, right? So I can say for each category and reason I need the total sales, okay, or total profit. So I will say category, reason, and here also I will take. If I don't take in select, then how I will know, right? So if you see here, it is saying that in central region, let me do a okay, it is already sorted. So in central region On furniture category, this is my total sales. In central region, in office supplies, this is my total sales. In central region technology, this is my total sales. In each region, I am getting the total sales category wise. Okay. So again, if I go back to pivot table, I can add region, right? So if I just go here, add region, and this is exactly same thing, right? If I just move it little further up, it is in central furniture 1326. If I see here, central furniture 1326, right? So this is exactly how pivot table works in Excel. Okay, so this is how you can aggregate data in SQL. Now here comes the very important thing. Let's look at what if I want to aggregate data and then apply a filter on that. Okay, so let me take a simple example. Let me do by category. Okay, so I'll just remove region for now and remove the region from here, right? And if I just run it, you will see this is my category sales, right, for each category. Or let me take city, it will make more sense. So let me take city, and again here city. Okay, so let's call it city sales. Let's remove it for now, let's keep it simple. So if you see, this is null because there were four records null, so it is coming as null. Now what I want those cities where my total sales is at least 100, right? Where my total sales is at least greater than 100. Now you cannot do here. You cannot say where sales is greater than 100. The where clause will not work. Why? Because where clause will go row by row, right? Where clause, what it will do, or does data, right? It will say that go to the first row, right, and check if the sales is greater than 100 or not. Second row, third row, but it will not tell me overall city wise, right? So where clause cannot be used there. You have to understand it, right? Where clause will go to row by row. It doesn't know what is the sales of all the cities together. I mean, all the, let's say, you have this Los Angeles. It doesn't know what is the total sales of Los Angeles. It only knows at this point that in this record this is the sales, in this record this is the sales, right? So we need to aggregate data first and then apply filter. For that we have having clause. So I will say, so first I will aggregate data, right, and then I will say having sum of sales greater than 100, right? So I'm calculating sum of sales, and then I'm saying that if it is greater than 100, give me those cities. So these are the cities, or these are the null values, right? This is, null is also a group, so all the nulls will group together, and this is the total sales of all the nulls, right? And similarly I have got all the cities where sales is greater than 100. I can say greater than 500, and all the cities where sales is greater than 500, right? So all the cities where sales is greater than 500, you can see, right? So if you have to apply a filter based on each row, right, then you will use where clause. And if you want to apply a filter on aggregated value, then you will use having, right? Now we can combine all of this. So I will say, give me all the data. I'm interested only on west region, so I will say where region equal to west, right? So it will filter data of west region, and on top of it, city wise it will aggregate the data. So let me run this first. So if you see, only in west region we have only these cities. Okay, in these cities this is the total sales. Within this, give me all the cities where total sales is greater than 500, right? So these are the cities, right? So this is how it works. Let's look at the order of execution once again. So let me take the previous one, whatever we discussed last. So we discussed that this is the order of execution, right? Whatever we learned last. So let me take it here, right? Now what else we learned? We learned group by and having. Now where group by and having will come? So just after where, immediately group by will take place, because it will group the data first, that on what column you want to group it, right? You want to group it on city, right? So group by will happen, and then immediately having will happen. Again, it will immediately try to filter the data. So always remember, SQL will try to filter data as soon as possible. So first we have the where clause where it filters the data row by row. Then if you have group by, it will group the data, right? It will group the data, apply the having condition, then select whatever you want to select. You want city and sum of sales, so it will give you. Then you want to do order by, let's do order by. So let's do order by I can say city sales, because after select order by runs, right? Let's say in ascending order. Okay, so my result will be in ascending order. Now you see three rows and in ascending order, right? If you want to run top, so it will, I can say top one, so it will just give me the first row ORM, right? So this is the order of execution now. Okay, this is very logical if you understand it, right? Because you have to get the table first, filter the data row wise, then group it, filter on the group data based on the aggregated values, right? Then select whatever you want to select, then sort the data, and then if you want top one or whatever, you can get it. Okay, so this is very important. Great, great. Let's move on little bit more. Now if you see, so far what we have done is we are working with only one table. But in our database, that's not the case. Sometimes we have to work on multiple tables, right? And we have to join them together. So, as I mentioned earlier, select star from orders data. This is my orders data, right? Similar to that, I have a returns data. So, out of these orders, some of the orders were returned, right? So, returns data. Okay. So, let me run these two tables. Okay, so this is my order data and this is my returns data. In return, I have 7 return orders. So these orders were returned. And this is the return reason. Because of what? It is a bad quality, wrong item, or some other reason, whatever it is. So we have all the data. Now I want to do analysis that what is the total sales of return orders, right? Now in this table, I don't know which are the return orders. How I will know what is the sales of return orders? Only in this table I have total all the return orders. So somehow I need to join these two tables, bring those two tables together. Or let's say I want to analyze that because of each return reason, what is the total sales? Because of bad quality, what was the total sales returned? Because of wrong items, what is the total sales return? Because of others, what is the total sales return? I want to do all this analysis, right? Or let's say I want to know in each region how much is the return sales, right? So all this analysis we can do when we combine these two tables, right? Let's say you want to do it in Excel. Okay, so let me delete this. Okay, so you have orders data, returns data. Now you want to do see total sales of return data. So what you will do? You can do a lookup actually. So you can say return. Let's say I want to get the return reason here. Okay, so you will apply a VLOOKUP. So you will say equal to, right, and I will say join these based on order ID. So look order ID, right? VLOOKUP, right? We lookup value. I want to do lookup on order ID, right? Where? So in that I have to give the table array. So this is my table array. So let's select this. Let me select this full. Okay. Okay. So this is my full data, comma, right? Now I want to return which index. So here second index 2, and I want to do the exact match. Okay, done. So if I just put it this on the full rows, I'm getting the return reason, right, from here returns data by using the VLOOKUP. Now if I want to do analysis, I can just say here data filter, right, and I can say give me everything else other than NA. So NA means these orders were not returned, so there is no value coming, but these orders were returned. There were 7 orders, distinct orders, because we can have multiple rows for each order, right? So if you should distinct of this, there will be 7 orders, because in the returns data we have only 7 rows. If you see, there are 7 rows, and if we do distinct of this order ID, right, this will be 7 distinct order IDs, right? Let me just show you. Control C, I'll do Control V. and data, remove duplicates. Okay, so if you see, only 7 unique value remain, right? So we have only 7 unique value, right? So let's delete it, delete. Okay, so now you can do all the analysis, right? What is the total sales? You will just say this one. This is the total sales which was returned, right? After putting this filter, right? So this kind of analysis we want to do in SQL. Okay, so in SQL, for this kind of analysis, we have join keyword. We can, based on join, we can join these two tables. So let's do that. So I'll write the syntax first and then explain how it works. So I have orders data. I will say inner join, right? And I'm giving some alias. I'll explain you why. Or let me not give it. I'll just explain how it works. Okay. So I'm saying select star from orders data, inner join returns data on orders data dot order ID equal to returns data dot order ID. I'm saying join these two tables based on order ID, right? Here also I have to tell that I'm joining based on, I'm doing a lookup of order ID, right? Here also I have to tell that order ID is a column, and based on that join these two tables, right? If I run this now, you will see we have those two columns from the return table. You see order ID and return reason. And we have only the 18 rows. Here also, if you see, there are 18 rows. So if I just see how many rows are there, 19, and one is header. So total 18 rows. Distinct order is 7, but total rows are 18. After I join and remove the NA values. In Excel, you are getting NA values. In SQL, what happens? You will get only the common data. So these order IDs are common in orders data as well as returns data. That's how this inner join works. The order ID which are common between these two data sets will be there in your output, right? So these are the 18 rows. These rows are there in the orders table as well as the returns table, and that's why you are getting only those rows. But now you can do all the analysis in the word. You have the return data here, right? You have the return reason. So if you want to see what is the total sales of because of the returns, so you will say total sales, because you have only the return data. Now after the inner join, we have only the data which is the orders which are there in the returns table. So you can say total return sales is 2478. Simple. Now you want to see category wise, right? So category wise, you can say category sum of sales, right? It will give you, sorry, I have to put in group by, right? Group by category, right? So if I see, so total in furniture, this is total the return amount. In office supply, this is the total return amount. In technology, this is total the return amount, right? So once you join the data, you can imagine it as a new table with all the columns from both the tables, right? Right, you don't have a new table. It is, again, we are just analyzing data. This is in our output, just we are generating report. In tables, they are intact. Orders data table is intact, return data table is impact. We are not changing anything in the table, just we joined it and we can do our analysis. You can imagine after the join, you have a two tables combined together based on order ID. Now you can do anything. For example, you can say where return reason equal to, so you want to analyze all the data where return reason equal to, let's say, wrong items, right? So now you can filter data on any of the columns, right? So you can say wrong items, right? You can also say and, so this column is coming from return table. Let's say I'm putting one more condition, and city equal to Los Angeles, right? So all the return data where return reason is wrong item and city is Los Angeles, right? So now once the tables are combined, this becomes a one table, kind of virtual one table, where you can do anything whatever we have done so far, group by, where clause, top, having, anything we can do, and we have extra columns now to work with, right? So this becomes very, very important. Now what I will do, I want to show you one important thing. So let me remove all of this, and I will say order ID equal to, let's say I want to do analysis only on this order ID. Okay, I will just run this. You see, it is saying ambiguous column name order ID. Now, what is happening here is this order ID column is present in orders data, returns data table both, right? We are joining on that. So, when this column is there from both the tables, the database is confused that you want to take from which table, right? So, in that case, I have to tell that I want to take from orders table or returns table, whatever, and then it will work, right? So you have to say table name dot column name, right? If a column is present in both the tables, it will throw error if you don't give the table alias. So you have to give table name dot column name, right? Now here this comes the important point. So in our inner join, this is how the syntax is, right? This is my table. We call it left table because it is left to inner join, and this is my right table, right? And then on, and then I'm saying join orders data order ID with returns data order ID. So this is how you give the join condition, right? Now, the general practice is we give alias. So, similar to the alias we give to columns, we give it to tables as well. So, I can say from orders data O, or I can say as O. But general practice is for table we just say O, right? And for returns data, I am giving an alias as R. Now, everywhere I can refer to those tables as O or R. Instead of writing full name, I can just say O or R. So I will say O dot order ID equal to R dot order ID. This way, your query looks clean. Sometimes this table names is big, right? So you don't want to give those big tables name everywhere, wherever you are referring to the columns. So you can just give alias O R and then use it everywhere. So again, I can say O dot order ID, right? Now, if I run this, this works absolutely fine, right? Now, this is fine. Actually, if you say any other column, so for example, if I say order date, right? Order date or return reason, there is no problem as such, right? Because these columns are unique, right? These are not present in both the tables, right? Order date, okay, right? But the best practice is if you are joining multiple tables, if you are doing a join, always give alias, because let's say this query is there, right? Now this is already there in production and you are coming and seeing it. Now looking at the query, you cannot tell that order date is coming from which table and return reason is coming from which table, right? Column names can be anything. So what you have to do, you have to open this table, do select a star and see if it is present. Open this table and see if return reason is there. And we can join multiple tables. We can have 5 tables joined, 10 tables joined. So it is always a good practice to give the alias, even if the column name is not ambiguous, not in there in both the tables. You will say O dot and you will say R dot. Right? This query looks very clean. It is very clear that orders data is O, returns data is R. I want order date which is coming from orders table. I want return reason which is coming from return table. And order date is coming from orders table. Right? And this is how you should write your queries. Okay? Make sense? Great. This alias is very important. You, even if you don't give, it is working as we see, but it is not a good practice. It will really not help you. Okay, great. Now next question come into my mind. Okay, before that, let's look at the also order of execution once again. Right now, if you see in where clause, I can give filter condition on any columns. It can come from orders data or it can come from returns data. It means the join is happening before where. So joins, right? So from immediately it will do join whatever table we have to join with. Then where group by having select order by top, right? This is how it works. Now you will say I want to do like Excel. So for example, in Excel I have all the data, right? For non-matching data I have NA, right? And for all the matching data I have the return reason, which is a great thing. Now I can analyze all the data together, right? With error join, the problem is I am seeing only the returns data. What if I want to see all the data? Give me NA. Wherever it is not there, give me NA, right? And that's when left join come into picture. What left join will do, right? Let me do star again. it will give you all the rows from left table. When I say left join, the left table is this because it is from to the left of this keyword, right? And this is my right table. What left join means is give me all the data from left table and matching data from right table. So if you see all 100 rows are there, and wherever there is a return data, it is populating, right? Wherever it is there, it is populating, and wherever it is not there, it is null, right? Null means nothing. It is not available, it is not present, right? So for this order, it was not returned, it is not present in return table, so the order id and return reason is null. And left join is very, that's why it becomes very powerful and it is very popular as well, right? Now I can do further more, I can answer more question. So for example, if I say give me all the data which was not returned, right? I need all the orders which were not returned. Try yourself, right? Without doing left join, how you will do it, right? See, with orders data, you have all the data. If you join with returns table, right? Inner join, you will get only the returns order. Now with the left join, you are getting all the data. What I am saying, give me all the data which is not returned, right? This we cannot do it, right? So what we will do, we will do a left join first, right? So we have all the data now, and we know that wherever it is not returned, the order id or return reason from return table will be null, right? That's what I want, the orders which are not returned. So I will say where r dot return reason is null, right? It will give me all the data, all the orders which were never returned. So if you see, we are getting 82 rows, 18 rows were for return data, and this is all the data, all the orders which were never returned. So this is why left join is very powerful. We can go one step further and do more analysis, right? Now on top of it, I can do again group by or filtering or anything, right? Now one important thing when you join the tables is you can use alias as this o dot star. It means give me all the columns from orders table. So if I just run this, you see I'm getting all the columns only from, see, join is happening, everything is happening. Even if I do inner join, that is happening. It is just that in the select, I'm selecting whatever columns are needed. So O dot star, right? Where R dot return reason is null. So yeah, I have done inner join. So R dot return reason will not be null, right? That's why we are not getting anything. So if I run this, it is an inner join, right? I'm only getting those records where there is a return data, right? So comma, I will say R dot star, which means it will give me all the data from return table as well. So if I just run this, because I am doing an inner join, right? All the data will be populated because I am getting data only for return orders. So if I say return reason is null, I will not get anything, right? Why I will get? No, obviously, right? So if I say is not null, then I will get everything, right? So this is how it works. So coming to this, I can say O dot star comma R dot star. So it will give me all the columns from orders table first and then from returns table, right? I can give in any order. So I can say R dot star and then O dot star. So which means it will give me columns from return table first. See, order ID, return reason, and then this is orders table data, right? I can even specify a particular column. So I can say give me all the columns from orders data, and from return table give me return reason. I don't need order id, order id is already there from orders table, right? I just need return reason. So these are the unique columns. Now there is no repetition of order id now, and this is how you can select whatever columns you want to select. Okay, you want just the order id and return reason, you want to just find which are the order IDs which were returned. So you can just say O dot order ID, comma R dot return reason. So we will get only those two columns. Okay, so you can mix and match. Order of columns also doesn't matter. In table, you can have order ID first and then reason, but in the output in your report, you can take reason first and then order ID. So it depends on you how you want to generate the report. Okay, great. So this is how inner join and left join works, right? So let me change it to left join and let me do some more magic. So for now, I will say O dot star and return reason. Now what I want to do, I want to see total sales for each return region. So because of others, what was the total sales? Because of bad quality, what is the return sales? Because of wrong item. So I will say group by return region, right? And remember, always give the alias, right? Okay. And in select, I can select only the return region now and say sum of O dot sales as return sales, right? Now, what will happen, because I am doing a left join, there will be a record with null values, right? So I can say that because of bad quality, this much. Okay, so we have two different return reasons, wrong item and wrong items. So we will fix this. Further, right? But for now, for wrong items and wrong items, this is the sales. For others, this is the sales. For bad quality, this is the sales. And for return reason, null. Null means these orders were not returned, right? So non-return items, this much is sales, and for different return reasons, this is the sales, right? So once we do left join, it opens many door to do more analysis on our data sets. Okay, great. So this is my group by and joins, right? There are two more joins, right join and full auto join. But for the simplicity, we will not discuss them. I'll tag some videos where you can understand them, right? But for now, let's move on and understand few more things. Okay, the most important are inner join and left join only. You will be using them most of the time, 99% of the time. So just focus on this for now, and in the another video I'll just tag it and you can watch it later. Okay, great. Now let's understand one more thing, right? We are seeing here that there is some problem, that some places it is wrong item and some places it is wrong items, but they are the same thing. But for some reason in our data pipeline there is some mistake, right? And we want to fix it. Okay, one way is we tell the data engineer that guy, update this value, this is wrong. But let's say you don't have time and in your code, SQL code only, you want to fix it for now to generate your report. Okay, so what we will do, so let's work with the returns table. Select star from orders returns, right? I will create new column, right? So if you see bad quality is fine, wrong items has a problem. We have a wrong item somewhere, right? Instead of wrong items, we have wrong item. Where is it? Wrong items, wrong items, wrong items. Everything seems to be wrong items. Let's do distinct value. Distinct return reason, right? Here it is fine. So why we were getting wrong here? Let's see. Wrong item and wrong items. But here we don't see it, right? Returns data. Oh, sorry. This is returns data. My bad. Not this. Okay. So let's see this. Yeah. So this there is something wrong. So let's look at the data. Okay, so if you see, we have wrong item and wrong items, right? So what I want to do, I want to fix this. So we have a case when statement, very powerful statement. So I will say case when, it is like a if else condition, right? I will say case when return reason equal to wrong item, right? Then make it as wrong items. Else give return reason at itself. Okay, I'll just explain the syntax, but it will just fix my problem, right? And as new return reason. Okay, so let me just run this. So if you see now, if you see, this has become wrong item. This is wrong items now. So case when, you can give multiple conditions here, right? Case when return reason is wrong item, then I'm saying make it wrong items, right? Otherwise, take return reason as it is end. So it is starting as case and ending at end, and then I'm giving a column alias, right? Now I can use this column instead of the other column, right? Let me show you another example of case when. right? So let's say select star from orders data, right? What I want to do, I want to create a new bucket, right, based on the profit. So what I want to do, I want to create a new bucket and say when profit is less than 0, right, then I want to say that this is a loss, right? When profit is greater than 0 but less than 50, then I want to say it is a low profit sales, right? And if it is less than greater than 50 and less than 100, I will say high profit. And if it is greater than 100, then I want to say very high profit. So these kind of bucket I want to create, right? Very important thing again. So what I will do, I'll write a case one statement. Okay, so just bear with me. I will say case, right? It will end here as profit bucket, right? And here I will say case when profit is less than 0, then it is a loss. Okay, when profit less than 50, then low profit, right? Sorry, low profit. Sorry, my bad. In single quotes I have to give low profit, right? So I'm giving multiple condition. Then again, when it is less than 100, then high profit. Else I can give else is optional, but anything which is greater than or equal to 100, if it is not falling in any of the bucket, will go to else, and I will say high profit. Okay, and as profit bucket, and let me run this. So if you see a new column is created, it is less than 50, low profit, right? It is negative, which means it is loss, right? If you see, this is high profit because it is greater than 100, right? So this is how this case when statement we can use to check multiple condition and drive a new column based on that. Okay. Now there is one very important thing with case when statement. In case when statement, the order of execution is from top to bottom. So it will go to the top, it will check the first condition, right? If it doesn't qualify, if it qualifies, then it will assign loss. If it doesn't qualify, then next it will go to this, right? Which means if I do this, so oh sorry, my bad. So I will say less than 50, or let me do one thing. I will just move it little up. Okay. So high profit, I am doing this. So what I am saying, if it is less than 0, then loss. Then profit less than 100, then high profit. Then less than 50 is low profit. Now just guess what will happen. The problem is low profit ones will also go into high profit. Because anything less than 50 will be less than 100 as well, right? So anything less than 50 will immediately go here. Right? So if I just run this, there will be no row of low profit. You see, there is no low profit, only high profit, loss, or very high profit. Right? Got it? So the problem here is, if you see, if it is less than 50, right? If it is less than 50, sorry, it has to be very high profit, my bad. Okay, so we have this very high profit. Okay, 219, very high profit. Okay, now if you look at this, what is happening is, if it is less than 0 is loss, which is fine. Now when it is less than 100, so 41 is also going here. You see, 41 is also going in high profit, right? Again, if you see 6.8, 6.8 also going here, right? Because it is top to bottom. So you need to make sure when you are putting case one statement, there is no contradiction, right? So you will put this first so that it works perfectly. Okay. Now there will not be any problem. Now it is fine. Okay. Great. Let's move on. Now what I'm going to do is, I will do one thing. I will just, instead of this greater than less than condition, I can put full condition, so that even if I mess up with the order, it should work fine. So I will say profit less than 0, then loss. And then I will say when profit between 0 and 49, then low profit, right? So this between is including of 0 and 49, right? Then I am saying low profit, right? And then I will say profit between 50 and 99, then high profit, right? Else very high. Now this is more conservative, right? Even if I change the order, it will work fine. So even if I put here, right, it will be fine. Why? Because if it is less than 50, it will not go in this, because this has to be between 50 and 99. So I will have proper low profit and high profit now. See, low profit is there. Why? Because 6.8 will not satisfy this condition. So whatever we discussed that we put in where clause can be put in when condition. I can put and, right, and let's say reason equal to whatever, right, and I can put it, and based on that condition the when will be executed and see if it goes in that bucket or not, right? So this is how your case when works. Very very important for data fixing, right? As we say that the transition has some issues, so we fixed it, right? So all those data fixation or making groups or making buckets can be done using case when statement. Very important and very intuitive as well. Okay, great. Let's move on. Now what we will do, we will learn some functions, date and string functions. Okay, so let's start with string functions. So let's start. So I will say select, let me take some space and say select star from orders data. Okay, so this is your orders data. Now what I want to do, I want to check the length of, what is the length of the customer name, how many characters are there. So what, for that we have a length function. As you know, we can create a new column just by putting comma, right? I can put comma, I can be in same line or next line, doesn't matter. I can have comma here as well, doesn't matter. I want length of customer name. So we have the length function. This is a string function and it requires only one argument as cust length, right? So if I just run this, it will give me a new column where we have number of characters in customer name. So if you see, this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 characters, 15, 14, right? So this is how this works. Now there is another functions called left. So if you want, let's say, four characters of customer name, right? Or let's say from order ID. If you see in the order ID, the first two characters is kind of country name, CA, maybe Canada, and US, maybe United States or whatever, right? So I can just say from order ID, give me first two characters, right? So left requires two argument, first the column name and second how many characters you need, right? So we will just execute this. You see, I am getting CACAUS, right? So this left function can be used to extract left characters 2, 3, 4, whatever. Similar to left, we have right, right? Let me name it as right value, whatever, doesn't matter, right? So it will give me the right two characters, or let's say I want right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters, right? So I will get the ID properly. So I will get order ID 6, right? So it is giving me from the right 6 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have the 6 characters, right? So this is how you can use right and left functions. We have more functions, like for example, we have a very interesting functions called substring. So I will say substring, right? Now substring takes three arguments. So let me explain you. What I want middle characters, which is the year, if you see, right? So what I want from the third characters, I want four characters, right? That's what I want. So this is the third character, CA hyphen 2. So this is the third, not third, sorry, fourth character. 1, 2, 3, 4. What I'm saying, from order ID, from the fourth character, I want four characters, right? It is not from this to this. It is not like I want 4 to 8. No. From 4 character, I want 4 characters. This is how substring function work as year order. Whatever it is, we don't know. Right? So if I just run this, you see we are getting 2020. This is how it works, right? Let's say if I want 2 characters only. So from the fourth character is 2. It will give me only the 2 characters, right? So if I just run this, you see 20, 20, 20, I'm getting everywhere 20, right? Let's find the last 2 characters of this year. So I will say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. From 6 character, give me 2 characters. From the sixth character, give me 2 characters, right? So this is how it will give you 2 characters, right? So this is very handy. Okay, let's talk about another function called replace function. In replace, what you can do, you can replace a value in a string with some other value, right? So for example, let's say I am saying in customer name, right? Replace C with P for whatever reason. I want to replace C with P. So let's see what will happen. So if you see wherever C is there, so if you see clear glute, it is player glute, right? C is replaced with P, right? As wherever you see C anywhere in the string. So if you see, let's see somewhere in between C, this here we have C, right? It is replaced with P, right? So you can replace it. It is not just single character. You can give a string. So you will say replace CL with PA. Okay, just random examples I am taking. Right? So instead of CL, we have PA. Right? Wherever CL is there together as a word or not as a word, just consecutively anywhere, it will be converted to PA. Right? So you can use this replace function again, very handy. You can use it a lot. Okay. Now there are more functions. You can read about it on the SQL Server website or anywhere. There are so many documentation and there are so many functions that you can go through it. I'm not going through all of them because it doesn't make sense. It will take a lot of time. So you can just go and see different kind of functions. But if you understood them, you can understand other functions as well. Right? Let's move on to the date functions because date functions are very, very important. Date functions. Okay, so let's start. So I'll say select star from orders, right? Okay, so this is my orders data again. Orders data, my bad again. Sorry for that. Okay, so now what I will do, what I want to do is, I want to know the year-wise sales, right? In 2020, how many sales I did? In 2019, how many sales I did? Now you will say that do a left. So you will say do this left of order date, right? And get me the 4 character. So it will give me the year and sum of sales, right? Group by. Now these functions you can use anywhere. So I can say group by left of order sales, right? So if I just run this, I got it. And in 2018, this is the sales. 2019, this much is the sales, and so on. But this is not a great way, right? Because the problem is in larger data sets, these functions may take time. When your column is a date column, right? We have the spatial functions, right? Not just, let's say you want quarter wise. Now, how will you do? Quarter wise, you won't be able to do using left or something because quarter is not there anywhere, right? So we have some spatial functions, right? Using that, we can derive year, month, week, quarter, whatever from these date because these are dates, right? So database has all the information about these dates, right? So let's understand how these functions work. Okay, so I will say order ID. Let's take whatever columns are required. Order ID, order date, and then I have a date part function. What I'm saying is from the date, give me the year from the order date, right? As order year, right? I can use this in the group by as well. So you see, I'm getting the year, right? So this is the 2020 in order date 2020. It is 2019 2019. I can even get month. If I just say month, right, it will give me month, right? This is the 11th November 6, right? I can get quarter, right? So quarter I can get, and then I can aggregate and say in each quarter what is the total sales, right? First quarter, so there will be two value. Quarter one is Jan to March, and then April, May, June is second quarter, and so on, right? So you have all the information. If you say week, it will give me the week, which week it is, right? And then again you aggregate data and say so starting from January first week, it will go till 52 week of each year, right? So you can aggregate data based on week, right? So for example, let's go back to month. I want to see month wise what is the total sales, all the months together. So months of 2000 sorry, January 2020, January 2019, all together in January, how much sales I have done. So I'll just say this, right? And then group by this. I don't have to give alias here, remember, right? This is just a group by, right? And then I will say sum of sales, right? And I will just comment this for now. So I got this, that in January total sales is 201, in March this, and so on, right? And now let's say I want year as well, year plus month. So I will say, let me just copy this comma, it is actually my order month. So let me take month, and this is my order year. This is fine. So I'll just take year, right? And I have to take this as well in group by, right? Otherwise it will throw error, because I want year and month both, and then I want to aggregate data of sales, right? So if I just run this, you see in 2019 January, this is the total sales. In 2020 January, this is the total sales. In 2020 March, this is the total sales, right? So all of this analysis of all the date properties, be it quarter, year, month, you can do using this date part function, right? Again, in the documentation, I will share the link of the documentation where you can see what all things you can extract from date, right? You can get weekday if it is a Tuesday or whatever, right? Similar to date part, you had a date name function as well, right? Before we go there, in SQL Server, you can get this using year function as well. So you can just say year of order date. This also works, right? If you are working on MySQL, you have to use like this only. So you will say year of order date, right? And you can say month of order date, right? And this also works as order month. You can directly use these as well. This also works, right? So it is absolutely fine. Uh, okay. Now there is a date name function as well. So let me just take it back. Select order ID, order date from orders data, right? And instead of this, I will say date name week, and let's say month of order date, right? So instead of the integer, it will give me the names as well. So for reporting, again, this is good. This is November, this is June, this is October. Instead of numbers, you are getting the names actually, right? And you can say order month name, whatever, right? You can get again week name as well. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all of that. Using date name, you just have to give week. So you can again explore yourself, right? So this is my date part function or date name function. Let's move on to the next function, which is date diff function. So here I will introduce ship date, right? So what I will do, let me just create new query. Okay, so I will say date order ship date, order date comma ship date, right? Let me remove this. So now I have order date and ship date, right? Which is fine, because let's say you placed order on 8th and then it was shipped on 11th, right? Now you want to see, you want to analyze that how much time it is taking from order to ship date. You want to find number of days between order date and ship date, and that's when date diff function comes into picture. You will say date diff Now you want date difference in what? Number of days, number of months, number of years. So for example, here you could give anything, year, month. Here also you can give. So I want number of difference in days. Between what? So your first date, the earliest date, order date, and then ship date. Right? As lead days, whatever. Right? So if I just run this, you will see that I will get 3 days. Right? 11 minus 8 is 3. If you see, if even if they are in different months, right, then also it works fine. So we can see some examples. So but it works. So if you see, this is 27 August, this is 1st September, and there are 5 days between these two dates, right? So this will help you in getting number of days. You can even say number of month, right? So if they are in same month, it will be 0, right? But if they are in different months, then you will get 1. So all of this is 0, but here if you see, they are in different month, so it is 1. It is not that number of days between these two is 30, then it will give 1. No. If they are in different months, so this is in August, this is in September, so it will give me 1. Right? If they are in same month, then it will give me 0. Right? If you want that kind of functionality, then you have to find number of days between these two and then divide it by 30. Then you can do it. Right? But here, month will give you if they are in same month or not. Right? Again, if I say year, if they're in same year, then it will be 0. If they're in different year, then it will be 1. So if you see, most of them, all of them are 0 only. We have all the orders where order date and ship date are in same year, right? But if they would have been in different years, let's say order date on 31st December and ship on 1st of January, so it will give that there is a difference of 1 year. They are in different years. Again, you can do quarter. So all those parameters that you can pass in date part, you can pass in date diff as well. Okay, and again you can do a group by and get all of the information. Okay, the last function we will talk about on date is date add function. Okay, date add function again very handy. So for example, if you want to add some days, so I will say in order date. Okay, again you want to add days, how many? 5 days in order date, right? And I will say is as order 5, right? If I just run this, you see, we have 8 and I added 5 days. If you see, I have hard coded. So it is 13 now. Right? 12 plus 5, 17. Right? So you can add days, you can add month. If you just change it to month or let's say year, it will add 5 years to my order date. Right? If you see 2020, it is 2025. 2019, 2024. Right? If I want to go back 5 years, I can just say minus 5. Right? So if I just run this, you see minus 5 from 2020 to 2015, right? So you can use all those combination. What you also can do, you can use another column instead of hard coding. So for now I'm using quantity column because that's a integer column, and let's say you have another column where we have number of days it will take to reach, right? So you want to check what will be the delivery date, right? And how many days it will take. Let's say you have in another column, let's say quantity column, right? Or let's say from ship date 2 more days will take to deliver, and I want to see what is the delivery date, right? Let's say this is a lead days column. For now it is quantity in our table, but let's say I want to add this number of days in ship date. So I will say date add, right? How much quantity, right? In what? Ship date. So this will be my delivery date, right? And this is my day, right? These many number of days I want to add, right? So if I just run this, you see, if this is 2 to 11, ship date is 11 plus 2 is 13, right? 16 plus 2 is 18. 18 plus 5 is 23, right? So you can make use of date add function to add days or subtract days from a date. Again, you can add days, year, month. All of this is common in all of this date part, date name, date diff, date add functions, right? So these functions are very handy, very useful, and you will be using them day in, day night when you are working on actual data. Okay. So very important functions along with case when. Case when is also very important because many times you will be using case when you learn advanced SQL, right? I'll not going to cover advanced things in this tutorial like subqueries, CT, window functions, but their case one is very important, right? So I hope this was useful, this session. I hope you understood the SQL, how it works, how it runs in the backend, what is the order of execution, right? So order of execution is important, right? We have covered everything, whatever. So we learned these concept only, right? When you talk about all these functions, sum function, or let's say EL function or date add, string functions will run along with select, right? Because those are all the things in select. So those will run along with select. In select, whatever columns you choose using functions will be there, and then order by and top. So this is the order of execution. Remember this. This will help you when you learn more advanced concepts as well.
So in today's video, we will discuss three things basically. The first thing is why do we need subqueries? So we will see that why we exactly need the subqueries, and then we will solve a SQL question using an independent subquery, and the same problem we will solve with correlated subquery, and then we will discuss what is the difference between them and what to use when. So today's video is important because it is covering very advanced concepts of subqueries, independent versus correlated. So please watch till end. I'm sure you will learn a lot of things throughout the video. Okay, so we will be working with this employee table throughout this video, and we will be solving a question. So let me tell you what is the question. Okay, so the question is this. Question says write a SQL to print employee details whose salary is more than their department average salary. Okay, so let me explain the problem quickly, and then we will discuss why we need subquery to solve this problem. So if you see, there are employees in this employee table, and they are belongs to different departments. So these four employees belongs to department ID 100. These employees, four employees, belongs to department ID 200, and these belongs to department ID 300 and 500. Okay, so the question is, we need to find employees whose salary is more than their department average. So what is the department average salary of department ID 100? Let's quickly find out. So I will say select employee, okay, select department ID, comma, average of salary as average salary, or let's say average department salary, okay, from employee, right, group by department ID. Okay, so let me run these two things. Okay, so what do you see? We see the average salary of department ID 100 is 10,500. So we need to print all those employee from department ID 100 whose salary is more than 10,500, which means this guy and this guy, Mohit and Vikas. If you see Ankit's salary is less than 10,500, right? But for these two guys it is more, so we want to print these two guys. Again, for department ID 200, right? What is the average salary? 9,000, right? So which means we want to print this guy, Mudit and Agam, right? Sanjay and Ashish won't be coming. Now these, in these two, there is only one employee, so nothing will come because their average is same and no guy is more than their average salary, right? So this is the problem. Now why we need subquery in this case? Okay, let me put this in the Excel and I will show you. So this is my employee table, right? And what is the department average? Department average is this, right? Let me put it this as well. Okay. So now by looking at this query, just at this table, I can't tell whose salary is more than department average salary. What I will have to do, I will have to find the department average separately, and then if I join these two data sets, if you see, if I join these two data sets on department ID and get the average salary column here, this will do for me, right? So if I just join these two data sets on department ID and I bring this here, right? And this will be 10,500, right? And for all of this, 10,500, 10,500, 10,500, right? Because these are department ID 100, right? So for all of the 100, the average department average salary is 10,500. Now if you look at the 9,000,
So department ID 200, 9000, 9000, 9000, 9000, right? And for these two guys, it is the same, right? Now, once I get this data, then I can easily compare. I can just say, give me records where where the salary is greater than average department salary, right? And I will get true, which means these are the guys whose salary is more than average department salary, which means I need this intermediate data, right? This is kind of intermediate data that I need so that I can join back with the main table, right? So this is my main table. This data is readily not available, but we can drive it from the main table and join it back from to the main table, right? So for that, we need to use the subquery, right? So this is how it is. So this is my, so this employee table is this thing, right? And this result what you are seeing is the result of this query. Now I want to join these two, so that's when I can convert it into a subquery. It means it will work it as a another virtual table. Let me call it D, right? And this is my employee table E, right? E, and I will say inner join. And in inner join, instead of a table, I am giving this subquery, right? So the result of this subquery will work as a table, a virtual table, right? So I will say join employee, and this result, which I'm calling as D, I'm giving it alias as D, on E dot department ID equal to D dot department ID, right? And what I will do, I will select E dot star, right, comma D dot average department salary, right? And let's see what we get. So if you see, I got this result. This is the one I wanted, right? Whatever I got in Excel, I got this, right? So now I got everything. I have the salary, I have the average department salary in the same table, in the same result. I just have to put a where condition, where where E dot salary is greater than D dot average department salary. The moment I do it, I get my answer. Right? There will be four people, Mudit and Vikas, more than 10,500. Sorry, Mohit and Vikas, and Mudit and Ragam, more than 9,000. Right? So this is how it is. Now, when we solve this query, this is solved by using independent subquery. Okay. So this query, this subquery is an independent subquery, and I will tell you why I'm calling it as independent subquery. Because we can run this query independently. If I just select this subquery and execute it, it will run, right? So it means it runs only once. Okay. So there are two things with the independent subquery. Number one, first thing is we can run it independently. Okay, this is the first thing. Second thing is it runs only once. Okay, so there are two characteristics of independent subquery. It will run only once. It will not run multiple times. It will just run once, and the result of this will be used to do inner join with the employee table. That's it. That's it. You have to understand about the independent subquery. These 2 points. Okay, that if you select the subquery and you try to run, it should run. It means it is an independent subquery and it will run only once. Okay. Now let's solve this problem using correlated subquery. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I will write the query and then I will explain you how it is working. Okay. So let's start. So I'll say select star from employee. Okay. Where salary, now I will call it as a even. I'll tell you why. Just focus here. Is greater than select E2 dot, sorry, average of E2 dot salary from employee E2, where E1 dot department ID equal to E2 dot department ID. Okay. Now what is happening here? Let me run this first, and then we will see what is the result, and then we will discuss how this query is working. This is a correlated subquery, and I'll tell you how. So if you see, we are getting the same result. Those four guys, right? Mohit Vikas, Mudit Agam. Now, how it is working? So, if you see, there are two instances of employee table, E1 and E2. Okay. So, whenever you are using two instances, put it on Excel. So, I will take this in a new sheet and I'll call it E1, right? So, this is my E1, this is my E1, and this is my E2. Okay. Just focus here for a moment. Okay, so it is the same table, just two instances of same table, right? E1, E2. Now what I'm doing is, if you look at the query, I'm saying, so what happens when I write a correlated subquery? This inner query, so this is my inner query. In case of independent subquery, this was my inner query and this is my outer query. Again here, this is my inner query. So in independent subquery, what happens? The inner query runs for every record of outer table. If in this table there are 100 records, this query will run 100 times, right? And how it will happen? So let's understand. So this is my first record, right? So for each record my this query will run. And what it is saying, it is saying it is saying that get the record from E2 table, right? This is my E2 table where E1 dot department ID equal to E2 dot department ID, which means what is the department ID of first record? 100, right? It is 100. And from E2 table, all those hundreds will come, right? That's what I'm saying. For each record of this outer query table, this inner query will run. So it will get you these four records, right? These four records will come and it will give you the average of salary, average of E2 dot salary, which will be the average of these four records, which is again 10,500, right? So this query for the first record became something like this, is greater than, and here it will be 10,500, right? Because it will calculate the average salary, put it here and give you the result of first, and the first is 10,000. Is 10,000 greater than 10,500? No. So this first employee will not come in the output, right? Again for the second record, again department ID is 100. Again it will select these four records and again it will calculate average salary and again it will check is salary is greater than average salary. In this case, yes. So it will give us the second record, right? So this is how correlated subquery is working, because in the inner query, right, there is a reference of outer query. You see, E1 is the outer table, the outer query, and there is a reference of that here, which means for each record of this inner query is going to run, right? So this is the difference between independent and correlated subquery. The first difference is it runs only once, the independent, but the correlated subquery, the inner query will run as many number of times as many records are there in outer table, right? Second thing, I said that we can run it independently, right? If I just select this, because there is no reference of any other table, we can run it independently. But if I try to run it independently, it won't work. If you see, it won't work. Why? It will say E1 is not there, right? Because E1 is here, and if I don't select it, it doesn't know what is E1, so it will not run, right? So now the difference is clear, that independent query we can run it independently, but correlated subquery, we can inner query we cannot run independently, right? So inner query we can run only independently in independent subquery. Second, the independent subquery run only once, it will run once and the result of this will be used in the outer query. But here it is not like that. For every record of outer query, it is going to run.
Today we are going to discuss CTE, also known as common table expression, and we called it as with clause also. Very useful video today, and please like the video if you like the discussion. So today what we will do, we will first understand that what is with clause, what is the syntax, and why we use it. Okay. So basically with clause is nothing but kind of subquery. So you write subqueries. So instead of subquery, you can use with clause. So there are two advantages of it. One is it will, the query will look clean. Okay. In the subquery, sometimes the query will look very bad, clumsy. But with clause you can write step by step and it will look good. And sometimes in few scenarios performance is also good. So let's take one example. Let's say I have a employee table. In this employee table I have employee id and salary. I want to see which employees have salary more than average salary of the company. So how I will write? I will say select star from emp where salary. First I will write without with clause and then with clause, so you will understand better. Is greater than. So I will write a subquery here. Select average salary from emp. Right. If I run this, I will get those employees whose salary is more than average salary of full company. Right. I got 5 records. Now another way of doing it. So this is without CT. We will now write it as with CT. Okay. So here just see how the syntax is. What we are going to do, we will start with and then we will give a name. So let's say I am giving a name average salary. Okay. And then as. In this, I have to in bracket put the query. So I can put this query here. I will pick this up and let me give a name of the column as average cell. Okay, I'm giving average cell here. Okay. So what will happen now? Now here, instead of this, what I'm going to do, select staff from employee and I will do a join. I'm just going to comment it in a join and now I can join with this. So this is a kind of a view, temporary view. So what will happen when you run your query, this will run first, whatever you have with clause, and then your main query will run. So you have with clause and then this is the main query. So select staff from employee and I can join on average salary. On I'm saying salary should be greater than average salary, right? If I run this now, we have how many records? 5 records here. Here also we have 5 records, right? So instead of writing a subquery here, I moved it into a with clause and joined with this, right? Right. So here you don't see much difference, but when these subqueries are very big, there might be chance that subqueries have one more subquery, right? And it will look very bad. When someone is reading it, it is not clear from where what data is coming. And sometimes this subquery you will be using multiple times, so every time you have to write this subquery. So if you use in with clause, this average salary you can use multiple times. You can use here again, you can do inner join. So in that way, the code looks good and you don't have to write same query again and again if required. Moreover, what happens is whatever is there in the this average salary, this is CTE, right? This CTE, so we can create multiple CTE. I can create one more CTE, let's say max salary, anything just for the sake of it. And I can write one more select statement here. And in this select statement also I can use this. So this runs in same order. So this with clause you can use here also in another CT. So let's say max of average salary. It does not make sense, but just to explain, I'm just doing it from average salary. And I will close it. So now I have two CTs. First is this one, and then we have this one, right? And what I can do now, I can use this also. Select star from max salary. I will just comment this out. If I run this, okay, I have to give some column name. max salary. And if I run this now, I get max salary. So what happened is in this query, what is happening is this is running first. After that, whatever is result is there, we are using here. So this will run, and then your final query will run, right? So you can use multiple with clause you can put, and wherever you can use. So first with clause you can use in next with clause, and then you can use in next with clause, and you can use one with clause at multiple places anywhere. Okay. One more thing to notice is you cannot use, so this is not in any memory, right? I mean, it is not a table created, it is just when you run full query at that point of time, this ct will run and this will be used. If I just run select star from max salary, it won't run. It says there is no max salary, so it is, there's no object created in the database. It is just when you run full query, it will say okay, it requires max salary, it will go to max salary, and again it will say okay, average salary is required, it will run average salary. So this is how it runs. So this makes query look very good, in the sense that it will not be clumsy. You can write your query step by step and then use in the final query. Hope this video was useful. Please do hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. In this video, we will talk everything about SQL aggregation. We will start from zero, what is aggregation, and we will move on to advanced concepts. There are or seven different ways of doing aggregation. I will discuss all the flavors. So watch this video till end, and you will have all the permutation combinations, whatever possible in aggregation, you will know at the end of the video. Okay, and if you are new to my channel, please do subscribe to the channel and like my videos. It really motivates me. Okay, so let's start with the aggregation. We will talk about this table. So we will use this table throughout today's video. So let's spend some time and understand what this table has. So this table has orders data and it has salesperson ID. So one salesperson can do multiple orders, right? So salesperson one, he has only one order. He sold only one order, right? Salesperson two has two orders sold. Salesperson three has three orders sold, right? And so on. Again, this has one order. Okay. Now we when we talk about orders, we have mainly four things like sum, average, minimum, and maximum, right? So whatever I will discuss today, all four functions can be applied to all the concepts, right? But I will just be discussing using sum, right? I will discuss all the concepts using sum. You can apply average, minimum, maximum, anything to it. Okay, so let's start. So let's start with simple sum, right? So what is simple sum? Let's say you have this data and you want to see how much sales you have done. So you can just simply just select sum of amount from table, right? So what it will do, it will just get you the sum of all the amount in this table. So this will be the total sales you have done, total sales. So if I sum this will give me the output. That's it, right? 6670. So this is simple. This is sum on full table. You are not doing much. That's it. Now second level of sum is using group by. So let's say you want to see sales for each salesperson, that how much each salesperson has done the sales. So what you will do, you will use group by. You will say give me sum of sales, sum of amount from this table. Okay, but I want to group it on salesperson ID. Okay, so I will say sales person ID, and when I'm doing group by in this case, so we have to have this person in the group by. So I will just do group by salesperson ID. So what it will do, it will sum the amount for each salesperson. Right. So for salesperson one has done so much sales, 2, 3, 7, 8. Simple enough, no doubt so far. Let's move on. So what we did, we just aggregated the sales of each individual salesperson. For one, it is 460. For salesperson two, it will be 540 plus 2400. And for seven, sorry, three rows, these three, right? That's what we discussed so far. Now there's this limitation with this query, that we cannot have any other column in the output. We can have only those columns which are present in the group by. So if I present, let's say, order number, right?
So it will give me error. So if I run this, it will say invalid list because it is not contained in aggregating function or group by. Because this is not in group by and neither this is a aggregated value, it will just fail. Now how to overcome this? We have this advanced functions using windowing. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this. Okay. Now what I want sum of amount. Okay. In fact, I can select all the columns. There is no limit on this. So I'll just select everything just to show you, and sum of amount obviously. And we don't need group by now because we will be using windowing function. So for window function, I have to say sum of amount over. Okay. Now let's see. Over is creating a window, but I have not given any window. So what it will do, it will just sum everything. So if I run this, it is giving 6670. So what it has done, whatever we did here, right? Sum of amount. This same value is coming in all the rows. Because what I'm doing by giving over, I'm creating a window, but this window is full table because I have not given any condition. Okay. And along with that, we have got all other columns, right? And this value is repeating because there is no window. So full table is a window. And when I do over just bracket, it means I'm saying take full table as a window and give me in the output. So each row will have same value, right? Now let's move on little further. What I am doing now, I will create partition within this. I am saying partition by salesperson ID. Now I need output for each salesperson ID, right? So for that, I have to do partition by. So I'll run these two statements together and show you what is happening, right? So this is my above statement. It is giving me salesperson wise total sales, total amount. Now if you see for one there is one order, so it is same 460, 460, right? Now if you see for salesperson ID 2, we got 2940. So it was 2940, but here we got other columns as well, right? And we have 2940, 2940. Similarly for 7, I have 1470. So I have 1470 in all three rows. Similarly for 8, there is one row, so 1800. So that is how we overcome the issue of that we can select only columns which are present in group by. So what we did here, we can select everything, and I created a window using partition by. I'm saying partition the records by salesperson ID and do the sum and give it in the output. I hope this makes sense, right? This is this one. Now let's move on to little more further. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add order by also in this. Now let's see what is happening. I'm saying order by order date. Okay, I'll just remove partition by just to show something. I will just add it back. So what I'm doing now, I'm again doing aggregation on sum of amount, and I'm doing over order by order date. There is no partition now, right? Full table is a partition, right? Because I have not given. So let's see what will happen. If you see, it is a running sum now. So when I give order date, what it is doing, first for first row it is 460. For second row, it is adding previous two row, current row and previous row. Again, when it came to third row it is adding everything. So it is sorting data by order date. So this is sorted by order date and aggregating all the values, all previous value to next value. So this will be total sum. We saw 6670 was the total sum. So what it is doing, it is adding everything and showing here. So when we are here, it is adding all previous rows as per order date. As per order date. So don't get confused. Okay, hope it is clear. Let's add partition by also in this. Okay, so I'll say partition by salesperson ID. Okay, let's see what is happening now. Partition spelling is wrong. Okay. Okay, now if you see, we have done partition by salesperson ID and order by also. So for first record, it doesn't matter. There is only one record. But for second record, if you see, we have 540, 540. We are doing running sum on order date. Okay. So this is the 2940 or 2940. But now for salesperson ID, it is again starting from 600, the first value, right? First value is 600, so again 600. Because we have done partition by on salesperson ID, it is again repeating it after every salesperson ID. So this is a window now. Within this, it is doing running sum 540, 2400, 2940. Now within this window is defined by partition by. So it is 600, then it will add 720 in it, so 1320. Then again it will add in this, so for everything, all these three, 1470. Right? This is how it is working. So now we covered order by, and along with order by, partition by, and only partition by. So don't get confused. Practice this. You have all three options: only partition by, only order by, and both. Right? And all three will have different kind of results. So do practice. I will put the insert statement in the description box. Try yourself and get it cleared. Don't get confused. Now there is one last thing pending here. So here if you see, we are getting the running sum, right? Full sum. Here I'm getting full sum, right? What if I want some rolling sum, like previous three rows only? Like when I'm here, I don't want to see all the sum. I don't want to see. I am saying just this row and previous two rows, these three. Irrespective of salesperson ID, I want the sum of current row and previous two rows. Like it will be rolling three sum, right? So for that, we have advanced keyword rows between. So I'll just copy this again. I'm not using partition by. We will come to partition by again. So I'm saying order by order date. Okay, rows between rows between preceding. So preceding means previous two rows, between preceding two and current row. What I'm saying, then give me some of what? Order by order date, rows between preceding two and current row, right? So there is some syntax error. Salesperson ID, sum of amount, order by order date, rows between preceding two. What is the syntax error? Let's see. Unbounded. Mhm. Okay, two preceding. Sorry, my bad. I have to put number first. Okay, so what it will do? It will give me sum of previous two rows plus current row, right? Let me run this and show you. Okay, so I have not given any partition by, so full table is a partition. But within that, I am saying give me the sum between previous two row and current row. Now, when I want first row, there is no preceding row. Preceding means previous rows, so it will be 460. Now, when I'm here on this row, there is only one preceding and current row, so it will sum these two, right? 1000. Now, when I'm here 2400, it is two preceding and current row. So it will row at all three. So again, I'm getting 3400. Now this is important. When I'm here, if you see, it is current row and two preceding. So it is the sum of these three. So if you see 2400 plus 600, 3000 plus 540, 3540. It is not full running sum. It is sum of current row and two preceding row. So rows between two preceding and current row is telling me this is my current row at this point. Go to two previous row. From there till current row, give me sum. Obviously, I can do sum, average, minimum, maximum. So if I do minimum, it will take minimum of these three 540. Okay, that is understood. But I hope this is clear. Now there are many variations to it. So you have rows between two preceded and current row. You can also say two preceding and one preceding. Right? So what will happen? If I do this, it will not consider now current row. So see, there is null because it is not considering current row now. So it will give me rows between two preceding and one preceding. So if I am here, it is two preceding and one preceding. So for this row, it will go two preceding and one preceding, and between that sum. So previous two row sum will be here 2400, 540, 2940. I hope this is clear. So this is clear, right? Now I have following also. So I can say rows between any number. I will say one preceding, or I can say current row and one following, right? So let me do this. So what it is doing, it will go to previous row and one following row also and current row also, because it is between. So one preceding and one following. In between this, current row will also come, right? So when I'm on 460, one preceding is nothing. Next is 540. So the sum of these two is 1000. So we are here. Let's say this one. For this one, One preceding is this, one following is this. So it will be sum of these three I will see here, right? So if you see 600, 700, 1320 plus 150, 1470. I hope this is clear. Don't get confused. Okay. There's one more variation here, unbounded. So I can say unbounded preceding and let's say current row. Okay. So if I do this, sorry, there is no underscore here. Okay. Unbounded means all previous rows. I have not given one preceding, two preceding, three preceding, anything. It is unbounded preceding all the previous rows, right? So when I'm here, it is 460, right? And obviously I'm saying current row, so it will take current row also. When I'm here 540, so 460, 540, 1000. Again, all unbounded preceding. So all, sum of these three and it will come here. Again, sum of these four, it will come here. So it is similar to what we did running sum initially, right? But there is a difference. What is the difference? Check my video. I will tag in the end. You will know what is the difference between normal running sum when we did just order by. If we do, we will get that this order by we did, right? We got the running sum that time. Here also we are getting running sum, but there is a difference. Watch that video and you will understand. Okay, let me move on to the last thing. Now we have to add partition by in it, right? I will just put one preceding just for understanding. Okay, okay, preceding is there. Okay, now we can add again partition by here also. So if I do partition by salesperson ID, it will again create partition within data, right? Again, every time I'm doing partition by mistake. Spelling mistake, no problem. Let's move on. Okay, again I have done partition by on salesperson ID. So salesperson ID 1 doesn't matter. There is only one record for this person, so 460 is coming. Because those one preceding is not there in current row. That's it. Right, I will tell one more thing, interesting thing after this. So keep watching. So now if we go to 2, one preceding is 540. Now if you see again within partition these things are happening. Whatever we are doing, again this will reset to each new salesperson ID. When I move to 7, again the first value 600, so 600. It is not taking the any previous value because it is again new window is starting. So that's why understanding partition by is important. So whatever I have explained you will work just within each window of salesperson ID. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Can we do lead or lag without using lead or lag? How you will do? So lead or lag is what? Nothing but the previous row. So without doing previous row, how can I do? I can just do between one preceding and one preceding, right? I'm doing sum of amount. Okay, let me remove this to make it more clear. I'm just checking lag. Okay, so if I run this, it will work as a lag. So for 460, there is no previous value, right? For 540, previous value 460, 460. For 2500, previous value is this. In a way, I have done lag without using lag. How? I'm saying rows between one preceding and one preceding means I'm taking previous row only, right? So this is how you can do lag. Interesting. You can do lead also. You can say between one following and one following, right? Interesting. I hope this makes sense. This will clear all your doubt. Practice yourself from description box. Take everything, all the script to insert the data, and try all of this. Okay. Please like the video. This really gives me a lot of motivation. And please share with your friends. Thanks for watching. So we have this employee table where we have employee details. What we want to do is we want to drive a rank column which will rank employees based on their salary, which means the employee with the highest salary. So let me do an order by salary. Okay, so I will do order by salary descending, right? So what I want to do, the employees with highest salary should get rank 1. So there will be one more column, we can call it as RN. It will get value 1 because it has the highest salary. The person with second highest salary should get 2. The person with third highest salary should get 3, and then 4, and then so on, right? So for that I'll write the window function syntax. So I will say rank, right? So I want to drive rank. So I'll say rank, right? This is how the syntax is. And then I have to tell based on what. So I'm saying order by salary, right? Based on salary, order the data on salary, and based on that, you assign the rank. So if I just execute it, you will see, let's call it as RN, right? You will see the person with lowest salary has got rank 1, but we want highest. This is happening because by default order by is ascending. So salary is getting ordered in ascending order, and then we are calculating rank 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So highest salary person has got 10 rank, but we want reverse. So I will say DESC, right? Now what will happen? The person with highest salary will be on top, right? So now it is fine. So this is how the syntax is. You have to say rank, right? Then over in this you have to tell on what basis you want to drive rank, right? And now I'm getting my rank accordingly. Now let's look at the output. So this guy has highest salary, has got rank 1. This has 12,000, this has got 2. Now, interesting thing is, this guy is also 12,000 and this guy has also got 2, which is fair, right? If there are two people who has got same salary, they should get the same rank as well, right? Why to differentiate? So this is working perfectly fine. This guy got 2, this guy got 2. Both of them have got 2. Now let's move on. Next guy, 10,000. Now this 10,000 is not 3, it is 4, which is again fair enough because he is the fourth person as per the salary, right? There are 3% before him and he is the fourth person. So what rank is doing? It is skipping the rank number 3. So it is giving 1, 2, 2 and then 4 because this is the fourth person, right? Before him there are 3 people. So he is the fourth person. Now this guy again, Ankit, has salary 10,000. So both of them are getting 4, right? Next person, Sanjay, is getting 6. Why? Because he's the sixth person. Because the two people have got 4. So this is the sixth person. There are 5 person before him. So he has got rank 6. So fair enough. And then 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? So this is how rank function works. Right? It will assign same rank to the people which have same salary, or the whatever column is there in the order by, if the value is same, then those two rows will get same value of the rank as well. Okay, so this is my rank. There is another function called dense rank. So let's do that. So I will say dense rank and let's call it dense rn. Okay, so if I execute this, this is also very similar. The only difference is, if you see, the first guy has got rank 1, similar to the rank, right? Second and third has got 2, 2. Again, people with same salary, right? Or the column which is there in order by, if they have the same value, they will get the same rank. So both of them got 2, 2, right? Now next person is not getting 4. In dense rank, you will get 3, right? The meaning of the word dense is compact, right? So you are compacting rank. There is no gap, right? When you compact, there is no gap. So after 2, you will get 3, right? This is how dense rank will give you the output. You will have 2, 2 and then 3 immediately. And then again, this person has also got 3 because they have the same salary. So both will get 3, 3 and then again 4. There is no gap, right? So we have rank till 8. Here we had rank till 10. Here we have till 8 because it is a dense rank. It is compacted rank, right? So there is no gap. Otherwise, both functions work similar. Now you have third function which is called row number, right? So if I say row underscore number and let's call it row num rn, right? Now if I execute it, you will see there are no duplicates here, right? It will not assign the same value, never. It will always give you the unique value. So 15,000 has got rank 1, 12,000 has got 3 and 12,000 again has got 3 now. 1, 2, 3. There is no 2, 2. There is no 4, 4, something like that, right? So it will always give you unique values. Now you will ask me, Ankit, why this guy has got 2 and why this guy has got 3? Both have the same salary, right? On what basis database is saying this is 2 and this is 3? Why not Agam 2 and Mudit 3, right? How it is differentiating? So you can understand like this. What database will do, it will see the physical location. So physically, if the mudit is stored first in the database, it will give mudit rank, right? Because the salary is same, so it cannot differentiate based on salary. So what it will do, it will just randomly, based on physical location, it will assign a rank 2 or 3. So it will be a random, that Mudit is getting 2 and Agam is getting 3. It is a random kind of thing. You cannot guarantee who will get what, right? So this is how it works. There are no duplicates, right? There are no duplicates from 1, 2, 3, 4. Even there, if you see 10,000, 10,000, we have 4 and 5. So this is how it works, right? Now let's go a little bit more deeper. Now what I want to do, this is fine. That salary is same, so I'm assigning the same rank in case of rank and dance rank. In case of row number also, there is no guarantee who will get it. But what I want to do, I want to do some guaranteed thing, right? I want to make sure that if salary is same, I want to give preference based on some other column. So, for example, maybe based on age. So, what I want to do, if the salary is same, then based on age, it assigns the higher rank. So, if the age is more, then that person should get the higher rank, right? So, in that case, we can give one more column and I will say employee age descending, right? So, if you see now, let me copy paste it on all three function, and now if you see, all three functions are giving you same thing. Why? Because there are no duplicates now. Now the order by is not only on salary, it is on the combination of salary and employee age. So on the combination of salary and age, there are no duplicates, right? If you see, 12,000 and 55 is different from 12,000 and 40, right? And both are descending, right? So 55 has got rank 2 and this guy has got rank 3. There are no duplicates, right? When there are no duplicates on your order by columns, right? On your order by columns or column, there are no duplicates, then rank, dance rank, row number will always give the same output. There will not be any difference. And if you want to break the tie, you can give second column. If you think that employee age can also be a tie, so for example 12,055, this guy also 12,055, you can give one more column, right? Then it will break the tie based on that, right? So remember, this is the important thing. If there are no duplicates on the order by columns, then rank, dance rank and row number will always give you the same values. There will not be any difference, right? I want to show it to you with the one column as well. So if you see in this table, employee ID is not repeating, there are no duplicates. So what I will do, let me remove this and I will assign rank based on employee ID, right? Based on employee ID. So let me do emp id and let me just copy paste it, emp id, emp id. Now the person with the highest employee ID will get rank 1. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again, if you see, rank, dance rank, row number all are same because there are no duplicates on employee ID, right? So when you are checking that on what basis rank will be assigned, it will be based on order by, and if you have two columns, it will be the combination of two columns. You can even do employee employee age ascending, right? In that case, what will happen in case of tie, the younger employee will get higher rank, right? So if you see now, in case of tie, Agam, which is 14 year of age, has got rank 1 second. So this is okay, I need to remove this as well. Okay, so if I just run this, yeah. So if you see now, in case of tie, right, younger employee is Agam and he has got wrong 2, right? When I did descending, in that case Mudit had got 2. In case of tie, the the younger employee is getting preference here. Okay, hope it makes sense, right? So this is all fine, this is all fine. But what I want to do now, so this I understand that on whole table how to apply rank, right? But what if I want to find rank department wise? So for example, I want to see rank within department ID 100, who is the highest salaried employee, second highest, third highest, fourth highest. Now when I come to 200 department, I want to reevaluate the rank from 1, right? I don't want full company rank, right? This is on full company, all the employees, all the department. I want department wise. So whenever this kind of keyword will come, department wise, category wise, it means you want to partition the data based on that column and then drive the rank. So what I will do, I will just add here partition by department ID. Okay, so let me just copy paste it. Okay, now let me just remove it for the simplicity. It will work same, right? Within each partition, it will do a order by and do. So for example, department ID 100, within this, it is checking that order by, let me remove this, 1 second. Okay, so if you see within department ID 100, this guy has the highest salary, he has got rank 1. Then these two have got 2, 2, right? Because we have the duplicate now. We are doing only on salary. We can again add age here to break the tie. But if you see 2, 2 and then 4. Now if you see for 200 department, it is this starting again from 1. 1, 1, right? Because these guys have same salary, then 3 and then 4. Here it is dense rank, right? Starting with 1, 1 and then 2, right? It is compact, dense, no gap. So 1, 1, 2, 3, right? And we know in case of row number, it will be a running number. There won't be any duplicates of 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So when you do partition by, it means for each unique values of this column, we will reevaluate the rank from first. So department ID 100 will have its own set of ranks from 1 till how many ever employees are there. For 200 we will have a separate set of ranks starting from again 1 and then and again for 300, right? Now let's go a little bit more further, right? Now whatever I explained you applies on partition by as well. For example, if you want to add one more column to break the tie and everything. But what if you want to check within each department, within each manager, right? So what I want to do, I want to see within each department and rank within each manager, right? So for example, if department ID 100, manager ID is 5, let's say there are 5 employees. So I want to partition data based on the combination of department ID and manager ID. So I can add manager ID in the department in the partition by as well. So I will say manager ID, right? And now it means the partition will be based on 2 columns. So I will show you the output, then it will be clear. Okay, so if you see now the combination, the partition will be created based on department ID and manager ID. So if you see for 102, there is only one combination. So this is in this partition, we have only one row now. Earlier, there were 4 rows in the partition of 100. But now the partition is based on department ID and manager ID. So there is no other record of 102. So this guy will get rank 1. Right? That's it. This partition is over. Next partition is 104. Now in this we have 2 rows, right? This partition has 2 rows. So we will get 1, but the salary is same. So 1, 1. In dance rank also 1, 1. But in the row number you see we are getting 1, 2 because row number gives the unique values. Now little bit go further. 105, there is only one row, right? So we have got rank 1. Now look at these 3 rows, right? These 3 rows has 202, right? 202. So these in this partition we have 3 rows now, right? So we have got 12,000 as rank 1, then 2, then 3. So there are no duplicates based on salary in this department. So if you see, all 3 things are same: rank, dance rank, and row number, right? I hope this is clear. Again for 206, 206, there is only one row for 206. So we have 1. If you look at 306, there are 2, right? There are 2 rows. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now the very common interview question is, I want, the question says, it can be variation of many of things. It will say, give me top 1 employee in each department, right? Or give me highest salaried employee in each department, right? In each department I want to know which employee has highest salary, right? So what I will do, I'll just use this, right? I'll use this and I will create a CT or subquery, anything is fine, with CT as this, right? And select star from CT. So now I have done partition on department ID. Let me remove manager ID, not required. because it is asking in each department. So I have to drive rank department wise, right? So if I just run this, I have got rank department wise, right? So if I just little go further, okay. So if you see within 100, I have rank 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Whatever. Again 200, I have 1, 1. Again 300. So I can say, give me all the data where rn equal to 1, right? So if I do that and run that query, I will get, I have got 4 employees. Why? Because in department ID 200, right, there are 2 employees with same salary and this is the highest salary. So both got rank 1. Dance rank also 1, but row number is different. So if you want only one record, you can use row number filter. If I use this filter, we will get only one record from each of the department, right? We have got one employee from each of the department, right? Now now one more important thing here, right? That what you want to do, you want 2 employees or 1 employee, right? So it depends on your functionality. You have to ask business that in case of a tie, what we should do. Most probably they will say that if there is a tie, then use another column, right, to break the tie. So in that case, we will use employee age as well, right? The moment I use employee age, there won't be any duplicates, and then I can just use rank as well. Anything is fine, right? Because if there are no duplicates, rank, row number, dance rank will give you same value, right? So this is more a question to business, that in case of tie, how it should behave. You cannot decide, right? You don't know what business wants in case of tie, right? So go back, ask your business that we have some duplicates on which we want to drive rank, what we should do, and you will get the answer, and accordingly you break the tie. Or if they want that, okay, randomly take one, then you use row number. Or if they say that then take all the employees, so in case of a tie, right, then you drive rank and just filter the employees, right? There are other questions like in each department top 2 employees, you can say less than equal to 2, right? So it will give you top 2, right? So if I just use this, it will give you top 2, isn't it, right? So within each department we are getting top 2, right? 200, 300, right? So this is how you should go about it. I hope it helps. Thanks for watching till here, and do like the video and comment your thoughts and share with your friends. Have a good day.
Today we are going to discuss two analytical Windows functions, lead and lag. Very important video. I use these functions day in day out in my job. Also, many interview questions will be based on these two functions. You can answer easily based on these two functions. Okay. So, like always, we will learn with an example. So, uh, I we have this superstore data set, right? I shared in another video. You can download and import the data. Okay, so this is my superstore data basically, and I have all the order dates when the order was placed, order ID, and all the data, sales, quantity, discount. So I want to see year on year, am I doing more sales or less sales, right? So what I have done, I have just aggregated the data on year. So I have extracted year from the order date and I aggregated the sales and group by again year. So I got this. So I have year on year sale. 2018 this much is the sale, 2020 this much is the sale, 19 this much, 21 this much. What I want to say is year on year what I am doing. So when so lead and lag functions are useful when you have to see the data of current row with the previous row or next row. So you want to compare data of different rows. That's when you want to use lead and lag functions. For example, for 2018, I will just do a order year. I'll just remove this for now. Okay, so if you see for 2018, this much is the sales. For 2019, this much is the sales. So I want to see, is 2019 sales more than 18 sales? Is 2020 sales more than 19 sales? How is the relationship, right? So basically for this row, I want to compare it with this row, right? So whenever these kind of situations comes where you have to compare current row, a row data with another row's data, That's when we will use lead and lag functions. So what I will do now, I will first start with lag function. So this is a syntax lag, and what column you want to see. So I want to see the sales column, right? Sales column. How much lag? So we want to see one lag. For 2019, we want to compare it to 2018. So it is just a one lag, right? We can do a lag of two. Lag of two means 2020 will be compared with 2018. Okay. So I will do lag of sales one. So one lag only. And over, I have to give here order by. Order by, like on what you want to lag, like on the year, or there can be other columns also. So I want to do a lag on order year as previous previous year sales. Okay, I will just run it quickly. So if you see, for the 2018 year, there was no 2017 year, right? So that's why previous year sales is null. For 2019, this is the sales, and what is the previous year sales? This one, see. Now, since we have this year and previous year sales in same row, now we can easily compare, right? Similarly, for 2020, if you see, the previous year sales is this one, right? So this is previous year sales, and we got it here. So this is how lag function is working. Okay, so if I do, we have another option. So there is another optional argument you can pass to lag function. So if there is no previous row, null is coming. You can give a default value. So if I give 0, it will give me default value as 0. So this is the third argument to the lag functions, right? So if I want to compare now, I can easily compare. I will say, uh, I will create one more column, sales minus previous year sales. So I can just say how much sales has increased or decreased over the years. So for the first year, there was no sales, so this much, and then this minus this minus this minus this. I can calculate the percentage also if I divide by the current year sales or previous year sales, right? So this is how lag functions work. We will come back to the lag function. So this is how it is, right? Now coming to the lead, as it suggests, lag is previous row, lead is next row. So if I do lead, it will give me next row. So I can say next year sales, right? So for 2018, if you see next year sale is what? 470. So I have got 470, right? For this 2019, next year sale is this one. So we got it here. So this is how lead function works. In reality, you don't need both the functions. You can always have lead and lag. You can do only with lag or lead by changing the order by. So if here this is ascending by default. If I do descending, so what it will do? It will order in descending order year and give me lead, which is nothing but basically the previous year sales, right? Let me show you. Order by order here. Okay. So if you see for 2018, again I got previous year sales is 0, right? And now this I'm doing with lead function, because what I have done, I am doing order year descending. So I have sorted by descending. So let me do this also descending. Okay. So 2021, this is descending, and when I am doing lead, it will go here, right? For 2021 sales is this. What was the sales in 2020? This one, and we got it here. So this way also we got it the previous year sales, right? Hope this is not confusing. So by changing the order, you can play with lead and length functions. Okay. Now this is overall. On the overall table, we are doing lead and lag. What about we want to see lead and lag reason wise. So let's say I have another column here. Mm, so I want to see uh, 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 reason. Okay, so I will take reason also. Reason and group by reason. Okay. So I have reason also. If I see the data now, so I have reason also and order here. So if I do order by reason, okay. So I have all the data region by. So for central region, I have all 4 years of data for each region. Now for each of the region, I want to see the previous year sales, right? So for each region, if you see, there is no previous in the table. If you see, there is a previous row, but I don't want this row to be this row's previous row, right? Because what I'm trying to do is for each region, I want to see the previous year sales. So in that case, I can use lag, and here I can use partition by region. What will happen for each region? It will separately calculate the lead or lag or whatever you are doing. So if we see now, so if you see for 2000 year, previous year is 0. And again for the east region, if you see, it is not taking this row's data, right? Or this row's data. So it is saying that there was no sale previous year. Again for the south region, it will reset. So for it has created partitions for each region, and separately it is calculating lead and lag. Okay, so this is how lead and lag function works. You can put two also, so it will check previous to previous year sales. If you see, the first two rows are 0 because for 2018, previous to previous year would have been 2016, but there is no sales. Again for 2019, 2017, there is no sales. So 0, 0. For 2020, now if we lag 2, it will be this sale, and this is coming here, right? So you can have any number like 2, 3, 4, and you have a default value. And if you want to group, you want to calculate lead lag based on a group, you can put it in partition, and you have to put in order by on what column you want to check lead and lag. So this row matters, this order by matters. Accordingly it will check lead and lag. Okay, hope this is clear. Do let me know if you have any doubt. In today's video, we are going to talk about self join. So we will understand why we need self join in what situations, and then we will solve a question. This question is very much as in interview questions. So basically, the question is find the employees whose salary is more than their manager's salary. Okay. So let's understand why we need self join first. Then we will jump onto the question. Okay. So let's say this is an employee table. In this table, you have employee ID, employee name, salary, manager ID, right? So you have, let's say, Ankit and his manager ID. Now this manager ID is basically pointing to the this column of the same table. So manager ID 4 is this, right? So this is basically in these kind of situation we do use self join, where one column is referring to the other column of the same table. So in this case for Rohit, so basically Rohit is the manager of Ankit. So if we can join this table with this table itself, so if we can join this column with this column, then we can get the manager details, right, for each employee. So for example, for Mohit, manager ID is 5. So 5 is Mudit. So Mudit is his manager. So we can get the Mudit's detail. So let's see how we can do it. So in cell join, what we do it, we create two instances of same table, right? Let's say you have another instance of this table here. Okay, and then what we will do, we will join these two tables, and we will join on which column? So from this table, let's say this is employee table, right? And this is manager table. Same table, but we are just giving aliases, different aliases. So I will join manager ID of employee table with employee ID of manager table. So this will be joined to this, right? Sorry, this will be joined to this. So if I join this and this, manager ID to employee ID, this information I can get right here. Similarly, for employee ID 2, manager ID is 5. If I join, I will get it from here and will get here. So once I get this information, let's say for employee 2, this is Mohit. I will get for all these three it is same, right? So if I get this information, then I can compare. Okay, employee salary, is it greater than manager's salary or is it less? I mean, once I have this information in same row, I can get the results, right? Let's jump on to the SQL and then we will see how we can do it. Okay, I will just select star from EMP. Okay, so this is my table basically, whatever we saw, right? So now what I will do, I will create, not create, I will just use this table twice in my table and then join manager ID with employee ID. So let's say first table is employee E. I'm aliasing it as E because this is my employee table. Then I will inner join this with EMP itself and will name it as M. So the employee tables manager ID I need to join with here. Employees tables manager ID I need to join with managers tables employee ID, right? So I will say E dot manager ID equal to M dot EMP ID, right? So I just joined this table with itself, right? So now let's take some data here. So from employee table, I will take employee underscore ID, comma, employee e dot employee underscore name. Okay, and let's take from managers table some data m dot emp name. So this will be basically manager name because this is coming from manager table. Let's run this. Uh, there is some error on. Okay, so if you see for employee ID Ankit, I have manager name Rohit, right? For employee Ankit, manager ID is 4, which is Rohit, right? Similarly, I can get more details. So I can say uh, E dot salary, right? This will be employee salary, comma M dot salary. This will be manager salary, right? I'll just run this again. If you see, I got this is directly Ankit's salary and this is manager's salary, right? Okay, okay. So I got the employee salary and manager salary. E dot salary is employee salary, M dot salary is manager salary. So you can have multiple questions on this kind of cell join concept. So they can say just give me the manager's name for each employee, right? From employee table. In employee table we have manager ID we saw, and we can just join it and get the manager name. Similarly, the other most frequently asked question is get me the employees where salary is greater than manager salary. So this we got all the information. We just have to put where P dot salary is greater than manager salary. So here employee salary greater than manager salary. That's it. And once I do that, I got 3 records. So for these three, if you see employee salary 10,000 is greater than manager salary, Rohit salary. Again, for Mohit, salary is greater than manager salary. Again, for Vikas, salary is greater than manager salary. So this is how you can solve these kind of self-join questions. There can be many questions, but if you understand this, you understand this concept, and if you can visualize in your mind, and today if you can practice once or twice this kind of question or similar question, you can just after watching this video you can try yourself without looking into the video. If you solve this, you don't have to understand this concept again. It will be in your mind, and you can solve all the question on self join. I hope this concept is clear. Please do let me know if you have any questions, and if you like the video, please click on the like button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you for watching. In today's video, we are going to discuss a very important interview questions. This will be asked most of the times in any SQL interview, and we are going to make this video fun. So this question is like, you have two tables with the duplicate keys, and when you join them, what will be the output, right? And they will ask you that, okay, with inner join, how many number of records, left join, right join, full outer join, and they will try to confuse you. I will cover all the scenarios during the video. I will insert more values in these tables and will cover all the scenarios so that there is no confusion going forward for all of you. Okay. Also, if you are not aware of join types, what is left join, inner join, full outer join, right join, watch out my video. I will tag somewhere on the top. Was that get your concept clear of four kinds of join, and then see your video so that it will make more sense to you. Okay. And please do like the video and comment on the video so that it will reach wider audience. Okay, so let's start. So I have created these two tables with one column, and for now I have created this two records in this with value 1 1 and three records with this with 1 1 1. Okay, so what will happen if we do inner join, left join, right join, full outer join? Okay, I will cover more scenarios. Let's start with this. This video might be a long one, but please do watch so that there is no confusion in future. So what happens when you join these scenarios, right? Where you have duplicate keys. So how join works? So when this record will go to this table, I mean this record will go to table T2. This is T1 T2. So this record of T1 when goes to table T2, it will find three ones, and this one will not be able to differentiate that he has to join with which, this one, this one, this one, right? So it is not a human that it can choose one of these. It is a machine, it is a database. It cannot differentiate between these three values, so it will join with all three. So this one will get joined with all these three values, and when this one will go to this table again, it will join with all three values. So there will be six records, right? So this is how you define number of records, number of values in this, the common keys 2, and here 3, 2 into 3 6. So if I do a inner join, there will be six values. Okay, I will run this later. Let's talk about left join, right join, and full outer join also. So in left join, what is left join? Left join is all the matching records will come, like the output of inner join will be there, plus the non-matching records from left table. In our case, T1 is our left table. So first, whatever is the output of inner join, that will be there, plus non-matching records from left table. But there is no not matching record, right? All are matching records. This one, for this each one there is a one key in the other table also, so there is no non-matching records, right? So the output will be same as inner join, right? Similarly for right outer join, all the matching records plus non-matching records from right table, but there is no non-matching record again here, right? So in this case also number of records will be 6. What is full outer join? Full outer join is matching records from both the tables plus non-matching records again from both table right table also, left table also, because but in both the tables there is no non-matching record. Again, the result will be same as inner join for all four joins. So if I run this, there will be six records, or I run any join, it will be six records, right? So I hope this is clear. Do not get confused. Okay, if all are matching records in both the tables, then the result of all the joins will be same, right? This is a thumb rule. If all are matching records in both the tables, the result of all the four kinds of join will be same. Okay. Okay, now let me add some twist in this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add a value 2 here and 3 in this table. Okay, let me execute it. So let's see the data again. So now we have a record here, non-matching record. This 2 is not matching here in T2. Again, 3 is not matching here in T1. Now what will happen? In the inner join, only the common records will come. So 1 is common. So there are two ones and there are three ones. 2 into 3 is 6 records. Right? Now, in case of left join, what will happen? In case of left join, all the matching records, 2 into 3 is 6 records, plus non-matching records from the left table. So non-matching is 2, so 2 will come, so there will be 7 records, right? In case of right join, all the matching records plus non-matching records from right table. So 6 plus 1, how many records? 7 records again. Okay, so let me run it and then we will go to full outer join. So 2 is there and null because there is no matching records for 2. From here 3 is coming and id1 will be null. Okay, and here what will happen? All the matching records and all the non-matching records from both the tables. So there will be 8 records, right? 1 1 1 for 2 null I have a record and null 3 I have a record. Okay, so for full auto join, what is how you have to calculate? First we have to see matching records plus, so there are 6 records. So first we will calculate by doing inner join, 2 into 3 6, plus you will add non-matching records from left table plus non-matching records from right table. That will be the number of records in the output. Similarly, if you have to do for left join, first find what will be the output of inner join, that many number of records plus non-matching records from left table. I hope this is clear so far, right? Now let me add some more duplicate data here. So what I will do, I will add one more 2 and I will add a 2 here also. Okay, let's see the data. Okay, so now what is going to happen is, see 1 1 is same. Now I'm doing a inner join. So 1 1 is there, right? And there are 3 ones. So 2 into 3, how many? 6 records, right? This will remain same. Now for 2, there are 2 records and how many records are there? 1 record of 2. So 2 into 1 is 2, right? These are the only matching records, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. 3 is non-matching. So in the inner join there will be 8 records, right? There will be 8 records, see, right? Now let's see what will happen in case of left join. In case of left join, what will happen? Just think about it. Comment in the comment section what will be the output. So if you see when we do left join, this will be left the matching records from both tables. So 1 and 2 both are matching, right? And there is no non-matching records in the left table now, right? There is no non-matching records. 1 and 2 both are matching. So left join and inner join will be same in this case, right? There will be 8 records. In case of right join, what will happen? Now this is little tricky now. What how many records will be there in right join? Just think about it. So what will happen now? So first of all, let's do a matching record. So 1 is matching 3 into 2, 6 record plus. Now let's forget about 3 for now. 2 is there. So 2, 1 and 2. So there will be 1 into 2, 2 records, right? There is 1 record of 2 here and 2 records of 2 is here. So 1 into 2, 2 and 2 into 3, 6. And this 3 is there a non-matching record. So for non-matching record, there will be 1 record always. So there will be total 7 records in this case. There are I think something is sorry, 9 records. 6 plus 2 plus 1, 9 records will be there. Okay, so this is non-matching record, and for others we have the joins, right? Now let's see full outer join. At this point, for not null values, I think you should be clear how to do. We will work with null values after this. Okay, so full outer join, what will happen? Let's calculate full outer join. So what we said, first find out the, let me add one more value here so that it will be, it will cover everything. So I will add a 4 here. Okay, and then everything should be clear. Okay, so now let's do this. When I'm doing full auto join here, let's do first matching records. So matching records 2 are there and 3 are there, 3 into 2, right? And let me do select 3 into 2 plus. Again, now we go to 2. How many records are there of 2? Let me add one more 2. Then it will be more fun. Okay. So if you understand full join, you understand other joins also. So 3 into 2 is fine. There are two records here, three there. So first we are covering matching records. What else is matching? 2 is matching. So there are two records here, two records here of 2. So 2 into 2. 2 into 2 plus. Now this is a full outer join, right? So all the matching records so we covered. Now 4 is not matching. So there will be one record for this. Plus there is one record 3 non-matching for one record for this. Right? So one record for non-matching and inner join. So how many records are there now? There should be 12 records. Let's run it. There are 12 records. You see, 4 and 3 are non-matching, so other values are null, and everything else has just Cartesian product. Right? We call it Cartesian product also. 2 into 3, it is a Cartesian. 6, 2 into 2, 4. We call it Cartesian product also. Okay. Now last thing pending here is when we have null values. Let's cover that. So I will insert some null values. So let me insert null value here, and let me insert a null value here on both the tables. Okay, now you have to understand this null cannot be compared to other null. What it means? Null is not equal to null. So null value will not be joined also with null value. So in this case, when we are saying there is a null here and there is a null here as well, right? See, null is there. Okay, so null is there, null is there. These two nulls will not be joined because null is not equal to null. Null is a unknown value. So when I do inner join, what will happen? My bad. So when I do inner join, only the matching records will happen, right? So matching records 3 into 2 6 and 2 into 2 4. 10 records should be there. Null will not be joined with null. So there are 10 records, only the matching ones. Now look at the left join. So what will happen? In left join, all the records from left table will come. So null will come. One null will come, right? So let's do for this. So how many records will be there? 2 into 3 6 plus there are two twos and two twos. 4 plus there is a 1 4 here. This is a non-matching record from left table, and this is also a non-matching record. So 2 1 1 for each. So there will be 6 plus 4 10 and 12 records. So we go to left join, there will be 12 records. Because we are doing a left join, so null is coming. This is not a matching null. For this null, there is no matching value, so it is coming as null. Right? I hope this is clear. Now, who will answer in case of full outer join? What will happen? Okay. So just now we saw how many records were there? 3 into 2. So there were total 12 records, right? There were total 12 records. After that, we added null null. So what is going to happen? This null is different from this null. So whatever we have calculated 12 records, that will be there, right? And there will be one null values separate record from both the tables because this null is not joined with this null. So there is a separate record for this null and there is a separate record for this null. So there will be total 14 records now, right? So let me run this. Always remember, see, there is this null, one null and other null, right? And there is this non-matching record. These are also non-matching records and everything else matching records. So always remember, null is not equal to null. We cannot join two nulls together. We have to separate them out that this null is different from this null, right? I hope this is clear. Okay. Let me know if you have still have any confusion on this topic. I can create more video, but definitely this question will be asked to you in the SQL interview. Please do like this video so that more and more people can understand this concept and they should not make this mistake in the interviews. Okay. Thanks for watching. Have a good day.
We'll be solving 50 questions, right? 50 questions in next around 2 hours. right? So these questions will give you a lot of confidence if you are preparing for interview, or if you are struggling to write SQL queries, right? Now these questions I have also not solved before. I will be solving for the first time, right? So if I am getting stuck anywhere, we will solve it together. Okay, and the best part about this video is you don't have to install anything, import any data. You can directly solve your all 50 questions in your browser. You just need an internet connection, open your browser and use the link that I will tell you in the video, and that's it, right? You can start solving the questions. Now this question is based on the hospital data set. This data set has 4 tables, right? So we will use all 4 tables, and then we will solve medium and hard difficulty level questions. Okay, so let's get started. So you can simply go to sql-practice.com, right? You don't have to log in, create account, nothing, right? You can just come here and start writing the queries. So what you have to do is they have list of questions. So you can see view all questions, right? So they are easy questions. You see there are some easy questions, then medium questions, and then we have the hard questions, right? So what we will do, we will start with the medium. We will not start with easy. Easy are very simple one. Okay, you can see the SQL database here. This is a hospital DB, right? So if you go to patients, this is the patient's information. So this is one table, patient admission table, right? So we have the admission table. We can view the schema here as well, right? So this is my overall schema. So we have patient table, right? So this is a hospital system, and for each patient you have the admission, right? This is how they are connected, patient ID to patient ID in the admission table. Then you have the province ID as well, right? So province ID, province name. Then you have doctors. So when a patient is admitted to a hospital, attending doctor ID is here in this table, and then we have the doctor ID in the doctor's table, right? So we have to remember 3 joins basically. One is between patient and admission on patient ID. Then we have patient and province names on province ID, and then we have admission and doctors based on doctor ID. These are the 3 joins. That's it, right? Great. So let's start with the question number 1. Now, before we start, these are some of the comments, right? You can read, but basically these two are important thing. Basically, this is important that you have to press Control Enter to execute the query. Okay, so I'll just remove it. That's it. Okay. So what we will do, we will start with the medium. I will click on Start. Okay. So the first question is, show unique birth years from patients and order them by ascending, right? So after first question it will be clear that how you have to write the query, and then how it will be validated, right? This is the expected output, by the way, here. Okay, so we'll start the first question. So they are saying, show unique birth years from the patients and order them by ascending, right? So we need to get the date of birth, right? So we will say, so if I go to patient table, we have birth date. So I will say birth date, right? And I need to get year from here, so I'll just say year, right? This is what I need. And then they are saying distinct values, unique birth, so I will use distinct so that I don't get duplicates, right? And then order by year birth date. That's it. I'll say as birth underscore year, right? Now I will play. I will click on Control Enter, and it says you got it correct. Congratulations on solving the question, right? So this query is correct, and uh, we are able to solve the first question, right? Now I will move on to the next question. Okay, this is solution, this is fine. Next question. Okay, next question is, let me show you the patient table as well once. I have not shown you. So select star from patients, right? So I just ran the query and it is saying incorrect solution, because on every enter it will validate, right? So this is your question and this is not the expected output, so it is saying that it is incorrect. Okay, it's okay. So now if you see, we have patient ID, first name, last name, gender, and all of those tables, all of those columns. Okay, let's move on to the second question. Show unique first names from the patient table, right? So unique first name, we have the first name here, which only occurs once in the list. right? So it might be possible Donald is here, or maybe I will do order by first name. Let me press Control Enter. Now, if you see ABE, ABE, AB is repeating multiple times, right? AB is only once, right? Similarly, if you see other ABI, ABI is repeating, Abraham is repeating, Archil is repeating, right? Adam is repeating. So what they want, show unique first name from the patient table which occurs only once in the list. For example, if two or more people are named John in the first name column, then don't include their name in the output list, right? So what we need to get, we need to get those names which are not repeating. So Abby will be one of them. So what we will say first name, right? And we will do group by first name, right? Group by first name. And then I will get the count. What kind will count will say count star as number of occurrence, right? So let me run this. Okay, so it is saying AB is only once, Abby is 5, and Adam is 12, Adelaide is 1. So these wherever 1 are there, those we need in the output. So because this is an aggregated column, I can just use it in the having clause. So I will say having count star should be equal to 1. Right? Now, do we need to sort it? It is not written. So we will see. It should work. So I'll just run this. Yes, you got it correct. So this is the right answer. Perfect. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so next question says show patient ID and first name from patients where their first name starts and ends with S and is at least 6 characters long, right? So we need to show patient ID and first name. So let me go to the patient ID and first name, right? And let me remove everything else for now, right? So this is patient ID and first name that we have to show from patients where their first name start and ends with S. So first name should start with S and should end with S, right? And is at least 6 characters long, right? So it should be at least 6. So what we will do, we will say where, right? It says at least 6 characters. So first condition will be length of first name, right? Should be greater than or equal to 6. So this is my first condition. Second condition is that first name, right? The name should like, so like operator we will use. We will say it should start with S. In between there can be anything which is percentage, and then again at the end should be S. Now the only thing is S can be capital or small. Anything is possible. If you see expected output, S is capital and here it is small. So what I will do, I will convert it to lowercase, right? And then once it is in lowercase, I will say it should start with small s and end with small s, right? Let's run this. So this is correct. You got the correct query, right? So everyone in the output, if you see, starts with s, end with s. And why we have used lower? Because some places it can be capital, some places it can be lowercase, right? So just to make sure we don't miss anything. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, next question is show patient ID, first name, last name from patients whose diagnosis is dementia. Okay, so how we will solve it? So diagnosis will be in the admission table, right? So if you see diagnosis, right? So let me show you this table. Select staff from admissions, right? So let me run this. Okay, yeah. So if you see diagnosis is this, right? So on this we have to put a filter, show patient ID, first name, last name from patients whose diagnosis is dementia. So we will say where diagnosis equal to, and we'll say dementia. Dementia. Right? So these are the patients I need. So I'll just press enter. Okay, so this is fine. So we filtered those patients. But what we need patient ID, first name and last name, right? We are getting everything else from admission table, but we need from the patient table. So we will have to do a join. So I will say from admissions A, right? Inner join, inner join on patient table, right? Patient. Let's call it P on P dot patient ID equal to a dot patient ID, right? This is how we discussed that these two tables will be joined on patient ID. Where now diagnosis coming from table A. So A dot diagnosis is equal to dementia, right? It is a good practice to give alias. Otherwise, you will be confused that which column is coming from which table. Now the only thing is we need patient ID. So I will say P dot patient ID, comma P dot first name, comma last name, P dot last name. This is all we need. Yeah, that's it. So we need these three columns and we have put the filter as well. I hope this should work. Yes, you got the query correct. Great. So let's move on to the next question. Okay, display every patient's first name. Order the list by the length of each name and then by alphabetically. Okay, so let me remove this. We need only the patient table for now. Right, so from we need, sorry, I'll just remove this from patients. Let's remove everything. Okay, display every patient's name, right? So patient name we need, first name basically. I'll just remove everything else. So we need patient name, right? And order the list by length of each name and then by alphabetically, right? So length, how we will, I can order by length. I will say order by length of first name, right? First name. Okay, this is fine. So I'll just say this. Okay. Before even I do it, let me show you something. Okay. So I will put here and run it. First name. Okay. Okay. So if you see, it is saying that it should order by first name, which means the name with the smallest length should be first, right? But what if there is a tie, right? In this case, there is a tie. Donald is also 6, Mickey is also 6, right? So in that case, we should sort alphabetically. So if there is a tie, we should sort alphabetically. So Donald should come first and then Mickey. So I am saying order by length, right? So first preference will be given to length. That order the result by length. If the length is same, then order alphabetically, which is by name itself, right? And that's it. Just remove it, run it. Perfect. You got it correct, right? So this is fine. Great. Let's move on to the next question. So next question says, show the total amount of male patients and total amount of female patients in the patients table. Display the two results in the same row. So this is what is expected, right? Male count 2468, female count 2602, right? So if I go to the patient table, we have the gender. So I'll just go back, select gender column. We need only, right, gender column. Okay, so we have M and F in gender column, right? So we need count of patients, right, which are male and which are female in two columns. What we will do, we will set case when gender equal to male, right? This is what we need. Then I will take patient ID, right, else null, right? This is what I'm creating a new column, and as is male, right? So it will tell if it is male, then it will come as M, otherwise it will come as null, right? Now I will create another column, right? And I will say when gender equal to female, then patient ID as null as is female, right? And I'll just take gender column as well in output just to show you how it looks like. Okay, so if you see, whenever gender is male is 1, right? And is female is null, right? Again, when is male, why it is giving me 6? Okay, patient ID. This is patient ID basically, right? So patient ID, let me take patient ID as well in the output so that it will make more sense. Okay, so if you see patient ID, gender is male. So is male is 1, is female is null, right? So this is how I created two columns. Now, whenever patient is female, right? Patient ID 6 is female. So in this case, male is null and is female is patient ID itself. Right? Now, what we will do, now if you know that when I use a count function, right? I will do a count. Now what count will do, it will count all not null values, right? So wherever it is null in ismail column, it will not count, right? Wherever we have IDs, that rows it will count. So basically when I say count, it will give me count of males. Similarly, when I say count of this statement, it will give me count of females, right? So I'll just say this, and I don't need any other column. I need just these two columns. So I'll say male count, right? And then female count. Okay, so let me run this. It is perfectly fine. 24682062, right? Now this kind of statements you can write in multiple ways. You can even say, okay, when gender is equal to male, then patient I instead of patient ID you can say 1, and here you can say 0. Similarly, here you can say 1 and here you can say 0, and then you sum it. This is also fine, because wherever it is male it will be 1, right? So we will sum all 1 1 1 1 1. Here again we will sum all 1 1 1 1 for female, and this should also work. So this is also fine, right? So 24682062. Okay, so you can write in a multiple way these statements. Great. Next question. Show first name and last name allergies from patients which have allergies to either penicillin or morphine. Show results ordered ascending by allergies, then by first name, then by last name. Okay, so we have the allergies here. So let me do select star. Okay, select star from patient, right? And we have the allergies here. Whatever someone has allergies to something, it will be there. If no allergy, then it will be null. Okay, great. So we need to show first name, last name, allergies. So we need to show first name, last name, and whatever allergies that person has, right? For from patients which have allergies to either penicillin, right? So we need to filter those patients, right, who have allergies to, so I'll say in, right, penicillin. So let me just copy this, or allergies to morphine, right? These two. So I'll filter those patients which have allergies to either of these two. Show the results ordered ascending by allergies. So I need to say order by allergies, then by first name and then last name. So I'll say first name and then last name. Perfect. Okay, so let me run this. So it says you got it correct, right? So we have the patient which have allergies to either morphine or penicillin, right? And it is the sorting. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, next question is show patient ID, diagnosis from admissions, right? So patient ID and diagnosis, you can see the expected output, right? Find patients admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis, right? Okay, so we need to show patient ID and diagnosis, right? So where is the diagnosis? Diagnosis is in the admission table, right? So it means we need to join these two tables. So let's join these two tables first. So I'll say from patients P, and we will keep this join in a commented format so that we can use it every time. We don't have to write inner join. So I will say diagnosis, right? D on P dot patient ID equal to D dot patient ID, right? That's it. So this is my join now. Now again read the question. Show patient ID diagnosis. So I'll take all those columns which are required. So I'll say P dot patient ID, right? D dot diagnosis. Okay, table name is admissions, not diagnosis. Admissions, let's call it A, and P dot patient ID equal to A dot patient ID. Perfect. So I got patient ID and diagnosis. These two column we need. This is A dot diagnosis. Perfect. Okay. These two columns we need, right? Okay. Find patients admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis, right? So we need to find patient who were admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis. Okay, so let me show you a little bit first. I'll say order by patient ID and diagnosis. Okay, so let's run this. Now, if you see, we should see a combination where patient ID is also same and the diagnosis is also same. So this patient got admitted two times, but both the times diagnosis is different, right? Let's go down 9, 10. I don't see anything so far, right? But we have to write a query to find those patients. For this, we will have more than one entry and diagnosis will also be same, right? So I can't see anything in whatever data, but there will be some. So how do we do it, right? So what I have to do, I will say group by. If I do group by these two columns, right? So patient ID and diagnosis, group by these two, and I get the count, right? Count star as number of admissions, right? Now it will be 2, right? Find the patients admitted multiple times, so it can be 2, 3, 4, right? So if a person is admitted multiple times for same diagnosis, there will be multiple entry here for the same patient ID and same diagnosis. And if I take the count, so let me run this. So if you see, for some of them, it will be there, right? We are not seeing it. There are a lot of results, right? So what I'll say having count star greater than 1, right? If it is greater than 1 means that patient would have admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis. See, so patient ID 137 for diagnosis pregnancy admitted 2 times, right? And so forth and so forth, right? So these are the patient and diagnosis. Now what we don't need in the output is the count. We need only patient ID and diagnosis, right? So let me run this now and it is correct, right? So I hope you understood it, right? Same patient for the same diagnosis more than one time. Okay, great. Let's move. We are still solving the medium questions. So let's move on to the next question. Okay. So next question is show the city and the total number of patients in the city. Order the most to least patients and then my city name ascending. Right. So first we need to find for each city what are the total number of patients. Right. So if I go to here, we have the city column. Right. So what we will do simply. So let me remove all of this. Okay. So we have city, right, comma count of star, right? Because in patient table we will have one record for each patient, so I can just say count star as number of patients, right? Group by city. This is the first thing we want. Okay, so this we got that in Ajax 12 patients are there, from Athens 9 patients are there, and so on and so forth. Now the next thing is order from most to least patients. So we need to order by number of patients in the descending order, right? So the city which has the highest number of patients should come first. So I will say DSC because by default order will be ascending. Okay. And then by city name ascending. So if there is a tie, right? Let's say two cities have same number of patients. For example, if you see Brookville and Calgary, right? So in that case, we need to sort in the alphabetical order of city name. So I'll say city, right? If you say it is saying city name ascending, that's it. Okay, so we need to use count star here, order by. I don't think so. It will work. Okay, so what we have to do, it will not work, right? It will not work like that. We will have to use a subquery or CT. So what I'll do, I'll get the number of patients right here, and then I'll say select city, comma, number of patients, right? Because this is a derived column. You cannot directly use this in order by here, right? I think they are, I don't know which ID they are using, but it is not allowing me, right? The near number of patients syntax error. Okay, order by is not there. My bad. Okay. This will work. My bad. Because order by runs after the select, so it should work. I missed the order by, right? So remember, order by runs after the select. So if I have created a column in select, I should be able to use that in order by as well. So number of patient I should be able to use, and this is perfectly working fine. You got the query correct. I think it is MySQL. Uh, okay. Great. Next question. Show the first name, last name, and role of every person that is either patient or doctor. Right? Great. So this is a good question. Let's solve it. Okay. Show the first name, last name, and role of every person that is either patient or doctor. The roles are either patient or doctor. So if you see first name, last name, and role, if it is a patient or a doctor, right? Now, if you go to the doctor's table, right? In doctor's table, we have doctor ID, first name, last name, and specialty. In patient table, we have all the patients. Now, what we need to show the first name, last name, and role of every person that is either patient or doctor. The roles are either patient or doctor. Okay. So we will say first name, right, from patient table, comma last name, right, and what will be the so whatever patients are there for them role will be patient only, right? So I'll say patient as role. So this is the role. Along with that, we need all the doctors as well. So I will say union all, right? And this time, let me copy it and get everything from the doctors table. Right? In doctors table also we have first name, last name, right? And this time it will be doctor. I'll just say doctor, right? And in that way we will get all people, right? Either they are patient or doctor. Let me run this and it says you got the query correct, right? So we just have to do union, and in the role we need to pass patient when we are getting people from patient table, and when we are getting doctor then we have to hard code it as doctor. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay. Show all allergies, right, ordered by popularity. Remove null values from query, right? So we need to show all allergies, right? Order by popularity. What is popularity? Popularity means the allergy which are there for the maximum patients, right? So let me go there. If you go to patient table, we have the allergies, right? So I'll just select star, right? We have the allergies here. So I'll say allergies, right? And for each allergy, I will say it is also saying remove null values from query, right? So I'll say where allergies sorry allergies is not null, right? We don't want null value, so I'll just say is not null, and then I will say count star as popularity maybe, right? And that's it. And then I will do, it is saying order by popularity, right? So order by popularity in descending order, I think. I don't know. It is descending. So let's run it. Uh, why it is showing me only one allergy is not null. This is fine. This is giving me only sulfa. Okay. So all allergies followed by popularity. Okay. Allergies is fine. Where allergies is not null. Okay. Let me comment it. Let's see what mistake I have done. Select star from patients. Let's run this. So we have Sofla, penicillin, right? We have different kind of allergies. Uh, Let me see. Diagnosis is fine. This is all fine. I'm not sure what is wrong here. So I'm seeing allergies. Okay, group by is missing. My bad. Okay, group by allergies. Yeah. So these kind of mistakes are bound to happen, right? It is okay. But the problem is MySQL, it doesn't give you error in the older version of MySQL, right? Because if you have not grouped something, right, and you are aggregating, it should give you error. You have an ungrouped column. But that's fine. It is not giving you error. You have to figure it out. And now it is fine, right? 1082 and whatever. So this is correct. So we need to just filter out the null one. So we will say is not null, then group by allergies, and then order by popularity. Popularity means the patient which have highest number of allergies, same allergy to multiple patient, that will be at the top. Great. Show all patients first name, last name and birth date who were born in 1970s decade. Sort the list starting from the earliest birth date. Right? So we need to sort by birth date basically. So let me just go back. Okay. So we need patient first name. So let's get the first name. Right? Last name, birth date. So date of birth or birth date, I think. Yeah, birth date. Who were born in 1970s decade, right? So how we will filter that someone was born in 1970s decade? So anyone born between 1970, right, to 19 before 1980, right, that will be in 1970s decade, right? So we will say where year of birth date, right, is greater than or equal to 1970 and year of birth date is less than 1980, right? Those will be the people who are born in 1970 decade. Now sort the list starting from the earliest birth date. So we have to say order by birth date, right? I think this should do. Okay, perfect. So you got that very correct. The tricky part was that when we say 1970 decade, it is starting from 1970, but not ending on 1980. Just before 1980, if anyone is born, then that's it. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. We want to display each patient's full name in a single column, right? Okay, so let's remove it. So we want to display each patient's full name in single column. Their last name is all upper letters, but must appear first, then first name in all lower case letters. So what they're saying, their last name in all upper letters must appear first, and then first name in all lower case. Okay, so if you see, for example, this Miller Joe, right? So the Miller is the last name. It is in capital letter, right? Miller. And first name in all lowercase, right? First name should be in lowercase. So this is how we want. Last name in uppercase, first name in lowercase, and separate the last name and first name with a comma, right? Order the list by the first name in descending order, right? Great. So example is Miss Zain. Okay. So what we need last name, right? Let me cut it. So we will say upper. Upper means it will give me in upper letters, right? Then we have first name, and first name should be in lowercase. This is done, but we need to do a concatenation, right? So this is fine. Uppercase, lowercase. We need to concat them. So what we will say? We will say concat, right? Concat what? Upper and then lower, right? So let me run this and see if it is working. This is working, right? But we need a comma also in between. So I'll say comma, and in between I need a comma. So I'll put a comma as well here. Now if you see, this is coming in a proper format. The only thing is order by is missing. So I will say order by, right? Order the list by the first name in descending order. So order by first name in descending order, right? Now it is fine. You got the query correct. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. So next question is, show the province IDs sum of height where the total sum of its patient height is greater than or equal to 7,000. Okay, perfect. So now we have the province table, right? In province table we have province ID, province name, and in patient table we have province ID. So let's join them first and then we will think about how to solve it. So let's remove everything. Patient P, inner join province, inner join, what is the table name? Province name. Yeah, province names. Okay, province names, right? Let's call it PN on P dot province ID equal to PN dot province ID, right? So this join is perfectly fine. Now we will get the province name detail as well. So if I just do select star and run it, so at the end you will say province name as well, right? So we have the province ID and province name. Perfect. Show the province IDs. So we need the province IDs basically, right? Where the total sum of its patient's height is greater than or equal to 7,000, right? So if you see, we have the height as well, right? Now I just realized that we don't need to join because we need province ID in the output. They are not asking name. So province ID is already there in the patient table. So I don't need it. I'll just keep it at the bottom if I need it later. But for now, I don't need it. I can just say province ID, right? Comma sum of height, right? Sum of its patient's height is greater than or equal to 7,000, right? So as total height, HEIGST, and I will say group by province ID, right? So this will give me total height. So if I just run this, this is giving me total height. Now I will say having sum of height. So you can't use total height here because having runs before select, right? But in order by it works. So sum of height should be greater than or equal to 7,000, right? So in this case, this will not come, this will come, this will not come, this will not come, this will come, this will come, this will not come, this will not come. And we need total height as well in the output. Perfect. So this is correct. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so the next question is show the difference between the largest weight and smallest weight for patients with the last name Madoni. Okay, so let's remove this everything. We'll say show the difference between just the weight delta we need to get. That's fine. So we will say where last name equal to Madoni, right? Okay, perfect. So last name will be Madoni and show the difference between the largest weight and smallest weight for patients, right? So let's me run this. So we got all the patients which are in Mahoney. Now within this we have the weight. So we need to get the largest weight within Mahoney, right? So if I just do order by weight and run this, so this is the smallest weight, this is the highest weight. So if you see 112 minus 41, it will be 71, right? This is what they're expecting. So it is simple. We can just say get the maximum weight after the filter minus minimum weight, and that will be as weight delta. This column name doesn't matter. Even if you say, give this, it will show correct output. So it is not checking the header, just the data. Okay, so 71 we got the answer. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Next question is show all of the days of the month 1 to 31 and how many admissions date occurred on that day. Right. So show all of the days of the month. Right. So it can so month will start from 1 and maximum can 1 till 31. And how many admission dates occurred on that day. Right. Sort by the day with most admission to least admissions, right? So on day 11, the 11th of every month, number of admissions is 184, right? On 4th, now they can be across years, right? So across months. So on 11 January, 11 February, 11 March, 11 April, we have to add all of this, and that will be 184. Again, 4 January, 4 February, 4 March, all of the 4th, there were 184 admission, right? So this is what we have to get. Okay, great. So where we have the admission date, we have the admission date in the admission table. So we will have to join these two tables. So I'll say in a join admissions, right? A on P dot patient ID equal to A dot patient ID. So this is done. The next thing is we need two things. One is I need the admission date. So I will say A dot admission date, right? And I just need count star, right, as total admits, right? But this will give me by date, right? So let me show you first. So I'll say group by admission date, right? In fact, I'm just thinking we don't need uh, we don't need patient table in this question, right? We can just get away with the admissions, right? So let me remove it. We'll solve it without anything else. I'll say a dot admission date count star, and let's remove this join as well. Group by admission date. We can remove the alias, right? There is only one column. Okay. If I run this, it is giving me that on this date, these many admits, this date, this admit. So what I need day from here, right? If I say day, right, I'm not very sure if day is the right function, but let's try. Yeah. So it is fine, right? On day one, these many, day two, these many. Now we need to sort by the day with most admissions. So I can just say order by total admits in descending order. That's it, right? And this is a correct answer, right? On 11th day, maximum number of people got admit across months, year, whatever, right? On November, sorry, not November, 11th of any month, right? Great. We are still on medium, so let's keep going on. So it says show all the columns for patient ID 552 most recent admission date, right? So it is saying we need to show all the data from admission table, right? Show all the columns for patient ID 542's most recent admission date. Okay. So what we will say where, sorry, patient ID, right, from admission table 542. So we have to get this. So let's do select star, right, and enter. Okay, so there are two times it got admitted, right, on 11th of June 2018 and 6th of April 2019. Now, which is the latest? What is the recent admission date? This one, right? So for this, we need to show this row basically 542, 6, 9, right? Abdominal pain and 14. So we have to show this row. So I will say order by admission date in descending order. So what it will do, it will give me the latest admission at top. And then I will say limit 1. Limit 1 means give me only the one row. So I am sorting descending and getting the top row to get the recent admission. Perfectly fine. So you got the query correct, right? In SQL Server, if you had to solve it, instead of limit 1, you will say top 1. In SQL Server, that doesn't work. But this is MySQL. In there or in Postgres, you will use limit. Perfect. Let's move on to the next question. So the question says, show patient ID, attending doctor ID, and diagnosis for admissions that match one of the two criteria. Right now, we need to get the attended doctor ID, right, and diagnosis for admissions that match one of the following two criteria. Patient ID is an odd number, and attending doctor is either 1, 5, or 19. Right. Second criteria is attending doctor ID contains a 2 and the length of patient is 3, right? So what it is saying, that match one of the criteria. So either we should match this criteria, or so we have to use a all condition, right? So let's see how we can solve it. Okay, so we will say admissions. Let we will see if we need anything else, right? So we will say where, right, where patient ID is an odd number. So I will say patient ID, right, and we will say modulus 2 should be odd. So modulus 2, what it will do, it will divide by 2 and give you the remainder. So if it is an odd number, you will get remainder as 1, and if it is an even number, then you will get remainder as 0. So we need to get odd number. So that is fine. So we are saying it should be equal to 1. And attending doctor ID should be in either of this, right? So it should be either 1 or 5 or 90. So this is my first condition, right? Either this should satisfy, right, or I have one more condition, right? So I will use the or. Attending doctor ID contains a 2, right? So attending doctor ID contains a 2, contains a 2. Okay, so we need to check if 2 is there in attending doctor ID, right? And length of patient ID is 3 characters, right? So we will say length of patient ID, right, is is 3 characters, so equal to 3, right? and attending doctor ID like, right, and it should contain a 2, so I'll say 2, right. So all those admissions, right, for that where length of patient ID equal to 3 and attending doctor ID has 2 in it, right, that it will give. Okay, so we need to show patient ID, then we need attending doctor ID, and we need diagnosis. And these three things are neat, right? And there is no sorting or something. Let's see if that works. This works, right? We have got the right answer, right? And they have also given the same solution, right? Doctor ID in 1.5 and patient is this 1.5.19, or this is how, right? So their solution and our solution is also same. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so the next question is show first name, last name, and total number of admissions attended for each doctor, right? Every admission has been attended by a doctor. Okay, great. Now we need to show the name of the doctor and total admissions attended by the doctor, right? Now we need to join admission table with a doctor table for sure because I need the doctor name, right? So I'll say A and then in a join doctors D on A dot attended doctor ID equal to D dot doctor ID, right? So this join is perfect. Okay, so we need to show the doctor's first name. So D dot first name, right? And then D dot last name, right? And and total number of admission, right? So we have joined with the admission table already. So we have all the data, right? So if I just do A dot star comma D dot first name, and then you will see everything. So I'll just show you. Okay, so this is for each admission. We have admission detail and the first name and last name of the attending doctor, right? So we just need to do a group by on first name, last name, and get count of records from this admission table. So I'll just remove this and copy this and say group by this and count star as number of attended or admissions, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, so this is correct. Okay, I hope you got it. Great. Let's move on to the next question. So next question is for each doctor, display their ID, full name, and the first and last admissions date they attended. Right. So for each doctor, display their ID, full name, right, and first and last name. Now, when we say full name, they are concatenating both. So see, Claude Walls, right? So full name will be concatenation of first name and last name, and there will be a space in between as far as I can see. So I'll just put a space in between, right? And I will use concat function. Concat, yeah. So this will be my as full name, right? And then for each doctor, display their ID. So ID also we need. So ID will be coming from doctor's table D dot doctor ID, right? Full name and the first and last admissions date they attended, right? So this is fine. So what we will do, I will just comment this, right? And I will just show you the uh, this is also not required, right? And I'll just say a dot star. Again, I'm just showing you data, right? Okay, so this is my data, right? Doctor ID, full name, and then these are all the admissions, all the patient that they have attended. Now for each doctor, so let me do order by doctor ID, right? Okay. So if you see this doctor ID 1 has attended multiple people, right? On 28, then 4, then 16, then 18, and so on and so forth, right? So many admissions are there. So I need to get the first and last admission date they attended. So I just need to say give me minimum of a dot admission date, right? as first date, comma, and I'll just take this, and this will be max, right, as last date. Right. Now we have to make sure that we do a group by on these two columns, right? Because I'm using an aggregated function. I'll say group by these two. Right. Order by is not required, and let's see if this works. Yes, this is correct. Okay, so perfectly fine. They are using this operator to all operators kind of thing. This also you can use for concatenation. I'm use concat function, but this is also fine. Two pipes you can use to concat multiple values. Okay, perfect. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is display the total number of patients for each province, order by descending, right? So we need province name and total number of patients, right? So this is a easy one. So we have the inner join with province name, which is perfect. So I'll just say select from patients, right? And inner join, this is my P, right? And this is my province name, right? And I need the from pn dot province names, right? We need names in the output, if you see. So I need province name table now, because name is not there here. We have the province ID only in patient table, right? So to get the name, I have joined it with this province name, and total number of patients, just get the count, total patients, right? And group by this, that's it. No such column, province names. Okay, column is province name. Perfect. Incorrect solution, order by descending. Okay, order by descending what? I think province name or no, descending of patient count. Okay, so total P. Order by total P in descending order. Perfect. So we got the right answer. Okay, let's move on to the next. So the next question is, for every admission, display the patient's full name, their admission diagnosis, and their doctor's full name who diagnosed their problem. Okay. So for each admission, display the patient full name. So we need to display the patient full name, right? Their admission diagnosis. So this is coming from, full name will come from patient table, right? Their admission diagnosis will come from the admission table, right? Great. And this will come from the patient table, full name. And their doctor's full name who diagnosed their problem. So again, we need the doctor's full name as well, right? So we need to join all three tables now, because full name of patient will come from patient table, and the diagnosis will come from admission table. Sorry, this will come from patient table, full name. From admission table, we will get the diagnosis, and from doctor table, we will get the doctor's full name. We need to concat. So we need to join all three tables, right? So I'll say admissions A on P dot patient ID equal to A dot patient ID. So this is perfect. Now we need one more inner join. So I'll just say inner join, and this time on doctors. So doctors D, right? The join will be now on. So we have the attended doctor ID here. So I'll say A dot attended doctor ID equal to D dot doctor ID. Now, when you write this joint condition, it doesn't matter. This column you write in left or right. So you can see D dot doctor ID equal to A dot attending doctor ID, or A dot attending doctor ID equal to D dot doctor ID. It doesn't make any difference. Either it is inner join, left join, full join. This order doesn't matter at all. Okay, great. So we have all the information. Uh, this is fine. We don't need to do any order by, and then we will start our column. So for that, we display the patient's full name. So full name, let's use pipe this time. So I'll say first name, P dot first name, right? Then two pipe operator. We need one space, and then one more pipe operator, and then P dot last name as patient's name, patient name. Perfect. So this is my first. Then I need the diagnosis. So I will say a dot diagnosis. It's a dot diagnosis, right? And then last one is we need doctor name, right? So we will say d dot. Let me copy this. I can use same thing. So instead of p, this time I'll say d, and doctor name. Doctor name. That's it. Right? So we got everything. Right? So you got it correct. So we got the right answer. Right? So patient name, diagnosis, and the doctor name. Right? We have used this double pipe instead of concat. Both are fine. Whatever you are comfortable with. Great. So let's review where we have reached. Right? So we have solved. We skipped the easy ones, and then we have been solving this. Right, so medium, 1 2 3 medium more there, then we will start with hard. Perfect. Okay, so next question is, for every admission display the patient's full name, their admissions. Okay, this is done. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, display the first name, last name, and number of duplicate patients based on their first name and last name. Okay. Okay, so what we will do, we will just get rid of this. I'll just comment it. So whenever we need these joins, I'll just get it, right? I have one more, I think down somewhere I removed it. Okay, fine, that is fine. Okay, so we need patient, let's remove everything. Uh, First name, then last name. Okay. Display the first name, last name, and number of duplicate patients based on their first name and last name. Example, a patient with an identical name can be considered a duplicate, right? So we need to find duplicate based on both the names now, Alexander and this. So both the names should repeat, right? So it is simple. I think you got the answer already. So we will say group by these two, right? And if I say count star as number of duplicate, right? And if I run this, I got this. But I need to filter where we have one more than one entry, which is duplicate is there. So I will say having count star greater than one. Right? That's it. And this is my right answer. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, display patient's full name, height in the units, feet rounded to one decimal, right? So we have patient and we have the height, right? Already. Okay. So patient's full name, again, we need full name. So I'll just do this, and one space in between. Okay, as full name. Full name. Okay. Height in the units, feet rounded to one decimal, right? Convert centimeter to feet by dividing by this, right? So we have the height in centimeter, right? We have the height in centimeter. So what we need to do, we need to say height, right? Height divided by 30.48. Right? So they have mentioned that divide by 30.48, convert centimeter to feet, right? So height in feet. Right? So I got height in feet, right? Weight in unit pounds rounded to zero decimal place. So this we have to round to one decimal place. So I will say round to one decimal place. Right? Now convert kg to pounds by multiplying by this. Okay, so we will say weight multiply by 2.205, right? And we need to round it to zero decimal places as weight in pound. That's it, right? And we need birth date and gender. Okay, so we will say we need birth date, right? And then we need gender. It is saying non-abbreviated, right? So I'll just explain you what it is. But for now, let me run this. We don't need all of this, so let's remove it. and I'll just run. Okay, so we have full name, right? Patient name, then height, weight, birth date, and gender. Now in gender, we need to write full, male or female, right? Currently it is FM, right? So we need to just give full. I'll say case when gender equal to male, then I'll say male, right? Else it can be either male or female, right? So I'll just say female as gender type. That's it. So if I just run this, there's a syntax error and I'm missing and. Okay. Perfect. So you got the correct answer and this is what is required. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so the next question is show patient ID, first name, last name from patients whose does not have any records in the admissions table. Their patient ID does not exist in the admissions dot patient, right? So there might be some patient who have registered in the hospital, but there were no admissions as such, right? Maybe they came for just to show the doctor. There are no admissions as such in the hospital, right? So how do we do it? This is a good question. I think this is one of the good question in the medium category. So what we will do, we will just remove everything we don't need. I'll write the query again. So we need patient ID. So let's get the patient ID and we need the first name and last name from patients who does not have any record in the admissions table, right? So there are multiple ways of solving it. One is I can say patient where patient ID not in, right? And I get all the patient ID from admission table, right? From admissions, right? So whatever are there in the admission table, right? So I'll say not in, which means those patient ID in patient table which are not present in admission table. So I'll get those, right? So this is working fine. The another way of solving it is you can do a join. So you can say from patient, right? I'll just explain you left join admissions. We do left join. I'll tell you why, right? And so patient ID is 2 is one of them. So just remember it, right? So I'll say, okay, I can use this directly. The only thing is instead of inner join, I want to do left join. Okay. So this is fine. Let me comment this. Okay. So when I'm doing a left join, if there is no entry in admission table, right? So all the columns from admissions table will be coming as null. So let me show you. Ambition, okay, ambiguous. So let's call it P and let's call it P dot. Okay, perfect. So if you see for patient ID 2, right? If I take any column from admissions table, A dot patient ID, let's say. So you see patient ID 2 was there in the output, right? There was no entry in the admission table. So all the columns from admission table will come as null. So patient ID is coming as null because there is no join. So instead of this condition subquery, we can use say where A dot patient ID, right, from table admission should be null, right? This will also work, right? So this is there are two ways of solving it, and this is also fine, right? It doesn't show, but our answer is correct. Okay, we don't need this in the output, so yeah, that's it. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. Right, they have used the subquery approach in their solution, and I think they have given another solution with the null that this method. Right. Okay, perfect. Let's move on. Next question. Okay, so the next question is display a single row with max visit, min visit, average visits, where the maximum, minimum, and average number of admissions per day is calculated. Okay, average is rounded to two decimal places. Okay, so let's try to understand what they're saying. We have to display three columns: max visits, min visits, and average visits, right? Where the maximum, minimum, and average number of admissions per day is calculated. So we need to get per day, right? So their admission date. How many visits are there, right? And within that, how many are in which day we have maximum? So let me run the query first. So I'll just use the admission table. Select star from admissions, right? Let's run this. And then what I will do for each admission date, right? So admission date, right? Comma count star as number of visits, right? And group by, I'll explain the question if you are not clear. Just give me 1 second. Order by number of visits. Okay. So if you see on 22, we had the minimum number of visits, only 4, and that is what you are seeing here. Right? Similarly, on a particular day, maximum visit is, if you go to at the top, maximum visit is 30. Right? So on a particular day, on this day, maximum visit happened as 30 and minimum happened as 4. So this is what they are looking for in the output. And what is the average visit, which is basically average of all these numbers. Right? So what we will do, we will maybe create a CT here with CTEs, or you can do a subquery, whatever you are comfortable with. And order wise not required, I just showed you. We can just say select, right, max of number of visits, right? So this is kind of my imaginary table, right, virtual table as max visits. Then I will have minimum as minimum visits, and then we will have to get the average, average of number of visits as average visits. That's it. Okay, great, from CT. So this is my virtual table which I created. Then on top of it, I'm writing my query, and it is an incorrect solution. Okay, so it is saying round to 2 decimal place. So we need to round this average. I'll say round to 2 decimal places. Perfect. Done. So this is good. Great. Next question. You completed also a question of this difficulty. Try to solve skip question or select another difficulty. Great. So we have solved all the medium. Let's move on to the hard ones now. Okay. Great. So this is the first question in the hard category. Okay. Show all the patients group into weight groups, right? So the total number of patients in each weight group. Order the list by weight group descending, right? For example, if the weight 100 to 109, they are placed in 100, right? Weight group 110 to 119 should be 110, and so on and so forth, right? So if you see, so this is the weight group, right? In 140, which means anyone from 140 to 149 will be in this group. Anyone from 130 to 139 will be in this group. Anyone from 120 to 129 will be in this group, right? So this is how we have to solve it, and we need to get the patients in that group. Perfect. So we need the patient table, that is clear. Select star from patients, right? Now let me run this. Now what we need just 2 columns. So let's get those 2 columns, patient ID and weight. Okay, so this is my weight. Now how do I make sure that I create the right group, right? So right group means that I have to round it to 60, right? So if you see weight group, if you see weight group 100 is 100 to 109, right? Somehow I need to make sure that I anything between 60 to 69 I convert it to 60. So this should be converted to 70, right? This should be converted into 100. That will be the group. This will be which group? 5 will be which group? It will be group 0. So there should be a group of 0 is not there. So I think I have, so 110 to 119 is 110, 100 to 109. So there should be a 0 weight group as well, right? Weight is 5. Oh, 0 is there. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so 92 are there. Perfect. Okay, so let's see how we can solve it. Okay, so what trick I will use, right? So what we will do, for example, 76 is there, right? So what I'll do, I'll divide it by 10 first. So I'm just telling you what I'm going to do. So once I divided it by 10, I will get 7.6, right?
Once I get 7.6, I will use a floor function, right? So floor function, what will do? It will round it to the previous integer, right? So if I use floor, 7.6 will become 7. And then I will multiply by 10 and I will get the 76, right? Let's try on another number. So for example, 104, right? So 104 divided by 10, right? How much it will be? 10.4, right? And if I do floor, it will be 10, and then what I will say, multiply by 10, right? So 10 into 10 will be 100, right? So it will be in the 100 group. So this is how groups will be created. So I will say weight divided by 10. This is the first thing we need to do. Then do floor, right? So I will come till here, 7 I will get, and then I will multiply it by 10 as weight group, right? I hope this makes sense. So let me just run this, and let me take weight as well just to show you that it is working or not, right? So if I run this, see 65, weight group is 60, 100, 400, 5 is 0, and this is perfectly working fine. Now what we need to do, we need to get what we need to get. Show the total amount of patient in each weight group. So this is my group, right? And I need to get the count star, right? Patients in group. So first column is this in the output if you see. So let's take it. Number of patients, right? And this is fine, and I need to say group by this calculation, right? So I can just directly use this. Okay, order the list by weight group descending, right? So the weight group which has the highest, no, weight group descending. Okay, so we need to just say, sorry, order by weight group descending, not the number of patient, the weight group itself. Perfect. So this is working absolutely fine. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is show patient ID, weight, height, is obese from the patient table, right? Display is obese as boolean 0 or 1. Obese is defined as, this is the BMI basically, right? Weight in kg divided by height in meter, right? So we already have weight in kg, height in meter, so we don't have to do any conversion as such, right? Weights is in units kg, height is in units centimeter. Perfect. And this is the output, expected output, patient ID, weight, height, and is obese. So if the BMI is greater than or equal to 30, it will be obese, otherwise no. Great. So we don't need any other table, only patient table is enough. And we need patient ID, right? And weight, then height, and is obese. So for is obese, what we need to do, we need to create a new column, right? So I will say weight divided by height, right? Now we need to get the square of height, so I'll just multiply height by height, right? Square of height, and this, right, as BMI, right? So let's see what is there in the output. Okay, so we are getting some BMI, we are getting 0, 0, 0, 0. It is because it is integer divided by integer, right? So integer divided by integer, it is giving me uh, 0, but weight is in units kg, height is in units centimeter, and do they have given us height, weight? This is fine. So I'm assuming that, okay, let's see. So weight is 65, it is kg, right? Height is, okay, this is meter, I think. Okay, sorry, this is centimeter, not meter, right? So I need to convert this to meter first, right? So I need to divide it by 100, I think. So what I will do, divide by 100, right? And divide by 100 here again. I think this should do. Okay. So let's start a bracket here. It is saying height divide by 100 multiply by height divide by 100, right? And this will be in heights is in unit centimeter, right? And but we need in the meter in my definition. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so now I'm getting 65, 76, 106. Okay, again there is some problem. I'm getting weight only, right? Okay, I got the issue. So the problem is height divided by 100 will give me a what it will give me? It will give me a 0 generally, right? If it is less than 100, right? Because integer divided by integer, right? It will give me integer. So if it is 0.65, it will not give me 0.65, it will give me 0. And let's say 100.0 to make it decimal. Again 100.0, right? And now it should work. Still it is not working because we have to get this column, right? But we are getting the BMI value perfectly fine, right? So we will say case when this is greater than 0, then 1, else 0, right? And as is obese, right? And let's run this. Yes, it is still incorrect. So let's see, have we missed anything? Show patient ID, weight, height is obese from the patient table, display is obese as a boolean 0 or 1. Oh, not 0, it is 30, my bad. Greater than or equal to 30. Okay, perfect. So now we got the right answer. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Show patient ID, first name, last name, and attending doctor's specialty. Right? Sorry. So you have the specialty in the doctor's table. Show only the patient who has the diagnosis as this, and the doctor's first name is Lisa. Right? Check patient's admissions and doctor's table for required information. That we know that which table we need to get. You don't have to tell. Okay. Great. So what we will do, we will go back to my patient table, and this time we need to join with, so we have the joins ready. Perfect. Okay, so show patient ID, first name, last name. Patient ID, first name, so let's call it P, and P dot patient ID, P dot first name, and then P dot last name, and attending doctor's specialty. So attending doctor's specialty will come from doctor's table. So D dot specialty, and we have already made join on an attending doctor ID. So we just need to get the column, right? Now we have some filters, right? So we will say where show only patient who has a diagnosis as epilepsy. So we will say where A dot diagnosis, it is coming from admission table, right? Equal to epilepsy, right? And the doctor's first name is Lisa. So we will say D dot first name equal to Lisa, right? That's it. Let's run this. Syntax error near D. Patient inner join D on this where this end. Okay, end is missing. Perfect. So we got the right answer. Okay, great. Next, all patients who have gone through the admissions, right? Basically, patients who are present in admission table can see their medical documents on our site. Perfect. Those patients are given a temporary password after their first admission. Okay, so once they are admitted, they are given a temporary password for their portal. Show the patient ID and the temp password. The password must be the following in order: patient ID, numerical length of patient's last name, year of patient's birth date, right? So they are creating temp password using this mechanism, right? So we have the patient ID, then following by numeric length of patient's last name, right? So for example, this guy, right? So patient ID, so first it will be 468, right? 468 temp password. Then length of patient's last name. So length will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again 8. Then year of patient's birth date. So if this guy was born in, let's say, 2000, 2000. This is how we have to create the temp password, right? So what we will do,
It is saying for all the patients who have gone through admissions can see their this. So we have to join these two tables so that we get only those patients which are admitted, right? Which are not admitted, we are not interested in that. And we need both the tables, right? So let's go. So we will just comment this for now, right? This is not required. And in adjoint patients admissions, right? And in output we need patient id, so we will keep patient id, right? And then we will use concat or we will use pipe operator, that is fine. So first thing is patient id, so we will say p dot uh, patient id, right? Concatenate it with numeric length of patient's last name, so length of last name, right? Let's call it p dot last name. Perfect. Okay. Then year of patient's birth date. So I will say year of birthday. Now in a way you see that we don't need as such admission table, right? Because this patient ID, last name, everything is coming from patient table. But they are saying all patients who have gone through admissions, right? So we are interested only in those patients who have gone through admissions, right? Now there might be one more issue. We will see, right? We will see later if that issue is coming or not. But for now, we will say this as temp password, as temp password, right? That's it, and we'll remove the specialty. Okay, we'll see if there are some issues. Okay, so there is some issue in that, right? So we will see what is the issue. But why we have the dots coming? 110 dot uh, patient ID length of, okay, patient ID 1, length will be whatever length, year of birth date. Uh, Something is not right. So let me take all these columns. We'll see. Birth year of birth date. Okay. Okay. Let's run this. So it is 1 and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Okay. Then 1963 is year of birth date. Why it is 0 and 0 is coming? Mm, why this 00 is coming? I don't know. Let's use concat. Not sure why it is like this. We'll say concat. Let's see if this works. And then year of birth date, right? Let's see. Yeah, now it looks fine, right? 1101963. Okay. Now it is saying incorrect solution, right? I'll tell you why. If you see here in the output, this one is coming two times. Why? It got admitted two times. So when I did inner join with admissions table, right, there are two rows of admissions, so we are seeing two, right? We have to join with admission table, right? Because we need only those patients which have some admission, right? So for example, two is not there in the output, also expected output two is not there, so this is fine. But I don't need duplicate as well. So there are two ways of solving it. One is you do a join and then do distinct, but that is not a great way of doing it. What we will do, I'll just comment it for later use, and I will say where patient id in only those patients which are there in the patient table, right? So I'll just say where select patient id from admissions, right? So this should work. Now we should not see any duplicates. Okay, so this is fine, but I think it is still okay. I don't need all these columns, only the two columns we need. Okay, perfect. So you got the right query. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so next question is each admission cost $50 for patients without insurance and $10 for patient with insurance, right? So this is clear. All patients with an even patient ID have insurance. All patients with even patient ID. Okay, so wherever patient ID is even,
right? For example, 6, 8, they have the insurance, and with odd 3, 7, they don't have insurance. Give each patient a yes if they have insurance and no if they don't have insurance. Add up the admissions total cost for each has insurance group. Okay. So the expected output is has insurance, no, this is the total cost, right? And yes, this is the total cost. Okay, great. So first we need to group patient based on if they have the insurance or not. Okay, so we will say patient ID. Wait, let me remove this and remove this. So we need to create a group. So we'll say case when patient ID, right, modulus 2 equal to 0, then yes, right, because they are saying if it is even then they have the insurance, without insurance, and 10 for patient with insurance. Okay, so for with insurance, yes, right, uh, give each patient a yes if they have the insurance, right, and this is fine. There is even and odd thing. All the patient with an even patient ID has insurance. Okay, so they have the insurance, right, wherever it is even, else no. Okay, perfect. And as has insurance. Okay, and then okay, let me run this. No such column, no. Okay, thanks for telling. Okay, so we have patient ID. One has insurance, no, because this is odd. And if it is even, then yes. Now, what we need to do for each group, we need to get the count of patient. Right. So let me get that. So I'll just say comma count star as count of patient, right, and group by this. You can directly use this case when in group by this. Okay, great. So we have got that in no total these many patient, and in yes we have total, so we have equal number of patient. Now what they are saying, right, that we will have $50 without insurance and $10 for patient with insurance, right? So what we will do, maybe uh, mm, 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 we can maybe have one more column, or yeah, I think we should have a one more column, right? And we will say um so we will say uh, case when, right, case when if it is a has insurance, then what is the cost, total cost 10, right, so I'll say 10. Else it will total cost will be 50, right, and as cost, right, I'll get the cost as well. Now what I need to do, I'm doing group by the group, so I'll just do sum. So for each patient, if it is an even number patient, then 10. If it is odd number patient, then 50. And then we will sum the cost. And this we don't need actually. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, so we are getting no 113250 and yes 22650. Okay, so there is some problem, right? Let's see. Has insurance group. Okay, so some case when patient ID is 0, then 10, right? Okay. Mm, all patient with an even patient ID have insurance. So this looks fine, right? What is the problem here? So when it is 0, then we are saying 10, else we are saying 50 and as cost and group by the group. Okay. So they are saying 127,800 and 25110. So something is, ours is less basically, right? They have little more. So what we missed is Each admission costs 50 for patient without insurance, 10 for patient with insurance. All patients with an even patient ID have insurance. Okay, so if they have insurance, great. Give each patient a yes if they have insurance and no if they don't have insurance. Perfect. Add up the admission total cost for each has insurance group. Okay, cost after insurance. We don't have discharge date. We don't have money anywhere else, right? Yeah. So what is the problem here? Mm, each admission costs 50 for patient without insurance. Oh, I got it. I got it. So the issue is they are saying each admission cost 50. Now what I'm doing, I'm not even checking the admission table, right? Now one patient could have been gone two times, admitted two times. But here when I'm checking patient table, I'm just checking one time, right? That's the problem, right? So you have to understand this. One patient can be admitted two times, so their cost will be twice. So we need to do a inner join with admission table. That's it, right? So we will have two rows for that patient, and everything else will be taken care, right? I think this should work now. Okay, so we need to just say p dot patient ID, p dot patient ID, and then here again p dot patient ID. Perfect. So we got the right answer, right? So these are the tricky things because it is based on admission. So we can have multiple admission for one. Great. Let's see how many questions are remaining quickly. We are at the hard incomplete. I think we have few questions. One, two, three, four, five, six more questions. Okay, let's keep going. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so this question says, show the provinces that has more patients identified as M than F must only show full province name, right? Basically, we have to show those province, right, who has more males than females, right? So what we need is we need patient and province, right? So we need these two tables. So let me remove this and we'll say province names, right? PN and P dot patient ID equal to no province ID equal to PN dot province ID. Okay. So this is fine because we need the name of the province. So we need to join with the province names table. Otherwise, we could have got this information from patient table itself. Now, what I need for each province. So let me take province. Let me remove this for now, and I will say pn dot province names. Right now, in each province, I need how many males are there and how many females are there. Right. So basically, if I just do group by on gender, so let's do that. So what I'll do, I'll remove this, and I will say gender, right? And I will say count star as number of patients, right? And let's do group by this. Perfect. So let me run this. So this is telling me in Alberta there are 18 females and 29 males, right? So Alberta should be there in output, which is there. Perfect. British Columbia is also there, right? This is also there, Manitoba, right? Nova, Ontario, Quebec is not there because in Quebec we have 8 male and 15 female. So this is fine. We can identify like this, but we have to write a query for this. So what we need, if we get two separate columns, one for number of female patients and one for number of male patients, then we can compare easily, right? So what I'll say, maybe I will create a new column. I'll say sum or count, anything you can use. Case when gender equal to F, right? Then 1 else 0 and right as female count. Right? This is a female count. You can
do it using count function as well. In that case, you can take patient ID or even one, but in else you should take null so that count doesn't count nulls. Okay, and similarly, I can just say case when male, then one else zero as male count. So if I run this, there is some syntax error. I'm missing comma. Yeah. Okay. So if you see, total patients are 18, right? Female count is 18 and male count is 0. So what I should do, I should remove gender, right? I should remove gender from here and then we will see. Okay. Because we need at the province level. So if you see for L beta, 47 patient, 18 are female and 29 are male. Right? Now things are simple for me. I can just say with CTEs, right? And select star from CT where male count is greater than female count. And this is what I need. So if I run this, it is still saying incorrect solution because we need just province name column in the output. So we will remove everything else. So we will say take only province name. Okay, perfect. Now our solution is correct. Okay, so this is how you can solve it. Let's move on to the next question. So they have given multiple solution. You can check here as well. Solution 1, solution 2, solution 3. It is just the same thing, right? This condition they have used somewhere in where, some place in some solution it is having. But ultimately you have to write a case when statement and compare. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay. So we are looking for a specific patient, right? Pull all the columns for the patient who matches the following criteria. Okay, first letter contains an R after the first two letters, right? So after first two letters, R should be there. So for example, Chris, right? After first two letter, R is there. So this is qualifying. Identified their gender as F. So gender should be F. So we need all the information from patient table, right? Born in February, May, or December. Okay, this is also fine. Their weight would be between 80 kgs and 80 kgs, 60 or 80. This is also fine. Their patient ID is an odd number. They are from city Kingston. Okay, so I think all the information is there in the patient table. So I'll just take this inner join. We will use it later if required. Okay, so I will just remove everything, right? Let's remove everything. Select star from patients, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's start putting the where condition. So we will say we are looking for first name contains an R after the first two letters. So we will say first name, like, right? Now there should be two letters and after that there should be R. So we will use underscore. Underscore means one letter should be there. Again one more underscore. So two letters should be there and then R, and after that anything can come. Right? So underscore means there should be one character. It can be anything. But there should be one character definitely. Again there should be one more character. Then R. Right? And then percent. So this should work for us. Great. So this is my first condition. Let me run this and see what all we are getting. Okay, so if you see, this is my first name, right? So third character is R, third character is R, third character is R. So I'm getting everyone whose third character is R, right? So this condition looks fine, right? Okay, identify their gender as F. So we'll say and gender equal to F. Perfect. So this is also fine. Now next is born in Feb, May or December. Okay, and month of birth date, right, should be in what? It should be in February, which is 2, or May, which is 5, or December, which is 12. So this is also fine, right? So we are, if you see birth date, it is February, right? December and May. This is also fine. Next is their weight would be between 60 kgs and 80 kgs. So we will say weight between
60 and 80. I hope it is inclusive, right? 60 and 80 boundaries are inclusive. In between, both the boundaries are inclusive, right? So let's run this. So we have these many rows is still. Their patient ID is an odd number. So we know how to get the odd patient ID. Patient ID modulus 2 should be 1, right? To get the odd. They are from the city Kingston and city equal to Kingston. That's it. Let's run this and we have got the one person, right? 1839. Yeah, this is the person. Our solution is correct. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay. Next is show the percent of patients that have M as their gender. Okay. Percentage of patients that has M their gender. Round the answer to the nearest hundredth number and in percent form. Okay. Perfect. So basically, we have to get the male patients, percentage of male patient, right? So if there are, let's say, 100 patients, and if let's say 54 are male, so 54 divided by 100, right? This is what we need. So this is a simple one. I don't think it falls in a hard category. So we will say, let's remove this. We need just gender here, right? And I'll just say X. Okay. So what we will do, we will write case when statement. Case when gender equal to M, right? Then 1, else 0, and as male count, right? And count star will give me overall count as uh, total patient, right? And here I need to get the sum or count. Accordingly you can use, if you are using null, you can use count here, right? So this will give me male count and this will give me total patient count, right? So if I run this, it is saying 2468 and this is 4530. So I just need to do a division. So I will say, I will remove this and say divided by count star, right? As male percent, right? Now if I do this, let's see what will happen. It is giving me 0, right? Because it's an integer division. So I need to maybe multiply it by 1.0 to make it decimal. Now if I see, I'm getting correct. For 54.48 it is. So it is a percentage, so I need to multiply by 100. So I will say 100.0. Right? This is one thing. Now again I need to round it to 2 decimal places. Right? Round the answer to the nearest 100th number and percent form. So I will say round it to 2 decimal places. I think that should do. Yes, it is still incorrect. 54.48. Okay, percent should also be there in my output, right? This percent sign. So I can just concat it. So I will say till here and then concat percent. Okay, let's see. Yeah, now it is correct. 54.48%. Perfect. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, for each day, right? Each admission date they are saying display the total amount of admission on that day, right? Admission day, right? Display the amount changed from the previous date. Okay, so on 6th, right, these many admissions were happen and it is the admission count to change, right? So first day there was no previous day, so it is coming as null. Let's look at next day. It is 9, previous day was 17. 9 minus 17 is minus 8. Again 9 minus 9 is 0. 18 minus 9 is 9, right? So this is what we have to do. Great. Okay, so what we will do first, for each admission date we will get total number of admissions. That is the first thing we have to do. Okay, so what we will do, we need the admission table basically. We don't need anything else. I'll just remove it. Okay, now I will say admission date, right, and count star as total admissions, right, and group by admission date. Perfect. So if you see on 6th, there are 17. On 7th, there are 9, 9, 18. So this we got. Now what we need is, we need previous days count as well here in one more column. If I get previous days count, then I can do total admission minus previous day admissions, right? So for that, we can use lag function, right? So I will do this. Maybe I will create a CT to keep it clean with CT as this, right? And now just imagine this is a new table. CT is a new table. We can work on it, right? So this is my new table now. So what I will say, that lag will give me the previous row. So I will say lag of total admissions, right? I want value of total admissions lag by one row. I want to go to previous row 1, right? Now over, I'm saying order by admission date, right? Order by admission date is, it will order the data by admission date, and then it will get me the previous row. Okay, so I will say as previous day admissions, or just say previous admissions to keep it small. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I'm getting 17 and previous day admissions null because nothing is there. Okay, 9 previous day 17, right? Because it is what it is doing, like it is sorting by admission date and then getting me the previous value. So on 8th, the previous value is 9. On 9th, 8 previous value is 9. So I just have to subtract these two, right? So what I can do, I can do even in this query. So I can say admission date, right? And I will say total admissions minus previous day's admissions as admission day. Okay, I need the total admissions also in the output. Okay, so this is total admissions, then total admissions minus previous day's admissions, right? And this we will call it as what they are calling, we can call anything, count change. Okay, count change. Okay, let's run this. Okay, now we have got the right answer. See, 17 null, 9 minus 8, 9 minus 9, 0, 18 minus 9, 9. So it is working perfectly fine. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, sort the province names in ascending order in such a way that the province Ontario is always on top. This is interesting, right? So what we are saying, that we need to sort by province name. So let's do that first, right? So I'll say select star from, sorry, select star from province names, and here I need the province name. Okay, I will do order by province name again, right? Okay, so I'm getting Alberta, British Columbia, so, right? So here if you see, it is all fine. We need to do in the ascending order of province name, but Ontario should be on top, and after that we need to have the province in ascending order, right? So how to do it? Very interesting question. So what we can do, I will have a one more column. Right? I will say case when, right? Case when province name equal to Ontario. Right? Let me just copy this. Okay. Then one else zero, and as sort column or sort flag, I'll say something. I'll tell you why I'm doing it. Okay. Let me run this. Now if you see, this is my sort flag for Alberta and everything it is 0. Only for Ontario it is 1. Now how it will help? Now just imagine what I can do. I can say sort by sort flag. Right? I will say sort by sort flag. Or maybe what I can do, I will do reverse. I will say 0 and then 1. Okay. So now everything else has sort flag 1 and Ontario has 0. Now I will say sort by sort flag. Okay, so let me create a CT first. Okay, this we don't need for now, right? And I will say select star from CT, right? I'm saying order by sort flag, not province name. Sort flag. Okay,
Order by sort flag. So what will happen? Ontario will come on top. Okay, Ontario is on top. But even after that, I want all of others should be in the ascending order, right? So first preference will be on sort flag, and after that province name. Okay. So if sort flag 0 will be on top, and after that for all of them it is same. So in case of tie, use the province name. Now if I sort it, now it will look fine. So what we will do in the output, we just need the province name. Okay. And that's it. Now it is a correct answer, right? Ontario top and this. You can, what you can also do now, you can just say order by directly here. So you will say, just to reduce your subquery if you want. So I'll just remove everything else, right? We don't need all of this. Let's remove everything. And I will say order by directly. Order by this, right? And then province name. So you can directly put your case when statement in your order by clause. So it will be sorted on this flag first and then province. And this will also work. Right? When I run again after selecting the right, it says this no question selected. Right? So it is fine. Right? So this also works. I think they have also done a same way, see, in the solution. And again, they have written the multiple solution. You can check out. Great. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, we need a breakdown for the total amount of admissions each doctor has started each year. Show the doctor ID, doctor full name, specialty, year, total admissions for that year. Okay, so if you look at the output, right, it is saying we need to break down the total number of admission each doctor has started each year, right? So for each doctor, right, we need to get the specialty. So these two columns we can get from the doctor table. Now for each year, I need total admission, right? And this year is coming from admission date, right? So we need admission table from admission date, right? How many admissions have happened in each year for each doctor. For example, for this Dr. Claude, right? The specialty will remain same among the rows, right? But for 2018, these many total admissions. For 2019, these many, right? So let's start and solve this. So we need two tables in this, right? We need the doctor's table and the admission table. So we will say, we will directly copy this part, not this part. Yeah. Okay, let's remove this and let's take little more space. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to the top. Yeah. So we will say admissions and doctor. Okay, so we will say from admissions, right? And a dot, no, this is just this much. Okay, from admissions a in adjoint d, on a dot attending doctor id is equal to d dot doctor id. So this is perfectly fine. Now what we need, let's pick. So we need from doctor table, I need doctor id, right? Then from doctor table I need doctor name. Doctor name is okay, so I need to create the doctor name. So I will say d dot first name and then concatenate one space and then concatenate d dot last name. Perfect. So this is fine as doctor name. Okay. So this is also done, right? So the doctor ID, doctor full name, specialty. So specialty again coming from this table, right? Doctor table. Next is year total admission. So I just need to get year of admission date, right? Year of admission date as uh, year, as admit year. Sorry, and then count star as total admissions, right? So I will group on all of these things, right, and just do a count. Okay, so we'll remove this alias and specialty year. This is also not required. Aliases are not required in my group statement.
Okay, and there is no sorting as such. Yeah, so you got the right answer, right? So we got the right answer. So CloudWall in 2018 105 admission. So we just had to join doctor and admission table. Great. Let's move on to the next. Done. So we have solved all the questions from medium and hard category. If you want, you can also solve easy questions. There are 20 more easy questions, I think, total 70 questions. You can just check out, right? If you like the video, please like it and let me know how you like. If you have any feedback of this video or for future videos. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.
Today we are going to do a SQL project. This is very interesting project. It is based on the food delivery orders data. We have around 7 to 8 questions, and some of the questions are really good. You will really enjoy the insights that we will get from the SQL questions. We will solve all the questions step by step so that you understand how to approach the problems. Okay, so let's understand the data set and the overall idea of the project, and then we will move on to the questions. So it says Noon launched food in Dubai on 1st of May, and your line manager has asked you to share key performance metrics to gauge the performance of the verticals. All the data of orders is being stored in below table. Kindly use this table to write queries to find insights. Right? The order table contains records of all orders placed on Noon food. So these are the columns: order ID, customer code, placed at, basically the order date time, restaurant ID, cuisine, order status, and promo code name. Now, couple of things about this: that promo code name can be null. So when someone placed an order without a promo code, then it will be null. If the user has applied some promo code, then it will be populated. Second thing is they are saying 1st of May, right? But what I have done, I have changed this data set little bit, and I have started the orders from Jan 1st, right? I'm recording this on March 31st. So we want data from the date of launch till today. So 3 months of data is enough. Otherwise, it would have been a too much data to build, right? So I have manually created the data from 1st of January 2025 to 31st March 2025, right? So we will consider the launch date is 1st of January 2025 instead of May, right? That is the only change. Okay, great. So I hope this is clear. Let me show you the data as well, right? So this is my data. If you look at the data, right, and you can see some of the promo code names are null, right? And we have different cuisine, restaurant ID. I spent a lot of time building this data set. You can get it from the description box, so that we cover all the questions, all the corner cases are covered, right? So make sure you like the videos, because it might look a easy thing, but it takes a lot of effort to build these kind of project and give you real time scenarios. Okay, great. So we will start with our first question. But before going that, I just want to mention that we have built a very cool platform on Namaste SQL. If you want to practice more SQL problems apart from my YouTube channel, you can go to Namaste SQL and go to the coding problems. Right here, we have built so far, if you can see, around 146 problems, right? And these are really good problems asked really in different interviews. Some of them I have built, so you will really love it, right? And the best part is you can solve question in different compilers: MySQL, MS SQL, Postgres, Python, even in PySpark, right? We have all kind of compilers that you can use, solve it, check the discussion people have solved, right? You can check the solution as well here, right? For few latest videos I have to add the video solution, but for most of the videos you will get the video solution as well, right? So I will be adding all the video solutions soon, but for around 100 problems there are already video solutions are available, so you can go here and check the video explanation as well. If you are not able to understand how it works, you can check the solution of each of the compiler there. So it is really good, and it is very cheap compared to the other platforms in the market, right? We have just kept the price very low so that everyone can afford it. So if you can click here, right, you see yearly it is only 4200. So first problem is top three outlets, right? Find top three outlets by cuisine type without using limit and top function. So I don't think we will be using limit and top anyway, but they are mentioned in the question, right? So if you see, we don't have revenue. Now they are saying top three outlets by cuisine type, right? So within each cuisine type, we have to find top three outlets. The only thing we can do here is by number of orders, right? We don't have revenue, sales, order amount, nothing, right? But we have number of orders, that how many orders were placed. So in each cuisine type, right? So for example, in Italian, right, which are the top three restaurants who have the maximum number of orders. In American cuisine, who are the top three restaurants with maximum number of orders, right? So that's how we have to do it. So this is simple, right? This question is not that complex. What we need to do is, we need to at restaurant ID and cuisine label, we have to count number of orders, right? So I will say cuisine, right, restaurant ID, right? At cuisine and restaurant ID, we need to get as number of orders, right? So for each restaurant, we will get how many number of orders, right? So I will just say group by cuisine and restaurant ID, right? Okay, so we got that for American. This is the restaurant ID and this is the number of orders. For American, another restaurant, number of orders. For Italian, this is restaurant ID, number of orders, right? Now in our data set that we have built, let me do order by as well here, just to see in order. Okay, so for American cuisine, we have two restaurants. For Italian, we have two. For Japanese, we have two. For Lebanese, we have two. And for Mexican also, we have two. Right? Now, they are saying top three. In our data set, we don't have so much data, right? So for now, we can just solve top one or top outlets, right? We just have to change our query little bit if I want top three, but it is fine. It doesn't matter much. I just have to say, so I need to get row number, right? Who is the restaurant within each cuisine with highest order should get one, and then second highest two, and then three and four and so on, right? So I'll say with CT as this, right? And select from CT star comma. Let me take some space here, and I will say row number, right, over partition by for each cuisine we want, right? So we will say cuisine order by number of orders in the descending order as Rn, right? From CT order by this. So if I run this, we know that this is the one Rn1, Rn2, right? Let me remove this order by is not required. Okay, so if you see, this is one. So in American cuisine, this restaurant has highest number of orders. This is second highest. Similarly, in Italian, this has highest number of orders, 10, right? 2. So we just have to say select star from this, right? Let's remove it. Let's give an alias where Rn equal to 1. So in each cuisine type, we are getting the top outlet. If we had the more number of outlets in each cuisine, we would have said less than equal to 3, right? So we will get top 3 outlet in each cuisine. For now we have 2, so we will get everything, but hope you understand, it doesn't matter, right? Once we have this rank, we can filter for top 1, top 2, top 3, top 4, top 5, it doesn't matter. The main thing is, at cuisine and restaurant level, we had to get the count of orders, and based on count of orders, we have to generate the rank and partition by cuisine, because in each cuisine we want top restaurants or top outlets. Okay, so in this question there was no need of limit or top function, so it is fine. Great. Let's move on to the question number 2. So question number 2 says, find daily new customer count from the launch date, right? Every day how many new customers we are acquiring. So
We are starting from Jan, right? If you see, we launched on Jan 1st, right? Now we need to find out every day how many new customers we are acquiring. So for example, on Jan 1st, now Jan 1st we launched the outlet. So every customer will be a new customer, right? So this customer is new, right? Now this customer on 1st Jan, right? They are talking about every day. So let me do order by placed at, right? Okay. So if you see on 1st, this is a new customer, right? ABC ending with XYZ. This is also a new customer, right? UFDDN. There is no other customer, right? So on 1st, we acquired two customers, right? Find the daily new customer count from the launch date. Every day, how many new customers we are acquiring, right? So on 1st, we acquired two customers. Let's look at 2nd. On 2nd, if you see, this is a new customer. He has not placed any order before, but this guy has placed offer before. See? So on 2nd, we acquired only one new customer, this guy. This is an existing customer. So we cannot count this, right? So I hope you understood what is the question. Now, how to solve this? Now, if you look at carefully, we are interested in only the first order of each customer, right? For this customer, right? For this customer, second order is of no use. I just want when he placed the first order, and that day I will consider he was acquired, right? So for each customer, I will get the first order or first order date. That also works for me, right? So I will say customer code, comma, minimum of placed at, right? From, sorry, as first order date, right? I'm interested in first order date. When was the first time this customer placed the order, right? So I'll say group by customer code. So for each customer, it will tell me that when was the first order placed, right? And also I don't need time here because I need for every day, right? Every day. So time doesn't matter. So I will just convert it to date. Cast as date. Sorry. Cast as date. Yeah. Okay. So this will give me that, okay, this customer placed first order on this, right? This customer placed first order on this, and let me do order by this first order date. Okay, so on first, right, these two were the customer who placed their first order. On second, there was only one customer who placed their first order. On third, there was only one customer, right, who placed their first order. On fifth, if you see, there are three customers who placed their first order, right? So on fifth, we have three customers. So it is easy now. For each date, we need to just count number of customers. So we will say with CTEs, select from CT group by first order date, right? And first order date, comma, count star as number of new customers. So this will give me for each date how many new customers we acquired, right? Simple. Right, on first we saw there are two customers, on second only one customer we acquired, on fifth we acquired third customer, and so on and so forth, right? So this is how you can solve this question. Instead of minimum, you can also do row number and say rn equal to 1 and get the first order. That also works, right? So it depends on you how you want to solve it, but idea is getting the first order date and then grouping on that first order date and counting the number of new customers. Great. So this is question number 2. It was a good question, I would say. Right, let's move on to the question number 3. So question number 3 is count of all users who were acquired in January 2025 and only placed one order in Jan. Right? It's a tricky question. Count of all users who were acquired in Jan 2025, which means their first order was in Jan 2025, right? And only placed one order in Jan, right? not more than one, and did not place any other order. Right, so there are three things here. First, we need to find customers who were acquired in Jan, which means their first order was in Jan. Second, only placed one order in Jan. So they should have only one order in Jan, not more than that. Right? If there are two orders in Jan, we are not considering that customer. And also they did not place any other order. So they acquired in Jan, placed one order and they are gone. Right? They have not placed any order. They just placed one order in Jan and after that there is no other order in Feb, March or whatever. Right? So this is what the question is. Wait, let's start and see how we can solve it. So what we can do, the first thing is we need to find who were acquired in Jan. So we launched in Jan, there is no previous data, right? So what we can do simply, we can just filter data for Jan. So I will say where month of placed at equal to 1, right? So it will give me Jan data, right? Now if you look at carefully, we have only 1 year of data, 2025, but it is a possibility that we might have more data for multiple years. In that case, we have to specifically say, okay, year should be 2025 because question is specifically for 2025, right? So for this data set, even if you don't put this year filter, it is fine. But ideally, you should put it when someone is talking about Jan and 2025. Right, we also know that this is my launch month, so there is no previous month as such. Great, so this will give me all the orders from January. That is the first thing, right? Now in this data, right, I need to find customers who have placed only one order. So I will say customer code, right? So all the customers who have placed orders were kind of acquired in Jan, right? Because this is my launch month. So I don't have to check that it is their first order or second order. It will be first order only for all of those customers. They can place multiple orders, but at least they have placed one order in Jan, and that's why they are newly acquired customers, right? Because it is a launch month. So I don't have to check if the row number equal to 1, right, for their first order in Jan, right? So it is fine, right? So I'll just check customer code, comma, count star as number of orders, right? And I will say group by customer code. Okay. So if you see, so this customer has placed two orders and some of them have placed one order. This has placed five orders, right? So they are different customers who have placed 5, 3, 1, 2 orders. We are interested on customers who have placed only one order. So I will say having count star equal to 1. Right? These are the customers who have placed only one order in January. 36 customers, right? But there is one more condition. They did not place any other order, right? Now it might be possible some of these customers have placed order in Feb or March, right? Because we have filtered data for January here, right? So we don't have that information that those customers have placed any orders in Feb or March or not. So let's find out those customers first who have placed any orders in Feb and March. So I'll just take this query separately, right? And I will say select star. Let's do select star for now. Let's remove this, right? These are the orders from January. I want all other orders. So one way of doing this is neglect it or reverse it. Do not. Not means all the other orders apart from January 2025. Right. So if I do not, if you see, I'm getting all the way from February and March only. So no orders of January. Right now, whoever customers are coming here, those customers I'm not interested in. Right. So if I say customer code distinct, right, these customers, there are 12 customers, right? These customers I'm sure I'm not interested in because customers should place order only in Jan. These customers have Not sure placed in Jan or not, but definitely they have placed orders in Feb or March or any other month. So I will remove those customers and I will say where and customer code not in these customers, right? Customer code not in these customers who have placed any orders outside, right? So we check there should be one order, but we are also at the same time not interested in customers who have placed orders after January, right? So we are remaining with 32 customers, right? That 32 customers who have placed only one order in Jan and they have not placed any order, right? Without this, what was the count? So if I just remove this, we had 36, right? So there were four more customers which we have filtered out for the last condition, did not place any other order. Okay, great. So this is question number 3. Let's move on. The fourth problem is list all the customers with no orders in last 7 days, right? But were acquired 1 month ago with their first order on promo, right? So that again 2 3 things we have to find out, right? So let me show you. Select a star from orders, right? So if you see, we have to first get 2 things. They are saying that all customers with no order in last 7 days, which means for each customer we have to get the latest order date, right? And that we need to check that if it is in last 7 days or not, right? Also, we need to get the first order date, right? First order date will tell us that first order was 1 month ago or not, right? And third thing, we also need to check that the first order should have been on a promo. It should not be null, right? So these are the 3 things we have to consider and then get the customer names or customer codes, right? So let's start. So what we will do, we will get first for each customer, we will say give me minimum, place that as first order date, right? And we will also get max and we'll say latest order date, right? Order by customer code, sorry, group by customer code. Okay, so for each customer I got the first order date and the latest order date, which is great. Now first order date I can check if it is in last 7 days or not. Awesome. But for this one, right, that latest order is 1 month ago, I can check, but I need to also check that it should be on a promo code, right? So, which means for the first order of each customer, I also need to get the promo code if it is on a promo code or without promo code, right? So, what I will do, I will say with CTEs this select star from CTE, right? And I will again go back on the orders table and I will just tell you how I will get the promo code information, right? So what I will do, this CT, what we have created, I will join this CT with the orders table on customer code and and first order date with the place date, right? If I join that with this, each row of this will be joined with one row only of this because first order date is this. There cannot be two orders for a customer on this first order date, right? And for that, I will get the promo code, and then I will check if that promo code is null or not, right? So I will join back these two tables. So I will say inner join CT and orders table on, let's remove this semicolon, on CT dot customer code equal to orders dot customer code, right? And CT dot first order date equal to orders dot place date, right? And what I will get here, I will get everything from CT, and from orders table I just need the promo code name. That's it, right? So now I have all the information to apply the filter conditions, right? For first order date, or let's rename it as first order promo, right? On first order, customer applied promo or not, right? So if it will be null or it will be populated based on user has applied or not. Now let's start putting the where clause for all the conditions given in the question. So it is first is all the customers with no order in the last 7 days. So I will say where latest order date, right, should be less than, right, date add, I will add 7 days. So day 7 in get date, right? So if you see, I think it has to be days, I guess so. Select, I think day should work. Let's see what date it will give. Okay, so I'm recording this on uh, -7, right? We need to go back by 7 days. Yeah, I'm recording this on 31st March, and if you go back 7 days, it is 24th March. So what I want, the latest order date should be less than this date. There shouldn't be any orders in last 7 days, right? So last 7 means 24th, right? The latest order date should be before this, right? This is how we will solve this question. I mean, first where condition, right? So if I just remove this, right, it will give me all the customers, right? We have now 42 rows. Without this condition, how many rows were there? 47 rows, right? So there were 5 customers who had placed orders in last 7 days. We are not interested in them at all, right? So this is my first condition, right? But were acquired 1 month ago with their first order on promo, which means the first order date and first order date should be less than a month ago, right? Okay, so their first order when they were acquired should be 1 month ago. So this is the second condition, right? But this should be on a promo. So we will say and first order promo, right? I think we have just renamed it here, so we will have to use this promo code name is not null, right? So we are interested in only those customers whose latest order is not in last 7 days. They were acquired 1 month ago, and their first order, right, should be on a promo. So promo code should not be null, right? With that, we will get list of all the customers. So these are the 24 customers out of whatever customers we have which are satisfying all these conditions, right? Very, very nice question, right? It will check your logical ability to dissect the question and go step by step, right? Great. For all of these questions, if you have a better solution, let me know in the comments. Great. Let's move on to the question number 5. So the question number 5 says, growth team is planning to create a trigger that will target customers after their every third order, right? Every third order. Focus on this. Every third order, not just third order. Every third order means third, sixth, ninth, 12th. With a personalized communication, and they have asked you to create a query for this, right? So what they want to do, whenever a customer plays a third order every time, I mean third order, sixth order, every third order, right? They want to send a communication for whatever promotion or whatever they want to do. We don't know, but they want to do something, some personalized communication, right? So we need to create a query so that they get those customers and they send the communication. So let's see how we can solve this. So every third order of each customer. So what I will do to get the order number, I will say row number over partition by Let me just select star from orders. Okay, so now we have the list partition by customer code, right? For each customer, order by placed at, right? As order number count or order number, it is fine. So let's see what it will give me. Okay, so if you see for customer XYZ, whatever this customer is, this is his first order and then second order. For this customer, you see there are three orders total. So this is first, second, third. So this will not get any communication, but this customer will get a communication after third order, right? Let's see if we have more customers. This customer will also get the communication after the third order, right? He has placed three orders. Great. Now, if you see this customer, right? Customer multi-casing, whatever customer code it is, right? It has six orders. So he will get communication at after order number three as well as six, right? And so on, right? This is how we have to solve it. Great. So first thing is there are two things. First thing is we need to get the multiple of three. All the rows from this table where order number is multiple of 3, 3, 6, 9, whatever. So we will say with CTE as this, right? Select star from CTE where Rn modulus 3 equal to 0, right? If it is multiple of 3, we will get it. Not Rn, it is order number, right? So 3, 6, 9, those we will get. But there is more to it, not just that. Okay, so we got, see, this customer has two times, right? This customer, right? It has two rows, and again this customer also has two rows, right? Because 3 and 6, there are six orders. Now this query is fine, but imagine, right, if you are creating a job which will pick the customers and send the communication. So every time you send this, every time these customers will be getting the communication, which is not right, right? So today when I am checking, I will check, okay, which customers have placed third order and pick them, right? Or which customer has placed their sixth order and pick them. We don't want to send communication again and again and again. If I just give this query to business, right, they will be keep sending communication again and again and again. So we are assuming that they are running this query every day, maybe end of the day, right? Before 12 o'clock. And they are sending the communication. Or maybe every 1 hour they are running this query and they want to see, okay, which customers have played their third order or sixth order, right? This is what we will assume. So what we will do, we will say, okay, get me all the customers with the multiple of 3 and the place that, right, should be today's date, so that I only pick those customers who have placed today, right? They are third order or sixth order or whatever, right? So what I will do, I will say and placed at equal to get date, right? Now this is both a timestamp, so this will again create a problem. So I will say cast as date, right? And again cast as date, right? Now when end of the day we are running this query, right, we will get only those customers who have reached their third or sixth or ninth order today only, right? Past one we will not consider, only the customers which have reached that milestone today. So today is 31st March, so which means this customer should qualify, right? And this customer also should qualify, right? So if I run this, now this query they can run every day, right? Every day, end of the day, they can run. If they are running next day and want to get customer from previous day, then maybe we can get date -1, right? We want to check for previous date. So based on the requirement, we can modify this query, but basically this query is dynamic enough so that you don't send the communication again and again to the same customer. Okay, great. So this is my question number 5. I think we have 2 or 3 more to go. Great. If you are till here, I hope you are enjoying it. Okay. List customer who placed more than one order and all their orders on a promo only, right? Like many of the Indians, when we order food from Zomato, Swiggy, we only order food when there is some promo code Otherwise we don't order, right? So we want to find those customers who have more than one order, because only one order it doesn't make sense, but at least more than one order, and all of the orders are on promo only, right? So let's see how we can solve this question. Okay, so first thing is we need to get the number of orders for each customer, right? So make sure that there are more than one order. So we will say select customer code, group by customer code, comma, count star as number of orders, right? So this will give me how many number of orders are placed. I also need to check how many orders are on promo, right? It is saying all the orders on a promo only. So at the same time, we can also check how many orders are on promo. So this will give me all the orders. But if I say count of promo code name as promo orders, right? Because when you say count of column name, it doesn't count null, right? So only if promo code is applied, then only it will count. So for each customer, this will give me total number of orders, and this will call me orders where promo was applied, right? Great. So total number of orders, 2, promo orders is 1. This customer, if you see, this will qualify because 2 orders and both on promo, right? This one is not applicable anyway. The customer should have at least 2 orders, right? Let's see if we have any other customer like this. So we have this customer as well, 3. All their orders on promo only. So he buys only when there is some promo, right? Great. I think you got it already how to solve it. So you have to just say having count star greater than 1, which means there should be more than one order. And total number of orders should be equal to total number of promo orders, right? These are all aggregated functions and we are applying filter on this. So we are using having clause. You can create a CT and then use the where clause as well. It's up to you. Sorry. If you see, 2. So these are the 2 customers who always place orders on promo only and they have at least 2 orders placed. Great. So this was question number 6. Let's move on to the question number 7. It says what percent of customers were organically acquired in Jan 2025? What is organically acquired? Place their first order without promo code. So the customers who placed their first order without a promo code were organically acquired. And what is the percentage of those customers compared to the all customers which we acquired in January? So again, January is our launch month. So we just need to check how many customers were there in January. Okay, great. So what we will do, we will just put a filter first where month placed at equal to 1. You can put a year filter as well. I'm not putting it for now, but you understand why we need the year filter. Okay. So what percent of customers were organically acquired in Jan 2025, right? Place their first order without promo code. So we need to get the first order for each customer as well, right? So I will say row number over partition by customer code order by placed at as rn, right? And we'll say with CTE as this. Okay, now if I need to get all the customers whose first order is without a promo code, so I will say select star from CT where rn equal to 1, which means it is their first order, right? And promo code name is null, right? This will give me all the customers whose first order was not on promo, right? So these are 18 rows, or maybe if we do distinct of customer code, we will get 18 only, right? It is only the first order. So there are total 18 customers, right? Sorry. And how many customers we acquired in January, we can just do count of distinct. So instead of where clause, what we will say? We will say count case when I will take this condition rn equal to 1 and promo code is null, then customer code. Then I will take customer code from CT, else null, and I will take count of this, right? Divided by count of distinct customer code, right? So this will give me all the customers that we acquired in January, right? Because we have put a filter of January already, and this is my launch month, so there is no previous month. I can just say count of these are the all the customers I acquired in January. Out of those, these are the customers whose first order, right, whose first order was not on promo code, right? So this will give me the percentage. So I will just say 100.0. I'll just multiply by 100 to get the percentage, and dot 0 because integer divided by integer will be 0. So this should give me, and I don't need this now, right? This where filter we don't need, otherwise it will filter these customers as well. Okay, so this is around 43.9%, right? So 43.9% customers were organically acquired in January 25 who placed their first order without a promo. Okay, great. I think that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the comment section if you really enjoyed it and if you have any other solutions. Thanks for watching till here, and I will put the link of coding problems on Namaste SQL in the description box as well as the pinned comment. Do check this out. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.
So you might have Python already in your system, right? So you can check. So you can go to CMD and say Python hyphen version. So it is saying 3.11, right? Anything above 3.10 is fine. So if you already have, you can skip this step of installing Python. You can directly install this Visual Studio, right? It is a simple step. Just download it from here. For Mac or Windows, it is very simple, right? Download it from here and install it. Just default setting, nothing much. You don't have to do any settings, just default settings, right? Once you do that, you will have this Visual Studio window open, right? Here you will have option, when you open for the first time, you will have option to open folder, open file. So you can just create a folder and open that. So I'll show you how. So for example, let me create a folder here. Let's say this is my folder, right? Or let me delete it. I will create a new folder. I'll say new folder, first day. Let's say this is my folder, right? And I want to keep all my Python files here. So you go here, file, and you say open folder, right? And you say first day. Select folder, and it will open that folder. Now within this folder, you can just click new file. So you will see new file here. You can click here as well. Anything is fine. Give it a name. Let's say I'm saying main.py or first file.py. Anything is fine. So this file is open, right? And then we can start typing here. We can write our program, right? Let's say print hi, and then we have this button here, right? And you can run it. So it will show you at the bottom hi is printed, right? So this is simple. Setup is very simple, Python. If you want to use any other ID, and this is Visual Studio, right? There are many ID, PyCharm, Spider, Notebook, anything, whatever you want to use it. Doesn't matter much, right? I'm using this. But if you have any other preference, it is absolutely fine. Python doesn't change. It is just the interface will change, right? Second thing is you go to extensions and install this Python extension, right? So you can just search extension Python. It is already installed for me. You can just search Python and install the Python extension, this one, right? So it is already installed for me. So what will happen if you install it? You will see all the highlighting suggestions, right? So everything you will see. Otherwise, it will be difficult to remember the syntax and all. With this, you will have a better learning experience. Okay. Great. So let me open my folder, which I will be working on. So I will say open folder, and this is learn Python folder I will be working on. Select folder. Great. So whatever files are there already. So if I go back here, this is my learn Python. So whatever files are there will be visible here as well. See examples.py, main.py. So this is how you can set up. This is all you need to get started. Later, when we learn pandas, we will switch to notebook because the learning experience will be better for pandas. But for the core concept, this is good enough. Okay, great. Okay, so before even we learn about Python, let's understand what is programming language, right? So a programming language is a formal language used to communicate instructions to a computer, right? These instructions tell computer what to do, such as performing calculations, processing data, or interacting with hardware, right? So human to human, I can talk in English, Hindi, or other languages, right? These languages computer doesn't understand, right? So for that we have three different kind of programming languages, right, at different levels. First is high level language. It is the language which is human readable. This is the language that I and you will write, right? So for example, simple printf, right? If I go here, right, and I will write print, I'll teach you all of this, don't worry. Welcome to Python Bootcamp. Right now, this is human readable, right? You can read still that this is a print, and this is something we want to print, and I can run it, right? So this is human readable, high level language, right? So this is my high level language, right? Now, this language again computers doesn't understand, right? This is for our convenience that we can write program, right? Computer understands machine level language in 0101 binary form, right? Then there is a assembly low level language. So this is a high level language, and that assembly language is a low level language, right? So what happens is this language is platform independent, right? So this Windows can also understand, Mac can also understand, and Linux can also understand, right? So when you write a Python program, it gets converted into low language first, and then it is converted to machine language, which is binary language, right? So these are three kind of language. Everything you write here ultimately gets converted into low level language, right? I can show you as well. So for example, I have written something here. So I've written some program here, right? And I'm saying this module is there. Don't worry how it is happening. I just want to show you. So I'm saying this dot this example, right? And I'll just show you quickly. So if you see some kind of is there, zero resume, to load constant, store fast. This is not very user friendly language to write, right? If you see, it is not so easy. What it is written, we are not able to understand easily. Internally, Python interpreter convert your this program, simple program, to low level language. Right? This is your low level language, and then this will be converted to machine language, which will be binary. So this is how the program is. Ultimately, your CPU will read this program, right, and run your code accordingly. Great. So this is my flow Python code, which is high level. So Python is high level language, or Java or C. All of these are high level language, right? And then we have, so in Python, what happens? It converts it to low level Python bytecode, right? And this is platform independent. That's why same program can run on Mac, can run on Linux, and can run on Windows. Whatever Python program will run are platform independent because they are first converted to bytecode, low level language, which is platform independent. Then machine code, zero and ones, and then CPU will execute your program, right? So this is how the overall flow is, right? Your code, then Python interpreter will do all the work, and then it will be converted to machine code, and machine will execute, right? Now let's quickly understand what happens when you run a program, right? Just you should have some idea what happens. You don't have to deep dive much. You should have a high level idea what happens when you run a program. So you write a simple program, print hello world, right? Python interpreter converts it to a bytecode, right? An intermediate low level form. Bytecode is not machine code yet. As I said, it is not a machine code. Machine code will be 0101. This is something like this, right?
but it's closer than Python. It's a platform independent and runs on Python virtual machine. So there's a Python virtual machine in the Python, and it will run on that. Right. So for example, this right similar kind of code we are seeing here as well. Right. Load fast, call, pop, load constant, all of these things. Right. The Python virtual machine executes the bytecode under the hood. A Python virtual machine uses a mix of C code and system level instruction. This eventually gets translated into machine code that the CPU understands. Right. So this is how everything is happening. Your code, then Python interpreter is doing all the work. You don't have to worry about what it does, how it does. You just have to know that it does something, right? And then it will create the machine code and it will execute, right? So this is typically any high level language works, not just Python. Any high level language, Java, C, Scala, Python, they works in a similar fashion. You give some instruction in high level language, it will convert it to low level language, and then ultimately the machine. Great. So this is about programming languages in general. Now talk about Python. So this definition is very important. Python is a high-level interpreted general purpose programming language known for its simplicity and dynamic typing. So each keyword we will understand one by one. So high level you understand now, right? That it is a high level language. And then it gets converted into low level language and machine level language later. Right? Let's park this for now. Third thing is general purpose programming language, right? So again, it is a very versatile language. General purpose language, as I said, it is used in different domains, right? Gaming, machine learning, data science, data engineering, data analysis, everywhere it is used. So this is a general purpose language. Another thing is it is known for simplicity. So this, if you have learned any other programming language, even if you have not, it is fine. But I'm telling you, it is very simple. Syntax is very simple, very close to English-like syntax, right? You don't have to worry how to remember the syntax. If you write some Python code, do some practice, you will remember easily, right? Even if you don't remember, we have lots of resources nowadays on internet. You can just get the syntax, but I think it is very easy, right? Even if I don't work 1 or 2 months on Python, if I start working on it, I don't feel like that I don't remember the syntax. It is very easy, right? Great. Now, two things we have to discuss here: interpreted and dynamic. This dynamic typing we will discuss after some time. We have to learn about variables. But let's talk about interpreted language. Okay. So there are two kinds of language, right? One is compile type language and one is interpreted language. An interpreted language is a programming language where code is executed line by line by an interpreter at runtime without being compiled into machine code ahead of the time. If you have worked on C or Java, so what you have to do? You have to write a program. Let's say I'm saying A equal to 2, print A, or let's say print Ankit, right? And let me say print A. Don't worry if you don't understand this program, what is A, what is print. I'm just telling you. So what happens in a compiled in a compiled mm, this is the interpreted language, right? In the compile time language, what happens? You have to first compile this code completely, right? So it will check if there is any error or not, and it will throw an error, right? So full file will be compiled, converted into machine code in backend, and then when you run it, it will run, right? So it will be compiled full file, this main.py. If you have 100 lines of code, everything will be compiled together. If there is any error, it will tell you error, compile time error, and you can see it, right? But here it is an interpreter language, which means it runs one by one, line by line. So first line will run. Even if you have some problem here, it doesn't care, right? Let's say I'm saying print B. Now B is not a variable. I have not defined, right? It is a that VS code is telling me it has the intelligence that B is not defined. But when I run it, right? When I run it, it will go to the first line, then second line. It will execute the first line, give me the output, go to the second line, third line, print A, print Ankit. It will do everything. And when it comes here, it will identify, oh, B is not there, right? So it is a
interpreted language, right? An interpreted language is a programming language where code is executed line by line by an interpreter or at runtime without being compiled into machine code ahead of, right? So if I run this, so if you see, this is printed. Welcome to Python Bootcamp. 2 is printed. Ankit is printed, right? Till here, everything is printed. Now it is saying B is not there. Name B is not defined. Right? I defined A here, so no error. It means it is an interpreted language, runs line by line, right? If you have worked on C, C++, Java, you will know that you have to compile the code first, and then if there is any error, uh, it will show the error. If compilation is successful, then only you can run it. Okay, so this is clear that it is an interpreted language, right? Great. Each line is read, executed, and then discarded rather than compiled all at once. Great. So we will come to the last part later, dynamic typing, after covering the variables, right? So let's see what is the variable. Now, variable is a very fundamental thing in any programming language, right? So variable holds the value, right? As we say that uh, a name is variable, right? So its value can vary, right? Anything you do goes into a variable first. So for example, when you sign up on namastesql.com, you enter your email ID, you enter your password. So that email ID and password goes into a variable, and then we check those variable values are correct or not, right? So anything that you want to hold in a programming language will be in a variable. Right? A variable in Python is a name that refers to a value stored in memory. It's like a label you stick on a box to remember what's inside. Right? So what happens? When you create a variable, it is ultimately getting stored in your RAM, right? So it doesn't store in your hard disk because it will be very slow then. It has to read from the hard disk. So it will be in your RAM. RAM is your memory, random access memory. Like when you buy a phone, it will be 8 GB or 16 GB. Or in your system also, it will be 8 GB, 16 GB, 32 GB, 128 GB, right? So that is your RAM. And these variables are stored in RAM, right? So just imagine this is your, let me just make it full. Okay. So let's imagine this is your, sorry, this is your RAM, right? And it has some blocks or whatever, right? Now you define a variable x equal to 10, right? You can see x is equal to 10. So what will happen? This 10 value will be stored somewhere in your RAM, right? And this x variable will be pointing to it. Okay. It's like a label you stick on a box to remember what's inside, right? So when you say x equal to 10, right? 10 will be stored in your RAM and there will be a label. Okay, X has the value 10. Right? So this is how it will be stored in your RAM. Sorry, my handwriting is not that good and I'm not very familiar with this, so that's fine. Okay, so let's see this in action. So what we will do, uh, let's go back and I will go here and just like this, I said A equal to 2, right? So A is a variable and it holds a value 2. So when I print A, right, we'll talk about print also. Anything you want to print on console, you have to put it inside print. That is all you should know for now. Right? So I will say print A and it will print value of A. Right? Now it will be somewhere inside your RAM. So you can even check where it is, the address of your RAM, it will show you. So if you say ID of A to execute, it is giving you some physical address in your RAM. Right? So this is a physical address of your RAM. So that we understand that this value 2 is stored in this location in your RAM, right? And this variable, and there is a label to it that we have put this value 2, we have put a label A, right? So in my programming language, I can refer to A. I don't have to say, okay, go to this address and get me the value. It doesn't look human readable or simple, right? So that is also the variable. If you want to store anything, you can store, right? Let me do one more, b equal to 3, right? And I will put in the address of b as well. So we have a equal to 2, b equal to 3. Let's print it. Okay. If you want to clear the console, you can just say clear. It will clear it, right? Let me increase it a little bit and I will execute again. So if you see, it says welcome to Python Bootcamp, which is fine. You see, this is the different address and this is a different address, right? Ending with 464, this is ending with 496. So this is your physical address in your RAM. You don't have to understand. You can't understand what this represent, but this is a physical address basically in your computer, in your RAM, right? And this A is present in this address and B is present in this address. Now, one interesting thing I will do, what I will do, I will say b equal to 2. So a value is also 2, b value is also 2. Now just think about it. Will we get the different address or not? Maybe you can put in the chat box, right? So let's see. I'll just execute it. Let me clear it one more time. Okay. And this time if you see, the address is same. See, exactly same. Right? So it is smart, right? Python is smart. What it will do, it will not store two times. Right? It will just store one time on this physical address, and both these labels A and B will be pointing to that. Right? Why to store two times? Right? Why to unnecessarily waste the RAM? It will just store one time in your RAM, right? And then A will also be pointing to that address, and B will also be pointing to that address. Right? So this is how your variables are stored. Right? You don't have to do much R&D on this, how this address is coming. You should just understand that this is stored in RAM. And if you assign same value to two variables, they will be pointing to the same address in your RAM. That is all you should know. Great. Okay. So now when we talk about um, variables, right? Now variables are case sensitive, which means A is different and capital A is different. So if I say capital A equal to 2 or 3, right? And if I say print A and print A, right? Let me remove the ID for now, right? So they are case sensitive. So if I run this is 2, this is 3. It is not overwriting it, right? Small a values 2, capital A is 3, and they are case sensitive. Right? So you have to be careful. Generally, no one uses the capital letters in programming language. You will always use the lower characters. That is the best practice, right? Always use variables with the lower characters. Okay, great. So this is your case sensitivity. Now also the variable names. You generally put proper name. So for example, if you want to put a name in your variable, you will say name. You will not put something A equal to Ankit. I mean, you can do it, but it is again not a good practice. Later when you are coming back, you won't know what is A, what is B. If I write a name, I will know anywhere it is referred in my program because your program can be 100, 200, 500 lines of code. If you put some random name of your variable, then you won't be able to understand your program. So put some proper name, name equal to one. Now you cannot, there are some naming convention, right? So generally a letter or underscore, not a number. So if you say one Ankit, right, it is giving you error. Right. Statements must be separated by new lines or semicolons. Name literal. So if I just run this, it is giving me error. Right. So your variable name cannot start with a number. Right. It has to start with the alphabet or underscore. Underscore is also fine. Underscore is also fine. There is no error. And there are some other naming convention. You can just put it on the Google. But generally, you will start with underscore or with the alphabet. Right. There are some other restriction as well. You can read about it. But remember, don't start them with a number, one or two or anything. If you do, it will give you error. It doesn't work. 95% of the time, you will have alphabet starting with the alphabet. Okay, so this is about how you name your variables. Right? These are case sensitive. Must start with a letter or underscore, not a number. Right? And we'll talk about this. Right? Okay. So when I'm storing a value in a variable, right? So in name I stored Ankit. Now let's say another number, age. Let's say age is 35, right? So now again one more thing. When I declare a variable and give a name, right? I can just say this. This is fine. But generally, if you put a space before equal to and after equal to, it looks very clean. So this is a general practice in industry. You can do this. It will not give any error, but it is always a good practice to give a space before equal to and after equal to. Okay. Now this variable can store different kind of values. So for example, it can hold a string. So this is a string, right? Ankit. This is a number, right? So there are four kinds of data types that it can hold. Right? First is string, then number, and let's say marks, let's say 9.2, right? So this is a decimal number. And then Boolean value, right? So let's say is male. Let's say there is a variable is male, right? And I will say true, right? So T should be capital. If T is not capital, then again it will give you error. So what it is doing, it is trying to find if there is a variable with name true, right? If I say true equal to 12, right? So it will work, right? True value is 12, right? It is just a variable if you don't give capital T. When you give capital T, then it becomes a Boolean value, true, false, right? So you can say true or you can say false. Again, in false, it should be a F capital, right? So these are four kind of data types, right? You can also check the type of data type of your variable. So you will say type of name. So I want to know what is the data type of variable name, and you can print it. Okay. Now for now, I will comment it. Now again, if you want to comment the code, right? Many times you want to give description, we want to put comment, you can say hash. So this code, this is kind of comment. Now when I run this file, this code will not execute because this is just a comment, right? Generally, people, it is a good practice to give comments. So for example, if I'm declare some variable, I can say declaring variables, right? So this anyone can see it, right? This is a simple example, but if you have some complex logic, you want to write some comments, right? Okay, so I have declaring variables, I have commented this, and if you want to comment multiple lines, right? So you can just select all the lines and say control forward slash. So it will comment all the lines together. You don't have to do one by one by one. If you press again control forward slash, the comment will go. Right. So if you want to comment multiple lines together, select all the lines and control forward slash. Great. Okay. So let's print type of name. I have not printed anything. I have just declared this. Right. It will not print everything. It will just print type of name. Right. So let me clear it. Right. So this is your terminal. All the output you are seeing here. And let me just run this. So if it is saying class string, right? Now in Python, everything is object, right? We will talk about objects and classes later, right? So it says this is a object, name is a object of class string, right? Now for now you will not understand what is object, what is class. So that's okay. We will discuss about it later. But for now, you have to understand the data type of name variable is string, right? If I just say data type of age, right? You see it is int, right? Again, age is an object of class int, right? But for now, you understand the data type of variable age is 35, right? Let me see marks. For marks, it will say float, right? It can contain floating values, 3.2, 9.1, whatever. And then in the last, we have this, right? So it is saying bool. So this is a Boolean value. It can hold true, false, right? So these are four kinds of data types in Python, right? So let's look at the nodes. So these are the four, right? Integer, it can hold whole numbers. It can have negative value as well. I can say minus 35 and still it will be a integer only, right? I'm going back in time. My age is negative now and it is in, right? Then we have float, right? Then we have string and boolean. Now about string, one more thing is in Python, when you declare a string, it should be within quotes, right? For example, I have put in double quotes. Right? You can also have the single quotes. Both works in Python, right? That is very interesting thing. Let's say surname. I am saying surname, and let's say Bansal, and I can put in single quotes. Both works in Python. You can put single quotes or you can put double quotes.
both will be considered as string only, right? So if I just print surname, it's saying class string, right? So you can put your string variables in double quotes or single quotes, right? If you don't put in quotes, then it will think that there is a variable, right? So for example, if I say uh, Bansal equal to, or let me put small Bansal, Bansal equal to Bansal, right? I'm just declaring a variable, right? Now I can assign this variable back here. So I don't have to put quotes, right? Now when I say capital B, it is saying this variable is not defined, right? Because when it is in quotes, then it will be treated as a string. If it is not in quotes, then it will think, okay, there should be a variable called Bansal, right? So if I change it to small b, now it is fine. Now what will happen? It will assign Bansal value, whatever is there in Bansal, to surname. So Bansal is also a string now, and surname is also a string now. If I say again, it is a string. And if I print just surname, it will have Bansal with capital B. You see, Bansal is there, right? Let me run it again. You see, Bansal is there, right? So make sure if you want to pass a string, it is in single quotes or double quotes. Great. So this is about your data types. It can hold data structure also. Your variables can hold everything, right? We'll talk about them later when we move to data structure. For now, these are variables of four data types, and where it can hold all those four types. Great. Now let's talk about dynamically typed language. This is the last thing in the definition that we have not discussed, dynamic typing, right? Again, if you have worked on C, Java, or any other language, right, you have to declare the variable first. In those languages, it will be something like this. So you will say int a, it will not work in Python. I'm just showing you. And then you will say a equal to 2, right? So you have to declare the variable first, that what is the data type of A, that what kind of data it can store. So if you say int A, then you can only store integer values, right? If I declare int A and say Ankit, it will throw me error. Not in Python, in other languages, right? Because those are statically typed, right? So dynamically typed and statically typed. So if you say a dynamic type means that the type of a variable is determined at runtime, not when you write the code. In Python, you don't have to declare the data type of a variable. Python figures it out automatically when the code runs. Right? So there are two kinds of languages. One is dynamically typing, that is Python, and then static typing, C, Java. Right? Type declaration, not needed. Here, you have to tell, okay, this is an int type, string type, or Boolean type before only, and then you assign the values. Type checked at runtime, and this is compile, right? So when your code compile, that time only it will check, right? Here it will check the data type when you run. Flexible, yes, this is flexible. I'll show you how. And this is not, right? An example is x is equal to 10, and here you are saying int x equal to 10, right? Now, when I say flexible means, so this you understand that in other languages you have to declare the variable and then assign the value. Now here, let's say I assigned uh, is male equal to false, right? Later I'm saying is male equal to Nachiket, right? So now first it has the Boolean value, and now it has the string value, right? So we can store any value at runtime, it will just over that. So if I just print, let me print type of is male. So at this point, this will be Boolean, right? At this point, it will change to string. So let me show you. See, first it is printing Boolean because when it comes to this line, it runs line by line, right? So at this point, Ismail is Boolean. So it is saying, okay, the type of this data type is Boolean. Then I assigned the value Nachiket. So internally Python reassigned this value and changed the data type also to string. Right? So this is flexible. If you are declaring int x equal to 10 in Java or C, you cannot store anything else. You cannot store Nachiket, you cannot store string value or Boolean value or decimal value, right? So it is strict, right?
It is strict, but this is flexible. Right? So this is your last thing. Now read again the Python definition, and it will be now everything will be clear. Right? Python is a high level interpreted general purpose programming language known for its simplicity and dynamic type. Now I hope you understand each and every word of this definition. Right? It is very important that you are clear with fundamentals, right? Because the more you apply for product based companies or other companies, they will check your fundamentals. They will not ask you hi-fi things, very simple things they will ask. And most of the people, remember, they don't know the fundamentals, right? So if you can double down on your fundamentals, you are already ahead of 99% of the people. Great. Now let's focus on print statement, right? We have been talking about print statement, right? We are using print, 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 but let's focus a little bit more. So I'll just remove everything, right? These are simple things. You don't need these notes. Wherever there's some thing that I need to share notes, I will share notes. There's nothing here. You can just practice yourself. I'll remove it. And let's do this. Okay. Now let's say I have this uh, age equal to let's say 35. Okay. Now let's say I want to print something meaningful. So far we were just printing Ankit or 35. It doesn't make much meaning, right? So I want to print something like this. I want to print this. My name is Ankit and I am 35-year old. This is what I want to print. Now, but I don't want to hard code this. See, if I want to hard code this, I can just say print, and within print, I can pass this string. So it will pass this string. This will print this string. Right? It's as simple as that. See, my name is Ankit and I'm 35 years old. Right? So it is printing this. So whatever you give in within double quotes, it will just print it. I want to print dynamically, which means I want to take name and age from these variables. Tomorrow, if I change this, it should reflect here. I don't have to change this print statement again and again. Right? So there are different ways of doing it. One is you give comma separated values. So I will say my name is, right, comma. Now I will say put name here. So it will put my name, comma, right? After name, what we need? My name is Ankit, again, comma, again one string. Again, close this, and again instead of 35, I want to put age, right? And then double quotes again. So what I'm saying, print my name is, and then after comma, this whatever argument I have to pass should be a variable just. So my name is, it will take Ankit, and I am 35 years old. Let me run this. So if you see, my name is Ankit, I am 35 years old. Right. So what is happening is now it is taking the variable value. Right. So if I change it to let's say 37, it will take 37. Right. My name is Ankit and I'm 37 years old. Right. So if you pass a string, you put in double quotes, comma, in between you want a variable value, put this, then again comma, then again you want to put a string, right? Whatever you want to put, you can put, right? And it will take these variable names from above, wherever you have declared. If you have not declared, then it will give you error, right? So if I just comment it, it is saying variable not declared, right? Name is not defined. Right? So I think this pylines is giving me maybe a pylines extension you can install. You can try with Python first. If that's not working for you, then pylines you can install extension. Okay. So this is one way of writing. There is another way which is format strings. Right. So in format string, what you have to do, you have to put F here, right? And you don't have to put so many commas and all. Right. So what you have to do is you will say my name is and put it in curly brackets. My name is name and I'm 35 years old and will take age. Okay. So this is another way of printing. So this is you have to put F in front, which is format string, right? And within this, I have just single double quotes starting and ending. right? And then I'm saying my name is, and then by putting it into this curly braces, I'm telling this is a variable. And it is showing also literal Ankit, right? And I'm again within curly braces, I'm saying another variable age. Right? Again, if you say name one, it will say it is not defined, right? Name one is not defined. Right? So it is expecting a variable here. Again, if I just print it, it will print the same. You see, my name is Ankit and I am 37 years old. Same thing. Right? Now there is one more way. Generally, people have habit of this, right? Because this is older as well, and this is a good habit also. Here you have to put multiple commas. Here you are like writing a string properly, right? Whatever you need, and wherever you need to put variable, you can put it, right? It is easy. For me, it feels easy, but there is no implication of using this format or this format or one more format, we will see. So there is a dot format method. In that, what you can do, you will say, let me copy this. Okay. So in this, what I will say, this is my string, right? Remove f, right? And I will just pass curly brackets. I will not pass any variables like this. What I'm saying, there is a placeholder there. You have to put some value. But you have to pass here dot format, right? And now it will take sequence wise, right? So first value will go in first and second values will go in second. So first value is name and second is age. What it will do, wherever you have put this placeholder, it will pick the first value from this list, right? So first is name and then age. So name will go here, then age will go here, right? So you can just place placeholders, and in that order you put in this format, and this will also print the same thing. You see, same thing. Right? So there are three different ways. There is nothing like this is better or that is better. Whatever you feel comfortable, you can use it. I generally use either this or sometimes maybe this, right? But I'm not saying you should also use that. It is up to you, whatever you feel comfortable. Okay. So these are your three print method. This is how you can print anything, right? You can put variables or whatever. Great. This is about print statement, and these are the three methods. Great. Now, one more thing is when you do this print, right? Now you don't know that this print statement is coming from which line in your program. Yeah. So this is your program. Let's say this is printing here. Now you want to know from which line it is printed, right? Because see, this is a small program, 7, 8 lines. So and there are three print statements. So I know. But in real life, you will have 500 lines of code, right? Let's say, and something is getting printed. Now you don't know from where this print is coming, from which line number, right? So there are better way of printing, right? So there is a library. Now what is library again? I'll tell you later. But for now, what you can do, you can install this. Pip install log uru. So you have to say pip install log u. Sorry, pip install log uru. So if you do this, it will install it. For me, it is already installed, right? So you install it. Pip install log uru, right? For me, it is installed, so I'm not running it again. And then in your code, you say this. From log uru, import this. Generally, import statement will be at the top, right? So from log uru, I'm importing a method logger, right? Again, we will understand what is this from import. For now, you just know how to use it. Later, it will be clear what is log uru, what is import, what we are doing. All you need to do is you need to say logger, right? This we have imported logger from here. Dot info, and in this you can put this. Okay, let me run this now. So if you see, it is telling that this is coming from line number 12. You can see line number 12 here, right? And this is also telling you this is from the first three print statement, but this is used for logging, right? You can log your print statements. So basically it is telling in your main program, right? You are printing from line number 12 and this is the print statement, right? So this is how you should ideally use this always. During the sessions, many times I will be using print because it is easy to type and show you different things. But ideally, when you are running your code in production or writing your code in production, right, or you are creating some projects also for your GitHub and everything, ideally you should use this because this is more intuitive. When your program runs, you know from which line it is coming, right? Great. So there are different ways of printing. You can choose what you are comfortable for practice. Print is fine, but when you are writing a production code, it is better to use this. Great. Great. So this is about printing, right? Now let's talk about operators. Now what is operator? So let me comment this, right? So I'll just say control forward slash everything is commented. Okay. So let's talk about operators, right? So in any language, right, we have operators to do any kind of calculations. Let's say I want to do sum, I want to do subtraction, or whatever I want to do, right? So we have different operators into, divide by, minus. So let's see some of them. So let me again comment this for now. This also we will comment. Okay. So let's say I want to print 2 into 2, right? So I'm saying print 2 into 2. So it will multiply it and then give me the result, right? So if I just say this, what is this name? Okay, it is giving me other here. Okay, let me print it again. So it is giving me 4, right? So you have all kinds of variable, multiply, or you want to do addition 2 plus 2, right? Or you want to say 2 minus 2, right? Or you want to, let's say, you want to do a some division. So let me do 3 divided by 2, right? So if I just do 3 divided by 2, it will give me 1.5, right? 3 divided by 2 is 1.5. If you want to do floor division, you can put double division, right? 3 divide and again 2 forward slash you have to put. What it will give you, it will give you the floor. So if you see it is giving you 1. Floor means it will give you the floor value. So you have floor and ceiling, right? So if you want, let's say if it is 1.8, then also it will give you 1, right? So for example, let me do 4 or let's say 9 and divided by 4, right? 9 divided with 5 will be 2 point something. So it will give you 2. So it will give you the lower value, right? So this, if you want to put, you want floor division, you put 2 forward slash. If you want normal division, you put single forward slash. So this is 2.25 now. Great. Okay. So you have all those kind. One important one is modulus, right? So in modulus, what happens is, let's say I say 9 modulus 4, right? So what it will give you, it will give you remainder, right? So if you divide 9 by 4, 4 to the 8, how much is the remainder? 1. So it will give you 1, right? You see, it is giving you 1. If I do 11, so if you do 11 divide by 4, 4 to the 8, remainder is 3. So it will give you 3. So this is your modulus operator. If you do 12, it will give you 0 because there is no remainder, right? We are getting 0. Okay. So this is your modulus operator, very important one. And then you have a list of or more operators. So if you go here, you have a list, right? So if I go down, see all these kinds of operators are there. Divide by, plus, right? You want power of something. You have a functions also for that, but we'll see later when we use these functions, when we understand what is function. But let's say you want exponential, right? So you can do double into. So let's say I want 2 into 4. So 2 to the power 4 is 16. 2 to the power 4 is 2 into 2. Multiplication of 2 4 times. Right? So you can just do that. See 16. Right? If I say 3 to the power
3, right? So it should be 27. 3 into 3 into 3 is 27, right? So if you want to calculate power, you can use this. And there are others as well. We'll see whatever is needed later. Okay. Apart from these operation, we have the comparison operator as well. Right? So these are the normal operator, and you can assign two variables as well. So for example, let's say I want to calculate my, let's say, BMI, right? Sorry. What is the formula of BMI? Let me just Google. Okay. BMI formula. So BMI formula is this. Let me just print it. So this is my formula. BMI equal to weight in kg divided by height in square, right? So I will have a variable where I will say WEIGST. My weight is, let's say, 75, right? And my height is, let's say, 1.5, right? So I have declared two variable, weight and height. Now I want to calculate BMI. What I will say, BMI equal to, now I can use this variable. So my weight 75 divided by, right? What I will say, height square. So let's say 1.5 into 2, right? So this is what it should be, right? Now remember, you have to use the BODMAS rule. So what you want it to calculate first, and then whatever is coming, you divide 75 divided by this, right? Otherwise, what may happen, it will divide it first and then do this into 2, right? So remember the BODMAS rule, and you have to apply the same thing here, right? So okay, I have not printed anything, right? So it is not showing me, but let me print it. I'll say print, uh, let's say my BMI is my BMI is, then I will put this BMI variable, right? That's it. So it is telling 33.33, right? So this is how you can calculate, you can do calculations, right? So you can assign this calculation to a variable and it will create a new variable. If you check the type of this variable, you know what is the type of this variable? Anyone? It will be of float type, 33.3333. Right? So this is float. Okay, so you can do all of these calculations, whatever you want. But remember the BODMAS rule, use these round brackets wherever necessary. Great. Uh, Now another one more thing that I wanted to show you is, so when you do addition, right? So if I'm saying, let's say, print, or let me, that's fine. Print 2 plus 3. So what it will print? It will print 5, right? It will print 5. Now let's say I put in double quotes. Let's see what will happen. So this is my double quotes, right? And this is, so this is a string, right? And this is a integer. And if I just run this, it is giving me error. Can only concatenate string, not int. So it is not able to do addition of different data types, right? It should be a int only, right? And then it can do addition. But what will happen if both are string? It will just concatenate them, right? So it will come 23. You see 23 here, right? Now if I say some other string, then also it will concatenate. Let's say Ankit, Bansal. So it will concatenate Ankit and Bansal and give you. So you don't have to use any function. You can just say plus and it will concatenate two strings. You see Ankit Bansal. If you want to put a space in between, maybe here you can add a space, right? Ankit Bansal. Now it is proper, right? Also, you can also add anything. For example, 3. But you have to give in double quote or single quote, right? And this is, right? So this is how you have to do it. Great. Uh, okay. Now one more thing. Let's say you want to print
double quotes within this, right? So for example, you want to print something like this. Let me just show you. You want to print Ankit and Bansal, right? So you want to print Ankit and Bansal should be in double quotes for whatever reason, right? We may have some scenario we want to put double quotes as well. So now if I do this, right? So what will happen? The problem here is if I put double quotes here, right? Now it will give me error, right? It is giving me error that there is some issue because what it is thinking is it is starting here, ending here. This is starting here, ending here. So this is not proper. What you can do if you want to print double quotes in between, right? You can put your string in single quotes. Now this is Ankit. Now Bansal is within single quotes and this double quotes will be printed, right? So if I just say print, see Ankit and double quotes Bansal, right? Let's say you want to print in single quotes. So what you give? You give double quotes outside to tell it is a string and inside you put the single quotes. Right? So this works. You see now single quote is there. So within your string, anywhere you want to print single quote or double quote, you can do like this. Also, let's say sometimes you have to add a new line. So you want to print, let's say Ankit, and in the next line you want to print Bansal, right? So there are two ways of doing it, right? So one is you put Ankit here, right, and put one more print statement, and here you will say Bansal, right? It will print Ankit Bansal. But you can do in a single print statement as well. So what you will say? You will say print a new line between. This is a new line character forward slash n, and then Bansal. Right. Now what will happen? It will insert a new line in between. Right? Forward slash n is a new line character. When I print it, uh, it is I think like this. Yeah, now it is fine. So this is a backward slash, not forward slash, right? So what I will do, I will remove a space here and space here. So it will print Ankit, then it will insert a new line character, right? So it will go to the new line and then print Bansal. You see, now it is Ankit Bansal. Right? So this is your new line character. You can also put your print statement in three quotes. So you can say three quotes here, and you can just say like this and three quotes. Right? Now also it is fine, right? So if you put three quotes, it will take everything together. So if I just print this now, this is absolutely working fine. Let me comment this one, right? So it is coming. You don't want these extra spaces, just remove it. Now it should be fine. See, Ankit, right? So if you have multiple line that you want to print, everything you can put in the triple quotes. It can be triple single quotes, both the places or triple double quotes, and within that, in multiple line, you can give whatever you want to give. Right? Age is 35. So it will print everything. Ankit Bansal age is 35. Okay, great. So this is about your print statement, how you print the values. Great. Now, what also you can do, right? So, for example, let's say, let me comment this. So, let's say your weight is this and height is this. Now, for some reason, this is your string, in string format. For whatever you are taking input from somewhere, whatever reason, we will see what are the possibilities later. But let's say you want to calculate the BMI now, right? So, this is your BMI calculation. I removed it, I think, right? Okay, so let's write it again. BMI equal to weight divided by height square, right? Let's run it. So it is giving you again error. Why? Because it cannot do power on a string, right? This is a string. So what you can do, you can convert to a int or float type. So for example, if I want to convert it to float, I can just say float. Now at the runtime, it will convert it to float, right? If there is something like Ankit, then obviously it will give error because it won't be able to convert Ankit to float, right? But 1.5 can be converted to float. When I run this, it is absolutely fine. There is no error. You can print it also. Print BMI. Again, it is case sensitive, so just put it. And see, it is working properly, right? You can say height in float, right? So this you can say float of height, right? And then you can put use this. That also you can do, right? And if you print BMI, it will come. I will also print type of height float, right? And let's do print of height as well, so that we know what are the data types. Okay. So if you see, this is fine. This is a string, right? Here it is height is a string, correct? When I convert it to float, then it became float type. You can even change it to integer. If you want integer, it will change to integer, right? I run this. So it is not able to convert this into float. So I'll just remove this. Uh, in height, what is the issue here? In invalid literal for in. Okay, it has to be an integer value. My bad. It has to be integer value. Yeah. Yeah. Now it is fine. Right. 75 string integer. Right. So you can do whatever. Now it was 1.5, so it was not able to convert it into integer. Right. So you have to convert it to float first, then round it, whatever you want to do. Right. But for now, you have to understand this that you can convert from into float, or you want to convert it back to a string. You can just use str. Right. Let's say this is your height, right? And now it will be converted to a string. So if I just comment this, okay. So if you see, I have what I have done, I have converted to string, right? If I just do this now, you see, this is a int, right? The height is int. Now I convert it to a string, right? So it is coming as a string, right? So this is how you can change the data type, correct? Now let's say I am doing, let me comment everything. Let's say I'm saying print 2 plus 2.5. Now what will happen? One is integer, right? Or you can declare a variable as well, right? Now one is integer. Let me use this actually. Let's say height is 1.5, right? And I am trying to add these two. So I will say weight plus height, right? Now one is integer and one is float. Now what will happen if I do this? So if I run this, you see this is 76.5. So this is known as implicit conversion. So what Python is doing, it is converting this addition, it is converting this to also float and adding this, right? So this is an implicit, I don't have to tell that convert it into float, right? In case of float and integer, it will do automatically. But if you want to do specifically for your use case anything, you can do explicit data type conversion as well, right? So there are two kind of conversion, implicit like this, and this is explicit. Okay, good. So this is all about data type. Yeah, great. Okay, now let's talk about the input. So far what we are doing, I'm hard coding all the values, right? I'm hard coding my name, my surname, my age, everything I'm hard coding. Now I don't want to hard code it. I want to take this from the user, right? So let me copy this, comment this. Okay. So now instead of hard coding it, I want to take from user, right? So for example, if you enter the email ID as I said, right? So when you go to namastesql.com, right, and you log in, right, you give your user ID, you give your password. So how do we accept it? So there is a variable called input, right? There is a function called input which can allow you to pass value at the runtime. So instead of hard coding, I will say input, right? Okay, so let me just do this. Now what will happen when I run this program now? I have everything commented, right? When I run this program, it will give me prompt here to enter the value, right? So it will take the value, assign this to this variable name, and then this name will be used in my print statement. That's how it will work. You give some value through input function, and then that value will be assigned to this name variable, right? And then we will use it just like we are using the other values. Let me run this, right? So now if you see there is a prompt, the program has stopped, right? So I will pass Ankit here, right? So it took Ankit, right? And then this name variable has value Ankit, and then it is good, and it is getting printed here, right? I can give anything here, right? Let's say I run it again. I say Nachiket, right? So this time it will print, my name is Nachiket and I'm 37 years old, right? So whatever you pass in this input function, right, it will go to this variable. This is how it is working. Okay. Now, one more thing is when this is coming, right? When this prompt is coming, right, it is not giving me any message, right? Not giving me any message. So it doesn't look good. I don't know what I have to enter. If it is again a big code, as a user, I don't know what I have to enter, right? So I can give some string here, enter your name, right? If I say enter your name, and for this, I will say enter your age, right? So it will ask me two times. First is it will ask for name and then age, and then it assign name to name, age to age, and then it will print, right? Let me run it. And see, it is saying enter your name. So I will say Ankit. Again, space doesn't come, so you can put a space here. I'll just show you again. Age 37, and then it is print, right? My name is Ankit, and I'm 37 years old. Maybe you can put a space here with a colon, right? So that it looks better. Okay, now it is better. So Ankit, this one. Great. This is fine. Now we know how to take the input from the user, right? So instead of hard coding it, we can take input from the user. And this is what happens when you enter your name, email ID, when you log in somewhere or giving your password, there will be some input function which is taking that value, assigning to a variable, and then those variable will be used for authentication or whatever, right? For example, if you write a code on Namaste SQL coding platform or lead code, you write a query, right? That query will be taken through the input function assigned to a variable, and then we will do further processing. So this input function is important for. I want to show you something interesting, right? I will print type of name, data type of name, right? And data type of age. Now you guess what will it will be. What will be the data type of name and what will be the data type of age, right? Many of you might be saying that this is will be a string and this will be integer because I'm passing string value as integer. So let's see. So it is in your name. So I will say Ankit. Age is let's say 30. You see both are string. Data type of name is also string and data type of age is also string. Because when you take input from a user, everything comes as a string only, right? No matter what you pass Boolean value, decimal value, integer value, no matter what you pass, it come as a string, right? So let's say you wanted to again calculate the BMI, right? So let's do that.
So we'll put one more. We need height, right, and weight, right? These things we need. Let me take this here. Okay. So now what will happen? Let me call it weight, and this is my height. Okay. So now everything is fine, right? My name is name, and I'm and my BMI is BMI. Right, this is what I will print. Okay. Now there will be a problem, right? Because name is fine. I want to print my name and it is a string. But height and weight will be string, and when I do this calculation, it will give me error because these operations cannot be used for string. Let's see what it will do. Just run this, right? I will enter my name Ankit. Height is let's say 1.5 meter. Weight is let's say 75. See, it is giving me error. Unsupported operand types, right? So for a string, you cannot use this. What we have to do? We can convert it into a integer of floating number, right? So I will say float. I can create, so I can put float here as well, or I can put float here as well. So I will say float this. So what it will do, it will take from input and convert it into a float. Again, if you want integer or float, whatever. Again, it will take the input and convert it into float here itself. And then I can use it. Right? Let's run it again. So whenever you are taking input from user, remember it is a string. If you want to convert it, you have to convert it. Right? Ankit, height is let's say 8. Sorry, height is 1.5. Weight is 75. See, now it has calculated this 33.333 and there is no error. Because what I have done, I haven't taken from the user, which came as a string, and then converted it to float. So this is how it is working. Okay, so this is important to remember. Many times you will make this mistake that something you have taken from input, but some calculations are breaking. So make sure you convert it to float or in or whatever you want to do. If it is a string, then you don't have to convert because it will be a string like Ankit. You don't have to convert to str, right? You can do it, but it doesn't make any sense. Unnecessarily, you are doing typecasting, right? But for anything else other than string, boolean, float, integer, you have to do it. Great. So this is how you will take the inputs. Great. Great. This we have seen. Great. Okay. Great. Now let's move on a little bit more. We'll talk about some numbers. And before we go into if else, or let's discuss if else. Then we will move on to numbers and functions. Right. Okay. So now we are just printing everything, right? Everything, whatever we want. There is no conditional statement that, okay, if this is this, then do this. If this is that, then do this. All of those things are very necessary, right? So, for example, when you log in, let's say, if your password is correct, then there will be some steps will be taken, right? If you log into Namaste SQL, if your password is correct, then you will be logged in and your course will be visible. If your password is incorrect, then we want to show you error. Okay, this is the error and this is wrong. So in real life also there will be lot of control statement that if this, then this, if that, then this, right? All of that can be done using if else statement in Python, right? In any programming language you have that, um, but here also you can do. So for example, let's say you want to take age from the user. So let me take this. I will say age, enter your age. Okay. And let's comment this. It is fine. Let's comment it.
Okay. So what I will do, I will take age, I will take age from user and I want to print if the user is adult or not. Right. So if the age is greater than 18, I want to say you are adult or you can enter into this website or you cannot, right? Or whatever. Right. So what I will say, I'll take age and I will say if now this age is coming as let's say int. I'm taking it as int, right? 35 years or 44 years, whatever. Here is your reminder. The time to log in. Okay, 1 second. Pavitra, here is your reminder. Okay. Am I audible, Nachiket? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll say if age is greater than 18. Now we talk about operators, right? Plus, minus. There are other operators also like greater than, less than, right? And they are used in control flow, right? So let me show that first. Uh, then I will show the if statement, right? So I'm taking age. So for now, I will just hard code the age. So age equal to, let's say, 20, right? Now I'm saying age is greater than 18. Now when I say this, it will compare. If 20 is greater than 18, yes. Then it will return a Boolean value. So I'll say print. So it will return either true or false. So these operators will return true or false. You see, it is saying true. Because age is greater than 18, yes. So it is returning true, right? If let's say age is 15, so is age, which is 15, is greater than 18? No. So this time it will return false. So if I just run this, you see it is returning false, right? So similar to greater than, you have less than. You have less than equal to. So let's say if I say 18. Now it will return true. Is age less than equal to 18? Yes. 18 is equal to 18. So it will return me true. See, true. So this is returning a Boolean value, right? If you want to do exact comparison, you can do double equal to. So you have to put double equal to for comparison. If you do one equal to, it is a assigning value that 18 you are assigning to age. That's what we have been doing. But if you want to compare is age greater equal to 18, then you have to give double quotes, right? And double equal to, and it is saying true, right? So if I say 17, it will return me false. Right? See, it is false. Right? You can also check not equal to, right? If the age is not equal to 18, it will return true, right? Age is not equal to 18, right? 17 is not equal to 18. So if I say 18, then it will return true. Sorry, it will return false now, right? Because 18 is equal to 18 and you are comparing 18 not equal to 18, then it will return false. This is a wrong statement, right? This is a wrong statement. 18 not equal to 18 is a wrong statement. So this is false because 18 is equal to 18. Right? So this is all operations you can do. I think we had the list of operators somewhere. Yeah. Uh, mm, yeah, these are the ones actually. Yeah, I have not put the list. So less than equal to, greater than equal to, and not equal to. Great. So now we will use this operator to do our work. So I will say if age is greater than 18, right? After this, you have to put a colon and press enter, right? And you will say print you are adult, right? And then you can say else, right? You have to go back to the same place, right? So in Python, this is important, right? You have to give this tab, this indentation you have to give mandatorily. If I do this, it will give me error, right? So after the if statement, you have to put the condition here, then put a colon, and then you write it. It automatically gives you a tab, right? So you have to put this tab and then write what you want to do if this condition is true. So it will execute everything within this. Now, if this is not true, what you want to do? So you can give else and you can print
you are not adult. Right? Again, you can give a single quotes or double quotes, whatever. Right? So this is how it is. If you want to take input, you can take input. For now, I have put 18. Right? So what we are checking, if you are greater than equal to 18, right, then you are adult. Else print you are not adult. So if it goes into if, it will not go into else statement. Right? It will start from the top. It will check if. If it goes into if, in our case, it will go, right? It will not go into else statement. It will just print this and your program will be over. I mean, it will come out of this. It will not go in else. You are adult, right? So it didn't go here. Right? So if I put 17, what will happen? It will go to the first here. If age is greater or equal to 18, no. So this will return false. The moment it returns false, it will go into the else statement. And then it will say you are not adult. Right? So this is how it will go. Now you can give multiple conditions. So you can say if, let's say I'm saying if you are less than 18, right? You are you are a kid, right? And if your age is less than 30, right? And again colon print you are young, right? Else I will say you are old. So now there are three conditions, right? So based on age, one of them will execute. Remember, only one will execute out of all these three, not all. Not two, not three, or nothing. Just any one. At any point, only one will execute. So when I say equal to 17, is less than 17? Yes, this is true. So it will go here and then this. And this is over. If else, nothing. This will not go here at all. Right? So if I just run it, I think you are a kid. Right? If I change it to, let's say, 20, now it will print you are young. So this returns a false statement. Is age less than 18? No, false. So it will go again next. Right? So it is going here. It is checking. Is it less than 30? True. It will print it and that's it. It will not go in else. Right? If none of them is true, this is not true, this is not true, then it will go in else. Right? So if I just put 50, you are old. It is going here. And I can put multiple. So for example, sorry. Let me put L if age is less than 40, right? Remember, you have to put a semicolon here, right? And then press enter. It will give you tab automatically, and you can put you are not so old, let's say, right? You are not so old. So again, if I put 50, it will not go here, it will not go here, it will not go here, so it will go in else, right? You are old. But if I put, let's say I'm putting 55, right? Now this time it will not go here, not go here, but this will be true. So it will print you are not sold and that's over. Right? So this is how this if else work. Right? It, it can take multiple values as well. So you can put and or condition. You can say and let's say there is another variable. Let's say age and um, age and let's say um, what do you call that? IQ score, let's say. IQ score equal to, let's say, 100, right? So I'm saying if age is less than 18 and IQ score is less than 100, right? Again, put a space for better clarity. But we'll check both the condition. If this is true and this is also true, and it will go inside, right? So IQ score is currently 100. Let me make it 99. If I run this, it is saying you are not so old. Why? Because age is 35. So let me make it 15. Okay, so you are a kid. It is going here, right? So it is checking both the condition. If one of the condition fails, it will go to the next. So it will run top to bottom. For example, I will make it 102. Now, what will happen now? Think about it. What will be the output? Right? The output will be this. Because this is not true. So it is checking age is less than 18. This is true. And IQ score less than 100. This is not true. So this will become false. And when I put and in between, it means both the conditions should be true. If both the condition is true, then it will go inside. Right? So if I just run this, so it will not go inside this. It will check this. Age is less than 30. Yeah. Here there is no check of IQ score. Right? So it will just check, okay, age is less than 30. Fine. I will print you are young. Okay, so it is printing you are. And similarly, you can put all. All means one of these conditions should be true. Either this or this. So in our case, age is true. So it will just go inside. Right? So if I just run this, it is saying you are a kid. Right? All means either this should be true. I mean, this condition should be true, or this condition should be true. If anyone is true, then that's it. Right? So if I run this now, you are a kid, and let me make both condition false. So let me make it 30, or let me make it 50. Right? So if you are less than 18, no. IQ is less than 100, no. So both the conditions are false. So it will not go here. Next, is age less than 30? No, it will not go here as well. Is age less than 40? No, it will not go here as well. Else, you are old. So it will print you are old. None of these conditions are true, right? So it will just print you are old. Right? So this is how you can write your if else statements, right? You can write as many as you want, but remember it will be from top to bottom, right? Now let me do one thing, right? Let me remove this one now. Okay, now here I will say age less than 30 and age less than 18, right? And I will say uh, 25 or 50. Let's say 15, right? Now, ideally, it should print this, right? Because age is less than 18, right? But as I said, it runs top to bottom. So it will check first condition. Is 15 less than 30? Yes. So it will print you are the kid. It will not go here and check. It will just skip all this part. Right? So it is important in which order you give. It will always start from top. As soon as it finds something is true, it will just go inside that block and do it. See, you are the kid. And you can write multiple things. You can do some calculation A equal to 2, right? Whatever you want to do here. P equal to 3, you want to declare variable, whatever. Put in 2 in, sorry, A plus B. There's no restriction what you can put and how many lines you can put. But whatever you put, it will go inside and execute all of this. So now it will go inside this. Within it will assign 2, 3, and then print A plus B 5. Right. So if you see, you are the kid and 5. Right. So you can put multiple lines of code as well. Okay. So this is how this if and else works. This is one of the important things because day in, day out, when you write program, you will have to write if, else, if statements, right? So according to that, whatever you need, what are your inputs, you have to write a logic and you will have to write an if, else statement. We will keep using it every day when I explain you something, but fundamentally you should understand, right? You can put a condition and as per condition, this control flow will happen. This is also known as control flow, right? If you see here, the if-else statement is used for decision making in Python. It lets your program choose between different paths based on condition. Right? If you put a condition and whatever code is there, if this condition is true, this code will be executed. Else if another condition, else this. Right? There is one example. If you are taking score from user, you convert it into int. right? And you are saying if it is greater than 90, then grade A. If it is greater than 75, then B, and so on and so forth. Okay. Condition are checked top to bottom. Only the first true block runs. We have seen that, right? Indentation is very important in Python. Otherwise, it will give you error. Great. Uh, we have seen this as well, multiple condition, and we have seen and or as well, right? There is one more not operator. So, for example, let me take this example, right? Let me comment everything, right? Okay, so let's say you are taking city as input from user, right? Now, what you want to do, you are in the UAE, you are outside UAE. Okay. So if the user inputs Dubai or Abu Dhabi, you want to print you are in UAE, right? This bracket is optional, right? Not necessary. Okay. Otherwise, you want to print you are outside UAE. So this looks fine. Let me just run it quickly. Yeah. And it is all case sensitive, right? So if I pass Dubai in a small letter, so let me just run this. Enter your city and I'm passing in the small letter. It is saying you are outside Dubai, UAE, right? Because I have to give in the exact value, right? We can handle it. We will see later how to handle it, right? But I will run it again for now and I will give a proper value. So I will say Dubai, right? Now it will match. City equal to Dubai, yes. Or city is Abu Dhabi, then it will go inside this and say you are in UAE, right? So this is absolutely fine, right? Now there is a not operator which will reverse your whatever it returns. So if it returns true, it will change it to false. If it is false, this is statement. So this statement returns what? True. Because it will check if city is either Dubai or city is Abu Dhabi, then it is returning true. If you say not means reverse the condition. So if this statement returns true, then make it false. If this statement returns false, then make it right. So I can reverse the condition now. So I can say you are outside UAE, right? And you are in UAE, right? Now what it will check? Just think about it, the control flow. If I pass Dubai, let's say, which means this condition is true because all will check either this should be true or that should be true, right? So this will return true when I pass Dubai. And this will do not, which means it will make it false, right? So it will not go inside this. So it will go in else. You are in UAE. Similarly, if I pass city equal to Abu Dhabi, think about it, right? Now, this will return again true because this is all condition. Either this should be true or this. So this returns true. Again, not will make it false. So the moment it becomes false, it will not go inside, it will go in else. Right? So you can use not as well. If I run this again, enter city, let me say Dubai, right? Now it is going in the else block. You are in Dubai. And let me write else block, right? And let me run again so that it is clear. It is coming from the else block. So your city Dubai, right? You are in Dubai. It is coming from else block, right? Let me put here if block, right? And if I run it again, enter your city. Let's say I'm putting Bangalore, something. Now what will happen? Now think about it. It will check city is Bangalore. It will say no, it is not. So this will return false. Or city is Abu Dhabi, false. So this will return false because both the conditions are false. For this to be true, at least one condition should be true because it is or. Both are false. So it will return false. Not will make it true. So it will go in the if block. Right? It will go in the if block. If block, you are in outside URL. Right? So you can use this not as well. Great. We will do a lot of programs, and at that time you will understand how it is useful. But for now, you should know how it is. Okay. Great. So today we'll cover these things.
strings, list, and loops. And if we have some time, we will also cover dictionaries. Today's session is very important. All the sessions are important, but most of the interview questions on Python are related to strings, list, and loops. Most of the questions, if you see, right? The logic that you have to write to solve the Python questions, interview questions, mostly around these things or maybe dictionaries, right? But very important today's session. Okay, so let's start. Uh, So let's start with strings, right? So we discussed different kind of data types yesterday. One of them was string, right? A string is one of the most popular data type and very, very important from interview point of view and otherwise your day-to-day work as well, right? So strings in Python are sequences of characters enclosed in quotes, and they are one of the most commonly used data types, right? So we have seen this, that how to declare a string variable. You can put in single quotes, double quotes, or if you have multiple lines, you can have triple quotes, right? So let's start with some hands-on. So I will create a new file in the same folder, call it day2.py, and let's say my string equal to welcome to Python, right? So this is a string now. Now let's say, or let's say my first name, right? First name Ankit, right? And second name Bansal, right? I think we have seen it yesterday as well, but just to recap that we can concatenate strings just by using plus sign. So I can say print first name, or if I say, let's say full name, right? Full underscore name. So I can just say first name plus second name, right? So it will concatenate these two. Both are string, right? If they are numbers, it will add up. But because they are string, so it will be just concatenated and we will get the full name, right? Print full name. So let's clear it. Okay, so if I just run this, you see Ankit Bansal. Now there is no space in between. You want to add a space, so you can do plus, and in between you can add one space, right? So space is also a string, right? So you have to put in double quotes. So now it will give you proper full name, Ankit Bansal, right? So it is simple to concatenate two strings, right? Now what else you can do? You can also find the length of your string using length function, right? So you have length function. So you can say print length of full name, right? So if I print it, it is telling me 12. So if you count it, it will be 12. Ankit is 5, Bansal is 6, and 1 space, right? So it will be total 12. So if you want to find the length of a string, you can just say len. Len is a function. It works on other data structures as well. We will see later. But for now, if you have to find the length of a string, just say len, right? This is all fine, right? Now, the most important thing. Now, let's say this is my name. Okay, let me put in one variable name equal to Ankit Bansal. Let's remove it. Okay, so now what I want to do, I want to access the elements of this string, right? Let's say I want to access the first element or second element or third element, right? So how we can access? So this is kind of index, right? So I will say that this is the 0th index. So for a string, the index starts from 0. So A is at 0th index, N is at index 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. The space is at 5th index, then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? This is at 10th, right? So we have total 6 plus 6, 12. Okay, 11 also is there, right? So index starts from 0. So if you want to access first element, right? If you want to access first element, you will say print name, and in square brackets, you have to pass index value. So if you say 0, you will get the value at the 0th index, which is A, right? Remember, all the indexes starts from 0 in Python. In most of the languages, the index starts from 0. So if you say it is saying A, right? If I say, let's say 3, right? So what we will get? A is 0 index, then N is 1, then 2, then 3. So at third index, we have I, right? I is there at the third index. So we should see the I, right? I is there. Okay, so this is how you can access the element. There is a concept of reverse indexing as well, which means you can index from the reverse. And when you do reverse, it starts from -1. So L is -1, A is -2, S is -3, and so on. Right? So this is how you can access from the reverse. You will say name -1. Right? So what you will get? You will get L. Right? So let me run this. You see, we are getting L. If I say -3, right? So this is -1, L is -1, A is -2, S is -3. So we will get S. See, we are getting S, right? So you can have the normal indexing. It starts from 0, and reverse indexing starts from the end, and it starts from -1, right? So you have to remember this. Now you can also do slicing. Slicing means, let's say you want first 3 characters of a string, right? So what you will say, you will use colon here for slicing. So you will say 0:3, right? Now 0:3 means, let me maybe open a Excel. Okay, so you have, let's say, okay, right? This is my name. So this is we are saying 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, 3 index, 4 index, right? If I do reverse, it will be -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. Now, if I want to do slicing, right? So I will say, give me all the characters from 0th index to index 3. Now, when I do a slicing, the last index will be skipped. So you will get all the values from index 0 till index 0, 1, 2. 3 will not be there, right? So you will get 0, 1, 2, 3 will not be there. This is how it works. When you do slicing, whatever value you give to the end, that index will not be considered. So we will get only first 3 characters, which will be A and K. You see, I'm getting A and K, right? If you want, let's say from index 2 to index 4, right? So index 2 is what? K, and 4 is this. So 4 will not be considered. So you will get 2 and 3, which means K and I you will get. See, K and I we are getting. Okay, so remember 2 things. Index starts from 0, and when you do slicing, the last index is not inclusive, right? Last index value is not inclusive. It will not give 4. It will give till 3. So 2 and 3 it is giving here. Okay. Now you can do reverse slicing as well. So you can say, I need from -1 till -3, right? So now from -1 till -3, reverse it will come, right? So -1, -2, the last one it will not give. So you will get I and T, right? So you will get, sorry, you have to say -3 and -1, I think. Yeah. So you are saying -3 to -1, right? So -3 is this, and -1 is this. So you will not get the last one, right? I was doing reverse, so it will not give anything, right? So it is giving me -3 and -2, right? So you will always go left to right, right? So I'm saying from -3, give till -1. -1 will not be included. So you will get K and I, right? So in this case, it is Ankit Bansal. So we are getting S and A. Okay, let me remove it. Let me make it Ankit only, right? So you're getting K and I, right? K and I we are getting. Okay, so this is how this reverse slicing also works. Now let's say you give something like this. Print name, and I will say 6. So we have index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have values till index 4. What if I say 5? Right? If I say 5, what will happen? There is no value at index 5, right? So either it will not give anything or it will return error. So let's see what will happen. It is giving me error. String index out of range, right? You should be able to read these errors as well, right? When you are working on a production code and there is some error, you should be able to read the error and make out of it. Okay, because of what error is there? So it is saying string index out of range, right? It is out of range. We have string in this string, we have index till 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And I'm saying 5. So it will give me error, right? Any number if I give -6, then also, yeah, right? Now, what if I do indexing, slicing? So if I say from 0 till 8, give me, right? So let's see what will happen. So what will happen? It is not giving you error, right? 0 till 8, so it will give till last character, whatever is there, right? So it will not say that this is out of range. It will just give you till wherever your string is there, and then after that nothing is there, so it will just ignore it, right? But if you want to access particular character at 8th index, then it will say string out of range. Okay, same error. Great. So this is how you will do. You will access the elements and you will do slicing. Now, one important thing about string is strings are immutable, right? Immutable means that you cannot change the value of a string, which means you cannot say that name equal to Ankit, right? Now, you cannot update the value of name here, right? You cannot update. Why there is error? Okay, there is space. So you cannot say that update n to something else. Let's say in this name equal to Ankit, I want to update n to something else. Right? You cannot do it. You can change it and then it will be a reassignment. But you are not updating the same value, right? When we learn list, we will see that we will update the list elements. But here you cannot do it. If you do reassignment, this is kind of reassignment. But what I cannot do is I cannot do this name and I want the index value 1, right? Which is n. I want to change it to b, let's say, right? Whatever is value at index 1, I want to change it to b, right? This is how I will do assignment, right? Whatever is there at index 1, update it to b, right? So if I run this, see, string object does not support item assignments, right? So strings are immutable, right? So if I go here, you will see strings and okay, it is not there. Immutable is also should also be there, right? So strings are immutable. You cannot update the value of any index. Okay, great. Let's talk about some of the string methods or functions you can say, right? So for example, so let's say I have this string Ankit, right? So I can say print, sorry, print name dot. The moment you should put dot, it will show you all the methods available for name, right? All the methods are available for this string. The name is a string, right? It knows Python, right? This ID knows that this is a string. So when you do dot, it will show all the functions or methods which are available for the string, right? So for example, we have capitalize, right? So if I do capitalize, what it will do, let me make it uppercase completely. So when I do capitalize, right? So what it will do, it will make first character as uppercase and everything else as small case, right? Let me just comment this. It doesn't matter what I give. So let's say if I give an, I, whatever I give. When I say capitalize, it will capitalize the first letter, right? And everything else will be small letter, right? It will always give one. There is another called upper, right? What upper will do? It will change it to uppercase, complete name, right? No matter what it is, it will change it to uppercase. See, Ankit. Similarly, we have lower, right? So it will change it to small case. We also have is lower, right? So is lower is checking if this string is in lower character or not. Right. So if I run this, it will return true or false. So it is returning false. Right. So this function is returning a Boolean value. It will check if this is in lower case or not. So if I make everything lower, right, and if I check it now, see it is returning true because full string is in lower character. Okay, similarly we have is upper. Right. So if you see false, right, if I change it to complete upper, so with this function you can check if a string is in uppercase or lowercase or not. Right, simply using name dot is upper or name dot is lower, right, and it will return true or false always. Great. Let's talk about few more functions. So name dot let's say index. Now you want to see the index of particular character, right? So you want to know on which index k is there, right? On which index k is there in your string, right? So it is at 0, 1, 2, second index, right? Index number 2. You see, it is giving you 2, right? If you ask for t, it will give you 4, right? Starts from 0, always remember it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So t is at 4th position. Let's say I have one more t. So what it will do? It will give the index of the first occurrence of t, right? Great. Uh, let's see what else we have. Dot. There are a lot of them. You can check them out. I'm just discussing some of the important ones. Mm, join, we will strip. Yeah, we have strip as well. Let's talk about strip, right? So what strip will do? Strip will remove all the trailing and leading white spaces. So let's say I have white space here and white space here as well, right? So when I strip it, it will remove all the spaces from both the sides, right? So if I run this now, you see there is no space, right? If I just print name, you will see there are spaces. So you see there is a space, right? Trailing also it is there. We are not able to see it, but it is there, right? So if I just do strip, it will strip the white space, only leading and trailing. So for example, if I put in between like this, right? This the middle one it will not do. See, only the leading and trailing it will strip. Similarly, we have L strip. L strip means only from left it will strip the white characters. Or we have R strip as well. From right it will do strip. So let's go with L strip for now, right? And let's see. So if you see from left it has removed. From right it would not have removed. If I do R strip, it will remove from the right all the white spaces. Right? So left one is still there. So they are pretty straightforward and very intuitive functions, right? All these functions you will have to use when you write big programs, right? You can do count as well. So count means you want to check, let's say, how many times A is there in your name, right? So if you see only one time, let me add A one more time here. Now it will say that A is 2 times. If you want to count any character, how many times is there in your string, you can just do it. You can give 2 as well. So you can say AN, right? So AN is how many times? 1 time, right? If I just say AN K, then it is giving me 0 because ANK is not there. So AN space K is there, right? ANK is not there. So it is saying 0, it is not there. Okay, great. Let's see some more. Find is simple. I think you can explore all of this. There are a lot of them, right? These are the important ones, but we have swap case. You want to swap the case of each letter. We have find if you want to find something. Yeah, you can check it out. Great. So let's move on. So these are some of the replace is important. Let's discuss replace. So replace. So if I want to replace one string to another string. So for example, I want to replace an with, let's say, jk, right? So wherever it will see an, it will replace it with jk. You see, EN is replaced with JK. JK is placed KITK. If you can give one character or multiple characters, so it will look for the exact value. It will look for just A. Wherever A is there, it will replace with J. See, J is replaced, and here also it has replaced. So there are many functions. As you work, you can do Google, or there are many websites where you can see what other functions are there. Here also, when you do dot, it just gives you all the functions, right? So you can explore yourself one by one what all it does. You don't have to remember all of this, right? When you are working, you want to do something, you can search that how to do this in Python, and it will come that this function you can use. So you don't have to buy heart, but you should know what are the possibilities. Great. So we have this starts with as well. So it will check if a string is starting with a letter. For example, if I say name dot starts with, let's say I'm asking, is it starting with A, right? So my string is starting with A, correct? So it should return true. Again, it will return true or false, right? If I ask B, then it will say false. It is not starting with B, right? And it is case sensitive. Even if I say small a, then it should return false, right? Because my string is starting with capital A. And similarly, we have ends with as well. We can check if a string is ending with a character or not. Great. So strings are immutable, right? Great. So now what we can do, let's solve this simple problem, right? So, so there is the problem. So we have this string, right? What we need to do, check if the first half, let me do this. Okay, so this is the question. The question says check if the first half of the string is the reverse of second half. So first half is this, right? And reverse of this, the second half. So the second half is A, B, C, right? Second half is A, B, C, and I need to check. So first half is ABC, and reverse of second half will also be ABC. So it will return true in this case, right? So we have to write a program to check if a string first half is the reverse of second half or not. So how we will solve it? So we will do string slicing, right? So what I need that whatever is the length of this, right? So length of this is 6, right? So let's think how we will solve it. Later we will write a program for that. So the length is 6. I will divide it by 3. Sorry, divide by 2 to get the first half. So what I will get? I will get index 3. So I need value from 0 till 3. 3 will not be considered. So I will get 0, 1. So let's get the first half first. So first half equal to right. So I will say s, right, and we will start with 0 till, so let's get the length of string. So I will say length equal to length of, you can directly use this, you don't have to create a variable, right? But I'm just s underscore len, let's make it this. Okay, so s underscore len will give me 6 because there are 6 characters, right? So I will say from 0 will give me s underscore len divide by 2, right? So divide by 2 will give me 3. So I'm saying first half will be from 0 till index 3, and 3 will not come. So let's print it. Print first half. Invalid syntax. Okay, I need to put comma here. What is the error? Integer or none, or have an index method. Okay. So what is happening? It is returning a Boolean value here. Sorry, floating point. So I can do this. I think this should work. Yeah, this is working. So I'm doing a flow division, right? So it will just say so length is 6. 6 divided by 2 equal to 3, right? So in case of floor division also, it will give me 3. But when you do just this, it is giving you 3.0, right? So that is not working. Okay, this is fine. So first half is ABC that we have got, right? The first 3 characters are ABC and it is working perfectly fine. Now what we need to do? We need to get the second half, right? So how we will get the second half? There are many ways, right? So what we will say now, right? Start from this, right? This is 3. So index 3, I have to start 0, 1, 2, 3. And till end you give me, right? Now to give till end, you can just say colon. So now what will happen? It will just give till end, right? When you don't specify anything, it will give you till end. So let me show you this second half. Okay, and let's print this as well. Second half. Okay, great. Second half, we have got CBA, right? So this is ABC and this is CBA. Okay, great. Now we need to reverse it. So there are many ways of reversing it. One is I can say second half equal to second half dot reverse. So there should be a reverse. It's not there. Okay, reverse function is not there. Okay, so how we will do it? So now I want to tell you one more thing, right? Before I do this, let me comment it first. Forward, right? So let's say I have this name. Again, name equal to Ankit. Okay, now I want to do slicing. So how I will do? I will say, let's say from 2 colon, give me till end, right? So it will give me till end. Name 2 colon till end. Okay, I need to print it. My bad. Print. Let me clear it. Okay. So it is printing from 2 till end. Similarly, I can say colon 3. So it will print from start till index 3. 3 will be excluded. So 0, 1, 2. Right. So if I just leave it empty, it will say print from start. If I leave this empty, it means print till end. So if I just leave both, so it will print the full string. See, Ankit is printing. Right. Let me comment this one. Okay. So now I will say start from 0, give me till 4, and there is another third argument which says step size. So I will say 2, right? 2 means that skip one character in between, right? So let me just show you. Not sorry, colon, not comma. So see, it is giving me A, K. So what is happening? It is saying step size of 2. So it will take A first, then it will skip 1, and then it will give K. Then again, it will skip 1, then it will give me K, right? So this is how it will work. What I'm saying, give me 0 till colon 4. So 0 is this 1, 2, 3, 4 till here, right? In a step size of 2. So it will give me first one, right? Then it will give me second one, K, and last one it will not give. So when I say 0 colon 4, 4 will not be considered, right? It will come till 3. So it is printing A and K, right? If I just say colon colon, right? 0. So if I say colon colon, which means from start to end and step size of 2. So it will print A, K, T, right? So this time it will print A, K, T, right? So this is how it works. So third argument you can pass here, which will be the step size. If you give 1, which means nothing basically, it will give me same thing, Ankit. If you say step size of 3, so it will give me A and then I. That's it. See, A and I. Now this step size you can give in reverse as well. So you can say -1, right? So if I just print this, it is kind of doing a reverse for me, right? If you -1, it will start from end, right? T, I, K, N, A. If you say -2, right? So what it will do? It will start from T, then K, and then A, right? So if you give minus negative, it will do a reverse slicing here. Okay. So now I think you understood why I explained you, right? I need the reverse of my second half, right? So let me again. mm, yeah. So let me. Okay. Sorry, this has to be commented. This has to be commented. Okay. So this is fine so far, right? Now for second half, what I want it to be reversed. So what I will say, get this and step size of -1, right? And if I print it now, see, so it will be, uh, okay, so this is 3 and -1, right? So what I need to do is, it is giving me CCBA. Why it is giving me 4 characters? So len is 6. 6 divided by 2. Where is 6 divided by 2? I'm doing. Okay. So let's see what it will be. So it will be S, right? 6 divided by 2 will be 3, right? And from 3, I want till end, and then I want in reverse, right? So it will give me 0, 1, 2. Okay, okay, okay. So now what is happening, right? When it is reversing, it is giving me, see, let me put it here. So we have this is thing I will put A. So this kind of logic you will have to think, right? So when you are working and writing programs, you will have to think yourself. A, B, C, B, A, right? A, B, C, C, B, A. My bad. C, B, A, right? So what I'm saying, give me this, right? Why it is coming like this? Okay. Why it is coming like this? Okay, fine. We can see here. So length is 6. 6 divided by 2, 3, right? So this is my index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I'm saying from 3, right? Index number 3. Give me till end, right? So from 3, it will give me till end. And then I'm saying do a reverse, right? So why it is giving me 4 characters? It is giving me CCBA. So it is giving me this as well. Okay, I think what it is doing, it is reversing. So it is start from here, right? And then it will go till 3. So it is working something like this: 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So when I'm saying give me till 3, it is giving me A, B, C, C, right? It is correct. So when I say reverse, it is starting from the ending characters. So it is working something like this: S, right? And then nothing is there till 3 and give me till in reverse, right? So this is something how it is working. So that's why it is giving me this. So what I have to do, I have to say do a -1, right? I think now it should work. Yeah, now it is working, right? ABC, CBA. It is CBA, right? Second half is CBA, but we want to reverse it. It is not getting reversed, right? First half is fine, ABC. Second half, we want to reverse it, right? To reverse it, I think we are missing something. If I don't give this, what will happen? CCBA. I'm saying reverse it. Why is this reverse is not working? -1, right? It is giving. I think there was some issue. No, it is giving me CBA, right? It should give me ABC. I want to reverse it. Uh, Something is not right. So if I do this, this is giving me CCBA. Okay, do one thing. We'll do one thing. First, we will get the last three characters. Forget about it. So we will say from this, give me till end, right? So let me see what it will give me. So now it is giving me CBA, right? Next step, I'm missing something. You can try in one step only. Now this time what I will say from second half, give me everything and do reverse, right? Now it should be fine. Now it is fine. ABC and ABC, right? And now I can check if a statement, if first half is equal to second half, then true, else false, right? I think we took more time here. I got confused, but you can do these two steps in one. I'm missing something here, right? So this kind of logic you will have to think when you have to solve questions. You will have to think how to put logic to compare and all of those things, right? Great. Let's move on. So similar to string, we have the number functions as well, right? Some of them we discussed, I think, but we have more. So for example, let me comment everything now. Okay. So let's say I have a number. Let's say age equal to 35. Let's say 35.5, right? So if I say age dot, so it will show me all the functions of which are applicable to numbers, right? So let's say if I say age dot, uh, age dot, so we have, I think, round age to two decimal place, right? Or let's say zero decimal place. We'll say print round, right? So if I just run this, it is giving me 36.0, right? If I say, let's say 52, and I want to round it to one decimal place, right? So you will see 35.5, right? Now you will see here I am using round like this, and here I was using dot characters, right? So for example, I used name dot starts with, right? So there are some generic built-in Python functions, right, which will work on multiple data types that we will see later. But basically, they will work like this. And some, like for example, which are string specific or something, will work like this: name dot starts with, right? So we have to be careful how to use them. When you use them, you will be comfortable, right? Uh, so for example, if I want to do print age dot, right? When age dot, there is not much. Uh, so what you have to do, most of the functions for numbers, you can use a library called math. So you will say import math. Right? What is this library? We will learn later, but you can just say import math, right? And then you can say math dot, and now it will show you a lot of functions, right? In this library, you have a lot of functions: square root, square, log, whatever number with numbers you want to do it, you can do it, right? So for example, we have power function, right? So power function will take, let's say you want 2 to the power 3, right? So you can just pass 2 to the power 3. We have other way of doing it, 2 into 3, but this is another way, right? So it will just print it. 2 to the power 3 will be 8, right? Okay. So see 2 to the power 8, right? And likewise, we have a lot of functions. If you see, you can get ceil, flow, you can trunc, you can get log, right? You can get absolute value. If it is negative or positive, it will just return the absolute value. So for example, if I say math dot ABS, okay, ABS is not there. I think it is a generic function, ABS minus 2, right? So it will just print 2, absolute value. It will not give you negative. If you pass 2, it will give you 2. So this is the absolute function, right? So similarly, we have a lot of functions. Again, you can explore yourself. I will share the links as well, Python documentation where you can explore all the functions. Great. So this is your string, right? I'll give enough assignment to practice like the way we did it, right? We got stuck a little bit, and that will happen, right? Every time you write a program, initially you will get stuck, but after some point you will get the pattern, right? How to do indexing, how to solve the questions. But initially there will be a problem, but I think with practice it will be fine. Great. Now let's talk about list. Now what is list? Now, so far we have seen the data types, right? We have int, we have string, float, or boolean, right? Now these, so if I, let's say I want to store name of all the IPL teams, right? So let's say IPL team 1, right? I will say, let's say CSK. Now I want to store another name, right? There are 10 teams. For everyone, I want to store the team name, right? So I will say IPL team 2 is equal to MI. And for each team, I will have to declare a variable, right? And then working with all those variables is not a easy thing, right? So for that, we have data structures. Data structures can hold more than one value, right? So if you read the definition, a list in Python is an ordered, mutable collection of items. List can contain elements of any data type, integers, string, other list, even functions, right? So for example, this is a list, right? In this list, I can put multiple values, right? So I can simply say IPL equal to, and then in square brackets, I have to give. The moment I give in square brackets, Python understand that this is a list, right? So for example, I can just say IPL equal to this. And if I say print IPL, right? And I will check the type, right? So it should print that it is a list, right? So if you see class list, right? So this variable or this variable IPL, right, is of class list, right? So the moment you put in square brackets, it becomes a list. And this is the empty list currently. We have not put anything. So if you want to declare an empty list, you can just say variable name equal to and in square brackets. Now I want to put name of all the IPL teams. So I will say CSK, right? I will say MI, correct? Let's say KKR. And likewise, I can put everything, right? Punjab, or let's say Gujarat Titans, right? So now this is a list. Now it is not necessary the all the elements of this list are of same data type, right? I can put next element as, let's say, 1. I can put 12.1. I can put Boolean value true, right? It is not necessary. You can have different type of data types in the same list, right? Okay, let's print this now. Let's see if it is giving me some error because I have put different kind of data types. Okay, so it is absolutely fine. It is giving me all the values, right? So list is a collection of items. We can hold multiple values in a list, right? And similar to string, we can access the element of this list. So for example, this is the index 0 value, right? Now this is a full value at index 1, index 2, index 3, right? So you can, in a similar way, you can access the element. So for example, if I say IPL 0, right? Now, in case of string, it is a character. So, for example, if I say IPL for this string, give me whatever is there at 0th index, it will give me C. But in list, it is the full element at the 0th index. So, CSK is at 0th index, MI index 1, 2, 3, and so on, right? So, if I say print IPL 0, it should print CSK. See, it is printing CSK, right? If I say, let's say, -1, right? Again, reverse indexing. So it will print true, right? Now, if I want to check the type of this, it will be Boolean, right? So once I take the value from here, now it becomes a Boolean value. True, it's a Boolean value, right? So it will say it is a Boolean type. But if I check the type of IPL, it will be list. But this element, when I'm accessing, then it becomes that data type. Okay, great. So now what we will do, we will do the same thing. So for example, if I do IPL2, it will return 0, 1, 2. So it will return KKR. See, KKR is there. Right? Now I can do slicing as well. So I can say 0, from 0, give me till end. From index 1, give me till end. So it will give me MI, and till end, it will give me all the values. See, it is giving me all the values. Right? Again, everything that we learned for string works here. So if I want till 4, it will give me index 1, 2, 3, which is MIKKRGT. Right? MIKKRGT. And reverse indexing also, everything works. So if I say colon, colon, -1, right? It will just give me in reverse, right? True, 12.1, right? So it will work. Great. I can access like reverse index, negative index as well. So if I say IPL -1, it will give me true. I think we have done this already. let's say -2, then it will give me 12.1, right? And if I check the type of this, it will be a float type, right? So this is how you can access, just like a string, right? But what you can also do, you can update the value, right? I said that this is immutable strings, but lists are mutable. So for example, you can say IPL1 equal to, let's say you are saying Mumbai Indians, right? I'm just updating the value. So what will happen? It will go to the index 1 and update the value to Mumbai Indians now. So these are mutable, right? I'm able to update the value at particular index. In string, it was not possible, so it was immutable, right? So if I say IPL1 equal to Mumbai Indians and then I print IPL, okay, and you see it is now Mumbai Indians, right? So here it is MI. Once I update it, then it becomes Mumbai Indians. You can update multiple values as well. So you can say from 1 till 3 or yeah 3, which means index 1 and index 2, right? Let's change it to Mumbai Indians and let's say KKR1, right? And let's print it. Okay. Okay, so now you see the this becomes Mumbai Indians and this become KKR1, right? So if I want to update multiple elements together, I can do like this. I can slice it, and if it is expecting two arguments, you pass the two elements in this list. If it is expecting two, then you have to pass two. So this is how you can update the value, and so the lists are mutable. Okay, great. Slicing is fine. Okay. What you can also do, let me just remove this for now. Let's say you want to add one more element in this. So you can say IPL dot append, right? And when you say append, it will add the value at the end. So let's say if I say Punjab, right? It will add this value at the end always, right? So it will be 0, 1, 2, 3 at the fourth index. And let me print it. Print IPL. Right. You see CSK, MI, KKR, GT, Punjab, right? So it has appended a value at the end. Okay. Now you might have requirement that you want to add this value somewhere in middle, not at the end, right? So instead of append, you have the insert method. So you will say IPL dot insert, right? Now in insert, you have to pass two arguments, right? At what index you want to insert the value and the value itself. So let's say I want to insert at index 2 and I want to insert Punjab, right? Now what will happen? So this is my index 0, CSK, MI is 1 and KKR is 2. So this Punjab will come at 2 and this will shift right? So if I print it, you see CSK MI at index 2, Punjab is there and KKR and GTS shifted to the right. Right? So if you want to insert element at particular index, you can use insert. If you want to append at the end, then you will use append. As simple as that. Okay, great. Now what we can also do, we can also remove the values, right? So for example, we have now this and I want to remove the last value. I can use pop, right? So again, I will do pop and say IPL. So if you see the last value is gone, GT, right? IPL dot pop and it is removing the last value. So we have CSK, MI and KKR. Now one more important thing is this pop, what it will do, it will remove the element and it will return a value as well. So let's say I'm saying removed value, right? So it will remove the last element and it will return that value as well, and we can store in another variable, right? So I will say IPL comma removed value. Let's say, okay. You see, this is my IPL and it is returning a value that which value it has removed. And it is assigned to a new variable and it is giving me GT. So if you want to use that popped value, that value you have removed somewhere else in your program, you can do it. Now in pop, you can also give the index. If you don't give the index, it will remove the last value. But you can say index 2. So what it will do, it will remove the element from index 2, which is 0, 1, 2. So it will remove KKR basically. See, KKR is gone, and the popped value is the value which we removed is KKR. Right? So there are two versions of it. You don't pass anything, it will always be last value. If you give an index, then that value will be removed and it will return that value in a it will return. You want to use it, then you can assign to a variable, right? And then whatever you want to do, you can do, right? So we have seen how to add a value, how to remove a value. Now let's say you have a you want to add multiple values together. So in append, you appended Punjab, right? But let's say you want to append two values. What you can do, you will pass another list. Let's say Punjab and Delhi. Okay, and this is another list. So what you are saying, IPL dot append. Now let's see if it will work or not. So now what is happening? This is getting appended as a list. So this is taking this as one element. So you can have list in another list, right? So this is kind of one list, and one of the element in that list is another list, right? But I don't want that. What I want Punjab to be another element and Delhi to be another element. So there should be 6 elements, right? I'll talk about it nested list. But for that, we have another method called IPL.extend, right? Let me comment this. So IPL.extend, and in extend, I will pass another list. Now what it will do, it will not consider this as one element. It will extend the IPL and add two more elements, right? So if you see, now it is working fine. CSK, MI, KKR, GT, Punjab, and Delhi. So this extend will extend your list and add more elements. If you use append, and in append you give a list, it will be considered as one element only, right? So this you have to remember. This is a very common mistake people do. Okay, so you have append, insert, you have pop. You can give a value as well, right? So for example, in pop, we were giving index wise, which index you want to remove. But let's say what you want to do, you want to say IPL dot remove, you can pass value that I want to remove CSK, right? So in pop, we were giving index. Here I'm giving the value that remove the CSK value from my list, right? So see, CSK is gone, right? So it's up to you. You want to remove by index, then use pop, or you want to remove by value, then you use remove. Okay. You have you have this delete also. So instead of remove, you can even use, sorry, instead of pop, you can even use delete and then num0. So it will remove the value at that index. Okay, great. We have seen how to update the element as well, right? One element, multiple elements like this. Great. Now to extend, there are two ways of extending the list. One is we saw extend. Another is we can just use plus sign, right? So I can simply say, so if you see, I can just do plus b and assign to a new variable. So I will say a new list equal to, right? So I have IPL plus, and I want to add this, right? And let's print, let's call it new IPL, right? Okay, so let's print it. So if you see, this is this, and this is also working, right? So extend will extend in the list itself, right? You don't have to assign back to the IPL, right? When I say IPL.extend, in the IPL, it is adding these two elements. But when I'm doing this, it is just the concatenate of two lists, right? It is not modifying IPL. So what I'm saying, that do this and return it to another variable. You can return it to a IPL itself, right? Which is also fine. So it will take your IPL list add these two elements and assign it back to IPL, right? When I do this, it is not changing anything in IPL. It is just concatenating these two lists. If I want it to deflect in IPL, I have to assign back. But extend function is extending in the list itself. Append function is appending in the list itself. I don't have to assign it back, right? So this also should be fine. See, it is giving me all the teams, right? So this is how you extend, assign, and all of those things. Now let's talk about the nested list, right? Just we saw when we used append. Let's do that again. So, okay. So if I do this, now what is happening? This element, right? This element, let me assign it to, so this is my IPL now, right? So if I just print IPL, this is it. Now from this, I will take the last element -1, right? So it should give me this. So see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I can say give me fourth element, right? If I say run, so it is returning me what? Another list, right? If you see the type of this, it is another list, right? So if it is returning list, I can further slicing, dicing, and access the particular element. So I can further say, give me 0th element. So first it is getting the fourth element, which is this, right? From here, element at index 4. And within this, so this is a list. Now you can do any operation on this, whatever you do on list, right? And I can just say, give me first value, index 0. So it should give me Punjab. You see, it is giving me Punjab. You can do everything, slicing, dicing, anything. Now this is returning an index now. Sorry, it is returning a string. So you can use any string function. So for example, you can say upper, right? So it will convert it to upper. So whatever data type it is returning, for that data type, whatever functions are available, you can use it. Right? So it is giving you Punjab in uppercase. Right. So this is how you can access the nested list. You can directly also create the nested list. So for example, you can say, uh, let's say you want to store for each team the captain also, right? So I will say IPL captain, right? And I will say, so I will create multiple list within list, right? So in first one, I will say CSK, and let's say captain is MST. Or second, let's say MI. The captain is Rohit. And similarly, I can create as many elements I want, right? Now, if I want to access, let's say, IPL captain, let me remove this. Okay, so I will say 0. So if I say 0, it will give me this list, right? This is a list of list basically, kind of matrix is this, right? So if I just run this, it is giving me CSK MST, right? And then you can extract the team name if you want, again 0. It will give you the CSK, and if you want MSD, you can say 1, right? Now, this kind of information where I am storing team name and its captain, we should ideally store in a dictionary. We will discuss later, but we can do it. I mean, there can be use cases where you have to create list of list, and it is absolutely fine, and it works, right? Another element can be anything else, not necessarily everything has to be list, right? So it works. Everything works. There's no error. Great. So if I just say -1 here, right, it will give me a 1, which is a number. Right? So you can use number related functions now, likewise. Okay, so this is your nested list of list. You can also update the values, right? So for example, let me go back. Okay, so this is your MSD. Now I want to update it to, let's say, Jadeja, right? So what it will do, it will go here 0 and 1, and it will update it to Jadeja. Sorry, I'm doing a print here. I need to assign the value. Okay, this is assignment, not print, right? So print IPL captain. Okay, so if you see the MSD has been updated to Zadira, right? So you can go to that element and assign the value, whatever you want to assign. Great. Now similar to uh, string, we have the functions as well. So for example, so let me comment it. Sorry. Okay, so we have IPL, right? Okay, so I can say IPL dot, right? So we have a sort method. What sort will do? It will sort your list, right, based on the character, right? So I think C should come first, then G, then K, then M, right? So let me show that. Okay, so this IPL dot sort doesn't return anything, right? So you are seeing none, right? It will just sort the value in the list, but it won't return anything. Like pop was returning a value, but IPL dot sort doesn't return anything. It will just print. It will just sort your list, right? I have to print outside, so print IPL. Now it will be in sorted up manner. See CSK, then GT, then KKR, then MA, right? So if you want to sort your list, you can just use sort method. It will sort your list. That's it. It will not return anything, right? But IPL is sorted now. Great. Apart from that, you have some more methods. For example, IPL dot. So this append and all we saw already. You have count, extend, index is important, right? You want to see index of a value. So for example, you want to see the index of KKR. So it will tell you at what index KKR is available in your list, right? So it is at index 2, 0, 1, 2. So it is at index 2, right? After sorting we are doing. So this is sorted already. This is the sorted value. And in index 2, KKR is there. So it is returning 2, right? Great. And we have some more. Pop, we have seen remove. Reverse is there if you want to reverse the list completely. Sort is there. Yeah, these are the important ones. There are some more. You can explore them. Great. Okay. Now we have one very interesting and very useful day-to-day life, this split method, right? So for example, let me show you this. Okay. So let's say you have this text, data engineering rocks, right? What you want to create a list of this text, right? And this should be your first element, this should be second, and this should be third, right? Simple. I want to convert it to a list, and this should be this and this and this, right? So if I say words equal to text dot split, now in split, I can say that based on what I want to split it. By default, it is space, right? So even if I don't give, it will split each word at space, and each of this will be a item of my list, right? So if I just say this, print words, it is see creating a list. Data engineering rocks. So there are three element in my list: data, engineering, and rocks, right? Let's say there was comma in between for whatever reason, right? And I will say split, and you should split by comma. So this will be first element, this will be your second element, and this will be your third element. So if I just print it, see, if I don't give comma, let's see what will happen. It is giving me only one value, right? Comma separated, because it is trying to split by space. There is no space at all in this. So it is not working, right? So by default, it is space. But if you have a specific character, you can give and it will split, right? Now it is fine. So once it is a list, you can do whatever you want to do, whatever we have done so far with the list. Okay, great. Uh, this is fine. Uh, mm, okay, similar to this, we have a uh, join keyword as well. So basically, you want to reverse this thing, right? From the list, you want to convert it to a sentence, right? So for example, we have this list now. Data engineering is awesome. Let me just comment it. Forward slash, right? You want to join these elements, right? By space, right? So you are saying by space dot join. Here you have to give a iteratable, right? So I'm giving a list. List can be iteratable, right? There are multiple elements. We will see. I mean, whatever data structure we will see, you can pass all of them. We will see later, dictionary and tuple. For now, understand from list point of view. You can pass a list, right? And you can Just give separated by what, and it will give you a string. Right. So I'll say print sentence. See, data engineering is awesome, right? If I don't give anything, completely empty, right? So it is just returning and there are no space. So it is adding all these elements of list, but nothing in between, right? If I say, let's say pipe, so it will put pipe in between. See, data pipe, engineering pipe is awesome. So whatever you want to give, you can give. So give comma, it will be this. Right? So based on your requirement, you can join it. Right? Okay, we will solve assignments and we will see how they will be used in real life. But for now, you should be able to understand how it works. Great. This is my join. This is fine. I can use a new line character as well. So for example, I can say /n, right? So instead of a space, it will use /n, which is a new line character, right? So if I just do, see, data engineering is awesome. So it is adding a new line character, right? We saw this yesterday as well. Anywhere we want to add a new line character, we can use this /n. So now let's go back to our maybe IPL list. Yeah, we have this here. Okay. So now many times, right, you will have to repeat same thing again and again and again, right? So let's read what is for loop, right? A for loop in Python is used to iterate over a sequence. When I say sequence, it can be a list or tuple or dictionary. We will learn more. For so far we have learned only list. So just focus on list, right? So basically, let's say I want to send email to all of you, right? Let's say, and each email will be customized, where I will put your name and I will say, hi, Nachiket, this is this, right? And same email I want to send it to everyone, right? Now, one way is I will send one by one by one by one, right? Another way is I can write a loop, right? I have to send the same email. I have to just change the name, right? So I'll change the name in a way that I can run it in a loop and email will be sent. Right? Let's say this is my scenario. Let's say I have some email IDs abc@gmail.com, right? Ankit@gmail.com, Rahul@gmail.com, Puneet@gmail.com, and let's say this is my uh, Nachiket@gmail.com, right? Now I want to send email, right? So what I can do, I can run a loop over it. At first pick this value, right? Then pick this value in the second iteration, third iteration pick this value, fourth iteration pick this value, and do the same thing again and again and again, right? So let me run a loop. Okay, so there are two kinds of loop. One is for loop and one is while loop. 95% of the time you will use for loop. Okay, we will discuss while loop as well. It has its use cases, but 95% of the time you will use for. So for loop, you will say for, right? And now you will put a name here, any variable. Just like I'm putting a variable name, you will put a here. So let's say email ID in IPL. So IPL is my list, right? And then colon, right? So this is similar to how we write if statement, right? If condition and then colon, and there should be a tab here. So similar syntax. Now what I want to do, let run this loop, and for now I will say print email ID, right? Now what will happen? Let me explain you first. So what will happen? It will run a loop for each element. So for the first iteration, it will go to the 0th index, pick this value, right, and assign this value to email ID variable. So something like this will happen, right? Email ID. I mean, we don't have to do, but under the hood, it is happening. IPL 0, right? So whatever is there at the 0th index, it will pick and put in email ID variable, right? So for the first time, it will have nachiket@gmail.com and it will print it, right? Now again it will check, do we have more elements in this list? Yes. At first element, at first index also we have a element. So it will pick this value for the second time, assign it to email ID, right? Email ID in. So every element is going in email ID. Then it will print second email ID. Then it will pick third element. It will take third element or second index, put an email ID and print it. So it will repeat the same thing again and again for each element. So if you run this, see Nachiket is there. Let me remove this. Right. So for the first time, Nachiket is there, then Ankit is there, then Rahul is there, then Puneet is there. So it is going one by one by one. Right. I can do anything here. So for example, I'm printing sending email to, and then I can put email ID. Right. Should be in double quotes. Okay. So if I run again, you see it is printing the name first, I mean email ID first, right? And then it is printing sending email to this, right? So this is your first iteration. During this time, the value of email ID is this nachiket@gmail.com. Second time, this value will go in email ID variable. See, the value of email ID variable will change again and again and again, right? Now, if I now whatever you are giving within this tab, everything will be considered inside this for loop, right? If you want to come out this loop, you can just come out like this, right? So indentation is important. Whatever is indented here will be considered inside for loop. Anything I print outside will be outside. So now here, let's say I want to print email ID, right? Now just guess what will be the value of email ID, right? Email ID I have not assigned anywhere. It is in the loop happening, right? So it will put this value, then this value, then this value, then this value. So in the last, what will be the value? Let's see. So I will just, okay, that's fine. Let me print it. The last value of email ID variable is, right? And let's put a comma. Okay, so this is outside of loop. This is an inside loop. So this will run, this will print 4 times, right? Let me remove this, just print one of that, right? And this will be printed after the loop at the end. So only once it will be, right? So if you see the last value of email ID variable is puneet@gmail.com, right? Because in the last, it went to the fourth element for which the value is puneet@gmail.com. And this is very important, right? That till where you have to write for loop and what you have to write outside it. Right? We will see a lot of example when we do assignments and other problems. But for now, you should be able to understand how this for loop is running. Very simple. You have to just say a variable name. You can give any name. Doesn't matter. Just like we give variable name here, same naming convention is followed here. Right? And then in, and you pass the list. And it will just go and go. First element, second, third, fourth. Simple. Okay, great. Now, there is another way of accessing the elements, right? And sometimes you have to use that way, right? This is one way. Sometimes you have to go via index way. So let me explain one function to you first, and then we will do that. So for now, I will comment it. Let's remove it for now. So there is a function called range. Right? What range will do, right? So if you say 5, if you pass 5 to range, right, what it will return? I'll just print it. This is an important function you will be using day in, day out, right? So if I just print range and I'm passing a value, integer value 5, right? It will give me all the index from 0 to 4. So it is returning 0, range 0 to 5. But basically what it is returning me a list and the values are 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll show you how, right? So what I will do, I will run a loop. I will say for n in range 5, print n, right? So the first value is 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Last one will not be there, right? It is saying a total 5 values starting from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I run this, See, it is giving me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? I'll show you how it will be used to run a loop on this list, but you should be able to understand here. Now there are other arguments which are kind of optional. So you can say start and step size as well. This is another way. So you are saying start with 2, go till 6, and 6 will not be considered, right? Always remember, last one will not be considered with a step size of 2. Let me call it 7. So start with 2, go till 7. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But step size of 2. Let me not give step size for now. Right? So if I put simply say 7, it will print from 0 till 6. Right? I'll say start from 2 till 7. So start and end. Right? So it is starting from 2 going till 6. Further, I can give a step size of 2. So it will be 2, 4, 6. Right? So they are different variant of this range function. Most of the time we will use just a number. So I will say range 7 and it will give me all the numbers starting from 0 till 6. Great. Now I want to run this loop again, but this time using range function. Right? So let's see how we will do it. So let's remove a command. Now what I will say for email ID in, right, range. Now focus here. I will say length of IPL. Okay. So let's see what it will do. So what is the length of IPL? Length of IPL is 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Length of IPL is 4. Right? This range will return? It will return 0, 1, 2, 3. This also we understand. So it will return 0, 1, 2, 3. Right? Now we know we can access the list elements using index as well. So this is a 0th index, first index, second index, third index. Right? So I will say sending email to 2, and now here I will say, let's call it I, right? This is an index value. It is not an email. This is basically index value. And I will say sending email to IPL and the index value. Right? This is how also we can run the loop, right? So basically, let me print I as well. I, comma, IPL, I. Right? So now let's go over loop. So it is 0, 1, 2, 3, right? Length is 4. Length of IPL, there are 4 elements in this list. So it will return 4. And when I say range of 4, it will return 0, 1, 2, 3. It starts from 0. Now it will go first, right? In I, 0 will go. This is how it is working. The first value will go in variable I. And I will say I, which is 0, IPL of 0. And what is IPL of 0? First element. Then for the second loop, 1 will go in I, it will print 1 and IPL of 1, right? I am accessing list elements. So it will go, right? So let me run it quickly. So see, sending email to 0. 0 is the index and IPL 0 is email ID, right? So this is how also you can run a loop on a list and access the elements, right? Now, obviously this looks easy to do, right? You will think why I need this. But we will see enough examples that why I need it. So in some places you can use this simple one, but some places you will need the index, right? So let me share one example where you need the index value so that you understand why we need this. So let's say I have a list, right? Let's say my list, or let's say my sorted list. Okay. And it has some values 10, 20, 30, 40. Or let's say 60 or whatever, doesn't matter. Now, what I want to do, right? It is a sorted list. We know that already. Now, what I want to do, there is an element, let's say n equal to 25, right? Now, I want to insert this n in this list so that this list is sorted, remains sorted. Or let me put 35, right? So I want to insert this element in this list at a position so that this list remains sorted. So basically it should come here somewhere, right? This is what I want. Now, one way is you can just append this element and sort it again. So for example, I can say, let me comment this one. Okay. Let's put this as well. Okay. So I will say n equal to 35, right? And I will say my sorted list dot append, right? Dot append n, right? And then sort it. I think in next step I have to do. I will say my sorted list dot append, sorry, dot sort, right? Okay. So let me print it two places. Print my sorted list here and print my sorted list here, right? So I'm printing two times. Okay. So now what is happening? You see 35 is going at the end. So this is my list. So 35 is going at the end when I append n. And then I'm again sorting it. And again sorted, it is again sorted. So this is one way of solving it. But sorting is a costly method. We will talk about cost and all later. But for now, understand this. We want to solve it without using sort function, right? I want to solve this question without using sort function. Let's see how we can solve it. I'll remove this sort. We don't want to do sort. Sort is costly operation. We want to have some other way so that I can come here and somehow I insert the value here. Great. So let's remove everything. So what I will do, let me tell you the how we will solve it, the thinking process, and then we will write a code for this. So I will run a loop here. I will go to the first element and I will see, is this element greater than 35? If this element is greater than 35, I can put this element in the start only. Okay. If it is not, then I will go to the next element. Again, check if this element is greater than 35. No. Then I will move forward. 30. 30 is greater than 35. No. Then again, I go further. 55. Yeah, 55 is greater than 35. So I can insert the value at this index. You remember insert method? I can give the index value and it will insert the value there. Right? So we understand how we have to solve it. Now we have to write a loop for it, right? So I will say for I in, right, range length of my sorted list, right? Okay. Now I will say if, right, again within for I am writing a if condition, right? I'm saying if my sorted list, right, I, right? So what it will give? It will give 10. If it is greater than n, right? If it is greater than n, right? Then what I want to do? If it is greater than n, then I will insert at this. So I is 0. So at that 0th index, I will insert 35. Right? So I will say my sorted list dot insert, right? Where at ith index, what value n, right? Let me make it something big for now, or let me make it small, right? So that it will just go here. Now imagine again. I'm explaining again. So I in range length. Length is 4. So my list is basically 0, comma 1, comma 2, comma 3. So this is what range will return, right? Range function. Now for the first time, the value of I is 0, right? So it will check my sorted list 0. What is the value of my sorted list 0? 10. Is 10 greater than 6? Yes, it is greater than 6. If it is greater than 6, then please at the 0th index itself, here itself, you insert this element, right? And let's see the output. Print, uh, print n. Not n, sorry, my sorted list. Great. So you see, we are seeing multiple times. I'll tell you why. So it is running for the first time 0, right? Then it will continue, right? We are not stopping this loop. it will go again at 1, right? Again 1, it will check. If it is greater, yes. So it is inserting again. So what we have to do, there is a keyword called break, right? Break means I want to end the loop. So in this case, I want to end the loop as soon as I found that that element is greater than n, right? I want to assign this, insert this value, and I want to break the loop. So at any point I want to break the loop, I can use break statement or break keyword, right? So it will come in if and it will break. If it is not an if, then it will go again to for loop and pick the second value, right? So let me print it again. So now if you see 6 is inserted at the first index. Let me change this value to now 25. Now again, let's run it. So it will go to the first value 0, right? My sorted list 0, 10. Is it greater than 25? No. So it will not go in this if loop, nor it will break it. Nothing it will do, right? It will do nothing, right? Then it will go again here. Right? Now 2, I mean 1 will go here. So my sorted list 1 is 20. So this will be 20. Is 20 greater than 25? No. So again, it will not go inside this, right? And it will go back and take the third value. Now at second index, what is there? 30. So it will check is 30 greater than 25? Yes. So it is saying at index 2, insert this 25 and then break the loop. Don't run for the last one, right? So let's see. See 10, 20, then 25, 30, 55, right? So this kind of logic thinking you have to build, and this will come with practice. Okay. Now, similar to break, we have a continue as well. So for clarity, we can say in this case, else continue. Continue means nothing, just continue. I mean, go to the next iteration, right? So the moment you say continue, it will go to the next iteration. It will not execute anything after that. Right? So it will just continue. We'll see other examples where continue is useful. But for now, you have to understand, we have to just say continue. Okay. So you understand that why sometimes. So now this cannot be solved with this method, right? Because we need the index value, right? If I don't have index value, how I will insert it, right? I need index value here. So that's why I have to run the loop using this range. Great. This is what I wanted to show, that in some places you will have to use range, and in some places you can just directly do it based on the requirement. That thought process you will have to build, that what to use when to use what. Great. So this is my loop with range, right? I will put some of the assignments from here. In the assignment, I will put, I'm not discussing all of this. This is fine. Okay. What you have to do, I will put in the assignment as well, that you have to achieve the same thing now, whatever we have done, without even using insert function, right? You don't have to use even insert function, and somehow you have to achieve the same. I will tell you the logic, how it will be achieved. So what you have to do, you have to append a none element here. So you can just append none, just like this. So if you see a dot append none, right? So in the end, there will be a none as well, right? So you have to say, let me show you, my sorted list dot append none, right? So you will have none at the end of this list, right? So something like this, it will be after appending. Now you have to put some logic in a way that you shift the value, that this value will go here, this value will go here in case of 25, right? This should go to the last index, this should go here, and here you put 25, right? So this logic you have to think, right? So think about it, and in the assignment, I will mention that you have to solve it without using sort method and without using insert. Okay. So just try it out. It will be a good exercise for your brain. Great. Awesome. Let's move on. Okay, so similar to this loops on list, right? We can even run loops on a string, right? So if I just remove this print element, right? So if I say name equal to Ankit, right? So the each character of this name will be a part of the loop. So if I say for ch, I'm giving any name, character in name, right? Print ch, right? So for the first iteration, a, it will take the value at the 0th index. A will go in the ch and it will print a. Then n will go in ch, right? Then k will go in ch. Then I will go in ch and t will go in ch, and so on and so forth. See, a, n, k, I, t. Right? So you can just run a loop over a string as well, similar to how it runs on the list. List, it picks one element. This is first element, second element, third element. But when you run on a string, it will be each character. First character, second character, third, fourth, fifth. So this will loop. This loop will run 5 times. Okay. Other than that, nothing much. Whatever we have done so far, same thing, right? Okay. There are some other operations you can do. So, for example, if you want to see that, let's say you want to see if I write a in name, this is a if condition, right? What it will do, it will check if a character is present in this string or not, right? Then print yes, else print no, right? Okay, so you see it is printing yes, right? So let's say if I give b, now this time it will return false, no, right? So you can check like this as well, right? So you can check a character if it is present. Even you can check, I think, in the list as well. So for example, if I want to check if 10 is there in my sorted list or not. So 10 in my sorted list, right? So it is returning yes. If I pass, let's say 100, it will return no, right? So if for if else purpose you want to check something, you can do this. But in the backend, remember it is kind of running a loop. When we talk about the complexity, the runtime, it is running a loop, right? So loops are always, you have to remember that if without loop you can do something, you should do that. If it is a big list, right, loop will take time, right? So basically it is checking if 100 is there in this or not. So internally it is running a loop and checking element wise element. Okay, this is fine. So let's solve one more question, right? So what I want to see, so let's say this is my text, right? I want to count how many vowels are there in a string, right? Simple, right? So this is my text. I want to count how many vowels are there. And these are all the vowels, A, I, O, U in small, A, I, O, U in capital, right? So what I will do, I'll run a loop on this string. For I will say for ch in text, right? If, so now first character is D, right? So I will say if ch in in vowels, right? So I want to see if this first element D is available in vowels or not. So this is how I can check, right? So it will check if D is present in this, D is not there in this, right? D is not there. So nothing, we should not do anything, right? So we need to put a count. So I will declare a variable count equal to 0. And I will increase this value if it is present, right? So I will say count equal to count plus 1. Right? And then I will print count. Now, where you will print count? Inside loop or outside loop? It has to be outside loop. Right? After doing everything, I will say count. Okay, so let's go over it. So count initial value is 0. Right? It is saying, or okay, I'll show you later. So it is running a loop over my text. So it will pick first element D. It will check D is present in this. No. So it will not go inside this. It will not go inside this, and it will go to the next iteration. Then it will check A. A is there? Yes. A is there in my vowels string, right? So I will say count equal to count plus 1. So count will become right? And let me print also here, print count. Right? So for each iteration, it will print the count now, right? But it will not go inside it if vowels is not there, right? So let me just show you. If you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is my 6. So there are total 6 there, right? Let me do one thing. I'll do else. It will make things more clear. And I will print count here as well. Okay. And let me run this now. Okay. So now if you see, first is 0. Here 0. Now it will go in if for D, right? Now it will not go inside if because D is not the in vowels. So it will go in else and print 0. Right? Next time when A is there, it will go inside this and it will increase the count. So count will become 1 and it will print C 1. Right? And it will not go in else now. Now for the third time T. So T is not there, so it will not go. It will again print 1. Right? So this is how it is working. And in the end, outside the loop, we are printing the total how many are there. So total 6 vowels are there. Right? So these are the questions you will be getting, right? When you have to solve these Python questions. And it is all about logic, right? The more you practice, the more comfortable you will be, right? Because most of you are coming from SQL or other background. This is little bit different, right? But if you practice enough, it will start looking easy. Great. So what is the time? 12:57. Okay, let's discuss the while loop as well. It is a small topic and um, it is fine. We will discuss the while loop. Okay. So a while loop is in Python repeatedly executes a block of code as long as given condition is true. Right. So let me take simple example. So in for loop, generally we know that for how many times it will run, right? So I'm running on a list, right? So I know, okay, there are five elements, so it will run 5 times. Or I'm running on a string. I know there are 5 characters or 6 characters, whatever. It will run 6 times, right? So it is fixed that how many times it will run. We know already in for loop. In while loop, it is little different. In while loop, you don't know how many times it may run, right? For those cases where you don't know how many times it has to be run, you will use the while loop. Okay. So let me comment this and I will say, let's say count equal to 1. Okay. I will say while count is less than or equal to 6. Print count, right? And count equal to count plus 1. A simple example I'm telling. So until and unless this condition is returning true, it will keep going inside it, keep going, keep going. The moment this condition is false, so you have to put a condition here. Right? Generally, in for loop, we are not putting any condition. We are saying that okay, run over this list or run over this list of index, whatever. Here we have to write a condition that dude run this loop again and again till this condition is satisfied. Right. So first time count is 1. Right. So count is 1. Let me start with 0. Right. So it will print 0. Then it will increase the value 0 plus 1, 1. It will check is 1 less than equal to 6? Yes. Then go again, increase the value again, then go again, go again, go again. Right. So it will print till say 0, 1 to 6. The moment it figures out it is 6. Right. So 6 plus 1 will be 7. Is 7 less than equal to 6? No. Then it will come out of loop. Right. So you have to put a condition and until it is true, it will keep going on, keep going on, keep going on. Great. Now let's say one real example, right? That I can think of. Right. So for example, you have a file, right? Let's say you have some program, right? So you have some Python script you have, right? And it will read data from a file. We don't know how to read from a file for now, but just imagine it is reading data from a file. Right? This is what the requirement is, and do some processing. Okay, so there are 3 steps, right? Read file, right? Once it is read, program will run and then we will process it, right? Now it might be possible that this file is not there. So what I want to do, I want to put this processing in a while loop, right? So I will say while file, so there is this function I can just show you, right? We don't know yet, right? But I'll just show you. So we are saying while not os.part.exist. So we are checking if this file exists or not, right? If it does not exist, right? So what I want to do, I want to keep running it. So I will say, let's say print file not found, right? And I will do sleep. So there is a function sleep which will sleep it for 10 seconds. If I say 10, right, you have to import library, import time. So if I say import time, generally you keep all the imports at top, right? So you will say import time. If it is not there, you have to do pip install, right? So basically what I'm doing here, right, I'm checking if file exists or not. If the file is there, it will return true, right? This is some function we have not learned so far, but it will return true if the file exists on whatever path. I'm passing a path, right? If it is exist, great. If it doesn't exist, right, then I want to say file not found, time dot sleep, right? It will sleep for 10 seconds and then again it will go next again. So this loop is continuously running. It is just that I have put sleep. So it will just sleep for 10 seconds. This Python script will sleep for 10 seconds, right? Then again go. The moment it finds it, right, this is true. This while loop will end and then you can process your file here. Print. You have to write the program. I'm just printing it. File process. This is a very common use case of while loop, right? You are checking a file. If it is existing, if it is not existing, right, then you want to keep running this loop. It will forever be running, right? Let's say for 1 hour, the file has not come. Every 10 seconds, it is checking, 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 checking. The moment it comes, this while loop will end, right? And we will come to next line and you can run the program now. Okay, so this is one of the real-time use cases of while. Great. But as I said, 95% of the time you will be using for loop for all of your work, right? Very, very rarely you will be using while loop, but yeah, sometimes you might have to use. Great. Okay. So let's say I have a list of numbers. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? This is a list. Now, what I want to do, I want to uh, create a new list, right? I want to create a new list where each number is the square of each of this number. So basically my output list will be something like this. 1, 4, right? The square of 2 is 4, the square of 3 is 9, the square of 4 is 16, square of 4 is 25, right? So I know we can do it easily using for loop, right? So let's do it. So I will define my output list, right? I will initialize it as empty list, right? And I will keep appending one element. I will say for num in my list, right? And I will say output list dot append, right? I'm going to append what? The square of this num, right? So first time one will go in num, right? My list is this. So first it will pick one and it will go in num. And I will say append square of num, right? Second time it will again go 2 will go in num variable and I will say append num square, right? And so on and so forth. And my output list will be ready. So I will say print output list, right? Let me clear this one. Okay, so I will run this program. You see 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, right? So this we achieved using simple for loop, right? Now same thing we can do using list comprehension. So I can directly say output list equal to, right? And within this list square brackets, I will say, give me num square for num in my list. So it is also a for loop, but it is a kind of in a short form you can write your for loops, right? It is just one liner. That's it. So what I'm saying, it is the same thing for num in my list. Here also I said for num in my list, right? What I want, so one value for each loop, one value will be assigned to num variable, right? And square it and create a list. So it will directly create the list, right? So if I just comment this part, right, and I have it in just one line, right? It will produce a list. So I'll just take it to the end. So you see 149, 16, 25. So it is nothing new we have learned, right? It is the same thing. Whatever you do in for loop, we are doing in list comprehension. It is just that if I want a list in output, right? So this creates a list comprehension, right? So if I want a list in output, I can write in a short form, right? But if you feel it is little complex or you are not able to understand it, it is fine. There is no performance benefit you are getting, right? Whatever performance it will take time, it will also take same time. It is just you are writing in a short code, right? In it is said that in Pythonic way, because Python is a simple language, it is known for, right? So you can just write it in a simple way in one liner. You can write the for loops, right? Now let's have another scenario. So let's comment this for now, and this time I will say what I want is I want all the even numbers from this list. So in my output, it should be 2 and 4 only. This is what I want. I want an output list which has only even numbers from this list. It can have anything. So for example, it can have 15 and 20, right? So I want 2, 4, 20. This should be there in the output, right? So let's write it again using for loop, and then we will see how we can write it using list comprehension, right? So for num in my list, now I have to check if it is a even number or not. So I will say if num percent percent 2, right? Modulus of 2. So it will check if there is a remainder, right? If it is there is no remainder, which means this is a even number, right? So what I will say, I will append it. Right? Okay. So if it is a even number, right? Modulus will give me the remainder. So it will take first number 1. 1 modulus 2. Is it 0? No. So it will not go and append this. Then again 2. Is it 0? Yes. Then it will append it. So on and so forth. Right. So again, if I just print it, it is giving me 4, 1600. Okay. I am doing square. Square is not required. So it is giving me 2, 4, 20, which was expected. Right. So I have to use a if condition here. So same thing I can do here. I will say give me num only, right? I don't need a square. But I can write a if condition here. If, and same thing I will copy paste here. Just the syntax is different if you see, right? So I'm writing what value I want first. This is how the syntax is, right? Whatever I want in output, that I'm writing here. Then my loop for num in this. So this is my loop condition. And then this is if else. So if this is true, then it will add this in the list, otherwise it will not, right? So if I just say output list, let me make it empty again, otherwise it will come 2 times. I'm not commenting the code. Okay, so if you see, I'm getting 2, 4, 20 again, right? This time I'm getting from here. I'm not doing any print, so it is coming from here, right? So 2, 4, 20. Same thing I'm doing, just in one line. Okay. Now let's take one more scenario, right? What I want a new list, right? In that I want to print if this number, whatever elements are there in my list are even or odd, right? So for example, first will be odd, then even, then odd, then even, then odd, odd, even. So this is what I want in my output, right? So let's again solve this using for loop, and then we will solve it using list comprehension. So I will just do this and as well as this. Okay. I'll say for num in my list. So I'm saying if it is even, so I will append even in this, right? So I'm creating a new list which will hold this either odd or even for each element of my list. So if it is divisible by 2, then I will say it is a even. So I even will go, right? Else I will say append odd, right? So I have if else condition now, right? If it is divisible by 0, then even, otherwise append odd. And let me run this. So if you see odd, even, odd, even, odd, odd, even, this is what is expected, right? Odd, odd, even. Right? Now solve this again using list comprehension. Let me uncomment this. Now we need two conditions, if and else. So I will say, give me even, right? And I need to move my if condition in the front now if I want to give a else condition as well. So I will say even if num modulus 2 equal to 0, else odd for num in my list, right? So this is different syntaxes for list comprehension, right? But it is the same thing. Again, if you don't feel comfortable with it, absolutely fine. You use the normal for loop syntax. There is no performance gain. It's just that instead of writing 5 lines, you are writing just 1 line. Right? That's the only advantage. So if I run this, it is again giving me odd, even, odd, even, odd, odd, even. Okay, great. Again, if you have the simple logic, then you will want to use list comprehension. If the logic is very complex, then it is better to write normal for loop, right? For simple logics, if you want a one-liner, you can write it directly. Great. So this is all about list comprehensions. Let me comment everything. Okay, great. So we have discussed so far only one data structure. When I say data structure, it can hold multiple values. It is the collection of values, right? So we have discussed list, right? So far, a list, we have elements in square brackets and we can access them using index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Now lists are ordered. I will tell you later, right? What is ordered and what is not ordered. Once we complete all of this, right? Dictionaries, tuples, sets, that time I will tell you what is ordered, what is not ordered. But if you look at the definition of list is a ordered, is not written, it is a ordered collection. Okay, this is for loop. I think it should be there. List. Yeah. So if you see a list in Python is an ordered mutable collection of items, right? Mutable we saw that we can update the value. It is ordered. Basically, ordered means I can access them using index. So it is 0, 1, 2, 3, and it will not change. Right? Okay, let's discuss it later. What is ordered, right? Let's move on to the dictionary. Okay, so now what is dictionary? A dictionary is an unordered, right? Earlier it was unordered, but now it is ordered after Python version 3.7. So for now you can say ordered, right? Mutable collection of key value pairs. Key must be unique and immutable, right? Values can be of any type. Okay. So we have been storing our team like this. IPL equal to, let's say, we have CSK, right? If I want to store the name of all my IPL teams, CSK, MI, RCB, and let's call Rajasthan Royals, right? Now, what if I want to store more information about each team? Right? One way is I can create list of list, and here I can store other things, right? So I can say CSK and MSD is the captain, right? And we can get all the information. But here again, it is index wise that we have to remember. Okay, at 0th index, it is the name of the team, and then at the first index, it is the name of the captain. It is not a good way of storing things, right? So for that, we have dictionary, right? We can store in a key value pair. So I can say for CSK, these are the things, and for MI, these are the things. For RCB, these are the things. For RR, these are the things, right? So I will say IPL equal to, now dictionary should be in curly braces. Right? So if you use curly braces, it becomes a dictionary. So I will just print type of IPL. Right? I'm just printing here when it is list, and I will print again. Okay, and let's see. So if you see, it is a list first, right? Because I'm printing here. Sorry, here, right? Now I'm declaring it as a dictionary, so it is a dictionary. Right? So dictionary is represented by curly braces. Okay. So now how I will store the information? So I will say IPL, right? And this is my key, CSK. I will say for CSK, key colon you have to pass and then value. Right? Key colon value. So I will say, let's say MST. Right? Let's say IPL captains. I'm creating a dictionary of IPL captains. So I'm saying CSK MSD, right? Key value. So this is my first key value pair. Second key pair value is MI, right? And let's say Rohit Sharma, right? This is my second key value pair. Then one more. I would say RCB, right? And let's say Virat Kohli, right? Then another comma. So you can give as many key value pairs as you want, right? And then I will say RR, right? In value is Rahane. Okay. So now this is my dictionary, right? So if I print my dictionary now, print IPL captains, it will just give me values in the key value pair, right? Key value pair, same thing. Key value, key value, key value. Now I want to access, let's say I want to know who is the captain of CSK, right? So I want to access elements of a dictionary, right? For list, we access using index value 0, 1, 2, 3. But here we don't access values using index. We access using keys. So I want information of CSK. So I will say IPL captains, right? And in a square bracket, I will pass the key value CSK. So it will give me value, whatever value. So this is key. So whatever value of this key in IPL captain dictionary, it will give me. So it will give me MSD basically, right? So if I just do print, you see MSD I'm getting, right? So if you want to access the element of a dictionary, you have to give the dictionary name and in square brackets the key value, that for which key you want to access the value. If I wanted to access MI, I will say MI, right? See, easy now, right? I just have to pass the team name here. Here I didn't know in which position MI will be there, and then it will be nested list. It's not the good use case to store this kind of information in list. But in list, if you want to just store the homogeneous value like all the team names, all the usernames, kind of that is a good use case for list. But if you want to have some key value pair, okay, for some key for MI, what is the team name or whatever, right? Then you will use key value pair, right? Most of the APIs also. So when we do project, when we do a API call, they return the response in a dictionary format, right? JSON is nothing but in a dictionary format also. This will have key value pair in the dictionary. So using these things, we will extract the values from the API response, right? So dictionaries become very important from data engineering point of view, especially, right? Because we work day in day out with APIs, and in the API response, it will be in a JSON structure, which is dictionary basically. JSON is same as dictionary in Python, right? And then we have to extract different values, run loops, right? So from data engineering point of view, dictionaries are very important. So this is how you can access it, right? Great. Now let's say I want to update a value. Let's say for MI, right? Captain has changed. So I will say I can assign a new value. So I will say for MI, right? Make it Hardik Pandya. Now what it will do, it will go to this key MI and update the value. So currently it is Rohit Sharma, right? it will update it to Hardik Pandya. Right? So if I just again do this, you will see now it is coming Hardik Pandya. If I just print IPL captains, you will see Hardik Pandya is there. See Hardik Pandya is there. Right? So this is how you can update a value of a key in a dictionary. Let's say I want to add new key. Right? So far we have 4 teams. Let's say one more team is coming. Simple. So now what happens when you give a key? So for example, let's say I'm giving PBKS, right? And shares a year. Okay. So now in this case, MI was there. So if a key is there, it will update the value, right? It updated to Hardik Pandya. Now one key is not there. So PBKS is not there, right? So what it will do? It will create a new key and assign shares a year as value. Now we have 5 key value pair, 5 elements in my dictionary, right? So if I just do this, you see now we have at the end PBKS shares a year, right? So if you want to add new element, you can just give a new key and its value. And if you want to just update a value, and if that key exists, it will update. But the syntax is same, right? Updating and adding element syntax is same. It is just that if when key is there, it will update. When key is not there, it will add. That's it. Yeah. So this is how you can add it, right? Now you want to remove it. Again, you have a pop method here. So you can say dot pop and which key you want to remove. So let's say I want to remove RR, right? So it will remove key value pair of RR. You have to pass the key here. So I'm passing RR and it will just remove it. If I just print again, you see RR is not there now, right? So we have learned how to declare dictionary, right? We can just declare using this curly braces, right? We can pass key value pair, we can update a value, we can insert a new value or add a new value, and we can remove a value, right? So this different ways of handling dictionary. Okay, let me quickly see if I have covered everything. Okay, this is fine. Well, let's say I want to store more information about each team. Right? Here I'm storing just MSD, just the captain name. But I want to store more values. Right? So let's see how we can do it. We can move it to multiple lines as well, just to have more clear. So I'll just do this. Yeah. Okay. So what I want now, I want to store more values. So there are multiple ways. What I can do, I can have a list here. I can say that first element is captain and second element is, let's say, team name, full name. So Chennai Super Kings. Or maybe I want to keep first element as team name and second as captain. I know that in my list, first element will be the full team name and then the captain name. Similarly, here, Mumbai Indians and then captain is Rohit Sharma. Right. Okay, then for RCB, Royal Challengers Bangalore, right? And then captain name. So this is, sorry, list, right? Similarly here, Rajasthan Royals. It's okay, there are some spelling mistakes. So my team name and then captain name, right? And then I will end the dictionary here. Right? Anyway, you can write just for clarity. I'm writing. Okay, so okay, there has to be comma. So comma is there. Why it is giving me error? Okay, it is missing the right. So now P is CSK. For CSK, it will return me a list, right? So if I just take this print. Let me clear this quickly. So I'll say now print CSK. It is giving me that what all keys are also there, so I can just choose. Okay, let's see what it will give. Okay, so it is giving me, let me just comment this for now. Okay, so now it is giving me Chennai Super Kings MST. So the value of CSK key is list now, right? If I want, I know that first name is full team name and second is captain name. So I can say if I want, so for example, I can do this, right? Let me remove this. So I can say CSK team name equal to IPL captain CSK, and from this list give me zeroth element. Now it is a list, right? I have to access elements using index. So this become CSK team name, right? And if I want CSK captain name, right, I will say index 1. Right? So this will be CSK team name and this will be CSK captain. And I will say print CSK team name and then I will put captain name. You can directly print this. I am just showing you how you can use it. Right. So it is giving me Chennai Super Kings, CSK team name, and CSK captain name is MST. Right. So you can have different kind of structures, right? So when API return a response, you have to see that what is the structure of your JSON, and accordingly you have to write the code, right? We can write in another way. Now, whoever is creating API, right, it is up to them how they want to structure it, right? But as a data engineer, most of the times we don't create APIs, we use the APIs, we consume the APIs, right? So API is there. I want to consume it and use that data for the data engineering or data analysis. Now, another way of storing is I can create a nested dictionary. So I can say, right, let me just take it out. So I will say within CSK, right, I have a key which is team name and the value is CSK team name. Sorry, uh, Chennai Super Kings, right? And then another, I will say captain, right? And captain will be MST, right? So this is how also I can store the values, right? So instead of creating a list, there is a dictionary. Within CSK, I'm saying team name is Chennai Super Kings and captain is MST. And similarly, I will do for others. Yeah. Comma, comma. It is not necessary. I'm just beautifying it. That's it. MI, RCB, Aadhaar. Right. And let's take quickly Mumbai Indians. Royal Challengers Bangalore. Let's keep 3. That's fine. Just to explain things. Okay, and then we have Virat Kohli. And then we have Rohit Sharma. Okay, let me remove all of this. Let's close this dictionary. Okay, so now what I have done, let me hide it. Okay, so now what I have done, I have just created my JSON in a different way, right? It stores the same information, right? Here I am saying key and value will be in a list, but here I have to remember, okay, at zeroth index, that it will be team, and first index it will be captain. Here I have created nested dictionary. So CSK, within CSK, I can access team name and captain. Team name, captain, team name, captain. Now how I will access it? Let's see. So I will say within, let me remove this within. Okay, so first I will say IPL captains, right? Let's say this time I want of MI. I will say MI, right? So if I just print this, it will give me a new dictionary, right? It will be a new dictionary. So let's print it. If you see, it is giving me team name Mumbai Indians and captain Roshan, right? Now I want to further go inside. So I will again put square brackets and say within this, give me captain name. Right? So this will give me captain. See, Rohit Sharma. Right? If you want the team name, you can just say team name. Right? Now I can access everything using key values. Right? This is the MI team. Within that, give me the team name. Right? So your API response can be in any format. But however it is structured, you have to read it and make sure you read the data properly. Right? So that's why I'm saying again, dictionaries are important. You should be very comfortable using them. Great. So this is fine, absolutely, right? Now let's see how we can run a loop, right? Because there are multiple values, right? Generally, when I read this data, I want to store all of this data, and I can't say, okay, one by one do it, right? Similarly, how we run a loop in the list, we should be able to run a loop in the dictionary as well, right? So let me just check if I have missed anything. Okay, one thing I want to just show. So let me do this. Now let me do this print, right? IPL captains. Now let's say I want to print IPL captains and I will put some random value XYZ. Now this key is not there in IPL captains. We know, right? CSK is there, MI is there, RCB. Only three keys are there. Now what will happen if I pass a key which is not available, right? So let's say, so it is giving me error, key error. Key error means this key is not there in the dictionary, right? So this is your key error and will give you error. Now, many times when you write a program, you don't want this error. Error means your program will stop, right? There will be error and your Python script will just stop. So you don't want that. What you want, if it is not there, then it is fine. It should return a none value or something. It should not give me error. My code should not fail. In that case, you have another function, and it is sorry. Let me keep it like this. Dot get sorry dot get, right? And in this, I can pass a key value. So it is saying give me value of key XYZ, right? So if I run this, it is returning me none, but it is not giving me error. But if I pass a proper value, let's say MI, right? Then it will give me the value of that key. But if it is not there, it will not give me error. It will just return none. Right? So you are handling this gracefully. You can check in your code if it is returning none, which means it is not there, and you can write your program accordingly. But your script will not fail. Right? So based on what you want, right? Based on your use case, you can decide you want to access elements in your script just like this or using chem. It's up to you. Okay, great. So this is accessing value. This is all done. For the mode, we'll use pop. You can use this as well, del and the key name then like this. So both works, right? Great, great. So let's move forward now. So what we will do, let me comment it again. So let's see some of the methods before we run the loop. Right? So I'll say IPL captains. If you want all the keys of a dictionary, right? You want to list all the keys, whatever keys are there. You can just use this method. IPL captains dot keys, it will give you all the keys. So there are three keys, right? CSK, MI, RCB. So it is giving you that. If you want values, you can just say values. So it will give you all the values. Right? This is the first value, second value, and third value. Okay. So this you can do. Third thing is, which is important one, it gives you items. When you say IPL captains dot items, it will give you all the key value pair in form of a list. Right? So if you say this is a list, I'll just take this. And this is what it is returning, right? And this is your first element, right? And this is your second element, and this is your third. So this is a list. If you see within list, you have tuples. Now tuple we will just understand. This is another data structure. We will just understand, but it has basically your key and value, comma separated. You can imagine it as a nested dictionary for now. So it is something like this. Right? For now, you can understand this. So it creates a nested list of list, right? And you have key as first element and second element. Then there is another nested list. So this is the first element of your list, right? And this is the second and third. And this is what it returns. So it will help us in running the loop. So we will just see. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll take the simple one. Otherwise, it will be confusing. So I'll take this one to explain you the loops. Okay. Okay, so this is my IPL captains, and if I just run again, then it will be clear. You see, it is giving me key value, key value, key value, key value. Right? Great. So these are the three things to access elements. Keys, if you pass keys, it will give you all the keys. If you pass values, it will give you all the values. And if you say items, it will give you both. CSK, MSD, MI, Rohit Sharma, like that. Right? Everything returns a list. Okay. So let's see um, how we can run a loop on a list. So I will say for, now you can give any keyword here. Generally, people use key in, and I will say just dictionary name, nothing else, right? Let me just remove this. For key in IPL captains, right? Then let's say key. This can be anything. I can say key one, doesn't matter. It is just a variable name, like we did for list, right? There was a variable name, and each value was getting assigned to that variable. Similarly, here each key value will be assigned. I'm not saying keys or anything. I'm just saying IPL captains. By default, it will pick the key CSK in the first loop and assign it to key one. And in second, it will take MI and assign it to key one. Then RCB assign it to key one, and it will print all of them. See, CSK, MI, RCB. Right? Now, let's say you want to print the captain as well, right? So you can maybe create a F string and say uh, for team, and this is my variable. If you remember how to insert a variable inside a print statement. For team, the captain is, and now what I need to do, I need to say IPL captains, right? And I need to pass the key. For which key? So key one. So this is how you will do it. Why it is showing me error? For key in this print, for team given the captain is this. Looks to be fine. Something I'm missing for key in captain.
You get double quotes.
Okay, double quotes we are using.
At
My
that.
bad. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying, for key one will be for the first time CSK, right? And then the captain is, I'm going back to this dictionary and saying, give me the value of key one. Key one is what? CSK. So it will get MSD for me, right? So I can just get key and value pair like this. For team CSK, the captain is MSD. For team MI, the captain is Rohit Sharma, and so on and so on. Right? So you can run a loop, right? It will iterate over key, key, key. And from key, we know that if we can get the value as well. So you can, within the loop, you can get both the values. Key, because it is running a loop. So key you are getting directly, and then you can get the value. Right? Now there is another more sophisticated way of doing it. So instead of this, I will say, let me just copy this and let me comment this. So you can say for key 1 and value 1, you can give any name. I'm just giving key value for now. And you can directly use this items. So we know items gives key value pair both. So the key will be assigned to this key variable and the value will be assigned to value. So in the first loop, CSK will be assigned to key and MSD will be assigned to value directly. I don't have to access it like this, right? So I will say for team key, the captain is value. So these are two ways of writing a loop because you want to access key and value both of a dictionary, right? So there are two ways. You can either use this or use this. Both are fine. There is nothing preferable that you should use this or this. Up to your comfort. You can use anything. Here you are getting both the things directly. Key value in captain.items, print key and value. So it will go by one by one. CSK will be assigned to key, MSD value. In the second loop, MI will be assigned to key and Rohit Sharma to value. Right. So let me run this as well. And let's run this. Okay. For the team CSK, the captain is MSD and so on and so forth. Right. So this is how you can write loops on a dictionary. Great. Awesome. So these are the basics of our dictionary, right? How to run a loop. And I was telling you, right? There are many free APIs available, right? We will use some of them during the project, but I'll just show you. So if I go there. So this is a free weather API, right? And it gives you a response something like this. You see? This will become bigger as you use more APIs. But basically it is a dictionary. You see, starting from curly braces, ending from curly braces. Within that, I have a key location. And for location, all the parameters they have put in another dictionary. Right? So you will say whatever the name of this dictionary, let's say weather equal to this. Now, if you want to access name, so you will say from weather, go to location and then name, it will give you learn. Right? So this is how you can do it. Right? So when you do project, we will have very complex JSONs and you will have to, pass them and get the result. So this is one of the example. Okay, I can show you as well. So let me create this quickly. So I will say, let me comment this. Sorry. Let's say weather equal to this. Right? So you are getting this response, let's say, from my API, and you are storing it in a variable called weather. Right? I want to access name. Right? So I'll say weather. Right? So first key is location. So I'll say location. Right? And within location, give me name. It is case sensitive, so you have to be careful, right? So it should give me London. See, it is giving me London, right? So this is how you will have to read it, run the loop, and do the things, right? Great. Let's move forward. Uh, Dictionary, this is fine. Okay, let's solve some of the questions to get a hang of it, how we can use it, right? So let's solve a simple question first. So find the number of time each character is present in data engineering, right? This is a very common question and it is commonly asked in interviews as well, right? So you have this any word, right? In that you have to find that each character is repeating how many times, right? So for example, I will have output something like this. I will say D is how many times in this. So D is here only one time. So D1, comma, A how many times? So I can represent in dictionary, right? So A will be one, two, I think two times, right? So A will be two times, and so on and so forth, right? This is what I want to achieve. But I have given a word or a sentence, anything, it can be anything, and I want to know that each character is repeating how many times, right? So one thing is sure that we have to run a loop on this word, right? So let me take this. I will say word equal to this, right? Then I will say for character in, again, this is a variable name. You can give anything, and I will run a loop on it. Now, when I run a loop on a string, it will take one by one. So first D will go in CH, then A will go in CH, and so on and so forth, right? Now, what I want to do, I want to create a dictionary. So, uh, word count, let's say this is my dictionary. I will initialize the empty dictionary here outside the loop, right? And I will start adding elements one by one. Okay. Now, what I need to check? I need to check if so first D is coming, right? I will say D is there or not in my dictionary. If it is not there, then I will say enter D and the value will be 1. Right? So let me just do this. So I will say if, so you can check similarly. CH in
word count, right? So it will check the keys basically when you see. If the ch is there in the word count keys, whatever keys are there, right? If it is not there, so let's say not in. If it is not there, right? Currently it is empty. So when the first time loop will run, we will have d in ch. We'll check if ch not in word count. Yes, it is correct. Ch is not there because it is completely empty. And what I will say word count, right? And the key will be ch. Again, ch, I want to populate value as 1, right? So after the first loop, this is how my dictionary will be. After the first loop, it will be d, right? Colon 1. This is how it will be after first loop. In the first loop, I will check d, right? D is there in ch. It is not there in word count. No, it is not there. It is empty. So it will add a key value pair in my dictionary. So word count ch is nothing but d. So d will be key and value will be 1. So this is how it is done. Okay. Now in second loop, a. Again, if you see, a is not there in my word count, right? Currently a is not there. So a again it will end. So I will have one more value. A colon 1. So these two values will be there in my dictionary after the second loop. Again, after third loop, there will be one more for T because T is also not there currently in my dictionary. T is also not there. So I'll let T. Now comes the thing. A is again there. So A is again there, right? So this is not true. Right? It is there. A is there in my dictionary, right? I know. So it will not go in this if condition, right? I will write a else condition, which means our key is already there. Then increase the count. So I will say word count ch equal to word count ch plus 1. So here I'm updating the dictionary. So what I'm saying, if value is already there, then pick up the value, whatever is there. So currently 1 is there and add 1. So it will become 2 and assign this 2 to my word count A. In the third, fourth loop, A is there. So now it will update it to 2. So this is how it will keep on going on. So let me just see what will there in the output. So print word count. It is character count, not word count. That's fine. So you see, it is saying ch1. What is this? Print word count. It is just showing me ch1. Something is wrong. Okay, I don't have to give in double quotes, right? This is a variable. So it is taking as a literal value. My bad. Okay. So this is a variable ch we are assigning, right? I'm giving double quotes, so it is taking a value, literal value ch and inserting ch in my dictionary, right? So you might make these kind of mistakes, right? So just be careful. So you see D1, A2, T1, E is 3 times. So let's see. So E is here, then here, then here. So E is 3 times, right? If you are still confused, what I can do, I can take this print outside the if else statement, but within the for loop. Right. So for after every loop, we will see what this dictionary has. Right. So let me just run this again. Okay. So if you see after first loop, right? After first loop, yeah, D is there. So D is sitting here, D1. Second loop, A is coming and A is getting there. And after third, T is there, T is coming. Right. Now this is third loop, T is coming, right? In the fourth loop, again A is coming, right? So it will go in else condition and it will increase the counter to 2. And again, it will keep going on and it will give me all the values. So for E, here it was 1, then 2, then 3. So this is a very common pattern you will be using with dictionaries in many of the questions, right? So make sure you understand how it works, right? If this not it confuses you, what you can also do, it is the same thing. We will just swap it. So we will say if ch in
right? If it is there, then do this. Increase the counter. If the value is there, then increase the counter. Otherwise, add a new element in my dictionary with the value 1. And this will also do the same thing. Okay. So I was just explaining that time I used it, but I think this looks more cleaner. That if the value is there, if a key is there in your dictionary, then increase the counter. If it is not there, then create a new key value pair. Okay, great. I think this is all about dictionary. There are more questions, but I think this you understand. In assignments, I will give you so you can practice more. Great. So we will just cover tuple and sets, small topics, and then I will take the doubts. So let me just comment everything. Okay. So now, first thing is 95% or maybe 99% of the times you will be using list or dictionary. Mostly these are used. For very specific use cases, you have tuple and sets, right? But mostly your day-to-day work will revolve around list and dictionary. Okay. But let's see what is tuple. Okay. So tuple in Python, right? A tuple is an ordered immutable collection of elements, right? This is again immutable, right? Immutable means you once you define it, you cannot change the value. For dictionary, if you see, and even for list, right, they are mutable, which means we can update the value we see, right? We can add the value, remove the value, everything we can do. Even for list, we can add a value in a list, we can remove a value, and all of that we can do. But in tuple, you cannot do it. Once you define a tuple, you cannot change it, right? So let's see. So let's say I have this tuple. So I will say maybe colors, right? Not tuple, you have to give in round brackets, right? So this is how the convention is. Square brackets for list, curly braces for dictionary, and for tuple it is this. So let's say I'm saying red, blue, green, right? So let's see the type of it. So I'll say print type of colors. Okay. See, it is saying tuple, right? So this is defined as tuple. Now what I will do, let me do colors dot, sorry, colors dot. Let's say append. You see these things are not there. And let's say what I want to do, let's say I want to update a value. So let's say I can access element using index. So I will say colors 0, right? And I will print it. So similar to list, you can access elements using the index. It starts from 0 and all slicing and everything works, right? So this is fine. It is giving me that, and I can even run a loop, just like I run a loop on list, right? For color in colors and no change as such. But let's say in dictionary, I can update the value. So if I say colors 0 equal to yellow, it will update it. But let's see what will happen when I do this. Tuple object does not support item assignment, right? So tuples are immutable. Once you create it, you cannot modify it. You cannot add a value, you cannot remove a value, you cannot update a value. Once it is defined as this, that's it. You can run a loop, access element, whatever you want to do, but you cannot modify it, right? So this is the main difference between tuples and list, right? So uh, so you can access something like this. It is immutable, it will give you error, right? You can unpack also. So for example, let's say I have Ankit and age 30, and let's say data engineer. This is the information I have, right? I want to unpack it, which means I want to put these three values in three different variables. So I can say name, age, position equal to colors. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So first value will go in name, second value will go in age,
and third value will go in position, right? So this is how it will be, and let me print it. Print name, print age, print position. Okay. See, Ankit 30 data entry, right? I think this works with list as well. Let me check. Sorry. Yeah, this works with list as well, right? But we'll see when we learn functions. In functions, we will see that when we return multiple values from a function, it comes in a form of tuple, and you want to assign it to different variables. So that time we'll see. So that's why I'm explaining it using tuple, but you can do it using list as well. Okay. So this is your tuple, right? And one more thing, important thing, right? So for example, let's say I'm doing this, right? Let's say age equal to 30, right? Now let's put in type of this, type of age, right? Now just imagine what will be the type, right? Just let me clear it. It is saying class int, right? You must be thinking that it should be a tuple, right? But generally you can keep any value in brackets, right? If I'm passing any name or something, I can even pass in brackets. So for example, I can say Ankit, right? So this will also consider as a string. Right? So let's say you want to create a tuple, but with one value, right? So this is not working. So what you have to do, you have to create a comma. Once you give a comma, it understands, okay, it is a tuple with a single value, right? So if I just print it now it is saying tuple, right? So if you have to declare a tuple which has the single value, which has the single element, you have to make sure that you have to pass a comma here. Then it will understand, right? You can convert list to tuple, right? Or tuple to list as well. So for example, colors is, let's say I have this list. Let's say names equal to Ankit, Nachiket, Rahul, right? And I want to convert it to tuple. So you can simply say tuple and names, right? And you will say names tuple, let's say, right? So this will become a tuple now, right? So if you print it, this will be a tuple. You see, this is coming as a tuple. So if you want to convert a list to tuple, you can just say tuple and it will just do it, right? So if you see here, we can just do this. And similarly, if you want to do reverse, you have a tuple, you want to convert it to a list, you can do this. Okay, great. So tuples again are not very, very important ones. Most of the times you will be using, as I said, list, not the tuple. But you should know it how it is, and it is immutable. You can't change it. You don't have any methods like append, remove, pop. All of this is not there because they are immutable. So there is nothing much to teach as well. Great. Let's move on to the sets. So sets are our last data structures, right? So we had list, dictionary, tuple, and now set. After that, we will discuss functions. So what is set? Set is an unordered, right? So far we have seen ordered, right? Everything is ordered, right? Ordered. Dictionary is also ordered. List also ordered. Sets are unordered. So we will see mutable collection of unique elements, and so these are again mutable. You can update the value, right? Okay, great. So let's create a set. So let me just comment everything. Okay. So I'll declare a set and I will say my set equal to. Now again, it has to be curly brackets, right? Similar to dictionary. But how Python will understand that this is a dictionary or this is a set, right? So if you have a key value pair, Python will understand, okay, this is a dictionary. But if you pass just comma separated values, it will understand, okay, it is a set. Okay. So let me show you quickly. Print type of my set.
So it is saying it is of class set, right? Now you will say why it is needed. We have a list, right? What's the use of it? So the thing is, it cannot contain duplicates. It will always give you unique values. So for example, if I add 20, right, and I print my set, see, it is not giving me 20 again. Also, if you see, it is not in the same order. See, here I give 20, 30, 40, 50, 20. Here it is printing some other order, right? And that's why it is not ordered, right? If you see the definition again, unordered. So there is no guarantee that elements will be in same order in which you give. But in list, dictionary, tuple, it is a guarantee. Then in whichever order you add elements or provide elements, they will remain in same order. It will not change. But in set, that is not the case. They can come in any order, right? So this is the difference between ordered and unordered. So for example, if I run a loop on this list, so I'm sure in the first loop Ankit will come, in the second loop Nachiket, and in third loop Rahul. Similarly, when I run a loop on dictionary, I'm sure that in the first loop CSK will come, in the second, I mean in the iteration of loop, right? First this will come, second this will come, and third this will come. Similarly in list, tuple, and dictionary. But in sets, it is not mandatory. In sets, the elements are unordered. They can come in any order. You can run a loop, but you cannot guarantee that in whichever orders you have provided the element, it will come in same order. It can come in any order. So there are two things. They are unordered and they cannot contain the duplicate value. If duplicate is there, it will just not there. Right? It will just show you the unique elements. Right? And if you talk about dot add, you can use add and add a value. So let's say I add 100, right? And print my set. Right? You see 100 is there. Again, it is coming at start. It can come anywhere. We cannot tell where it will come, but it came. Right? Let me add something which is not there, which is already there. So let's say I add 30, right? And print it again. Right? So it is giving me, not giving me any error, but ultimately it has only unique values. Right? 40, 50, 20, 30. Okay, great. So this is your sets. Uh, Duplicates are removed automatically. You can add using add method. If you want to remove something, you can remove. You can loop through it just like list or dictionary, but we cannot guarantee that in which order the elements will come in loop, right? Apart from that, you have the set operations as well, right? So for set operations, it is generally used. So for example, you want to understand what are the common elements in two of your sets. So for example, let's say I have my set 1 as 20, 30, 40, right? And I have another set, my set 2, and it has 30, 50, 90, right? I want to know which are the common elements amongst these two sets, right? So I can say my set 1 dot intersection, right? And in this, I can pass another set, my set 2. So it will give me the common element among these two sets. Right, so I'll just print it. So 30 is common. So it is returning another set. You can assign it to another third variable if you want to use it further, right? But it is giving you the common elements. Right? If you remember the sets, if you have learned SQL or set theory, so we have intersect, union, minus, all of that is there. So if you want common element among two sets, you can just do it. If you want, let's say, union, so you have the union, right? So it will combine all the elements and give you. Right now, if I ask you that 30 will be two times or one time, right, you should be able to answer it because set doesn't contain any duplicate value. So it will just give you unique values 15, 20, 40. So it will combine both the sets and give you the elements. So how many are there? 20, 30. 30 is common, right? So 20, 30, 40, right? 50, 90. So there are five unique elements. So it is giving you all the elements together, right? You have, I think, minus, no, difference. Yeah, difference also. Difference means elements which are in set 1 but not in set 2. Right? So 30 will not come, 20 and 40 will come. See, 20 and 40 are coming. Again, order we cannot guarantee. Right? So this is all union, intersection, difference. You have one more, symmetric difference. Symmetric difference means which are uncommon elements in both the lists. Right? So for example, 30 is common. Right? So apart from common, give me all other elements. So it will give you 20, 40, 50, 90. Common it will not give. So this is symmetric difference. Right? So 40, 50, 20, 90. 30 it is not giving. So this is your symmetric difference. There are really 3, 4 functions that you can use with sets. Okay, great. Great. I want to solve one question and then we will take a down. Right. So this is fine, I think. I wanted to discuss a question. This one. Okay, I think it is later in the functions. Yeah. After I cover function, then it will be there. Great. Okay. In Python, functions are reusable blocks of code that perform a specific task. They help make your code modular, readable, and easier to maintain. Now, when you write a big programs, hundreds and thousands of lines, you will not just like that write full Python scripts, right? It will be difficult to maintain. You can create small blocks of code which you think can be reused, right? And then those you will use across your script. So you will define once and then you can use it multiple times. So for example, let's say we were calculating BMI earlier, right? Now BMI can be used by many in many places in your program for whatever reason, right? So instead of doing that calculation again and again and again and writing the logic again and again and again, I can create a function, right? And that function anyone can use. We have been using a lot of functions. So for example, I use this function, let's say length, right? And I pass a parameter, it will give me length. So this length is inbuilt in Python. Already Python has defined this function somewhere and we are just using it, right, multiple times. Or we define a method for the list, right? So if I have a list, I can say dot extend, dot append, right? I now what is happening inside append or what is happening inside extend, I don't care. I just know if I say dot append, it will be appended at the end. There will be some program in the backend which is running and doing the things, right? So this makes our life easy, right? Also, it becomes modular that you don't have to write that logic of append again and again and again. Once you define it, then you can use it as many times as you want. Right? So let's say I want to calculate BMI. So I will define a function and then I will use it, right? So I will say def. So you will say def to define a function, right? And you can give it any name. So you can get BMI value, right? So this is my function name. Now, to calculate BMI, you will need some things. So you will need weight and height, right? So this function will take 2 arguments. So I will say WEIGST, weight, IGST. These are the 2 arguments I need to calculate BMI. Great. And then I will say BMI equal to, and I will write the calculation, right? So I will say, or maybe let's calculate GST. It will be easy to understand. So I'll say get GST, calculate GST, just to have simple. Calculate GST. Okay. Now for GST, what you need? You need amount, right? On what amount you have to calculate GST and what is the rate, right? So for example, if you go to the restaurant, let's say your bill is 1,000, right? And GST rate is 5%. So it will be 1,000 plus 5% of 1,000. It will be 1,050, right? So that's what we want to do. So we need 2 arguments here, right? You might need 3, 4, whatever as per the requirement, right? So I will calculate GST and I will say GST equal to, right, amount into, now rate is 5%. So I will say rate divided by 100. Right? So if it is 5%, right, it will be 0.05 and amount is 1,000. So 1000 into 0.05 will be my GST value. Right? So I have defined this. Correct? My function is now declared. So I have to put a colon, and then again indentation matters. If I don't give indentation, it will give me a. Okay. Now, once you define a function, you have to return that this function should return what? It is optional, but most of the time you will say return GST. See, here I have just said GST equal to this, right? That's it. It is in a GST variable. But when I call this function, what it will return, right? I can return anything. I can also return final amount. For example, I can say final amount equal to amount plus GST. Right? This is my final amount. Now, what I want to return? I want to return GST value or I want to return final amount. It's up to me. Right? So when I call this function, that value will be returned and assigned to a new value. So now I will say, let's say final, I can give any value, total value, let's say, total value equal to, and I will call this function calculate GST, and I will pass, let's say my amount is 1000 and GST rate is 5%. Right? And then I will say print total value. Okay, let's run this and see. Let me clear this. Okay. So if you say it is saying 50.0, right? The 5% of 50 is 1000 is 50. If I say return final amount, then it will return me the final amount, which will be 1000 plus 50, 1050. See, 1050. So you will have always have a return, but it is not mandatory, right? You can say print final amount, let's say. Right? And if I just run this now, so it is printing 1050, but it is not returning anything. So the value in total value variable is none. So this is returning none, right? I'm getting none value because it is not returning anything, right? So if you want to return something, you have to specify, okay, I want to return this. Right? The moment you return it, your function, it will be returned. If anything else is there, let's say print last line, this will not execute, right? The moment you have to keep it. The moment there is a return, nothing will be executed after that. So print last line will not be printed. See, print last line is not there. If I just print it before, then it will be printed. See, last line. But the moment there is a return, nothing will be executed after that. This you have to remember. Okay. Now I can return multiple values as well. So for example, I want to return GST and final amount both. So you can return and then it will return a tuple. Right? Tuple will have GST and final amount two values and you can untuple it. You can say GST or let me just do total value and print it. Let's see what you will get. You see, you are getting a tuple, right? A tuple of two values, GST and final amount. Right? If you want to untuple it, you can untuple directly here, or you can say GST, comma, final amount equal to total value. Right? I will print GST, comma, total value. See, it is working. Right. So I have 50 and okay, not total value, sorry, final amount. See, right? So remember, there has to be a return. I mean, if you need, if you don't need, it is okay. But if you're expecting something that this function should return, you should return it. You can assign it to a variable and you will get the value. And if there are multiple values, they will come in a form of tuple. You can have three values, four values. So if this tuple has two values, you will give two variables here. If you give three, it will give you here. Right? So number of variables you give here and number of elements in your tuple should be same. And that way it will assign one to one in the order. Okay, great. So this is very fundamental thing. I mean, you will be always writing functions, right, in Python and using those functions. Great. So this is all good. Uh, okay. Now what also you can do, you can give a default argument. Right? So you can say by default, the GST rate is, let's say, 10. Which means if you don't pass a value, right? Here I am passing the first value only. So it is a positional argument it is taking. So first value will go to amount, right? And the second value will go to rate. Now second value is not there. So by default, it will take 10. If you pass something, it will overwrite it. If you don't pass something, it will take 10, right? So let's see what it will be. So GST should be this time 100, right? You see GST is 100 and total is 1100 because it is taking 10. Now if I pass something, right? If I pass, let's say 5, now it will overwrite it. 5 will be assigned to this and then calculation will happen accordingly. Now if you see 50 and 1000. Okay, so this is your default argument. If someone is not passing any argument, then you have to do like this. Okay, awesome. Returning multiple values, this is also fine, all right? Uh, Great. So let's solve a question and it will be more clear how it works, right? So my question is this. So you have a list, right? Find the first repeating element in a list, right? So let's say my list is this. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 5, 8. Again 5. Now, which is the first element which is repeating 2? Because 2 is there, again 2 is there. So I want an output 2. So for example, in this example, 2 is the output, right? It is the first repeating element. 1 is also repeating. Then first repeating is 2 only. Right? So how I will solve it? So I want to write a function, right? So I will write the define first repeating and name also you will give good name so that someone can understand. First repeating element. Okay. Now what it needs word argument, which is list. Again, you don't have to define here what is the data type of it. It will take it and accordingly do it. So I'll say input list. This is my argument, right? Now I will write a logic. Right? Now think about it, how I will solve it, right? So I have to loop through it, right? 1, 2, 3. And when I loop through it, I will also store these elements values, right? So for that, I will use set. Now, one thing I forgot to tell in set, right? Let's say you have to define an empty set, right? Let me just comment it quickly. Okay, so if we have to define an empty set, let's say my set, and it is curly braces. Now, at this point, how Python will know if you are defining an empty set that it is a dictionary or a set? Both uses curly braces, right? So if I say print type of my set, it is saying dictionary, right? So by default, it will take dictionary. So if you want to define an empty set, you have to say set. Now it will be considered as set. See, it is a set. Right? So it is little different how you define an empty set because both dictionary and set uses a curly braces. Okay, so this is clear, I hope. Right? So I will say my set. So let's go back here. Right? I will define a empty my set. It can be anything. I'm just using set because it cannot contain a duplicate value and I'm not expecting duplicate. What I will do, I will say for num in, sorry, for num in input list, right? Right. Now I will check. So what I will do, I will read one by one all the elements. So one will go in num, right? I will check if one is available in my set or not, right? If it is not there, then I will add it to set. And if it is there, then I will say that This is a first repeating element, right? So let me write it and then it will be clear. So I will say if num in my set, if a number is there in the set, then immediately I can return this number. And that's it. My program will finish. Right? This is the first repeating element. Otherwise, what I will do, I will say my set dot add, right? In this, I will add num. I mean, you can solve this using list as well, right? So let me go through it again. Or let me call this and show you the output. Right? So I will just call this. So this is my list, right? So let me take it here, my list, right? And then I will just say first, or let me just print it. Print first repeating element, and I will pass my list. Right? This is how we call it. Right? So this is my function call. In this, I am passing my list. Right? The variable name is my list, but once it goes, it will be assigned to input list. Right? So don't get confused. Here it can be any name. I'm passing my list. Right? So this list is going basically nothing to do with variable. This list is going in my function call and it is getting assigned to input list variable, and then input list is getting used. So whatever is the argument name, that will be used in your function. Okay, now what will happen? Let's run a loop, right? So one will go in num. Is it there in input list? Is it there in not input list? My bad. Set. Okay, I have to check in set, not in input list. Sorry, this is a loop. This is fine. Sorry, this is if condition. Okay, for num in input list, right? So I will run a loop. One will go in num, right? I will check one is there in my set or not, right? Is it there? No, it is not there, right? One is not there in the first iteration in my set. One is not there, so it will not go inside this. It will go in else, right? And it will add value one. So in my set, the value will be 1 after first iteration. After second iteration, 2. 2 is there in my set? No. In the first iteration, right? Set is 1 in the iteration 1, right? Second iteration again 2. Okay. 2 is there in my set. 2 is not there. Only 1 is there. So it will not go. Right? So again it will add. Now I will have 1 and 2 in my set after second iteration. After third iteration, again 3 will be there. Now, in the fourth iteration, 2. Now it will check. If 2 is there in my set, yes, 2 is there. It will go inside it and just return. And that's it. My loop is gone, everything is gone. Once function returns something, it is done. It will return that value, and function, whatever loop, whatever is there, it will just break and come out of the function. Right? So if I just run this, it is giving me 2. Right? 2 is my first repeating element. Right? If I, let's say, put 3 here, so it should now give me 3, right? Because 3 is repeating, first element which is repeating 3. Right? So this is how, uh, once you return something, you will come out of the function completely and that value will be returned. That's it. That's what I wanted to just show you, that after return, nothing will happen. The moment you do return, it is all done. Okay, great. This is kind of logic you have to start thinking now, right? Because in the interviews, these kind of questions will be asked, right? So you do assignments. I will also tell you some platforms where you can practice, and I will give you some questions as well. Maybe today only I will give you. Okay, so let's understand few more things about functions, right? This is fine. Okay, so now we have this star args and star coargs, right? Many times what happens, uh, you you don't know how many arguments will be passed to a function, right? So for example, let's say you're buying something from Amazon, right? Now you have Amazon and you are buying product 1, product 2, product 3, right? And I need to add all the values, right? So let's say you have product 1 and price is 500, right? product 2. So you don't know how many products customer can buy. They can buy one product, two product, three product, 1,000 product, whatever, right? So you have to write a generic function to add all the values of this, right? So let me define function. Define addition, right? This is my function name, addition, right? And it will have some argument. Now, if I know how many argument I can say, right? Let's say input 1, input 2, right? But I don't know. So in that case, what you can do, you can say star args. Now this args is a name just. You can put any name, but there should be one star. If you put a star after that, you can give any variable name, doesn't matter. But generally args is used, right? But you can give any name, right? I will say print args just for just to show what is args, what is there in args. What I'll do, I will call this function, I will get addition, right? And I will pass, let's say, 1 comma 2 values for now. I have not told here how many arguments has to be passed. I just said star args. Now I'm passing 2 arguments when I'm calling this function, and let's see what will happen. I'm just putting args. I'm not doing addition as of now. I'm just showing you what will come in args. So if you see, there is this tuple coming here, right? 1 and 2. So there are two values, right? And not this one, I think none. Okay, this is returning none, I think, right? What is this? 1:2. 1 second. Okay, it is coming from print args. That's it. Okay, got it. Now this function is not returning anything. So when I do this, right, it's not returning anything, so it is null. But this print is printing the args. So args is nothing but a tuple now, which has multiple values. So if I say 1:2 comma 3, right, it will have 3 values. See, 3 values. Now, if I want to do addition, I can just run a loop. So I can say for num in args, right? Let's say total value I initialize as 0, and I will say total value equal to total value plus num. So it will run a loop on this, and it will run and return the total. And I will say then return total value. So it will return 6 now. See, it is returning 6. Now, irrespective of how many arguments I pass, it will work, right? See, 10. So, number of arguments, I can pass anything, right? So, this is the flexibility that I got, right? Using this args. I can pass any number of arguments, then I can run a loop on it and do whatever I want to do, right? Otherwise, it is strict. If you give 2, you have to pass 2 arguments, or 3 arguments, right? So, this is how you can get rid of that. Now, similar to args, we have quarks. Again, quarks name is uh, just a name. You can give anything, but there should be 2 stars. Okay. Now, in quarks, let me call it quarks, keyword arguments. So, this is arguments. This is keyword arguments. So, you will get value in the key value pair, right? So, you can pass values with a named argument. So, I'll just tell you what is position and name argument. But basically, what you can do, right? So if I just, or maybe let me just print it. Let's remove this and I will say print quarks just to show you what it gives, right? And let's comment this. I will say profile, let maybe profile. Okay, so I'll say profile and I will pass, let's say, name equal to Ankit, age, right? Again, you are passing, sorry, profile name equal to, not this. Okay. And name, sorry. These are key values, right? Age equal to 30, right? So I'm passing name argument. Basically, I'm giving name of the arguments. Right? So if you see name Ankit here and age is 30. Right? Now I can pass any number of arguments here and Quarks will take all of those as a dictionary. Right? So let me just run this. You see, it is coming as a key value here, dictionary. Again, you can run a loop on this dictionary and whatever you want to do, or you want to access some elements of this dictionary, you can do. Right? So quarks and args are just the name. Just when you give single star, all the arguments you have to pass will come as a list or a tuple, right? But if you are using quarks, you have to give named argument, which means you have to give name of the argument because that becomes your key basically, key and value. So if you just say Ankit, it will give you error. Profile takes zero positional argument, but one was given, right? So you have to give a name. So this gives you as a dictionary, right? Great. So this is your args, right? And this is your quarks. There are some example. Let's say you want to create a user profile, right? So you can just pass multiple values, name, age, city, profession, and then you can run a loop and create a new dictionary or whatever you want to do, right? So this is again very handy. I just skipped that part. That there are two things. One is positional argument and one is named argument. Okay, so I'll just go back to functions and show you quickly. This is fine and this is also fine. Okay. So we have this function, right? So let me take this calculate GST. Okay. So I have this calculate GST, right? Now, what you can do? You can call it like this. So you can say calculate GST, right? And you can say 100 comma 5. Right? So it will just calculate. Now what happens here is it is a positional argument, which means whatever argument at the first position from the call will go from here. So in the argument, first is amount, and when you are calling also, this is first. Right? So 100 will go in amount and 5 will go in date. What you can also do, you can give also a name. So example, you can say that amount will be 100 and GST will be 5. Right? So amount will go in this 100 and GST will go in 5. Right? So if I just uh, got an unexpected keyword GST, sorry, it is rate, not GST, my bad. Okay. So it is fine. There is no error. If I just print it, it will print. Right. Now, when you are passing a named argument, the order doesn't matter. So you can say rate equal to 5 and amount equal to 100 because you are giving a name now. Right. So rate is going here and amount is going here. And it will work perfectly fine. See, it is giving me the same way. Right. But if you don't give name, then it has to be positional. At first will go in the first and second will go in second. So for example, if I do this, what it will do, it will take first argument as 5, which means your amount is 5, but your GST rate is 100, right? So let's see what will happen. So it is giving you 5 and 10. So 5 is your amount and 100% GST, 5 plus 5, 10. Right? So it is wrong now, kind of, I mean. But you understand that if you don't pass the name of these arguments, then it will be positional, right? Otherwise, you can have named argument. You can give a name, then order doesn't matter. Okay, so this is your positional and named argument. So when you pass you have defined a quarks, double star in your function, then you have to give all the named argument because it creates a key value pair, right? So it needs a name. So this will be a key value. This will be a key value. Right? So that this is what it is. Great. So we will see how we can more modelize the code, right? We see we can define functions and use them multiple times. But how do we modelize further, right? So let's see. So I will go to this and create a new file day4.py. So this is my day 4. Now see, we have the functions, right? So let's create some functions. So let's say I want to create multiple functions. Let's say for multiplication and for addition and for subtraction. Let's say simple functions I want to create. So I will say def addition, right? And let's say it will take two arguments, a comma b, and return a plus b. I'm just writing simple function just to explain you the concept of modules, right? So this is my first function. Similarly, I will write one more function, subtraction, let's say. Okay. And this will return a minus b, right? Let's define one more function. Let's say multiplication, right? And this will return a into b. And let's define one more division, right? And this will return a divided by b. So this is good. We defined four functions. Now any calculation we want to do, right, further in my code, I can do it. So for example, I can say give me multiplication, right? So I will call multiplication and I will pass, let's say 2 comma 3. So what it will do, 2 will be assigned to a and 3 will go to b, and it will return a into b, right? When it returns, which means I can store in a variable, let's say result equal to this. So when this function will return, right? I mean, when I call this function, now it will go in this function and whatever values returned will be assigned to this result variable, right? And I can use this result variable wherever I want in my program, right? So if I run this, so it is returning 6, right? So this is all fine. I can again call it, right? Next time, let's say, again I call it with result 1, and this time maybe I will say 3, 3, right? And I can print again result 1. Hmm, result 1, okay, result 1. Okay, so it is giving me 6, it is giving me 9, right? So whatever you write in your function, whatever complexity is there, it will be only once you will write in your function, right? You don't have to write again and again. It is a simple example, but your function can be a complex calculation and you don't have to write again and again. You just pass the argument, you get the value, right? So here I get result, again I get result 1, right? I can again use division, right? If I do division here, it will be 3 divided by 3, it will be 1, right? So one way I'm making my code a little bit I mean readable and also less number of lines. You don't have to write full function again and again. You can just call it as many times as you want in your programs. But what happens in real life, you may have many functions, right? And your main program also will be here, whatever you want to do here, right? So now what we can also do, we can create a separate file for functions. So I will say keep this in a separate file and I will call the functions from that file. Instead of keeping all the functions here, I will create a separate file, right? In that file, whatever I want, right? I will keep it. And then in my main Python file, right? Here I will call that function, right? So what we will do, we will create a new file. Let's create a new file, right? Let's call it arithmetic. Let's call it arithmetic, right? .py. Okay, now what I will do, instead of writing all my function in the main file, I will take it from here and go here and put it here. I will save it. So this arithmetic.py is saved, right? On the same path where I have day 4. Now here what I can do, now how do I read those functions here, right? I cannot just say multiplication, right? It is giving me error. Multiplication is not defined, right? Earlier it was defined here, but now it is not there. So what I can do, I can say import arithmetic, right? So this arithmetic is a module now, right? So far we have seen we were importing things. So those modules come with your Python installation. So for example, we were importing logview RU. We were importing some other libraries, right? those libraries come with, or those modules come with your Python installation, right? This is something I want to create one more module, right? So I imported this module, import arithmetic. Now, once I import it, any function from here I can use it. So I will say import arithmetic as A. You can give any name, and then you can say A dot multiplication, right? Now see, there is no error. A dot division, right? There is no error. This is just the alias I'm giving. I can also say arithmetic dot multiplication from arithmetic module, right? Take multiplication function. From arithmetic module, take division function, right? But generally you will give a short form so that you don't have to write full. So you can alias as A. Right? Now it is simple. See, now I can do A dot multiplication directly. Now again, it is making my code more modular, right? I have all the functions defined in a separate file and in my main program, wherever I want to use it, or not just me, anyone can use it, right? This is a common file now. Now, anyone in your team, anyone in your project can use this file. So you can define all the functions in one file, and then anyone can use this. They can just import that file, import. This will be your file name basically, right? So arithmetic.py, it has to be a .py file. Just do this as A, right? And then you can use those functions. So this is known as module. So this is a module you have created and then you are using it. There is one more way, right? Let's say you don't want to import all the functions. You want only, let's say multiplication functions. You are not interested in division, right? What you can also do, you can say from arithmetic, you can import a specific function. From arithmetic, import multiplication, right? And then you can use it directly. Right? So if I run this, it is perfectly working, right? So it's up to you. You can import everything or you can import specific function. Here also you can say as m, right? So it will alias the function. So you can say a dot this. No, sorry. This will be m directly, right? You can say m. 36. So function name itself you have aliased as m, right? But you can just keep it as like this. Right? Simple. We can create a .py file separate, right? And we can define all the functions, whatever we need for our project, right? This will be a common file for everyone, right? You can create multiple module files as well, right? So I'll show you that as well. But basically, this is how you have to do. Create the file and then import it. You can import the full file or you can import a particular function, right? So I'll just change it to full file for now. A dot. Great. This is fine. This is all working fine. Now, what I want to do, it might be possible that I might have multiple files. I mean, multiple modules. So, for example, arithmetic related, I want to keep all the functions in one file, right? And let's say you have another file where you want to keep, let's say, some other mathematic operation or some GST related or whatever, your API related function, whatever, right? You can have different set of functions and you want to further modularize. Okay, some functions will be here, some functions will be in another file. So let's say I create another file, right? Let's say it has GST related all the functions, right? So I will say define get GST, right? And let's say amount and rate. I will say return amount plus amount into rate divided by 100. So this will return this. And again, there can be more functions, right? That's fine. I'm not writing, but there can be more functions. Now I have two modules, right? gst.py. I have arithmetic.py. Now, if I go here, I can import that as well. So I will say import GST, right? Import GST. That's it. Now I can do GST amount equal to GST dot. So it is showing me get GST is a function
and it is expecting two arguments, so 1005, let's say, right? And then I can print GST amount. So I can import multiple modules, right? This I module imported arithmetic, and I can import GST, and I can use whatever I want to use, right? So there is some error. Get amount equal to GST dot module GST has no attribute get GST. Okay, get GST is there, right? Let me try again. It is there. Okay, I think I didn't save the file. I saved the file now. Okay, so this is giving me 1050. So you can import multiple files if you want. What you can also do, all the related modules you can keep in a folder, and that is known as package, right? So let's say I create new folder here, and I will say my package, let's say my package, right? Now, what you will do, you will keep all your modules inside this folder, right? So I will just move it. I'll close it here, arithmetic and GST, and let's move it. So GST, I will move in my package, move, okay, and um, arithmetic also in my package. Great. So this Python did automatically, right? Refactoring, but basically now you see in your my package you have two files, right? Arithmetic.py and gst.py. Now what you can do, you can import these files, right? This is a package. Package is nothing but the group of modules, right? So in one package you can keep all related modules. So if you want to import something from a package, simple, just folder dot arithmetic. Import my package.gst. So you are saying go to my package, which is my package name, and then within this dot arithmetic essay. Or another ways you can say from, guys, give me just 1 second. Okay, sorry guys. Uh, okay. So if you see another ways, I can say from my package, import arithmetic essay. This is another way. So you can either say package name dot your file name, module name as GST, or you can say from my package import arithmetic, right? And this is also fine. So these are different way of importing, right? Anything works, right? So you can further organize your files in a folder, and from that folder you can import whatever modules you want. So we have two modules. You can have another package, my package 2, right? Let's say all the API related module you are keeping here, right? All whatever. If you want to organize this in folder wise, you can do it, related things, right? So this makes your code further modular and easy to maintain. Great. So a module is a file containing Python definitions and statements. It can include functions, classes, variables, and runnable code. Modules help organize your code logically and use code across programs, right? Code use, write once, use many times, better organization, right? Split big projects into smaller files, right? Namespace management, right? Avoid name clashes. So maybe another person in your team creating a function with the same name, right? So he can have a different package, so there will not be any name clash. So from my package, if you are importing arithmetic, then it will be from my package, and let's say there is another function in my package too. So there will not be name clash because they are coming from the different packages. Okay, great. So this is how this is, right, my package and module 1, module 2. So similarly, we have my package in that two modules, arithmetic and GST. Now,
Earlier, in the earlier version of Python, if you are creating a package, you have to put this empty file underscore underscore init underscore underscore py. But it is now optional, right? So if you see, uh, init.py makes my package a Python package starting with Python 3.3. This is no longer strictly required, but still recommended for clarity. So within this, you can just create one more file. You click here, underscore underscore init underscore underscore dot py. Right? Earlier it was mandatory, but now it is not mandatory. You can just keep it, but it tells that this is a package. Right? But it is not mandatory after Python 3.3. Great. So this is all about modules and packages, right? Nothing special as such, nothing new thing, just that it is way of organizing your code in a better way. Okay, now there is one more concept of underscore underscore name main. Okay, let's talk about it. So let's say I will go here. Hmm, not this one, sorry. Let's say arithmetic.py. Okay. Okay. So now what happens? You have created this module, right? Arithmetic.py. Now, typically in this module, you have all the functions, right? And you will not directly call this. Typically, you will not directly call this file. You will just import this in another file, right? You are importing it and using it. But let's say if you want to run it also, right? So let me create a main method here. Main, or I can give any name, right? So I will say define, let's say my function, or you can give it any name, doesn't matter. Main, and then I will say print this is main function. Okay. Now what happens is I am saying underscore underscore name. The name of your file is main, then called main. It means if you directly run this file, right? When you directly run this file, the name of this file is main, right? Underscore underscore main. I'll just explain you again. So when I run this file directly, right? I'm running here arithmetic.py. So when I do that, then this function will be true, right? This statement will be true and it will run this main function, right? So I'll just run this and show you. So you see, we are going inside this function, main function. You can give any name. You can give main one, doesn't matter. Main one. Okay, so I'll just run this again. See, this is main function, right? You will see a lot of Python code, right? So you should not get confused. What is this main? But now what I will do, right? What I will do, I will go back to my day4 file and import this arithmetic module, right? So I have imported this arithmetic module, right? And let me call a function from here, a dot multiplication, right? Now, if I run this, what will happen? Now, if you see, this is main function is not getting called, right? Only and only the functions from this are imported. When you import it, right? Now the main file is this one, not this one, right? So, so this is solving two purposes for us. One is we can create the Python modules, right? And if you want to do anything within those, then we can put in this, right? So this main one will be executed. But if we want to use them as module, right? So I can just import as module, right? In that case, this statement will be false, right? Because we are not running this file directly. Only when I run this file directly, this statement will be true, right? When I import it, then this statement will not be true, right? Only and only it will be imported and the functions from this we can use. So you see, this is main function is not called here. But if I done this directly, then this statement will be true and it will call this main one function. Okay. So, so this is how you can use this main function, right? If you have a module and let's say someone is running that module, in that case, you want to do something, then you can do in main. And when someone else import this module, this function will not be called. Okay, so this is your about underscore underscore main. Okay, great. Uh, Great. We have converted this. Now you understand what is this import, right? We were importing many functions. So if I go to day three, um, not here, maybe in day two. Yeah, we imported math, we imported time. So now you understand what is this module, what is this import, right? Import is nothing but these modules came along with our Python installation, right? Or if it is not there, we do pip install and module name, right? So that module will be installed in my Python, right? And we can use it. Similarly, if I want to create my user-defined modules, we can create and import it just like this, right? We are importing it. So I hope it makes sense now. Great. Now there are some commonly used modules, right? Which you will also need for the project. So I'm telling you now, right? So one of them is date time. So date time module is used to get date related things. So if I say sorry, import, let me copy this. Let me copy this for you. Okay. So I'm importing datetime from datetime. So within datetime, there is a function datetime as dt, right? And if I want current date, right? So I can just say, let me just, okay. So if I want current date, I can say dt dot now, right? So it will give me current date. So I'm just printing date and you can see. I'll just comment it. Okay. So if I just run this, you see, let me comment this as well. This is my current date, right? It is giving you date, time, and seconds, everything, right? What you can also do, if you want this date in a particular format, so you can say date, right? This is your date, dot strf time, right? And you can say give it to me in YMD format, right? Y hyphen M hyphen DD. So it will give you in that format. Let's say if you don't want hyphen, you can give this. So you will get current date in this format. See, right? So whatever format you want, you can give here. If you give, let's say forward slash, it will be forward slash. Right? So you first get the current date using dt.now, and then you convert it into whatever format you want. Right? You can also create a date. So you can pass YYMMDD, right? It will create a date for you. So D is a date. So if I just print D, uh, it's not callable. Date time dot time object. Okay, dt dot date, I think. Mm. Okay, I think what we should do, date one. Let's do this. No. dt dot date. Yeah, this should be fine. No, there is some error. Date for object doesn't apply to an int object. Hmm. Let's see what we did. We are saying date. This. Okay. Okay, I think make it date one. Okay, let's see. No, still some error. Okay, there is some error, but we can make a date using YYMMDD. So let me just check again. dt dot date is there, and I need to pass a date time variable in it. Okay. Mm, okay, date one. Let's see. Okay, now it is converting it. Let's see what is the MD. Okay, it converted that timestamp into a date, right? If you just want date part of it, you can just say dt.date and pass this full, right? So this is also fine. Okay, so basically you can get that date, right? And you can convert to whatever format you want. And there are other functions you can explore, but this will be useful for your project, right? So you can just, I'll just remove this for now and do this. Okay. So you are getting the current date and then you are converting it to a whatever format you want. Okay. Great. There is another module which you might not use because we are working with S3. But if you work with your local file system, that time it will be helpful, right? So you can say import OS, which is operating system, right? And you can say OS dot list directory, right? So it will list all the directories in your current folder. So I'll say print list directory. You see, it is printing. Let me remove this print, and I need to give, I think, function call. Yeah, so it is saying these are the files currently in your folder. day2.py, day3.py, examples.py, my package, right? Also, sometimes you will see this py cache. This is nothing but it has created some this code. What do you call byte code, right? We remember that Python creates a byte code, right? So it will be in memory, right? So these are the functions that we have created, modules, right? So Python is intelligent. It will think, okay, these modules will be will be used multiple times, so it will keep them in cache, and this the bytecode can be used directly, right? If you remember, in the first session we discussed that our Python code will be converted to bytecode first, and then it will run on the CPU. So when you create a modules, Python is intelligent. It will think, okay, these modules will be used multiple times. Why don't I create the bytecode and use them directly? So it will be in the cache, and it will your program will run fast because they are already converted to bytecode, right? But if you even if you delete it, it is fine. It will create again, right? So if I go to this file, you won't be able to open it. It is .pyc file. So if I go back to my folder, and I think learn Python, yeah, this is the folder, right? So if I open it, you won't be able to see it properly because it is in byte format, right? So I hope you understand what is this byte format now. Okay, so it is listing all your directory, right? What you can also do, you can give a path, right? So it will show you all the files in that path, right? So let me just do this. So I will say give me files in my package. So I will say my underscore package. See, inside my package, these are the files, arithmetic.py, gst.py, right? PyCache, init. These are the files we have in my package, right? So this is a relative path currently, right? Because my Python script is in this folder, learn Python. Within that, my package is there, right? So if I go there, so learn Python, and within that, my package is there, right? So I can give relative path. But let's say you have completely different path you want to give. So you can give complete file, C, colon, and whatever is the file path, right? You can give full path. If you don't give anything, then it will work on the current path. Or you can give relative path, or you can give full path. So whatever you want, right? So you can list directory, I mean list files, and let's say you have some files in your folder, and you want to read all those files, do whatever you want to do, right? So anything you want to do with operating system, you want to see files or whatever, you can use this OS library, right? And throughout your journey in Python, you will keep using new and new modules, right? Sometimes I will say this library and sometimes module, which is same thing, right? So you will be using a lot of libraries in your Python journey, right? These are some of the uh, so in date time I told you because it will be used in your project, right? OS will not be used. There are other we will use. Okay, great. So what is error handling? Sometimes your program encounters runtime errors like device in Y0, missing file, invalid input. There can be many errors when you are running your program. Error handling lets you catch your errors gracefully without crashing the program, right? So what I will do now, let me comment everything. Okay. So let's say I'm writing a program, right? So I'm saying, let's say we have this division functions. Let's use that division, right? Okay. Now let's say I'm saying I'm asking my user number or value or maybe numerator equal to input of enter numerator, right? And similarly, I will have one more denominator and I will say enter denominator, right? And now what I want to do, I want to print the division of this. So user will give me this, I will convert it to int, right? It will be by default string. So let me convert it to int. I'm giving you an example. Error can happen because of any reason, right? So I will say division, sorry, a dot division and numerator divided by denominator, right? And I will print it. Great. So let me clear this. Okay, so denominator I am putting 10 and this I am putting, let's say, 5. Uh, what is this? Missing one argument. That's not division a comma b. Sorry, I have to pass comma, my bad. Okay, I need to pass numerator and denominator and it will get me the division. Okay, so enter numerator, let's say 10 and then 5 and it is giving me 2, right? So this is working fine. Now let's say the user has given denominator as 0, right? So let me run this. So numerator is 10 and it is 0, right? Now what is happening? Division by 0 error. See, it is having 0 division error. You cannot divide it, which is fine, right? Which is expected. But the problem is my program is failing and it is giving me some error log, right? It doesn't look good. Let's say you have a UI. In UI, it is happening, right? So suddenly, what will happen? You enter your email. Let's say email is not valid or whatever is the reason, right? Then it will just crash. Your website will crash if the code will crash, right? You don't want that. You want to handle it gracefully, right? So that if there is some runtime error, you show proper message to the user, right? Instead of your program is failing or your website is crashing, you want to handle it gracefully and show some proper message, right? So what you can do, you can put your code in a try block. You will say try, and within it you put your code. Right. So I'll just say this. And along with try, there will be one exception. Right. So you will say try and accept exception as E, and you can print E. Now what will happen? Like this is a syntax. We will put in try. So this is a try block. All the code where you think that there can be a runtime error because of divide by 0, or we will see other errors, whatever, right? For now, you understand that your program can crash because of something. Then you put it in try block. And then if something wrong happens here, right? It will not crash. It will just go here and it will show what was the exception, what is the issue, right? So it will, whatever is the exception will go here as E and you are printing E, right? Now I will run this again. So I'll just clear it, run it, let's say 10, 0. Now you see you are not getting those messages, right? Now it is gracefully saying, okay, division by 0, right? You can print, right? Denominator cannot be 0. If I run this again, 10, 0, right? Division by 0, denominator cannot be 0. If you don't want to print this, you can just print whatever message you want to print properly, right? So it will not, it doesn't look, it is crashed, right? We handle it gracefully and whatever message we want to show, we can show it, right? and 0, right? So denominator cannot be 0. You can print E, so it will give you what was the error exactly, right? Here we know that it is a division by 0, right? It can be some other issue as well, right? So in that case, it should not fail, right? So for example, let me show you another error, right? So let's say we have a dictionary, right? My dictionary equal to, let's say, mi Rohit Sharma, right? And we have, let's say, one more value, CSK MST. Let's say I have a key, right? Now I'm asking that um, team name, input, enter the team name, right? Now I'm asking user that enter the team name for which you want the captain, right? I want to know, let's say for MI, who is the captain, or for CSK. So I'm asking my user that, okay, show that, right? So let me just comment this, and I will say print, right? And whatever my user will give, right? I will say my dictionary, and from here, um, team name. Okay, team name I'm getting it, so I will pass here. Right. So what it will do, let's say if I give MI, right? From input from user, I will get MI, right? Let me comment this as well, otherwise it will ask me. Okay. Now I will ask, okay, for which team you want to see the captain, right? So user will give, let's say MI, right? So I will print my dictionary MI, the value will be Rohit Sharma. Let's say once. Team name, let's say MI, and it is saying Rohit Sharma, which is perfectly fine. Now let's say user entered something which is not present, right? So let me print E here. Right? You can print any message, but for now I'm printing E just to show you what it will give you, right? So if I just run this and let's say I'm giving RCB, right? Team name RCB. Why it is printing RCB? Uh, RCB, my dictionary, team name. Something is not right. Let me run it again. So I will put CB RCB. Okay. Print my dictionary and the team name. Input the team name. Why it is printing RCB? If I enter RCB. Okay, I think it is a key error. So let me see. So I say print this key is not present. Okay, let's try one more time. Say RCB. Yeah, this key is not present. Basically, it is going inside it and it is giving me that error that this RCB key is not present. So it is not giving me proper error, but basically it is going in the exception block, right? So if you see again, key is not there. If I don't put it here, right? Like if I remove it from try catch, right? If I do this and comment it, uh, the team name RCB, it is giving me error, key error RCB, and this is what it is printing actually when I print E, right? So it is telling that RCB is not present as a key, right? So instead of this fatal error, right, which will come, I will say, okay, handle it gracefully, go to the accept. Okay. Now there is one more thing, right? So let me just uncomment it. Now there can be multiple error, right? For example, division by error, key error, right? So one thing is you can just say exception. Now what exception will do? It will catch all kind of error. Whatever errors are happening, it will just catch all kind of error, right? Now you can specifically give also. So for example, you can give uh, zero division error, right? So it is zero division error. So if the division error comes, it will go in this block, right? So you will say print denominator cannot be zero. So only when zero division error comes, then except block will catch it, right? You can give one more. So you can say, uh, let me take one more. Except and think key error, right? That key is not present. The key is not present. So you can give multiple except. Now, whenever whatever error is coming, if zero division error is coming, then it will go in this. And whatever you want to do, you can do. If key error is coming, then this. So there are a lot of inbuilt exceptions, right? I'll just show you the list of that. So let me try it. So I'm giving you now the wrong team name I will give, right? So let me just go here and clear it. And let's run this. So I will enter RCB. It is saying the key is not present. So basically it is going in key error because it is a key error. Now let me do this, right? Now it should go in zero division error because it will be zero. So I comment it one more time. Okay, so numerator is 10 and denominator is 0, right? The team name it is asking, which is fine. So numerator cannot be 0, right? So it is going here. So it is going here, right? So you can give multiple and you can give one more so that maybe exception as E, right? And here maybe if you have not handled all the exceptions, right, then it will go here, right? If it doesn't go here, at least it will come here. So in the end, you can give this, right? So this is how you can give. And if I just go to Google Python built-in exceptions, so you can go here on the Python web documentation, and it will show you what all are there, right? Maybe here I can go. This is better. Yeah. So you have say arithmetic error, assertion error, right? Key error, index error. So let's say I'm accessing a index of a list out of range, right? Then it will go in this exception, right? So there are name error, lot of exceptions are there inbuilt. So you can zero division error, value error, right? So you can provide these, whatever you want to use, you can use it. Right? So this is your built-in exceptions in Python, and you can just give in your except. So whatever error is there will go there. Now you can also do else. In else, what will happen if you don't have any exception, right? Then it will go in the else block, right? So you can say print no exception, right? So it will run the try block, right? In try block, if there is any exception, it will go here. If there is no exception, then it will run else block. If there is exception, then it will not run else block, right? So if I just run it again, let me do this. So if I run again, let's say 10, 5, right? So it is going in the else block. You see, no exception, right? If exception was there, it would have gone there and it will not go here. So simple try. If there's any exception, it will go here. If there is no exception, then it will run the else loop. Right? There is one more finally, right? Finally, right? Finally will run irrespective of that there is an exception or not, right? So it will run try block. If there is any exception, it will go in except. If there is no exception, it will go in else, right? But in both the case, it will run finally, right? Print final block. Now I will tell you one use case of it. You might be thinking why we need this, right? So I'll just show you. So let me run one more time. So numerator, let's say 10, and this time I'm giving 0, right? Should be some exception. See, exception is there, right? It is going cannot denominator cannot be 0, but finally is getting executed, right? So let's do without exception, right? So enter numerator 10, 5. See, it is going in the else block, and final block is anyway getting executed, right? So finally block will always be executed. Now you will say why we need finally, that it is always getting executed. So sometimes when you are working with databases, right, or you are working with files, right, you will open a file and then you have to close it, or you open a database connection and you have to close it. So irrespective of there is an error or not, you cannot keep your connection open or you cannot keep your file open. Let's say you are reading something from a database, right? Now your work is completed, right? Work is completed, then in that case, you have to close the connection. You cannot keep all the connections open. Let's say there is some error. You open the connection and then you are doing some work, right? And then there was some problem. It will go in except block somewhere, but in that case, also you want to execute it, right? So finally, block is useful in that case, right? So for example, if you maybe you are opening a file, we will see that how to work with files. So you open a file, right? Now you want to do something with this file, right? Irrespective of there is an exception or not, you want to close the file, right? So you can come to finally block and say close the file, right? So in that those cases, the finally block is important so that you close the connection irrespective of your program ran successfully or not. Okay. So this is your try, except, else, finally to handle exception. And I'm telling all of you this thing today so that you can implement this in your project. So you have to use modularization, you have to create a module files or package, whatever you want to create, define functions there. Then you use try, except, block, right? So all these things you have to use in your project. Great. Okay. So let's move on. We'll see how to work with files. So let's comment everything. Okay. Now we will see how to work with files. Working with files. Okay. So let's say I create a file here. Okay. New file. My file dot txt file. Right. Okay. So this is my file dot txt. Now what I want to do, I want to write something in this file. Right. So we will say f equal to open. Right. Open is a function, and you pass the file name. Now your file is in current folder where your Python script is, then you can just give file name. Otherwise, uh, you can give the path, right? So I'll just say my file dot txt. Now it takes the second argument, very important one, that in which mode you want to open this file, right? So there are three main modes, right? If you see read mode, write mode, and append mode, right? So if you want to just read the data, then you will open this file in the read mode, right? If you want to write something, you will do in the write mode. If you want to append something, let's say data is there, you want to add some more lines, then you will use a append, right? So for now, I want to write something, so I will say W. Okay, so this is done. So now F is an object which will open this file. Right now, I can write whatever I want in this file. So I will say F dot write, right, and I will say this is my first line. And then you have to close this. So you will say f dot close. If you don't close it, then other functions will not, other programs or other softwares will not be able to access this file because it will be accessed by Python. So unless and until you close it, it will not be freed. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, so this is done. If I go here, I need to refresh it. Let me open again. It is not showing. So my file.txt let me see, dot write file dot close. Looks fine. I think it is not showing here. My file, it is showing 0 KB. Okay, let me try again. Okay, nothing is coming. My file dot txt name is correct, right? Okay, it has created my file dot txt here. One second, where? Okay. It is in the learn Python folder. My bad. So I was checking in inside my package, right? I have created inside my package. No, not this one. This is wrong. I'll just delete it. Okay. So this is the file basically in the current folder, right? I'm in the this folder, learn Python. So in learn Python, I have this file is getting created, myfile.txt, right? When I open in write mode, it automatically created this file, myfile.txt, and see, this is my first line. Right. Let me write one more time. So I will say this is my second line. Like now I'm opening it in write mode again. So let's see what will happen. Okay, this is done. If you see the first line is gone. Now it is saying second line, right? Because I'm using the write mode. Let's say I do a append mode and I will say third line. Now what it will do, it will not overwrite it. When I open in write mode, it will just overwrite. I will say append. So it will append. So we have the second line and it will append one more line. You see, one more line here. This is my third line. Right? If you want a uh, what do you call a new line character, you can put here. So you can say this. Right. So let me check. Yeah. So if you want a new line character, you can put a new line character as well. Or let's say you want to put before. Right? So new line character will be there. And then you can say this is my fourth line, let's say. Fourth line. Okay, save it, run it. And if you go here, see, this is in the new line. Right? So if you want in the new line, you can give a new line as well. Right? Again, if you just say W, it will overwrite everything. Fifth line. I go here, see, it has overwritten everything. Right? So if you want to overwrite it, open in write mode. If you want to append it, then open in append mode. Right? Now, most of the times we will be using the R mode. So there is some already data I want to read it. Right? So let me put one more line. So I will say sixth line, and I will put a this right one new line character. Okay, so let's run this. And I have two lines now, which is perfect. Now I want to read this. So I will open this in read mode, right? And I will not use f.write. Okay. So I'm saying open this file, right? And this file, there can be multiple lines, right? So what I can say file.read. So I will say content equal to f.read. So what it will do, it will read full file altogether, whatever number of lines are there. And if I just print content, right, you will see that content. Right? This is my fifth line, this is my sixth line. Right? So you can, if you want to read full content at once, you can just say f dot read, and you don't have to pass anything because in f dot write you have to pass what you want to write. Here you just want to read, so you can say content equal to f dot read, and that's it. Now, typically, most of the times you don't want to read full file together. You want to read line by line and do some work, right? So for that you will have to run a loop, right? So what you can say. So I'll just remove this, right? I'll say for line in F, right? So F is my object which contains this file. So I will say line in F, right? Line in F, right? Print line. Now what it will do, it will go line by line. So it will open this file, it will go to the first line and print it, right? So let me just print dummy in between. I'm just printing again just to show you that it is printing line by line, right? And let me run this. I clear this. Okay, and if I run this, you see, this is my fifth line, and then it is printing dummy. Right? This is my sixth line, and then it is printing. Right? It will always have a space, a new line character after printing. Right? So if you don't want that, you can use, I think, strip function. You can use it, right? Dot strip. Otherwise, what happens? It will print the line and a new line character as well automatically. Now it is fine, right? There is no extra space. This is my fifth line. This is my sixth line. Right? So it is doing line by line by line. Right? So for every line, if you want to do anything within for loop, you can do it. Okay, with this line, whatever work you want to do, you can. Right? If you want to read full, you can just say f dot read. That's it. Right? And remember, you have to close the file. Every time you open it, after that you can close it. Right? Now there is one more way of doing the same thing. Right? So let me just show you. Let me comment it. Right? So in that, you don't have to specify separately that you want to close the file or not, right? You can just say this with this statement. So you will use this, right? Right? You don't have to separately say open and close. You will just say with open, right? My file dot txt, right? If you want to read full content, you can read, or again, you can just say for line in file print line. Right. So in this way, you don't have to worry about closing the file or opening the file. It will open the file, and once the work is done, it will also close it. See, this is what. And you want to strip new line characters, you can say strip. Okay. So this is how you can do, and this is a better way I feel, because sometimes you might forget to use this close statement, and this looks more clean as well. You open the file as file, right? And then you are reading line by line, or you can even read at once. Just you can do this, right? File dot read. Okay. If you want to open in append mode, you can do an append mode, or you want to open in a write mode, you can do write and then write whatever you want. Now what we will do, we will learn about time complexity and some of the concepts that will be useful throughout this series. Okay, so let's go to the system and start it. Okay, so let's understand what is time complexity, right? Let's read the definition and then I will break it down step by step. So, time complexity is a way to measure how the number of operations in an algorithm or program, you can write anything, right, grows as the input size increases. It does not represent actual time taken, but how efficiently an algorithm scales. It helps compare algorithm independent of machine speed or programming language. Now, a lot of people think that time complexity means the time taken by a program, which is wrong, because time taken by a program is dependent on machine, right? If you are running a Python program or any program on, let's say, 8 GB machine, it will take some amount of time. But if the same program you run on, let's say, 16 GB or 32 GB machine, then it will take less time, right? So the time taken by a program is not fixed. It is dependent on machine. But time complexity we measure independent of machine, right? It does not represent actual time taken, but how efficiently an algorithm scales, right? So this thing should be clear, right? That time complexity is independent of a machine speed or which programming language we talk about, right? We just a relative measure to check how good my program is. So we will understand with a simple example first, right? So let me move on to Visual Studio, and I'll explain in a very intuitive way.
let's say you have this array, right? Array or list. In generally most of the programming languages you say array. In Python it is a list, right? List is a group of elements together, right? So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so this is my input, right? This is my input. This array is my input. Let's say I want to find sum of all the elements of this array, right? So what I have to do, I have to start with this, then go to this, then add this, then add this, then add this, then add this. So if there are 6 elements, I will have to do 6 operations, right? So let's write a program. So let's say my sum is, or let's define a function, define get sum, right? And it will take one array as input, right? So what we will say, we will initialize my total sum. So I will say total sum equal to 0, right? Now I will run a loop over it, right? Because I want to go to each element. So what I want to do, I want to run a loop over this list, right? I want to go over, iterate over this loop and go to each element and sum all the numbers. So I will say for num in, right, add, and then I will say total sum, right, equal to whatever was sum was there earlier plus this num, whatever num I get, right? So I'm getting 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? And I will just run over it and then I will say return my total sum. I hope you understand this. So I want to see how many times I'm doing this operation, right? So I'll say print and I will just call this function now. So I'll say get sum and I will pass array, this array, whatever we have declared here, right? And let's see. Okay, so it is giving me 21. So if you sum all of this, it will give you 21. Now, how many times we are running the loop or how many times we are doing this operation, right? So let me print it. So I will say iteration. We will see how many iteration are there. Iteration equal to 0, right? And then in the loop, I will say iteration equal to iteration plus 1. And then I will say print iteration and then iteration, right? I'm just showing you how many times we are running this loop. So if you see iteration 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? So there are 6 elements. I'm running this loop 6 times, so I'm doing 6 operations, right? Let's say if I increase one more element here, right? So how many times this will run? 7 times, which means as the size of my input is increasing, the number of operations are increasing linearly. Linearly means if there are 8 elements, then number of operations are 8. I am doing 8 operations. If it is 9, then 9 operations. If it is 1 million, let's say in this array I have 1 million elements, then I will run this loop on 1 million elements and there will be 1 million operations, right? So this is known as a linear time complexity. We represent time complexity by big O notation, O and then N. Right? So this is, N means linear time complexity. As you increase the size of the input in the same proportion, your number of operations will increase, right? Now it is irrespective of machine, right? The way we are calculating this complexity, big O N, is irrespective of machine, right? We are saying as the number of input size is increasing, is the number of operation increasing? Now it will be true for 8 GB system or 16 GB system or for Java or Python or any language, right? So this is why this is platform or program and speed independent, right? This is how we calculate the time complexity. Great. So if I go back here, it is saying ON is linear time, right? So our example is loop over the list. So you can draw a chart, right? So if you see this chart, so on the x-axis, I am saying input data size, right? As the size of the input data increasing, how the number of operations are increasing. So in case of linear time complexity, right, ON, this is linear. So as the input size increasing, in the same manner, my number of operations are increasing. So if you see, this is x equal to y, right? The number of input data size equal to number of operations. So this is the x equal to y line on your chart, right? So this is your ON, right? Lesser the time complexity, better your program is, right? Now let's take another example. So this we understand. Now let's say my requirement is I want to get the first element of my array. So this is my array, right? Let me just comment this. So this is my array and I want just the first element of the list. So what I will do, L and first element will be 0, right? And I will print this. So let's print it. Okay. So if you see, I am getting 1. So this is giving me the first element. Now let's say I increase the number of elements in my array, right? Now if I again run this, I am always doing one operations. It doesn't matter how many elements are there in my list, right? The number of operations will be just one, get the first element of the list. So this is known as constant time complexity, that the time taken or the number of operations done by your program is fixed irrespective of how small or big your input is, right? So this is known as O1. It will take fixed O1 time, right? So this is your constant time complexity where it is constant irrespective of input size. And if you look at the chart, this is my O1, right? This is flat. Doesn't matter that how big is your input data size. If we keep increasing, the number of operations is constant, which is 1. So there will be only one operation. So this is known as constant time accessing an index in a list, right? So this is your O1, ON. So O1 is better than ON, right? Because it will just one operation, right? So always if you go up, it is the worst time complexity. Down, it is the best. So O1 is best, and after that ON. We will talk about other time complexities as well, right? Now let's take another example of ON, right? Let's say I have this array now, right? Now, what I want to do, right? This can be a sorted or unsorted array, right? Let's not take it sorted. So let's take it 15, 11, 12, something. Okay. Now, what I want to do, I want to find index of a particular number, right? Let's say someone is tell me where is 15, right? On what index 15 is there, right? So my target is this, that I want to find index of 15 in my list. So how I will do it? Let's write a program. So I will say def find index, right? It will take two input. One is array and another is target, right? What you want to search. This is also known as linear search. So I'll just explain about it. So what I'm saying, that okay, loop over it and check wherever the target is. So I'll say for, let's take I in range, right? These things you should know already. Length of array, right? So I'm saying if li, right, is equal to target value, right? Whatever target I have, then return that index value, right? That's it. So this is my linear search. You can call it linear search. I'll tell you what is linear search. Linear search. Okay. Now we will see what is the time complexity of this. Okay. So now I will just call this, I'll say linear search, and let's call, I'm passing array, right, and my target, right? Great. So let's print it. So target is 13. The target element, let's call it target element, and I'll just pass this here. Okay, let's see what it will give me. Okay, so it is giving me 9, right? 9 means, so if you count here 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So it is at ninth index, right? So the 15 is at ninth index. Now let's say I search for 7. So it will give me where is 7. 7 is at 6th index. Great. Now let's say how many iterations we are doing here. So again, we are comparing this. So this is one operation, right? We are running this inside for loop. So I will say iteration equal to 0, right? And then iteration equal to iteration plus 1. And I'll just print iteration. Okay, let's run this. So if you see, this is running 6 iterations, right? Uh, da, 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 da. Okay, it has to be outside the loop. My bad. Okay, so initialization is outside the loop, and then okay, it has to be outside actually if condition, because only it will print only when we satisfy the condition, right? So iteration equal to iteration plus 1. Great. Uh, okay, print is again here. So let me just fix this. Okay, so if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so it is running 7 times, right? So now if you see, the number of operations is dependent on where my element is. If I just, let's say, search for 2, right? So it will run only 2 times. Iteration 1, iteration 2. So there are only 2 operations, right? Now, how I will tell what is the time complexity, right? Time complexity depends on that which element you are searching. If you are searching for 2 here in this list, then it is at second element only 2 operations, right? If I search, let's say 11, then it will run maybe 8 or 9 times, right? So when we talk about big O notation, we consider the worst time complexity. Worst means if someone is searching 12, that is the worst case, right? When someone is searching 12, that time we have to run over the full list, right? So if I run this, it is running 12 times, right? So when I talk about a big O notation, it means we are considering the worst time complexity. That at the worst, how many operations I have to do. So again, this is a ON, because if the number of elements are increasing, if it is 15, then my worst will be one more operation. Right? So it is running 10 times. If I increase one more, right, let's say 20, and again, so it is again 10 times, right? So it is running 10 times. If I make it 20, this is my worst time complexity, which will be 14, right? We have to go till here, right? So whenever you think that what is the time complexity of this program, you have to take the worst case. In best case, it will be O1, right? Because maybe every time you find the first element, right? Someone is searching 1, right? You will get in the first iteration itself. But you have to consider the worst time complexity, and in this case, it will be ON, right? So this comes into the category of linear search, that we are searching a element linearly, right? Linear means first element, then we check second element, then third, then fourth, then fifth, then sixth, and so on, right? So this is your linear search. Great. Now let's move on to the next time complexity, right? Which is, let's talk about ON square, right? Then we will move on to the log n. So what is ON square? Quadratic time. Generally, when you have to run the nested loops, right? Loop over loop, that time this quadratic comes into picture, and it is very bad kind of time complexity, right? Because as the input size increases, your number of operations will increase square of times, right? So for example, if you are increasing from 10 to 11, then maybe your operations are increasing from, let's say, 10 to 100, right? I'm just giving one example, right? So let's understand that. So I have written a simple program to find a duplicate transactions, right? So let's say you have a this transactions, you have a array, right? And then what you have to do, you have to find the duplicate transactions. So what I have to do, for example, 101, 101, these are duplicates. So I have to get the index of these. So let me run this and show you. Okay, so I'm getting answer as 0 to 14. So it is telling at index 0 and index 2, they are duplicates. Similarly, at index 1 and index 4 they are duplicates, right? So this is what it is returning, list of tuples. Great. So let's think about it. How do we solve this problem? So what I have to do, I have to pick first element with a very brute force method, right? First element and compare with all the elements, right? So 101, 203, 101, 404, 203. So this element I will pick and compare with all the elements. Then in the second iteration, I will pick this element and compare with all other elements. In the third iteration, 101, and then I will compare with other elements, right? So this is what we have to do. So this is a loop under loop, right? So this is a nested loop. So I'm running a loop on this list first. So if you see on transaction, and then again I'm running on the another loop on transactions and comparing, right? I'm not going to explain this program, but basically we have to run loop two times, right? Whenever you see two times loop, mostly it is a O n square time complexity, right? Let's see how many iterations we have to run. So I'll say iterations equal to 0, right? And we will say iteration equal to iteration plus 1. Now I will, so all the operations we are doing inside the second nested loop, right? So I have to print here, right? So for every element in outer loop, inner loop will run, right? So all the operations are happening within the inner loop. I'll say iterations plus 1, and let's print it. Print iteration. Great. So if you see, I'm doing 10 iterations, right? I'm doing 10 iterations for this program. Now let's increase the size of my transaction. Let's say I increase one more, let's say 100. Now what will happen? In each loop, I have to iterate one more time. So when 101 was comparing, it was comparing with four elements. Now it has to compare with five elements. Again, when 203 I was comparing, earlier I was comparing with three elements. Now I have to compare with four elements, right? So as the number of input is increases, it will run loop more number of times, right? So let's see. So there are 10 iterations and I increased one more element. So if you see, now we have 15 iterations, right? It is not linear that if I increase one element, then only one operation will increase. No, let me increase one more. Right? Let's say 101. 101 is already there. That's fine. 1110, right? Anything. So from 15, we will see it is going to 21, right? So this kind of cases where you have loop under loop, or you have a matrix, right? Let's say you have a matrix. Let's say 1, 2. So this is the first element of your matrix, second, third. Then you have, let's say, 4, 5, 6, right? And then 7, 8, 9, right? If you have a matrix n by n, right, and you have to loop over it, right? So three rows and three columns, so there will be 9 elements, right? So it will be O n square. You will have to run your loop O n square. If you want to traverse over this matrix, then you have to run n into n times, right? So this is where your O n square comes into picture, and this is worse than your linear time complexity, right? Because in this, as the input size is increasing, this is increasing quadratic time, right? If you increase 3, then maybe it is 9. If it is 4, then it becomes 16, right? So your best is so far O1 because it is constant. Then you have On and then On square. The whole purpose of our Python programs will be that if we can solve our question with less time complexity. If we can solve this with O1, then great. If not, then On. If not, then On square. Most of the Python problems you want to solve with On or O log n. Right? So we will see what is O log n, and then we will come back to it and we'll discuss the final thing. Okay, so what is O log n, right? O log n is a time complexity where the number of input size when you increase, then the number of operations also increase, but very, very slow, right? It is not like on that if you have, let's say, 10, then operations will be 10. If you have 10 size of your input data, then 10 operations. No, maybe if you have 10, it might be, let's say, 2 operations. When it is 100, then might be 6 operations, right? So it is logarithmic, which means as the input data size is increasing, this is also increasing but very slow, right? So Let's see how we can visualize this. Okay, so there's a concept of binary search, right? In SQL also, if you have learned index, you will know how binary search works. So how binary search works? Let's say you have an array. I'm just explaining how this works, right? Let's say you have an array and it is sorted. Sorted means we know that it will be in a ascending order or descending order. So in our case, if you see, this is in ascending order: 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 13. So this is the requirement, right? That my array is sorted. Let's say my array is sorted. However we sorted it, it doesn't matter. But we are getting an array which is sorted. Now I want to find an element in this, right? One is we do a linear search, whatever we did here. We go to the each element and search it first, second, third, and wherever we find it, we are done. But because my data is sorted, I can do a binary search. Right? Now, what is binary search? Binary search means, let's say someone is telling me, so we have 7 elements in this, right? Someone is telling me that find where is, let's say 3, or let's say 10. So I want the index of 10, right? So one way is linear search, we all know. But let's see how we can do with binary search. So what I will do, I will go to the mid of this array. So mid of this array is 7, right? Mid of this array is 7, and I will compare that if this element is equal to 7 or not, right? If it is not, then I will see if it is greater or less than my mid element. Now 10 is greater than my mid element. My mid element is 7 and 10 is greater than my mid element, which means 10 will be somewhere in the right? Because this is a sorted. So I'm checking with the mid element, my target element. I want to see where this 10. So I will check with the mid element 7, right? And 10 is greater than 7, which means that 10 will be somewhere in the right. So I can skip all these left element. I don't have to search. So I will search in 8, 10, 13. Again, I will take mid of it and I will check, okay, if 10 is equal to mid, yeah, mid is 10, so I will return that value, right? Let's take another example. Let's say 1. I want to search 1. So I will check with the mid element, right? If it is equal to mid element, I will return that. If it is, no. Now, if it is less or more, if it is less, then I will ignore these things. I'll just look into this. Great. Now again, I will take mid. If it is equal, no. If it is less, then I will come here and then I will again compare. Then I will return this. Right. So basically, I'm doing a binary search, right? I'm not iterating over all the elements. I will just divide it, check with the mid element. Then every time my input size is becoming half and half and half, right? So let's take this example, right? So I've written this program for binary search. I'm not going to explain today. You can learn about it. But basically, let's see how many iterations we are doing, right? So I'm saying iteration 0 and iteration equal to iteration plus 1, same thing, right? And let's see how many iterations we will do. So I'm just running it. So if you see, it is doing the 3 iterations, right? I'm trying to find 1. My target element is 1, so it is returning 0, right? And 3 iterations it is doing. So I have 7 elements, iterations are 3. Great. Now let's add some more elements. It should be sorted. So I'll say, let's say 20, 21, 30, 33, 40, 50, 70. I just increased so many elements, right? So we had till 10, I think 7 were there. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I increased 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I added 8 more elements. So we have 15 elements now. And we will see how many iterations are happening to reach to see where is 1, right? I'll just run it. You see, only 4 iterations are happening. So input size increased almost double from 7 to 8, but iteration increased by only 1. Let's search for something else. Let's say I'm searching for 70, right? So if I search for 70, there are only 3 iterations, right? On the third iteration, it is able to find out, right? If I increase more, let's say 101, 102, 103, right? Again, it is just 2 iterations. It depends on where is your this element, but it will be increasing by very less number of operations are increasing because we are dividing into half, right? If there are 100 elements, we are dividing into 50 first, then 25, then 12, then 6, and then 3, and then 1, right? So we are not doing 100 operations, just we are doing a binary search, right? So you can think about something like this. This is your binary search, right? We look at the middle element. If my target element is less than middle element, I will go into the left. If my target element is greater than my middle element, I will go to the right, right? And then again, I will keep doing it until I find my final element, final target, right? So this is your log n. So capital O log n or logarithmic time complexity, right? So this is your log n. If you see, as the input data size is increasing, it is increasing but very slowly, right? As you have very big size, 1 million, it is almost getting flat, right? So this is your logarithmic time complexity. Example is binary search, right? So there are other time complexities as well, like 2n and factorial and all. But these are the main ones that we need to understand. And in fact, on square also we will be avoiding it most of the times. Right? Most of the times our solution should be in on. Right? I hope this makes sense. Now, last thing I want to tell, or two more things I want to tell is, one is when I sort something, right? So uh, let's go here, or it is fine. Let's go here. Let's say this is my array, right? Or this is my array transactions. Let me comment it. And I want to sort this array, right? So I will say transactions dot sort, right? And then I will say print transactions. Okay. And I will print again here. Okay. So let's see what will happen. So if you see, this is here. And now this is sorted. So 100, 101, 101, 1203 and all. Now this is inbuilt method of sort, right? But we need to understand that how much time it will take, right? What is the time complexity of this sorting? So when I'm doing a sorting, Python is doing some operations internally, yeah, right? There are different kind of sorting algorithm, right? But when we are doing this sort, this takes big O n log n time complexity, n log n. So this will be your n log n time complexity, which will be better than n square, right? But worse than on. So it will be somewhere here between on log n, right? It will take more than n operations, but better than on square. So your on log n will be somewhere here. Right? So your this is how it is. So for example, if I want to find, let's say, largest element or smallest element in this transaction, right? So what I can do, I can sort it, and then if I want the smallest, I will take the first element, right? So I will say sort and then transaction 0. So my requirement is I want the smallest element in my array. So what I can do, I can do transaction dot sort, and then once it is sorted, then I will take the first element, and that will be my smallest element, right? So if I just run this, so this is my smallest element, right? But if you look at the time complexity, so this is O1, right? So to get the first element, it is O1, O1, right? But to sort it, it is O log n, n log n, right? So when we have two time complexities like this, that this is taking so we have two operations. One is taking O n log n and other one is taking O1. So we take the worst one, right? So the total time complexity, we will take it as O n log n for this program, right? Sorting plus getting the first element, the overall will be considered as O n log n, right? So if you have two operations, one with one time complexity, let's say it was On, and another n log n. So overall we will say n log n, right? So whatever is the worst, that one will be considered, right? So this problem we solve with O n log n. But can we make it better? Can we make this program so that it takes only one iteration and only can we solve it on, right? So we will solve this question next time in the next video. But basically, the idea is you should know that sorting is costlier than on. You should know that when you are sorting something, it is costly than O(n), right? So your O(n) log n will be somewhere here. Okay, great. So hope you understand it. So generally people will just sort the data, right? And they will say, okay, I solved it. But if you can solve it without sorting with O(n) time complexity, that will be best. Great. Now, last thing I want to discuss is dictionary, right? So when I do a lookup in a dictionary, so let's say I have my dictionary, sorry, let's say I'm saying employee ID and name, Ankit. So this is my key value pair, right? Another value pair is, let's say, 200, and value is Amit, right? Now this is my dictionary, right? Now when I do a lookup on a dictionary, basically let's say I want what is the name of ID 100. So I will say print my dictionary, right? And I will pass 100, right? Right. So let's run this. So if you say it is giving me Ankit, right? It is giving me Ankit. Let me comment this everything. Okay. So let's run this again. So if you see, I am getting Ankit. So what it is doing, we are doing a lookup. I am saying, give me the value of key 100. Right? This is my key value, key value. Now you must be thinking that internally this is running a loop, right? Because it will go to first element and see if it is 100 or not. Then it will go to second element, then see if it is 100 or not. Then it will go to the third element. Let's say if they are 1 million. You must be thinking it may be doing a linear search, but that's not the case, right? When you do a lookup on a dictionary, it is a O(1) time complexity. O(1) constant. How? So what happens when you create a dictionary? It in memory, right? It has the all the values, which means Python will know that at what address in your memory 100 is, at what address 200 is. So when you say my dictionary 100, it will directly go to that address and give you the value. When you say 200, it already know, it has hashed all the keys, so it knows that 200 is where in your memory, right? So it will just go there and give you Amit, right? So this is a constant time complexity when you do a lookup on a dictionary, right? So this thing you have to remember, right? So any lookup on a dictionary is O(1) constant time complexity. Great. I think this is all I wanted to discuss. Right now, when I solve questions, I will be able to, I will use these terms, right? Different kinds of time complexity, right? And then you should be able to understand it, right? Again, if you don't know the basics of Python yet, whatever I have done, if you don't understand those for loops, if else condition, then I think you should work on your core first and then you can follow my playlist, because that is the prerequisite. You can do any video on YouTube, learn from it, or we have a Python for data engineering course on Namaste SQL, whatever, wherever you want to learn, just learn it and then you can follow along me on this playlist. Okay, great. See you in the next video where we will solve some exciting and very conceptual Python questions. Thank you. Have a good day. Please do share this video with your friends and like the video. Have a great day. We will solve top 3 Python coding interview questions. These are commonly asked questions and can be asked in a data analyst or data engineer interviews. Moreover, more than interviews, you will build the logic building and how to approach the problem in an efficient way. Right? So these are the 3 problems: second largest element, equilibrium point, and leaders in the array. And we will solve each question with a brute force method first, which might not be optimized, but it will be simple and intuitive. Second will be optimized approach, right? How we can efficiently write the solution. This will help you write better Python code and think in a more structured way, exactly how interviewers expect data analysts to approach the problem. Okay, great. So let's begin. We will start with the second largest element, right? So I'll go to Namaste SQL. This is all free questions. So I'll just search for second largest number, right? So let me reset my code for now. So let's understand the problem first. So given a list of integers, write a function to find the second largest element in the list. If the list has fewer than 2 unique elements, then return none. Right? What does that mean? That means, so for example, this is my input array. Right? Now what is the second largest? So 12 is duplicate. Right? So second largest will be 10. So we are getting 10. Okay, largest is 12 and second largest is 10. So we have to take care of duplicates. Great. Now in this, if you see, there is no second largest. All three are same. So it will return none. Right. Again here 3 1, so second largest will be 1. Simple. Right. These numbers can be negative. So this is an integer. So you have some negative numbers as well. Okay, great. So let's think about it, right? So what I need second largest. Now let's say I have a list. If I sort it and take the second last element, right? Then I can say it is the largest. So let me show you. So I will sort this list. So I will say nums dot sort, right? We will solve this using sort first, and I will just print nums. Right? Great. So if you see, if I am sorting it, so 4, 7, 9, 10, 12, 12. So I can take the second last element, but problem here is they are duplicates. Answer should be 10. If I just take second last element from this list, then it will be wrong. So what should I do? I should remove the duplicates first. So what I will do, I will convert it to set. In set, there cannot be duplicates. So I will say my nums equal to, right? I will convert it into a set, right? And then I will convert it to list again, right? So once you convert it to set, duplicates will go, because in sets you don't have duplicates. Then again I'm converting back into a list and then again sorting it, and let's see what will happen. Okay, now if you see, there are no duplicates, right? 4, 7, 9, 12, 10, 12. Right? Now I can say if I take the second largest element, I can just take second last element from this list. So I will say return second last element, which will be nums, and second last will be -2. If you do reverse indexing, this is -1, this is -2, right? And that should give me the answer. Let's see. Okay, so let's see if our test cases are passing or not. Okay, some of the test cases are passing, and for some, we are getting list index out of range, right? Where we are getting that? Where we have only one distinct element. So here, if you see, there is only one distinct element, right? So when I'm doing num -2, it is not working, right? There should be two elements to get this, right? If there is only one element, then we want to return none, right? So initially only, after we remove the duplicates, we will say if length of nums is less than 2, right? Then return none, right? The moment it returns, your program is over, right? So for these test cases where you have only one unique value, right, it will just return here and this will not go further, right? So we won't sort it if there is only one element. There is no need of it. Okay, let's see if this is working. Okay, now if you see, all the test cases are passing, right? Perfect. Great. So if I just click on evaluate, it will say that your test cases are passed. Now let's say what is the time complexity of this problem. Now first thing is, you can see it is a sort. So we are doing a sort, and for sort the time complexity is big O n log n. Sorry, we have discussed in the first chapter of first video of this series, right? N log n, right? Which is greater than n, right? So we will see. So n log n is there, plus we are also converting into set and then list. This again will have on, right? But overall it will be o n log n, because the highest complexity will be of this operation where we are sorting the number, right? Okay. So now think about it, how we can solve it using on, right? So basically, I should have a way that I will traverse over this list only once, right? So if there are an element, I will traverse, and I mean one time, and go through each element one by one by one, right? So then in that case, it will be on. Great. So I don't want to sort now. Let me remove everything. So what we will do, right? We will define two elements. So first is first largest. We need second largest, right? For that we need the first largest as well. And we will define it as a infinity, negative infinity. So I'll tell you why. So I'm just assigning it to some big negative number, right? I could have said minus 99999 as well, right? Minus 99999. But you never know. In your list, you might have a negative big number, right? So you don't want to give that. So I'm just saying negative infinity. So this is how you can give negative infinity in Python. Great. Similarly, I want to define the second largest. Okay. So my first largest is float negative infinity, and second largest is also float negative infinity. So this, in these two variables, I will maintain my first largest and second largest. Great. Okay. So now what we will do, I will run a loop over this array, right? So I will say for num in nums. So when I say num in nums, in the first iteration, right, we are traversing over this list or array, and in first it will come 10. Now I will say this 10 is greater than my largest number or not, right? So let's say if I say if num is greater than my first largest, right? Currently my largest is this and second largest is also this. So I'm saying if this number, whatever, 10 is greater than my first largest number, then what will happen? It means my first largest will become this, right? Initially my first largest was this, but now my first largest will be this number, right? And what will be the second largest? Second largest will be whatever was my first, right? So now I have to assign it first, because if I assign num into first, I lose my first already. So I will say this. Okay, let me explain you with a simpler example, right? So let's say instead of this infinity, for now I will just comment it, right? So currently, let's say I have the smallest number as 4. So I am saying my largest is 2 and second largest is 1 for this use case, only for this use case, because largest is 4 in this, right? Sorry, smallest is 4. So I'm just taking two numbers less than this. So I'm saying if 10 is greater than 2, if 10 is greater than 2, then I'm saying that my second largest will be this, right? 2, and my first largest will become 10. So at this point my second largest will become 2, right? And my first largest will become this number 10. This is what I'm saying, right? And it makes sense, right? Till here, when I reach 10, my first largest will become this 10, and what is my second largest? Whatever was my first largest earlier. So this is what I'm doing here, right? So I just took this example to explain, because with infinity sometimes it is difficult to imagine. Okay, great. So I hope you understand this. Let's go forward. So this is fine, right? If my number is greater than first, then this is what I will do. Now I'm saying else if my number, whatever number is there, is not greater than first, but it is greater than second. If it is greater than second, it means sorry. If it is greater than second, it means my second number will be num, right? This number is not greater than first, so my first will remain whatever it was. I'm not touching first. But if my number, whatever number I'm checking, if it is greater than second, then the second number will be num now, right? Because the second largest will become this new number, right? And then I will say return second. I need second largest, right? Great. Let's see if this will work or we will have some issues. Okay, so some test cases are passing and some are failing. We will see. Okay, so the first problem is here I am getting 12. but expected is 10. This is because of the duplicate. Now what is happening? I am checking if num is greater than second, right? Now it is possible that num is equal to first. It is greater than second, but it might be equal to first. So what I will say that num should not be equal to first. If it is equal to first, I will just ignore it, right? I don't care now. If it is equal to first, then that is a or greatest number, right? So I don't care about it. So let's see if this will further improve my test cases. Great. So my this test case is passing now. Now two are failing. This is failing and this is also failing, right? The problem here is it is expecting none, but I am returning minus infinity, right? Because there is no second element here. So it will never reach here, right? It will never assign any value. It will remain minus infinity, right? So instead of minus infinity, I need to return none in these cases. So I will just say if second equal to this, right? Then return none, right? Otherwise, return the second. Right? So let's see. So now if you see all the test cases are passing. Perfect. If I just say evaluate, it is saying correct. Okay. So I hope it makes sense. You should try it yourself. By looking at it, it might look easy, but when you write the code, you will get confused, especially in interviews, right? So there can be other ways also to solve this problem. Like instead of minus infinity, you can also assign as none none, and then you will have to make some changes, right? So just check, right? Okay, great. Now let's move on to the second question, right? Second question is equilibrium point. So let's see what is this question says. So we will search equilibrium. So we have this equilibrium point. Okay, let's understand this problem. Okay, so the problem is you are given an array of integer a, okay, array of integers. Your task is to find the first equilibrium index in the array, right? An equilibrium point is an index such that the sum of all the elements before it is equal to the sum of all elements after it. If no such index exists, return minus 1. Okay, let's understand with a example. So this is my array, right? It is saying the output is 2. So index 2 is 0, 1, 2. So this is my 2 index. If I look at all the numbers before this, the sum is 3 and all the numbers after this is also 3. So equilibrium index is 2. Now in this, there is no equilibrium index, right? So if we consider 0 as equilibrium index, the left is nothing and right is 3. So it is wrong. Again, if I come here, left is 1 and right is 2, right? We don't have to consider this element. All the elements to its left and to its right, the sum should be equal, right? Again here, it is saying 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I say 6 minus 7 will be minus 1, right? So it is 6 minus 7 will be minus 1, right? And again minus 4 plus 3 will be minus 1, right? So both are minus 1. So again 3 is an equilibrium point, right? So this is what you have to do. Okay, so let's start with the brute force method. So just think about it, right? If I can just iterate over this array, right, and I can take sum of all the elements before this index, right, and then sum of all the elements after this index, and if they are equal, then I will say that this is equilibrium point, right? So I'll say for I in range length of my array, right? Okay, now I will say if, so I want all the elements before this iteration. So I is 0. So all the elements before 0. So I will say if air from starting till this index. Right? Currently it is 0, but basically let's say if I am in 0, 1, 2, let's say in the third iteration, what it will take, it will from starting, it will take till here, because the last index it will not take, right? This is exclusive. So if I equal to 2, then it will take 0 and 1. If I equal to 2, it will take 0 and 1, right? So I'm taking all the indexes before this index, right? All the elements before this index, right? Equal to the sum of this, right? I want sum of all this. Equal to add all the elements after this index, right? So that will be I plus 1 till end, right? So if I am here, I plus 1 will be here, and from here till end, right? And if this sum, right, if these two things are same, then I will return that index, return I, right? If this is not happening, then I will return -1, right? This is what it is saying. So if this condition is meeting, and during the entire loop we will return that index. If not, then we will come out and say return -1. Okay, so this is a very brute force method. Let's see if this works. Okay, so this is passing all the test cases. If you see, right, it is passing all the test cases, but the problem is time complexity. Now again, so we are running a loop. So this is a on, right? If I have n elements in my array, I will run this loop n times, right? So on. Now within this loop, I'm again doing a sum. Now when I say sum of an array is again a on operation, right? This is a direct function sum, but Python internally basically iterating over this array and giving you sum, right? So sum or max or min on a list is a on operation. So within on you are doing on, right? Right? I mean, it is not exactly n, it will be more or less, but those constant we can ignore, right? So it will be on square, right? So on square is not good. So we want to optimize it now, right? Instead of this on square, because this is on, and inside for we are again running a loop, right? This sum is basically running a loop. This sum is also running a loop, right? Sum is not a magic. Internally, Python is iterating over this array and giving you the sum. So this is again on, right? So for inside for kind of thing, right? So this is on square. I hope you understand this. Great. Now let's see how we can solve it. Okay, so let me reset this code. Now what I will do, I will take sum of. So I will say total sum. So I will keep a sum of all the values in the array. Right? Just focus here. Right? It will give me total sum, whatever is the total sum. I will also take left sum. So I will keep iterating and I will keep checking what is the sum that I have left behind. Right? This is how we work. Sorry. So when I'm iterating over it, I can keep track of that whatever numbers have come, what was the sum of them. So for now, I am saying left sum is equal to 0. Right? We are just starting. Right? Great. Just focus. So I'll say for I in range length of array, right? I will say if all the elements, right, to the left is equal to the sum of all the elements in right. So this is my total sum, right? So I will say total sum minus all the elements which were there in left. I don't care about them, right? So I need to get sum of all the elements which are there in the right, right? So let me write this, right sum first. So I have the left sum, which I assumed 0 initially. What will be the right sum? Right sum will be total sum minus whatever was left sum minus the current element as well, Ri, right? Because right sum will be total sum. So let's say I'm here. So whatever is the total sum, right, minus left sum, and this also minus I have to do, right? Because I don't have to consider this element as well. So from the full sum, I removed all the left and the current element. So this will be my right sum. Right? I will say if left sum equal to right sum, then return that index. Right? Then return that index. Okay, great. But if that doesn't happen, then I will say else. Now left sum one is initially 0. So I will say left sum equal to, sorry, let me copy this, equal to left sum plus li. Okay. Now I will take you through the loop. Then it will be clear. Great. So I am saying total sum will be what? 6. Let me write it. Total sum will be 6 in this case. Right? Total sum will be 6. Okay. Total sum is 6. And left sum is 0. So I am checking right sum. What will be my right sum now for the first loop? So total sum is 6 minus left sum is 0 minus li. Li is 1 for the first. So it will be 5. 6 minus 1 will be 5. So if left sum equal to right sum, so left sum is 0 and right to this is 5, right? You see 5 right to this index, right? Is it equal? No. So it will not go inside this. What it will do, it will update the left sum. So left sum will be 0 plus li, which is 1. So it will become 1 now. After first iteration, this is the condition. Now let's come to the second iteration. Now we have 2. I mean I equal to 1 and value is 2. So again I am checking right sum. Right sum equal to total sum. Right, total sum is 6 minus left sum. Left sum is what? 1. So 6 minus 1, which will be 5, minus 2. Right, minus 2 is 3. Right, minus 2 is 3. So total sum is 1 second. I think I got confused. So right sum equal to total sum, which is 6. 6 minus left sum. So left sum is 1, right, which is 5. 5 minus 2 equal to 3. Okay, great. It is perfect. So it is 3. Perfect. So my left sum is 1, right, and right sum is 3. So will it go inside it? No. Right. My left sum is 1, right? Left to this, my sum is 1, right? And right to it, it is 3, which I got here, right? So again, it will not go. It will go in else, and again, it will check. Again, it will update. Left sum will be left sum plus li. So it will become 3 now, right? It was already 1. Now it will become 3. I hope you are able to follow me. Great. Now in the next iteration here I am, right? Let's see what will happen. So again it will take right sum. So right sum will be total sum minus left sum. So left sum is 3. So 6 minus 3 will be 6 minus 3 will be 3. And li is 0 anyway. So it will remain 3 only. Right? Now what is my right sum? 3, and left sum is also 3. Now it will go inside it and return that now. Okay, so I hope it is fine. So it will return 2. And now we are saying that if it never returns anything, right, it comes out of this loop and never returns anything, right, then we will say return -1 because there is no such number. Let's see if it is working or not. All test cases are passing. Right? So now if you see, we solved it in 2on, right? So this sum will take on, right? The first sum will take on time complexity, and again we are running a loop, right? And these are just operations. We are not running a loop inside loop, right? These are some operations, constant operations. So we will say on plus on, right? If loop is within loop, then it will be on into on square, right? But these are two separate operations, not within, right? This is on happening separately, and this is happening separately. Right? If we had for inside for, then it will be on square, right? So this is 2 log n, which is better than on square, right? Because let's say n equal to 10, so n on square will be 100. You are doing 100 operations, but 2 log n will be 20. You are doing only 20 operations, right? Make it million. So 1 million into 1 million, right? A big number, but it will be 2 million only. So I hope this makes sense. Let's move on to the last question, which is leaders in the array. Let me copy this. Go back. Sorry. Find leaders in the array. Very interesting question, and very similar approach we have to do here as well. Okay, so you are given an array of positive integers. Your task is to find all the leaders in the array. An element is considered a leader if it is greater than or equal to all the elements to its right. Right? The rightmost element is always a leader. So let's take this example. Right? So this is the input, and these are all the leaders in the array. Leaders means all the elements to their right are smaller than them. Right? So 16, if you let, is it leader? No, because there is an element in its right which is greater than this. So this should be the greatest element if we look at the right. 17. So if I look at the right, it is the greatest in all, right? So 17 is there. Now 4. Is it leader? No. There is an element in its right which is greater than 4. So 4 is not there. 3 again not there because 5 is there. Right? 5 is there, right? Because this is the greatest element. So 17 was there, then 5 is also there, right? There is only one element 2, so 5 is greater than 2. And rightmost element will always be leader, right? Because there is no element after this. The rightmost element is always a leader, right? Similarly, if you look at here, right, 10 4 2 4 1, right? So 10 is a leader, again 4 is a leader, right? Greater than or equal to. So if you see greater than or equal to, right? So 4 is there, but it is greater than or equal to, right? Again this 2 is not there because 4 is greater than 2. 4 should be there, right? Again it will come again, and 1 will always be there anyway. Right here, if you see, there is no element. Only rightmost is the leader because 5. This is an increasing order, right? So every element is smaller than the next element, so only 40 is there. So I hope you understand the problem. Now let's start with the brute force method. So brute force method says loop over the list and look at the all the elements in the right. So compare the current element with all the elements in the right. So I will say for I in range length of L, right? If my current element, right, is greater than max of all the elements in the right. So starting from I plus 1, right? Sorry, I plus 1 till end, right? So what it will do from this array, it will take all the elements from I plus 1. So I equal to 0. I'm comparing if 16 is greater than max of I plus 1 17 till end. Right? If that's the case, then we are good. Now one more thing here is I don't have to check till end, right? Because last element I know will always be a leader. So I will append it at the end in my leaders, right? So I'll say I will define leaders and I will keep appending whatever leaders are there in this list. And this last element I will append in the end. I don't want to keep it in the loop and do all the operations. So I will say run this loop till length of L minus 1, right? And in the end, before I return is leaders dot append L minus 1. Right? This I will do outside the for loop in the end. So whatever leaders I found during this for loop will be there, and in the end I will append it because I need to return the array in the same order, right? 17 5 2. So if I just append it initially, then order will mismatch. So 2 will come first and then 17 5 will come. So I will append it at the end because I'm running a loop from left to right. Great. So this, I hope you understand. So I'm checking if the current element is greater than max of all the elements, right? Then I will say leaders dot append, right? I will append this particular element. Leaders dot append as I. Let's see if this is all fine or we are missing anything, and then we will return leaders. Right, let me create a enter just for clarity. Let's run it. Okay, so it is saying expected and indented block. Okay, some indentation problem, I think. This is fine. This is fine. Uh, this is fine. Where is indentation problem? Uh, leaders dot append. Oh, here. Okay, okay, my bad. Great. Okay, so let's see what is happening, right? So some cases are passing, some cases are failing. Let's see which are failing and which are passing. So this is fine, 752, 1752. Now this 10441 is failing. Why it is failing? Because they are duplicates and both should be there, right? So I needed to check greater than or equal to, right? If you see, if the leader, if it is greater than or equal to all the elements in the right? So I missed that. So let's run it again. Okay, now if you see, all the test cases are passing. Perfect. But again, right? So what we are doing here, this is a loop already, on, right? On minus 1, but minus 1 doesn't matter. So you have to think, whenever you're thinking about time complexity, imagine n equal to some big number, let's say 10 million, right? So if n is 10 million, minus 1 doesn't matter, right? So those constant doesn't matter when we are thinking about time complexity. Okay, so this is on, right? And I told you sum, min, max, average all take on time complexity again, right? So this is for within for. This is again running a for loop to get you the max. Python is running a for loop to get you the max. So on and then on again on square, right? Again we want to make it better, right? So let's see what we can do. So I'll keep it as it is, right? Okay, so what we will do now, right? We want to see all the elements in the right? All the elements in the right should be smaller than the current element. So what I will do, I will start my loop from the right instead of left, right? Because if I start from right, I can keep track of the max, that which is the max currently and compare with the current element, right? In my for loop, I will start from right and keep the track which is the max element so far, right? If I keep track of it, then I can compare if it is greater than max or not, right? So I am starting from right? So my loop will start from right, which means I will just append it in the starting only, right? Later I have to reverse it, that we will discuss. But for now, what I'm doing, the first element, first ever element, I'm appending in my leaders array because this is always a leader, the rightmost element. And then I'm saying for I in range, length of air minus one, right? Great. So why I did minus one? Because I didn't want to check this one, right? So we will start from this one. Great. So I will say right max. What is the max element in the right? So I'll say right element in the max is this currently. Right? This is my max element, right? First element. Now I want to run a reverse loop, right? So to run the reverse loop, what I have to do, so in range, if you know the range, we have to tell starting from where, and from where, and what is the step size, right? So I'm saying start from the end, which means length of air minus 1. So length of air minus 1 will be what? Okay, I'll show you. Comma, right? End will be 0, but this end is not considered, and it goes till end minus 1, right? So when I say L 0 colon 2, right, it will go till 1, right? So it has to go till end minus 1, right? So end is 0, I want to go it to 0, starting from the last, go till 0. So I'll say minus 1, and step size is minus 1. Minus 1 means go backwards. So we'll start from here and go backwards. I'll just print I and show you so that you are clear. I'll say print I. Let's run it. Okay, so it is saying 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Right? So it is starting from index 5. So what is index 5? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this element I have already appended here. Right? So I'll say start from minus 2. Great. So I will start from index 4, then 3, 2, 1, and will go till 0. Right? This is what this reverse is doing. I hope you understand this. Great. Now what I'll do, I'll say if. So I'm at 5 now. I will say if this 5, which is air I, is greater than my right max. Whatever is the max from till at this point, this is the max, right? If it is greater than or equal to, right, equal to is also there. Then I will say leaders dot append, right? So then it means it is a leader array, right? Also my max will update. So I will say right max equal to this because this is greater now. So my right max will become array, and then I will say return leaders. Let's see if this is fine or we have to do something else. So if you see some test cases are failing, right? These are failing because they are expecting in the same order 17 5 2. I'm getting in the reverse order 2 5 17. Why I'm getting in the reverse order? Because I'm running a reverse loop. So I'm first getting 2, then 5, then 17. So I need to reverse this. So I can just say colon colon and reverse. So this is a way to reverse the list. Great. All the test cases are passing, right? So I'll just explain what is happening. So I'm just checking 5, right? If 5 is greater than right max 2, then I will append this 5. Also, I will say my right max is now this 5. So right max will become 5 after first loop. In the second loop, when I'm checking 3, so I will check if 3 is greater than right max. No, 3 is not greater than right max. Right max is 5. So this will not go in the leaders, nor it will update the right max. Right? And this loop will go and we will get the answer. Now if you see what is the time complexity, so we are running a loop here, right? On minus 2 again doesn't matter. So on, right? There's no loop. These are some bunch of operations, constant operations, right? And then I'm reversing it. So reversing also I think will take on. So it will be 2 log n, right? Sorry, 2 log n and 2 on, 2 on or O2n, whatever you call. Right? So it is better than n square. Right? I hope this video helps. Go to namastesql.com, try it yourself. We have other questions as well. We have added around. So if you just clear all the filters and you say category Python coding, right? All are free questions. So we have around 20 questions so far. We are going to add more soon. So you can practice these questions and be ready for the interviews. Thanks for watching. Do like the video and have a great day.
So in today's video, we will cover Pandas end-to-end. Pandas is one of the most versatile tool that you will be using as a data professional. Maybe you are data analyst, data engineer, or data science in any field of data. Just like SQL, Pandas is also versatile, right? Everyone will be using Pandas because Pandas is used for data cleaning, for aggregation, for joining data from multiple sources. You can do literally everything whatever you do in SQL using Pandas as well. So Pandas is going to be very important and we will cover end to end in this video, and at the end of the video we will do a mini project where we will read a JSON file, convert this into Pandas data frame and load data into a SQL in a star schema format, like we have orders table and dimension table, right? So it is going to be very exciting video. Please watch end to end, practice yourself. All the links will be there in my description box to get the files and notebook and everything. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so these are the topics that we will cover, and we'll cover everything about Pandas. You may be working as a data analyst or data engineer or data science. You need only these topics to learn in the Pandas, and that's it, nothing more than that. right? So we will cover with basics of pandas, right? How to create data frame, right? How to read data from CSV, Excel, JSON, right? What is the difference between series and data frame? Then we will see data selection, how to select particular columns, rows, how to filter data, how to filter null values, right? How to manipulate data, adding column, updating column, deleting column, how to sort data, rename columns, change data types, how to clean data. We will see how to handle null values using drop NA, fill NA, how to remove duplicates, right? Then we will see how to work with date and time functions, like if you want to extract year, date, or want to find the difference between two dates, right? Then we will move on to the aggregation, how to aggregate data, how to get, for example, category wise sales, city wise sales, or aggregation on multiple columns. So we will cover all of that. Then we will cover important topic of joining, how to join data, right, using different kind of joins, or how to do union, right, how to append data, kind of union in SQL, right? Then we will see how to work with databases, right? So databases is important one in your day-to-day work. You will be most of the time working with databases. We will see how to read data from a SQL database and how to write data to a SQL database, how to run update, insert commands, everything we will see, right? And in the end we will do a small project where we will use request module to fetch live weather data. The response of this API will be a JSON, so we will have to convert that into a pandas data frame, and then we will load data into MySQL. So we will do a mini project so that you get a good hands on. Okay, great. So let's start. If you don't have pandas installed in your system, so first you have to install Python. So you can go to Google and install Python if it is not there in your system. After that, just open the command cmd command line, and you install pandas, you install notebook, and you say python -m notebook. Once you do that, the Python notebook will be opened in a browser. So for example, in this browser it is open right now. Wherever you want to create your Python file, you can go to that folder, right? So for example, I have created a folder pandas tutorial under documents. There I have two files. I will use these files during the session. So I have kept it here, and here only I will create a new file, right? So it will open in a new tab. Once it is there, you can just rename it. So we will say pandas tutorial. You can give any name, right? Great. So now your Jupyter notebook is ready. You can write any Python code here. For example, a equal to 2, print a. So now once you write a code, you can run it using this run cell command, right? So it will run it. Another option is you can press Control Enter. So that will also do it, right? And every time to run it, this cell number will increase. So it is 2 now. I have done twice. So for example, again, if I say print a here, right, and if I run it, it will say 3 now, right? If I run it again here, it will be 4 now. So we will know the sequence, which cell has run first and then which cell has run later, right? So this is the basic how you will work on the notebook. Okay, so once you are ready with your Jupyter notebook, we will we can, you can start coding, right? So let's go through the document and read what is pandas, right? So pandas is a powerful Python library used for data manipulation, analysis, and cleaning. It's especially useful when you are working with tabular data like Excel or SQL tables, right? So pandas you will work whenever you have a tabular data. It is very SQL-like language. The operations that we do in SQL, similar operations can be done using pandas, right? You can load and inspect data, clean it, filter and manipulate it, analyze and aggregate it. So all of these things you can do using pandas. Okay, so what we will do, we will go ahead and create our first pandas data frame. A data frame is just like a table, you can imagine, right? So I have created a data structure here, right? So if you have to create a pandas data frame from a data structure, this is how you can create. So this is a dictionary. If you see, if you know little bit of Python, this is a dictionary, right? In this dictionary, I have key value pair. So key is name and value is a list, right? It is in a square bracket and this list has 3 elements. Similarly, we have another key age and it has 3 elements, right? So what does it tell? It tells that this data has 2 columns, name and age, First row is Sumit and age is 25. Then Rahul, age is 30. Ankit, age is 35. So once you create this data in this form, right, you can just say df equal to pt.data frame and you pass this data. Now before that we will have to say import pandas as pd, right? So this is a general convention that you rename pandas as pd, right? Generally on all the code you will see that pd as alias is used. You can use anything as such, but pd is generally used, so you should use pd only. Okay, so now there is a method data frame. What you have to say, pd.data frame and pass this dictionary, that data, right? And then what I will say df, right? You don't have to say print in Jupyter Notebook. Even if you just say df, it will show you the whatever is there in the df, right? So I have run this. So if you see, we have a tabular structure, right? We have name and age, right? And this is a index basically. So index starts from 0. We have not created this index, so this will be created automatically, and it will start always from 0, 0, 1, 2. Okay. Now let's say I want to add one more column, so I can just add one more key value pair here. So for example, let's say salary, right? And salary is, let's say, 25,000, 30,000 and 35,000. Right? Now, if I run this, you will see we have three columns now, right? So each key is a column, right? And also the number of values in this should be same. So it has three in this list. We have three elements here, also three, here also three. Now, what happens if I add one more here? So let's see. So it is giving me error. The error is all arrays must be of same length, right? Array means list, right? In other programming languages, you will say array, but in Python, generally we call it list. So what it is saying, when you are converting it to a data frame, the number of elements should be same. Here we have 3, but here we have 4. So that's the problem here. I will change it back to 3. Right? So this is how you can create a data frame from a data structure, right? Generally we get data in form of JSONs from APIs, so we will have to convert that data in something like this. Once that is done, then we can pass it to pd.dataframe and data frame will be created. Okay. Now, generally, apart from API responses, if you are reading data from somewhere else, let's say SQL or Excel, you will directly read data in pd.data frame, right? You don't have to create this kind of structure and then you don't have to pass it here. You can directly read it. There are methods in Pandas that you can directly read data from SQL or directly read data from Excel, CSV, right? So what we will do, we will read data from CSV. So I will say, let's say my df is df equal to pd dot read underscore CSV, right? So if I go back to my folder, you will see I have two files, orders.csv and returns.csv, right? So what I will say, pd dot read CSV, and I will pass my file name, right? So now if you see my Python script, right, and my file are in same location, so I don't have to give the path. If your file is somewhere else where your script is not, then you can give the full path, right? But this is simply you can read it. So if I just press enter, you see it has read it. Order ID, order date, ship date, everything is there, right? So this is my orders dataset. We will be working with this dataset. When we reach join, that time we will use another dataset return and we will see how we can merge these datasets. But for now, in simplest form, we have created a tabular structure from CSV and this is known as data frame, right? Now this data frame is not that big. For learning purpose, it is fine. It has 50 rows. But generally your data frame can be really big. So instead of printing full data frame, you can just say head. What head will do is, head will show you only top 5 rows, right? Or what I'll do, I'll create a new cell, because every time I'm running this cell, this command is getting executed, right? We don't have to execute this command again and again and again, right? Orders data is same. So what I'll do, I will add a new cell. Now how you will add a new cell? Either you click on plus, right, or you click, come outside of this cell and press B. This will also add a new cell. So I will say df.head and this time I will pass 10. So when I say 10, it will show me top 10 rows. If you don't pass anything, then by default it will show you 5 rows. If you do 10, it will show you 10 rows, right? Similarly, we have tail. So it will show you bottom 10 rows from 40 to 49. Right? We have index till 49 because index starts from 0, but total number of rows are 50. Okay, great. So this is fine. Now let's say I want to know more about this data set. So for example, I can say d types, df.d types. So if I run this, it will tell me what are the data types of each column, right? So for example, order ID, order date, these are the columns, right? And this is the data type. Now all the strings are represented as object in data frame. It is not string, it is object. So everything is object. Sales, quantity, profit are float and int, right? Now ideally ship date, right, and order date should be date, right? If you see the format, right, it should be date, but by default pandas will not take it as date, right? So we will see later how to convert it into date. For now we don't need it, we will see later. Apart from d types, you have some more functions, more methods. For example, df.info, right? So df.info, I think I have to wrap it in this. Yeah. So df.info will give you more info about the data frame. So it is telling that there are 50 entries from 0 to 49. These are indexes. There are total 11 columns, right? And it is also telling the each column, right, how many not null values are there. So in none of the column we have null currently, right? We will later introduce null. That time you will see less number of entries for particular column. But for now it is saying not null are 50, 50, 50, right? And this is the d type. Here again you can check the d type, right? So there are a lot of methods in pandas to explore your data frame. I'll show you a few more here. So if you go here, we have df.shape. It will give you number of rows, number of columns, right? We have df.describe. This is again an important one. So df.describe, I will just show you. So you see, it is telling some statics about the columns. Now this will only show statics of integer columns or decimal columns because count, mean, this makes sense for numeric columns. For order ID, ship mode, it doesn't make any sense, right? So it is telling that total count of sales column is 50, quantity is 50, profit is 50. Now why it is showing 50-50? Because there is no null value. If there are null values, it will show me the reduced number of count, right? Similarly, what is the mean? So average mean of sales is 300, quantity is 3.92, right? Profit is minus 20. So this is average. Again, we have standard deviation, minimum, maximum, 25 percentile, 50 percentile, 75 percentile. So this will give you overall idea of your data set. Great. Okay, so let's move on. Now another important method is df.columns. What it does is it will show you all the columns of your data set, right? So these are all the columns I have in my data sets. Now let's say you want to rename some column, right? So for example, let me take this, right? So these are all the columns there's as a list, right? Now let's say I want to change, let's say, customer ID to customer key, just for example, right? So what I can do, I can pass the whole list again, right? And I can change the column name here. So what it will do basically, whatever is the first column, it will assign value order ID. So column name will be order ID for the first column, right? It is in the order. So let's say if I do order date here and order ID here, right? So the first column will become order date and second will be order ID. The values will be these only, right? So basically we have matched up. So let me do that. Okay, so I have assigned new values. Now look at the df again. So if you see, this has become order date because to the first column as index. So this is again column index 0, 1, 2. So first column is order date, second is order ID, right? And this is the customer key here, right? So if you want to rename column names, you can do like that. There is a df.rename method as well, but this is very simple, I think. Instead of df.rename, you can directly use this pass the whole list, right? And rename wherever you want to rename it. Okay, let me read it again with the proper names. Okay, great. So if I look at the df now, this looks fine, everything is fine. Now generally in our data we will have header, right? So if you look at the file, let me open the file orders.csv. You see first line is a header name, right? Now sometimes it might be possible that first line is not a header, you have directly data, right? So let me do that. So what I'll do, let me do control Z, and I will say df equal to, let me copy this command, okay, and I will say df equal to pd.read.csv, and I will say header equal to none. None means I don't have header in my data, right? And let me run that. So now if you see, it is assuming that there is no header, right? There is no header. So first row is a header itself, right? So we are telling there is no header. So what it is assuming, Pandas or Python, that this is also part of your data, right? By default, the first line will be the header, right? But in your data, if you think header is not there, you can say header equal to null, and it will read everything as a data. There will not be any header. It is just the index name. Once you have this, right, once the data is there, you want to give some names. You don't want to keep as it is 0, 1, 2. Then you can give the names. You can say like this, right? Now you will have, let me make it proper, order ID, order date, and customer ID, right? So now you have read the data and assigned the column names as well, order ID, order date, ship date, right? But in our case, header is there, right? So we can just remove it, right? And it is absolutely fine now, right? So if header is not there, you have to say header equal to none, and then give the header column names like this. And if it is there, then it is as simple as that. Great. I hope this is clear. Let's move on to the next thing. Now, as I said you, right, you can either pass the list of columns in df.columns, or you can say rename. So you can say df, your data frame name, dot rename, and pass the columns that I want to rename order ID to ID. I want to rename ship mode to shipping mode, right? So this is also you can do. Great. Let's move on to the next thing, selection of columns. Now, many times what happens, you don't want to work with all the columns, right? You want to work with few columns, let's say 2 columns, or you want to do analysis only on 3 columns, right? So what you can do, you can select particular number of columns. So what you can do, you can pass a list, right? Let me create a column list. So I will say col equal to, I'm interested in 3 columns, let's say. I'm interested in order ID, order date, and ship date. Let's say I'm interested in only these 3 columns. So in square brackets, I will say df col. Right? So I'm passing a list of columns that I'm interested in only these 3 columns. When I do that, it will show me only those columns. Right? I have to pass df col. What is the issue here? Okay, I need to have a single quotes. Okay, yeah, now it is fine. Okay, so you pass first column name, order ID within single quotes, order date, ship date. Now you pass this list here in square brackets, and it will show you only those columns, right? You can directly do this. So you can even do that. Right? But generally you create a separate list and then you pass it, but this is also fine. So I'll just comment it, and I'm directly passing what columns is required. So remember, there is one square bracket first, and within that there is a list of columns, right? So if I just run this, it will give me these 3 columns, right? Now maybe what you can do, you can create df new, whatever, right? You can assign it to a new data frame. So your df data frame will be full data frame, and there will be a new data frame created with 3 columns, right? So if I run this, and if I check df underscore new, I have a new data frame. Now you can do all the analysis, filtration, aggregation, whatever you want on this, right? You don't have to select these 3 columns every time. Great. Now this is fine, right? But sometimes you have to, let's say, select only one column, right? So what we can do, we can just directly pass that column name. like this. I don't have to pass a list. List I have to pass when we have to select more than one column. When we have to select only one column, we can just within square bracket pass that column name, right? So if I just run this, you will see only one column value is there. This is the index and the value of order ID, right? Now there is another way of doing it, dot notation. So you can say df dot order ID. This also does the same thing, right? So to select the single column, you can either pass within square brackets that column name, or you can say df dot order ID. And this will also work. In tutorial, I will use this method always because this works for both single column and multiple column, and I feel this more intuitive, right? Because from df, I want to select this, right? So I will use this method, but feel free to use whatever you are comfortable with. Okay, great. Now in Python, if you want to see the data type of any object, right? So for example, we have this data. This is a dictionary, right? So if I say type, let me take here. If I say type data, it will tell that this is a dictionary, right? This is a dictionary key value pair. Now similarly, I will ask what is the type of df. So it is saying it is a data frame, pandas.co.frame.data frame. Great. Now let me do one thing. I will create a new data frame with just one column. Right? I am taking just df order ID and passing it to df new. And then I will ask what is the type of df new. Let's see. So it is saying that this is a data frame. Let me run this first. Okay, now I will again run this. Okay, now if you see, it is telling it is a series, right? If you look at df, this is pandas.core.frame.data frame, but this is a series, right? So a data frame with a single column is known as series, right? Where some more attributes of series we will learn later, but for now you have to understand that is the only difference, right? If a data frame has multiple columns, that is data frame, and if it has only one column, right? In this case, there is only one column, right? Then it will be known as series. Right? There is not much difference as such. And in general, in data engineering or data science or data analytics, we always work with multiple columns, right? In our data set, we will have multiple columns. So most of the times, 99% of the times, you will be using data frame, right? You will not be working with series, right? But you should know what is the difference between series and data frame. Okay, great. Now, let me move on to the next topic. So we learned how to select a column or multiple columns. Okay. Now we will learn how to select rows, right? So this we understood. If I want to select only one column, let's say this, I can select, or I want to select order ID and shape mode, I can do. Now, what if I want to select particular rows? Let's say I want to select only row at index 0 and row at index 4, right? So these kind of things we will see how we can do it. Okay, so let's see our df again, right? Now let's say I want to only see first three, let's say first index number 0 1 2, right? So we have two functions here. One is df.ilock and one is df.lock. This is my data frame name. Let's learn about df.ilock. Ilock means index location. As per the index, I want to select particular rows, right? So again in square brackets, you have to say, let's say I want from 0 till 5. 0 till 5 means give me all the rows whose index starts from 0 till 5. But always remember in Python, when you are working with slicing of a list or data frame, this last index will not come. So it will give me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it will give me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. These 5 rows it will give. So if I just press enter, you see we are saying 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 it will not give, right? It will start from 0 until 4, not 5. Now you can also say from 3 till 6. So it means it will give me in rows with index 3, 4, 5. Only 3 rows, not 6. You see 3, 4, 5. Right? So if you don't give anything, you just say 3 colon. It means starting from 3, give me all the columns. You see, sorry, all the rows. Right? So starting from 3, it is giving me all the rows. Similarly, you can say colon 4. It means start from start and till, let's say, 11, right? Give me all the rows till 10. 11 will not be considered, right? It is not included, the last thing. So if you see from starting, it is giving me all the way till 10, right? So you can keep it empty if you don't want to give any range. Great. So this is what you can do. You can even pass the list of indexes. So I can say I want index number 2, 5, 8, right? So you have to pass a list. So these are the 3 indexes you want in your output. So if you do that, see, we are getting 2, 5, 8, right? So likewise, you can choose what you want. But ilog means index location. So based on index, whatever the index value is there, whatever the index is there, based on that you want to filter. Now you can also use comma and specify which columns you want. These columns are again as per the index. So first column is index 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and so on. So we will say give me all the index from 0 till 4. So which means it will give me 0 order ID, 1, 2, 3. Till ship mode it will give me, right? 4 it will not give, remember. Right? So if I just run this, you see, we are getting 4 columns starting from 0, 1, 2, 3. Similarly, how we did for rows, we can say 5 and 10. Let's say 6 or 7. It will give me only 2 columns now, right? 5 and 6. See, reason and product ID. So if you see here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and 6, right? So 5 and 6 it is giving me. Right? So this is how you can slice and dice based on the index. Right? Remember this, based on the index. You cannot say give me this column because iloc will always take index for rows as well as columns. In columns also you can say give me columns 2, 4, 6 as per the index. Right? So it will give you those 3 columns, index 2, index 4, index 6. You have to just remember that index value starts from 0 for rows and columns both. Okay, so this is all about iloc. Now let's look at lock. Now lock is important. You will be most of the time using lock, right? You will not use iloc much, right? You will be using lock. Okay, so in lock, what we can do? In lock, we can pass the index value. I'll tell you what is the difference between index and index value. But basically, let's do the same thing. So I'll say 0 till 10. Okay, so I'll run this. And for now, you are seeing this is the same thing, right? But I'll tell you the difference, right? What's the difference between lock and iloc? But another thing here is you can pass the column names here, right? And that is a good thing, right? Generally, we want to select based on the column names, not like that column which is at index 4 or 5. Doesn't make much sense, not intuitive. So here I can pass list of columns if I have multiple columns. So I will say give me order ID and order date, right, and sales. Right. You have to pass in single quotes. Yeah, so this is a list, right, and you are passing to lock. Let's see what it will return. You see, it is returning me row from 0 till 10, right? 0 till 10. You see the difference now? Though it is not an index, it is an index value, right? We are not doing indexing. We are seeing all the value which are from 0, the value is 0 till value is 10, right? So if you see it, we are getting till 10. In case of iLog, we were getting 9, right? So just remember this thing. I'll show you one more example, right? So this is fine. Now we can pass the order ID, order date, and sales, right? So you can also, what you can do, you can create another DF, right? So what another DF will do, it will have all the rows from 0 till 10 and these columns, right? So you can, at the same time, you can select rows as well as columns, right? When we were using just DF notation, DF column names, that time we were able to pass the columns only. Earlier we learned how to select columns, right? But here what we are seeing is like this, right? How to select particular columns, right? But here what we are able to do, we are able to select the rows, which rows I want as per the index value, and here I can pass the columns. Okay, these columns I want, and I can assign to a new data frame, right? So this is your new data frame now. df underscore new, and you will see this. Right? So this is how you can use df.log. Now I want to tell more about df.log. So let's see. So we are saying that this is a index value, not index, right? So let me do one thing. So we have this df, right? Now in df, by default, this index is getting created 0, 1, 2 till 49. So every time you create a data frame, an index will be created by default. But what you can do, you can say df.set index, right? And you can set some other column as index. Instead of this default 0, 1, 2, you can say make order id as an index. So your order id column will become an index instead of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I run this, you will see order id is an index, right? And everything else is a column, right? So order id is an index. Okay, great. But if you look at the df again, so I will print the df again, right? So I'll say df. See, this is again a column, right? This is my by default indexes. So what happened to set index? So when I say set index, it doesn't change anything in df. It just shows that if you set order id as index, this is how your data frame will look like. If you want to make a change, you will have to say in place equal to true. In place equal to true means in this data set itself, you want to make a change, right? You don't want to just print it. You want to make a change in this. And this argument we will use many times. In many methods, you will see if you want to make a change in the data frame, you will have to say in place equal to true, right? So let me run this. So now if you see, it is not showing anything in the output, right? Let me remove this cell, right? And if you see, there is nothing in the output, right? Because it is setting the value in the df itself. So it is not showing anything. When it doesn't set something in the df, it just shows, right? So if I look at the df again, now it has made changes in the df itself. So we have order id, order date, ship date, and so on, right? Now let's come back to df.log, right? So what we will do now, we know that index is this now, order id. So if I say df.log, right, now I can pass this order id in df.log, right? So I will say give me rows of this particular order id. Because this is an index, I can directly say this, right? So now if I run this, what it will give me? It will give me rows where order id or index value is this, right? Index value is this. So if I run this, you see I am getting two rows, right? There are two rows for this particular order, right? Because there are multiple products in one order, right? Product id is different, right? So one order can have multiple rows in our data set, but this is how index is helping us, right? Now moreover, on top of it, if you want to select particular columns, you can do it. You can even pass a range. So you can say give me all the columns from order date till customer id, but you have to pass the name of the column. So I have to pass in single quotes, right? And now if you see, it is giving me all the columns from order date till customer id for this particular location. Now this will not work with ilog. This is the difference, right? So if I say ilog, it will not work because ilog will still go via the index, right? So index is still 0, 1, 2, 3. So let me show you. So if you see, it is giving you error. It is saying location based indexing can only have integer slicing, right? So we cannot pass a numeric value, sorry, alphanumeric value, right? So if I want to do ilog, I still have to pass the index and that will work, right? 0 till 5, right? If you see, okay, here also we have to pass the index, right? So let me say 0 colon 2. Right. So if you see, now it is working, right? Let me pass the index again here. If you are wondering that we can pass index, so let me show you. Okay. So if you see, it is not working. Right? So this will not work, or even if I pass the order ID value, it will not work. So in ilog, we always have to pass the index value. Right? This won't work. This will give you error. Okay. So this is the difference between ilog and log. Ilog will always take indexes. Even if your index value is something else, it will count first row as 0 right? Second row has 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. No matter what is your index value here. This is the index value. Your index always starts from 0. This is 0, 1, 2. Similarly, column 0, 1, 2, like that. Okay, I hope you understand the difference between lock and iLock, and more often than not, we will use lock, right? So let me show you one more time. We can pass the column names. So if I want order ID and let's say order date, right, we'll have to pass it in a list. Remember this, right? So we'll pass it in a list, and then I can pass my, no, sorry, this is my column names, right? So I'll just take it here, and here I can pass my order IDs, right? Again, I can pass multiple order IDs here. So I can say, let's say like this, and let me take few order IDs. So let me take this one. Okay, so this is my first order ID, and let me take one more. So let's take this one. Okay, so this will give me data for these two orders because my index is order ID. So it is directly filtering based on the index value, and then I want only these two columns. So if I run this, it is giving me error, order ID not in index. Okay, order ID not in index. Okay, we don't have an order ID column currently because it has become an index. So I will say order date and let's say ship date just to understand, right? Yeah, now it is working because order ID has become a index now. It is not a column, and here I have to pass list of columns, right? So it was not working, but now when I pass the column names, it is working perfectly fine. Okay, so this was the main thing between lock and iLock. We will see more use cases of lock later, but for now, I hope this is clear. Okay, great. So this we have covered, right? What we can also do, we can reset index as well. So for example, if we look at the DF, right? In DF, order ID is an index. Let's say I want to reset it. So I can say reset index. So if I do reset index, what it will do, it will go back to the previous thing, right? Order ID is now the column, and this is 0, 1, 2, 3. Again, it is not doing in DF, right? That's why it is showing you output as well. If I want to do it in place, I can say in place equal to true. Once I do that, now my DF is like original version, right? You see, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, and this is column. Okay, great. Now let's understand how sorting works, right? So what we can do, we can sort based on index or we can sort based on a column value, right? So let's say I want to sort based on index, right? So what I'll say, df dot sort index. Right? If I run this, what it will do based on the index, our data is already sorted. If you see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, still I will go ahead and show you. So it is giving me this, right? This index was already sorted, so you are not seeing any difference. If it was not sorted, you would see the difference. Now by default, it does sorting in ascending order. If I do in descending order, so I will have to say ascending equal to false. Right? Ascending equal to false means that do sort in descending order. So if I run this now if you see the bottomest order ending with 742 is at the top, right? So index value 49 is at the top. So this row has come on the top now, right? So now if you see, you can see the sorting impact. Earlier you were not able to see it, or maybe our index is order ID, then it will sort based on order ID, right? But this is how you can sort based on the index. Again, it has done nothing in your DF, right? Every time you see the output, it means nothing has happened in your data frame. So you will have to say in place equal to true. Right? If you do it, it will not show you the output, but if you look at the data frame, it is sorted in the descending order of index. Great. What I will do, I will change it to ascending equal to true one more time and make it to the original position. Great. This is fine. Now let's sort based on the value. So for example, let's say I want to sort based on highest sales at the top. So order with the highest sales here, or row with the highest sale, I want to see on the top, and then second and third and fourth and so on. Right? So what I'll say, I will say df dot sort values, right? And I can pass column name based on which I want to sort, right? So I can say sort based on sales, for example. So I will say sort based on sales, right? So let's see, right? Again, I'm not doing in place equal to true. It will just show me the output. Okay. So if you see, the lowest sale is at the top now. The row with the lowest sale is at the top, 2.5, because it is in ascending order. Everything is by default ascending, right? So 2.5, 2.3, 6.9, so on and so forth, right? And this is the highest sales, which is at the bottom because it is in ascending order. Again, if you want to do ascending false, you can say ascending equal to false, right? And you can say in place equal to true if you want to make change in the data frame. For now, I'll just show you, right? So I'll run this, and now you see the highest sales or row is at the top, right? Now what also you can do, you can also sort based on two columns. So let's say you are let's say based on quantity, I'm sorting it in the descending order. So if you see here, the highest quantity is at the top. But if you see, there are two items, 9 and 9. Right? Both rows have 9. Now you want to break the tie. Again, there are multiple rows with 777. Right? Now these values are coming in the order in which they are in data set. Right? But 7 are together. But you want to have some logic that if there is a tie, sort based on, let's say, sales, or sort based on profit, right? So for example, 7 profit is 5 here, here it is 15. So 15 should come first and then 5, right? So you can pass two columns. You can say quantity, and then if there is a tie, then based on profit. This is similar to order by we have in SQL. So in order by, if you give two columns, it will sort on first column first, and then if there is a tie, then on second column. Now here we have to pass two values, right? So I am saying that first should be false, which means quantity should be in descending order as well as profit should be in descending order. False, false, right? You can say that quantity in ascending, profit in descending. So you can say true, false. But for now, I want that quantity should be in descending order as well as profit. So if I run this now you will see 9 9 is fine, but for 7 7, where there is a tie, the highest profit is at the top, and then so on and so forth. Then 6, then within 6, it is sorted based on profit. Now what I will do, I will say true. True means you sort on quantity in ascending order, but then if there is a tie, profit in descending order. If you see, quantity is 2, the lowest quantity, right? All of them have 2 2 2 2 2, but within this 2, the highest profit is at the top. Why? Because profit we are saying do in descending order, right? So this is how you can sort the data based on one column and multiple columns. Again, you see the index is all over the place because we have sorted the data based on some columns, right? You want to do in data set, you can just say in place equal to true. If you do that, you will not see anything in the output. And if you look at df, here we have just like that, right? Again, if I want to reset my index, I can do, I will say df dot reset index. Now when I do that, right, let me show you what will happen. Reset index means again reset from 0 1 2 in the same order, right? So if I just run this, you will see 0 1 2. This is my old index. The old index has become a new column and the column name is index. But this is my new index, which is starting from 0 1 2 3 4 5, right? So whenever you are doing reset index, what it is doing, whatever is your current index, it will make a column of it by default, right? And it will create a new index here. Now let's say you don't want this column. So you can say drop equal to true. It means whatever is the existing index, just drop it. Don't create a column out of it, right? So if I just do this, now you will see it is there. It is already sorted, right? We know because we have sorted the data. So lowest quantity row it as the top, which is fine. But we have reset the index. It is starting from 0 1 2 again, right? And we have dropped as well so that that index doesn't become a column. Now again, this has not happened in the df, right? So we have to say in place equal to true. Now you will not see anything in the output, but if you print df, you will see this is in sorted order of quantity, and this is my index value, new index, right? So this is how these all things works together: reset, sort, drop equal to true. Drop means drop existing index. Great. So this is how you can sort rows in a data frame. Great. So this is sorting. We have covered that as well. Great. Now let's move on to the most important topic, which is data filtration. How do you filter the data in the data frame? So let me remove this from here. I will click here somewhere and press B. Okay, so this is my data frame now. Now generally we want to filter data based on some condition, right? We don't want to just say give me index 1, index 5, index 6, right? Or even if I make order id as index, I can filter based on only order id, right? Because I can pass in df.log, I can pass particular order id, it will give me. But what about if I want to filter based on something else? Let's say I want to filter based on reason, right? I will not always change the index. Okay, make reason as index now. Next time when I want to filter on category, let's make category as index. I don't want to do that. I want to have a mechanism that I can filter based on these column values. So for that, we can just say df.log. Right? Now in log, what we do? We pass all the values, all the rows that I want to see. So for example, I want to see 0 till 10. I'm passing the index values, right? And all the columns. So I will do this simply. Right? Now, instead of this 0 colon 10, you can even pass a condition, right? So let's create a condition separately. Let's call it filter condition. And I will say, I want all the data where reason equal to, so I will say df reason equal to, let's say, south. Right? So I'm saying this is my filter condition. I have to say double equal to, I think, for comparison, right? So I'm saying give me all the rows where df equal to reason equal to south. Df reason, so it will select one column, and for that column I am saying should be equal to south, and then pass this filter condition here. I'll show you internally how it works, but let me run this. So now if you see, it is giving me all the rows where reason equal to south. Right? So I'm able to filter data based on a column value. Now let's dig deep how it is working. So let me run only this command. Okay. So what I'll do for now, I'll just run df just to show you how it works, right? And I'll just say df region equal to south, and I'm just trying to see what it returns. So if you see, it is returning a series, right? It has only one column. So this is a series, and it has some true false, right? Data type is boolean. Boolean is true false basically. So what it is saying, for the first row with index value 0, this condition is true. So if you see here, for the first row where index is 0, reason is south, right? It means it is true. For second one, it is false because the reason is not south, it is central. So wherever it is south, for that index, the values are true, right? And wherever it is not equal to south, it will be false. And this is passed in the df. So what it will do, wherever it is true, it is giving you the row. So you can imagine it like it is 1 and 0. Wherever it is 1, those rows it is giving, right? So first row it will give because this is true. Second row it will not give, false, right? So you are saying df.log and give me all the rows which satisfies this condition. So this is how this works. df.log give me all the rows. Instead of passing the index values, right, I am saying give me all the rows where this condition satisfies, and when I run this, you see I am getting all the columns wherever this condition satisfies. So you can directly pass this condition like this, or you can create a variable which will eventually be a series, right? This returns a series of boolean values, and you can pass like that. It's up to you. Some people directly pass it, some people create a variable and pass it. right? So it is up to your comfort, right? Okay, now again I can pass particular columns, right? So for example, if I want only order ID, I can choose, let's say, order date, right? So filter based on this condition, this will filter based on rows and give me only these two columns. So it is giving me all those rows and these two columns, right? So this is how your filtration works. Okay, great. Now in filter, you can give multiple condition as well, right? So for example, let me select all the columns first. Okay. Now you can say, okay, give me all the rows where region is south, and so you will have to use ampersand and give one more condition. And you can say ship mode. So you will say, let me copy this. Ship mode, or let's say profit, right, is greater than 0, right? So if you see one row is there with negative profit, right, with index 37, this row should not be there in the output because this is a AND condition. AND condition means this condition should satisfy. So for this condition, I am already seeing the rows, and this should also satisfy. So profit should be greater than 0. Now when I run this, it will give me error. Okay, it is giving me some error, right? Why it is giving me error? Because when you have multiple conditions, you have to wrap them in bracket. So this is one bracket and this is another bracket. So this is my first condition and this is my second condition. Now if I run this, you see I'm not getting that last row where the profit was negative. So this is my AND condition, right? You can give multiple AND conditions. You can again give one more condition, and as all the conditions should meet, right? Now, like AND, you have a OR as well. So you can use pipe operator and you say that either this condition should satisfy or this. So what it will give you, it will give you all the rows where region is south or wherever the profit is greater than 0. Right? So let me run this. Now if you see, it is giving you all the south. Even if it is negative, it will give you. So if you see, this is negative, but it is south, right? Because it is a all condition. So it is giving you all the south as well as all the profit were greater than 0, right? So if you see, we have region, other regions as well, central as well, but profit is greater than 0, that's why it is coming, right? So you can give and all using ampersand and pipe symbol. Okay, great. I hope you understood this point. Now let me go back to the normal one here, right? So this is fine, right? Now what you can also do, you can, if you don't want particular columns, you want all the columns. If you want particular columns, you can pass it here. But let's say you want all the columns. So for that, what you can do, you can directly do this, right? You don't have to use lock. You can directly pass the condition here as well. So you can say df and pass this condition, filter condition, right? This will also work. So you see, this is also working, right? Here also you can select particular columns, right? So this is a filter condition, right? And then you want to select particular columns. As we understood earlier, we can do this by using the list. Okay, but don't get confused. Use dot lock whenever you can use. That is the best practice, right? But generally you will see this as well, right? Where people just directly pass the filter condition within the data frame. So this is the data frame. Within this, I want to filter those where df region equal to south. And this works perfectly fine. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next thing. So this is all fine. Uh, yeah, we learned that. Um, okay. Now what also we can do, we can inverse the condition using this. Right? So what I will say, I will wrap it in square brackets and I will use this tilde sign, right? So it is just below your escape button in your keyboard. Now what it will do, it will reverse the condition. So wherever south is there, right?
it will make it false, and wherever south is not there, it will make it true. So it will do reverse. Apart from south, we will see everything. Right? Apart from south, we will see everything. So it will just reverse the condition. Whatever your condition is returning, if this condition is returning true, it will make it false. If it is returning false, it will make it true. And as per that true, you will see the rows in the output. That you understand. Okay, great. Now let's move on to the next topic. How do we add column? How do we update column? Or how do we delete column? Right. So let's start with adding a new column. So now adding a new column is very easy, right? You have this data frame. You want to add a new column. You will say, let's say country you want to add. Now for that country, what value you want to keep, right? So you will say, let's say India. So what it will do, it will create a new column with the column name country at the end, right? You can always have to add at the end, right? And then it will populate India for all the rows, right? We will see other ways. For example, for some rows I want to have India, for some US, for some Europe. We will see how to do that. But if I do it, what it will do, it will create a new column and the value will be India for that column. If you see order ID, order date, at the end we have a new column country and the value is India. Right? So this is what you can do. Now let's say you want to update a value, right? So you have new columns now. You realized, okay, something is wrong, right? You want to update it. So the syntax is same. Let's say I want to change it to USA. Now what will happen? It will update your country column to USA all the rows, right? So syntax is same. It means if this column exists, it will update. If it doesn't exist, then it will create a new column and assign India to it. But the syntax is same for adding a column or updating a column, right? So if I run this, it will just create a, it will just update the value, right? See, USA update, right? So update and creating a column has the same syntax. If this column exists, then it will update. If it doesn't exist, it will create a new column and make it value as India or USA, whatever. Okay, great. Now you can also draw column. So for example, let's say you want to drop this column country now, right? So I'll say df dot drop, right? And I think I have to say columns equal to, and you can pass list of columns or one column. If you want to pass list, you have to give in square brackets. If you want just one column to drop, you can just pass country. So what it will do, it will drop this column, right? Again, it is showing you data in the output. It means it has not done anything in the df. You will have to say in place equal to true. Right? Now you will see df, that column is dropped, right? So we learned how to add column, update column, and how to drop a column. Now I want to update value based on some condition. So for example, I want to add a new column and say profit or loss. In case of profit flag, 1 or 0. If the profit is greater than 0, I want to call it as 1. If the profit is less than 0, I want to call it as 0. Right? That is my profit flag. So my column will be df profit underscore flag. Now there are multiple ways of doing it. What I will do, I will make everything as 1 initially. Right? So I will say create a new column df profit flag and make it as 1. Right? Let me run this. Okay, so let's look at my data frame now. So if you see profit flag is 1. Now what I will do, wherever it is negative, I will set it as 0, right? So for that I will use lock. In lock, we can pass the filter condition as well as column. So I will say df profit, right? If it is less than 0 or less than equal to 0, whatever, right? Choose only those rows. So it will filter those rows. So if I run this, okay, I need to pass in single quotes, my bad. Okay, so it is giving me only those rows where profit is negative. Currently profit flag is 1 for everything. Now what I want to do, I want to say that df log df profit less than 0, in these rows update profit flag
to 0, right? So it will filter those rows. Within that, it will take profit flag because we can choose column here in df.log and say update it to 0. So if I run this now and look at the df, you will see wherever it is negative, it has become 0. Right? So this is how you can update. Right? You can have multiple conditions as well. Right? So for example, uh, let's say you are creating a uh, grouping based on how much profit you have. Right? Let's say you want to do this grouping. So for example, less than 0, it should show as loss. Between 0 and 50, it should show as low profit. Right? Between, or let's say greater than 50, high profit. So you have to create a new column, and it should have three values. Either it should be loss if the profit is less than 0. If it is between 0 and 50, then it should be low profit, and if it is greater than 50, high profit. So you should have a new column here, right? So what you can do, you can initialize it as loss. Everything is loss. Then you can put these two conditions one by one. One condition here, right, on the new column based on this rule, and then one more, right? And this is your assignment. So let me know in the comment section how you will do it, right? So you have to create a new column, and as per this rule, you should see the values in that new column here. Okay, great. I hope you will be able to do it. Great. Now let's move on. Okay, what we can also do is we can create a function and apply that function to each value of my column. So let me show you how. So I'll just go there. So this is my df, and I'll just drop this column. Drop columns equal to profit flag and in place equal to true, right? Done. So let's go back to df. So this is my df now. Now let's understand with a simple example. So for example, I want to get length of customer ID, let's say, or length of category. What is the length of category in this column? So I can say df dot apply, right? So I will say, so I want to create a new column, right? And I will say use category, right? So I'm saying on category column, apply this function. Now len function, what it will do, it is inbuilt function, right? So what it will do, it will apply length on each value of category. So it will take furniture and take the length and assign it or give you a value. So let me run this. So if you see, it is giving me the length of category column. Now what I can say, I can create a new column df category length, let's say, right, and equal to this. So what it is doing, basically it is creating a new column for me. How? For each row it will take category, right? Apply this function length function, and whatever it is returned. So length of furniture is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. It is showing you 9. For technology 10. For office supplies 50, right? So this is how you can do it. Now length is an inbuilt function, but we can create our own functions as well, right? So what I will do, I will create a function, right? For example, this function, right? Whatever profit loss thing we did. So I'll just create this, right? So what it is doing, it is a function, name is profit loss. It is taking one argument. It is checking if it is greater than 0, then return profit, else return loss, right? Now I will apply it to my df category, right? So I'll say df category, not category. We want to check based on profit. So I'll pass profit, apply profit loss, right? So what it will do, it will for each row, right, 41.9 it will take in this function. It will check if it is greater than 0, it will return profit, otherwise it will return loss. If I run this, you see we are returning profit loss,
and we can create a flag. Let's say df. Let me do using dot notation. Profit loss flag. Profit loss just. Okay. So if I run this, uh, and if I just look at df, it is pandas don't allow columns to be created via new attribute name. Okay, so let's do like this. It doesn't allow like that way, which is fine. Okay, now it is fine. Now if you see, we have a new column. See, profit loss is created, right? So you can use the supply function as well, and you can write the complex logic here as well. So for example, whatever you had the assignment, right? You can write that logic here using if else condition and return whatever is there, and then you can do it, right? Great. Okay, so now next we will see how we can apply the string functions, right? So Python has inbuilt string functions. So for example, let's say you have a string. Let's say you have name equal to Ankit, right? Let's say this is your string. This is a variable name and it has a value Ankit, right? So if I just print name, it will show me Ankit. If I do type of this, so this is a string type, right? So this is a data type string, right? So it is a string variable. Now there are a lot of functions. So for example, if I want to convert this name to upper, so I can say name dot, or let's say name dot upper, right? So what it will do, it will convert name into upper, right? Similarly, you can say lower, so it will do in lower, right? You can also check if a string starts with, let's say I want to check if this string start with a or not, right? So it is saying true because it is starting with a. If I, let's say it starts with b, then it will say false. Similarly, we have ends with, and likewise we have lot of string functions, right? This is false because it is not ending with b. So there are a lot of string functions. Now let's say I want to apply these string functions to one of the column of this data frame, right? Let me recreate the data frame so that we get rid of all the extra columns that we have created. So maybe I will go to the top. Yeah, so you can recreate like this. And if I come here and df again, I check. Yeah, so what I want to do, let's say I want to convert category to uppercase, right? Just for example, right? And create a new column. So what I can do, I have to say, let's remove it. I will say df, right? Category. Right. Now, if I try to use upper function directly here, just like we used for string, right? If I apply this, it is giving me error. A series object has no attribute upper, right? So this is a series attribute because when I select one column, it becomes a series, right? It becomes a series. Now it doesn't work because for series object, there is no attribute upper. There is no function, right? So what we have to do, we have to convert it to a string object. So we will say dot str dot upper. Now if I do this, then it will work. Now see, everything is in uppercase. Now I can, maybe if I want to create a new column, I can say df category underscore upper equal to this. So we will end up having a new column in the df data frame. See, category upper, right? So this is how you can use any string functions. Right? It starts with, ends with, or whatever function are there in the for the string data type you can use here. Great. Let's move forward. So what I will do, I will just say df dot drop columns equal to category upper and in place equal to true. I'm just showing you how you have to work in real time, right? You have to sometimes create column, drop columns, and if I look at df again, now it is fine. Great. Let's move on to the next topic. So this is done. Applying string function is also done. Great. Now we will see how to work with the missing values in pandas, right? Basically, we will see how to clean data. So clean data means handling missing values, or if there are duplicates, we have to drop duplicates. So these two things we will work on now.
So what we will do, I will just go back here and create some missing data, right? So maybe I will remove furniture from here, right? So from the first row, I remove the furniture, and maybe from here I can remove the second class, right? From third row. Okay, so I have made two changes. In this, I have made category as null, and in the second row or in the third row, I have made ship mode as null, right? So I saved it. Let's read it again, right? So I'll just go on top and let me read it again, right? I will take it. Okay, this is fine. Now I will come here and see the DF. We'll see how it looks like. Okay, now if you see this is none and this is also none. So a unknown value or empty value is represented as null, right? This is represented as none in pandas. In SQL it is like null, but in pandas it is NA and none. Great. Now, how do we filter null values, or how do we identify which are null values, or how we fill null values with something else? All of those things we will learn in this section. Okay, so first thing is I can check df dot is null, right? So let me run that. So I'm saying df dot is null. I'm checking if anything is null or not. Okay, what I'll do, I'll take it in the next cell just to show you how it works. Okay, so I'll just go here. Okay, so what it is returning? It is returning me a data frame of true and false, right? Wherever the value is null, for each cell, right? Each column, each row, it is telling this is null, no, false, false, false. Wherever it is null, so here it is true, right? Similarly, here it is null, so it is true, right? So this will tell me whatever value is null, it will show true, everything else will be false, right? So this is one of the function df dot is null. Now, how we can use it? We can find that how many null values are there. So I will say df dot is null dot sum. We will talk about aggregate functions little bit later, but basically what it will do, each false will be considered as 0 and each true will be considered as 1. So for each column, it will sum values that okay, in order ID, how many nulls are there. So if I just run this, you see it is telling in order ID 0, there is no null, right? But in ship mode, there is one null, right? And in category, there is one null. So this is how this is null is useful. If you want to see that how many null values are there in each column, you can see df dot is null. It will return true false data frame, and then you can do sum. Sum basically does for every true, it will be considered as 1. For every false, it will be 0, and then it will sum it up. So this will give you a quick overview. As I said earlier, you can even do df.info. So if you do that, you will see there are 49 not null values in ship mode column, which means one of them was null. Total is 50, right? 50 entries. And 49 is not null. Similarly, category 49 is not null, right? So this is how df.info can help you in identifying which are null and which are not null. Okay, great. Next is okay. Now let's say I have this null values and I want to drop, right? So what I will say df dot drop na. This is the function. What it will do, it will drop all the rows wherever any column has null value, right? So in first row, if you see null is there, right? It will check all the columns. In any of the columns, if null is there, it will drop it. So it will drop first row, basically index 0, and it will also drop index 2, right? So these two rows it will drop. So let's see what it returns. So df dot drop na, you see 0 and 2 are not there, right? So it will check all the columns. In any of the column, if null is there, then that row it will drop as it is. Now again, it is showing you result in the output. Nothing has changed in df, right? See, df is as it is. So if you want to change it, again you have to say in place equal to true. So you can say in place equal to true, right? I'm not running it, but I hope you understand it, right? So df will have 0 and 2 will not be there in the df if I run this. Okay, great. Now we can also do subset, right? Here it is checking all the columns, but I want to drop based on particular column, right? If the nulls are there in this column, then you drop it. Now in sales column, there are no nulls. So if you see, it will not drop anything. It will give me everything as it is. So if I run this, you see 0, 1, 2. These rows are there, right? Because sales is not null. And I'm checking only in sales, right? Now let's say I say category. Right. Now it will check only in category column. If null is there, then it will drop that row, which means this row will be dropped, right? But this row will not be dropped because this is in ship mode null. Category is not null for this. So if I just check it now, you see 0 is gone, but 2 is still there. I can give multiple column. Let's say I will say that check in category and ship mode. By the way, when you pass column names, you can pass in single quotes or double quotes. Both works, right? In Python, even if you define a string, you can give in double quotes or single quotes. Both works in Python. So now both the rows will go. See, 0 is also gone, 2 is also gone. Right? So this is how you can drop null values. Now, if you want to fill null values, you can do this. df.fillAny. Right? Let me show here. I have not done in place equal to true, right? So my data set is as it is. So now I will say df.fillAny unknown. So let me remove this in place equal to true for now, right? And if I run this, you will see that wherever null is there, it has populated with unknown, right? Now, if you want to do in place, you can say in place equal to true. Then it will make change as it is in the data frame. Right? So you won't see anything in the output as we know. And if you do df, you see it has unknown and unknown. Right? So this is how you can handle it. Great. Again, if you want to fill NA for a specific column, you can say df category dot fill NA, and that's it, right? So you choose that particular column. Here we are saying full data frame, but if you want particular column, you can say okay, in category column fill NA, right? And in with unknown string, you can give any string. We have given unknown here, and in place equal to true, right? If you want to fill with the mean value, right, you can say df says dot fill and df says dot mean. So what it will do, it will get the average of this column and fill that wherever there is a null value, right? Great. You can explore this. I'm not explaining this. This is fill forward, fill backward. You can Google about it. Great. Great. Let's move on to the drop duplicates. Okay. Now what is duplicate? Duplicate means you have exact duplicate value in your data frame, right? So let's understand with a simple example. So maybe what I will do, I will take a simple example to explain this concept, right? So let's take this example. Okay. Let's go there. Okay. So we have this data, right? Now in this data, there are no duplicates as such. Everything is different. So let me create some duplicate. So let me say age is 30. Okay. Now if you see age is 30 here and age is 30 here, right? Let me create one more as it is same. So I'll say Ankit one more time. And this is 30 again. And this is 35,000 one more time. Okay. Okay. Now if you look at the data, these two rows are exact duplicate, right? See, Ankit 30, 35,000, Ankit 30, 35,000, right? So these two rows are exact duplicate. And if you look at this, these three, based on age, they are duplicate. I mean, we want a duplicate, but I'm just saying, based on age, these three are same. Great. Now what I want to do, I want to drop duplicates. So what I'll say, df dot drop underscore duplicates, right? Let me check, drop duplicates. Okay. Let me copy this. Df dot drop duplicates, and that's it. And then we will see what will happen. Okay. So now if you see what it is doing, it is checking on all the rows if there is exact duplicate. Right? So these two rows are exact duplicate, right?
So what it is doing, it is keeping only the first row and dropping this. Right? It is keeping only the first row and dropping this. Now, why it is dropping this row? Why it is not dropping this, right? If you see index 3 is dropped, you will ask why not index, it has dropped index 2. So by default, it will drop last value. If I want to change the behavior, I can say keep equal to last. Now what will happen? It will keep the last value. By default, it is keeping the first value, right? So I am saying keep the last value. Okay, last, I need to pass in quotes, I think. Yeah, it has to be small case and like this. Okay, now if you see 2 is 2 is dropped, right? So I am saying drop duplicates, and wherever there is a duplicate, keep the last value only, right? By default, it keeps the first value. So if I say first, this is my default behavior, right? So if I run this, you see it is keeping the first value wherever duplicates are there, right? If they are, let's say, one more row, right? So it will drop all of that. So for example, let's say I have one more Ankit and one more 30 and one more 35,000, right? So if I see now, you see these three are exact duplicates. Now what will happen? It will keep 0, 1, 2 only. If I say last, it will drop 2 and 3 and will keep 4. See, 0, 1 and 4. Right? So this is how you can drop duplicates. Now in many cases, in fact in most of the cases, you want to check duplicates based on particular columns. So let's say I want to drop duplicate based on name column only, or let's say based on age column. Now based on age column, all these four are duplicates. So it will keep only one value. So I will say subset equal to age. Basically, let me remove this for now. Basically, I am saying just check based on age, right, and drop the duplicates, right? This is how it is. Subset equal to this, right? Let me run this now. Now, if you see, it is keeping only the two rows. Why? Because all four are duplicates based on age, right? Again, you can pass keep equal to last, then it will keep the last value. So you can decide you want to keep the first or last, right? In this case it makes sense what you want, because other columns can be different, right? Here Ankit 35,000, if we keep first it will be Rahul 30,000, right? So it depends what is your requirement, right? So first and last gives me different results when I am using subset. In case of full duplicates it doesn't matter, right? Because full row is same, but in this case full row is not same. Subset is age, but you want to keep either the Rahul or Ankit, right? So it depends on what you want. Okay, great. So this is about how you can drop duplicates. You can even give two columns. So you can say drop duplicates based on age and let's say age and let's say salary, if I say, right? Now based on this, just think about it, right? Now this is not a duplicate anymore, right? 30,000, there is no other 30,000, but these three are duplicates, right? So we will have Sumit, Rahul and one of the Ankit. You see, Sumit, Rahul and one of the Ankit, because we are checking duplicates based on combination of these two columns, and 30,000 is unique, right? There is no one more duplicate based on these two columns. Great. Again, it is not done in the data frame, right? So you have to say in place equal to true. In place equal to true. If I run this, and again it is not showing anything, which means it has done changes within the data frame. So we have only 3 rows. Great. Let's move on. Okay, now we will discuss how to work with date and times in Pandas. Great. Let me go back and let me create our original data frame quickly. This is my original data frame. Okay. So now, if you remember, I will show you quickly df, right? This is my order date and ship date. If I check df dot d types, data types, right? It is telling that order date is object and ship date is also object, right? So it is consider them as a string, not the date. Now if I want to convert it, what I have to do? I have to say pd dot to date time right? Or let me show you the data first. So let me cut it. Okay, I'll take a new cell because I want to show you something interesting. Okay, so I will say pt dot to date time, right? I am saying convert it into date time. What? This df order date. So this column I want to convert it to date time, and let's see if it will work or not. So I will run this, and it is giving me some error. Let's see. So it is saying time data doesn't match the format MDY. So now what is happening? By default, it checks that data should be in YYY MMDD format, right? If your data is not in YYY MMDD format, then you have to tell in which format your data is, right? So you will say format equal to percentage Y hyphen percentage, no, not Y. So in our case, it is percentage D, right? Percentage D, right? Hyphen percentage M month, right? Hyphen percentage Y, right? Yeah, this is how it is. So what I'm saying, my date, order date is in this format. If it was in YYYMMDD, it would have worked automatically. But here it is not the case. So if I run this, now it is proper. Right, now it is proper. So what I will say, make df order date like this. So I will assign this new derived date time format to my order date column. Now this is done, and if I look at the data now, it looks similar, but this is now in YYMMDD format proper, right? And if I set d types, you see it is showing me date time, right? Similarly, we will do it for ship date. Right, so I will say ship date. This also is ddmmyy, so we can use as it is, right? Done. And now let's look at df dot date types. You see both the columns are date, right? Now we can do date time operations, anything that we want to do. Okay, so now let's say I want year, right? So I will say df order date dot dt. I need to create a date object of it dot year, right? So it will extract year from the ship date or order date, sorry, order date, right? So if I run this, no, I don't have to use function. So see, it is giving me year. So maybe I can create a new column df, let's call it order underscore year, right? So it will create a new column where we have order year. See, right? Similarly, if I want month, I can just say df dt dot month. So it will give me month. This is for November, June, right? So I can get any attribute of a date now. For example, I can get day, date name, month, year, and all the attributes. Now I can also do date kind of filter, right? For example, if I want all the orders whose date is greater than this, now it will work. Earlier it was a string format, so this filters will not work properly, right? Now I have changed it to proper date format. Now I can say give me all the orders which are greater than 1/1/2023, right? So all the orders this 2020-21 will not come, right? Let me run this. Uh, okay, so there is no data. There is no data where orders are greater than 2023. Let me make it 2022. It is not there. 21, yeah. So I'm getting only the orders which are greater than 2021. Right? I can just say this. Right? So this is how now date filters will work, because we have converted this order date to proper date time data type. Great. So this is how you will work. Now there is one more interesting thing, that how you can even sort based on this now. It will be sorting and everything will happen properly now. You can also find days between two dates, right? So let me show you. So what we want to find, we want to see how many days it is taking from ship date to order date. Right? So I'm saying df ship date minus df order date. From this subtraction, give me days. So dot dt dot days. So it will tell me how many days it is taking from ship date to order date. Sorry, from order date to ship date. Right? So you ordered today and shipped maybe day after tomorrow. So it will give me 2. Right? So if I just look at df, see, transit days is 3, right? So if you see, order date is 8, ship date is 11, right? So it is 3. Similarly, if you look at here, 16, 12. So this is giving me 4. So this is how you can do it. Great. Awesome. So we have covered a lot of things so far, right? Now we will cover two most important concepts. One is aggregation and next is joins. Okay? Great. So let's move on to aggregation. Aggregation is same like group by we do in SQL, right? And the filter that we did earlier, right? That is just like where clause we do, right? We gave filter conditions. If you remember, if I go up, all this conditional filtering is like where clause we give. It goes row by row and filter the data, right? So this is all where clause. In where clause you give multiple condition. Similarly here you are giving, right? Now we will discuss about how to do group by, basically how to do aggregation, right? Now if you want to do an entire table aggregation like sum of sales, simply you can say df sales, right, and dot sum. So it will give you overall sales. So this is the total sales. If you want minimum, it will give you minimum. Simple, just like in SQL you do. Min, max, mean, everything you can do, right? This is fine. You can get count, and this is actually interesting. So this will give you how many unique values are there, right? So there are 4 unique values in region column, right? So we have south, east, central, west. So it is telling you 4 distinct values are there, right? You can even get which are those distinct values. So for example, if I run this, it will give me all the unique values in category column. So we have null, we inserted one null, right? Furniture, office supplies, and technology, right? If you look at df, we have a null. I read the data again, right? See, so we have one null, furniture. So these are the distinct values. So when you do select distinct category from your orders table, this is same thing, df category dot unique. Great. So you understand how aggregation we are doing. But generally we want to do aggregation based on some column, right? We want to use group by kind of thing. What does that mean? That means that, let's say I want category wise total sales. So when I do this df sales dot sum, it is giving me entire sales, right? What is the total sales I have done? But what I want to see, okay, in furniture category how much sales is done, or maybe region, in west region how much sales we done, in south how much sales we have done. So for that we will use group by. So I will say df dot group by, right? And now we have to pass that on which column I want to do group by, right? So I will say I want to do group by on, let's say, region, right? So I want to do group by on region, and then I want sum of sales. So I will say group by regions and take sales and give me sum. Okay? So this is how the syntax is. df dot group by category, and then from the group take sales and give me sum of sales, right? So this is how this works. So if you see, it is telling in central region this is the sales, in east region this is the sales, south region this is the sales, in west region this is the sales, right? So I will just repeat the syntax one more time. You have to say dot group by. Again, you can pass multiple values. You want to group on 2 columns, so you have to pass a list, right? Sales, so group on this and give me sum of sales, right? Group on region, and within each group take sales column and give me sum, right? So there will be 4 groups, right? One for central, east, south, west. So for each group take sales column and give me sum, right? So this is how you have to remember. Now, many times you don't want just one value, right? You want sum as well, max as well, min as well. So this is the syntax for that. So you can do this. So I'll just take this, right? We are doing on region, let's say, right? What I'm saying, that group on region, from each group means one group is central, another is east. Take sales, aggregate it, and give me min and max both. Here I am directly saying sum, right? But if I want min, max, and let's say sum as well, right? So I'm saying aggregate and give me all these aggregations, min, max, sum for each region, right? So it is giving me for each region, this is the minimum sales, it is the maximum sales, it is the sum of sales, right? So this is how you can do it. Now there is another version of it. If you see, let me show you. Now here, if you see, these column names that are coming are not proper. It is coming as min, max, sum. What I want to do, I want to give proper column names, right? So what I can do, I can say not like this. Wait. Okay, I'll cover it later. But now what I want to do in this, that I want to, let's say, do sum of sales and sum of profit. Here if you see, we were choosing only one column, sales, and we were getting min, max, sum of all of that. But what I want now, I'm saying that group by on category, but give me sum of sales and sum of profit, right? So I'm not telling which column here. In aggregate itself, I'm passing a dictionary, and in this dictionary, I'm saying the column name, sales, and what kind of aggregation I want, profit, and what kind of aggregation I want. Right. So if I run this, you see it is giving me sum of sales and it is giving me sum of profit. Right. Let's say I want mean of profit. Right. So it will give me sum of sales and mean of profit. See, this is the mean of profit, right? And this is sum of sales. Okay, so this is the most used one because generally in SQL also we can do simply sum of sales, average of profit, minimum of profit. So this is very generalized, right? You can pass the column name and what aggregation you want. You can pass the column name and which aggregation you want. Okay, great, great. Uh, this is fine. There is another function, right? Just to get the value count. So for example, if you want in category, right, in each category, how many rows are there, right? So this is kind of getting a count, right? So you can simply say count here. Right? So it will give you count, right? So 11 records of furniture, 28 of office supplies, and 10 of technology. Similarly, you can do it here as well. If you directly want, this is a shortcut to get the count. You can just say df category dot value count. So it will give you office supplies, there are 28 rows, in furniture 11 rows, and in technology 10 rows. Okay, great. In this, there is one more way, I don't remember, where you can give the column name as well. That if you take minimum, what column name should be there in the output. So you can pass that as well. You can check the syntax. Okay, great. So this is all about aggregation, right? I hope it is clear. So you can group on multiple columns as well, as I said, and then you can get the aggregated value. Great. Okay. Now there is one more interesting one. You can create a pivot table, right? So let me show you quickly. So there is a method called pd.pivot table, right? I want to create a pivot table on df on my data frame. So you pass the data frame. Now you are saying that index should be region, column should be category, value should be sales, aggregate function sum, and fill value 0. So let me run this and then I will show you what it does. So what it is doing, that whatever you give it index, it becomes your rows. So it is central region, east region, south region, west region. Whatever you give in columns will become your columns, right? And here it is giving you this aggregate sum of sales. So what it is doing, it is telling for central region furniture category, this is the total sales. Central office supplies category, this is the sales. It is kind of pivot table you are creating. If you have worked in Excel, in the similar way you create a pivot table. You have something in rows, something in columns, and some aggregation. This fill value is optional. So if you don't give it, if let's say for south region and technology, nothing is there, right? There is no sales, right? There is no row basically south and technology. So it will give you null by default. right? But if you want that instead of null, it should give default value as 0. So fill value will be 0. You can put. So it will give you 0 instead of null. Okay, so this is also very handy if you want to do some kind of quick aggregation and do the analysis. You can use pivot table. Very nice. It is you can use. Okay, let's move on to the next important topic, joining. Right. So what we will do, we will create one more data frame now. So let me do one thing. I will just make it proper. So I will make it furniture and make it second class and save it. Now let's go back and take this. Okay. So now what I will do, I will create a data frame with this name, df underscore orders, right? And we have one more data frame. I'll just show you returns, where we have returns, right? So returns. Okay. So this is a orders data set. This is a returns data set. And let me run this. Perfect. So df orders we know. Let's look at df returns. So DF returns is telling me out of all the orders which we have in DF orders, which order were returned. So some of the orders, let's say, were returned by customer. So you have order ID that these orders were returned as well as the return reason why they were returned. So bad quality, wrong item, other, whatever. Right? Now what I want to do, I want to join these two data sets, right? So for example, the kind of analysis I can do is, okay, because of bad quality, how much sales we lost. Now sales is not there in this data set, right? But order ID is there. So we can merge these two data set or join. In SQL terms, you can say join, but in Pandas we call merge, right? Because the method name is merge. We can merge it based on order ID, and we will have a final data set where we have return reason along with all the columns of orders, right? So let's see how it will work. So I'll say df equal to pd dot merge. Okay. So I'm telling that I need to merge. So this is the method merge. Now I need to tell the left table or left data frame. So left data frame for me it is df orders. Right. Next is right, which is your right data frame. So that is df returns. Okay. Now, so this is your left and right table kind of. So this is my left data frame, right data frame. Next, I want to tell that what kind of join you want to do. So I am saying I want to do inner join. Right? Inner join means only the common records will come. It means only the orders which were returned, only those will be present in the output. So we will see. Okay. Next is on which column I want to do, right? We have to tell on which column I want to join these two data frame. So obviously we know it is based on order ID, right? So order ID is there in both, and I want to join based on that, right? So what it will do now, it will join the data frame inner join based on order ID, right? So it doesn't matter. You can pass this before as well. So let me put here. Because we are giving the argument name as well, so order doesn't matter. So how inner on order. Great. So now let's look at the df, how it looks like. Okay, awesome. So if you see, we have only the returned order, right? If you see, there are 8 rows. Here there are 11 rows because one of the order can have multiple rows here, right? For example, if you look at this, 36 is there 3 times, right? But it is a returned order, so all 3 rows from orders data is coming. Right, now we have the return reason as well. Now I can do simply the aggregation. So if I want to, let's say, check for each return reason how much sales is gone. So I can say df dot group by, right? Group by on return reason, right? From each group take sales and give me sum, right? So they are telling that because of bad quality, we lost this much sales, because of other return reason this much, and because of wrong item this much, right? So basically this is how you can do merge. Now let's say I want to do left join, right? Inner join means only the return data is coming. Basically, whatever orders are there in returns are coming because inner gives the common. So I'll say left. What left will do, it will give all the data from left table. In our case, DF order is left table and the matching data from right table. Right. So if I run this and if I look at the DF again, or if I run it again, so it will also show me DF. It will also show me bad quality, other, wrong item. This is fine. Group by return reason. Let's look at the DF first, right? So let's look at the DF. It should give me one null as well, not sure. Okay, so none is there, right? But it is not showing none when I'm doing a group by, right? So if you see, all the records are coming, all 50 records. And wherever there is a return, we are getting the return reason and everything else is null. Null or none, right? But I was just wondering when I do group by on this now, right? It is not showing me the none records. So maybe I have to do null handling first. I need to populate something and then do group. Okay, fine. But you understand how this left join is working. Similarly, you can do right join, you can do outer join, you can do cross join. When you do cross join, you don't have to pass the column on which you have to join. Because cross join means each row of first table will join with each row of second table. I can show you. So I'll say cross, right? So how many rows will be there? So in orders data set, we have 50 rows and in return we have 8. So 50 into 8, it means 400 rows should be there, right? So let's see. Let's look at DF. If you see, 400 rows are there from 0 till 399, right? For because each row of orders data set is joined with each row of returns, right? And that's why there is no on, because there is no column on which we want to join. It is just a cross join, right? I'll just go back and make it left join for now. Okay, so now we should have 50 rows. Yeah, perfect. Now there is one catch here, right? If you see, I am saying join on order ID. Now, what will happen if I, let's say, go here, open this? Now, it might be possible, let's say in this, the column name is return order ID, right? Now, let me try to run this. So I will read these two again, right? If you look at the DF returns, the column name is return order ID, but in DF orders, it is order ID, right? Now what will happen when I do a join? Let's see. So I'm running the same and I'm saying on order ID. Now it is giving me error. It is saying key error order ID. So what it is doing, it is trying to locate order ID column in both the data frames, right? It is there in DF orders but not here. So in this case, what you have to say, that from left use order ID column and right on use return order ID column. Right? That way it will work fine. Right? So if I run now there is no error. And if you look at the data, now it is coming proper. Right? And you have this column as well, return order ID now. Earlier that order ID was not coming because it was a column, a common name, right? But now because it is a different name, it is coming, right? So wherever return is not there, both columns will be null. Wherever it is there, it will be there. If you want to drop this column, now you can drop it. It is of no use, right? But yeah, this is how it works. Okay, great. So this is your joining or merging. Now next, let's understand union, right? Uh, we do union in SQL, right? So you have, let's say, two data sets. So let me take these two data sets. Okay, so we have these two data sets. Let me run this, and this is my df1, right? So this is my small data set df1 and this is df2. So I just quickly created. Now what I want to do, I want to union them. Union means I want to combine them, this data set and this data set. So final data set will have 6 rows, right? It is not a join that I want to join based on id. No, I want to append this data set, append this, right? So for that we can use concat, right? So you can just say, give me a new data frame. pd.concat is the method, right? So we had here pd.merge for merging. For this, we have to have pd.concat, and we can pass all the data frames that we want to concat, right? So df1 is this one and df2 is this one. And if I just run this and look at df, it is giving me the new data frame with 6 columns. Now I can again do reset index, right? Because index is like 012 and 012. So it is taking index as it is from these two data frames. So what I can do, or I can say this as well, ignore index equal to true. Right? So if I just go there and I will say ignore index equal to true. So if it will ignore index of these data frames and create its own index, right? So if I run this now, not reset df, just okay, there are two commas. So now if you see, it ignored these indexes and created its own, right? So id names, okay, great, awesome. So now what we will do, we will see, so these are the main operations that you will have to do whenever you are working with pandas data frame, right? Now we will learn how to write data back, and then after that we will see how to work with databases. Okay, so what we will do, so we have this df, let's say, right? Now what I want to do, I want to write it back to a file. So whatever data frame you have, right? So let's say you created this final data frame. Let me work on this one. So let's take this, and then I will say df dot pd dot merge. And now if I look at df, this is my data now, right? What I want to do, I want to write back to a file. So instead of read csv, you can just say to csv, right? And I will say full orders dot csv. So what it will do, it will write this data into a file. Now there is one important thing, let me run this. Now I will go to my folder. If you see, this file is created, full orders dot csv, right? And if you see, it has all the data. But one thing is that there is one index column as well. So it has written the index column as well, which is generally we don't want, right? There is no column name. It is empty, and 0, 1, 2, 3. Generally, you don't want that column. So what you will do, you will go here and say index equal to false, which means don't write the index, just the columns. Now let me go back and open it again. Now if you see, now this is proper, right? We have order ID, and there is no index as such, right? Great. Now similar to, let me close this. You can even write to Excel file. So you can say Excel LX, Excel SX, okay. So this is the extension of Excel file, right? So if I just, so you have to say dot to Excel, right? So it will write to in a Excel format or Excel file. So if I go here, you see this Excel is created, and you can, okay, I need to go to folder, I think. So let me open documents, pandas tutorial, and this is my Excel file. If you see, this Excel file is getting created automatically, right? So it is the return order ID and return reason. So for whatever there is no return, it is as empty. It is not writing it as null in Excel. It is writing it as empty, or even in CSV. Right? It is with proper formatting as well. If you see, order ID and these columns are in highlighted bold. Okay, great. You can even write in JSON. So for that we have two JSON and kind of thing, right? Great. Okay, now what we will do in next step, we will work with the database, right? How you read data from database, how you write data to a database, right? So we will use MySQL. If you want, you can use SQL Server or anything. Little bit connection string changes will be there, even for Postgres, and some libraries will be little different, but mostly it will be same, right? So I will use MySQL for that. Okay. Okay, so like we have written data to Excel, we can even read data from Excel.
So for CSV reading, we need the read.csv method, right? To read the Excel file, we have to say, let's say df equal to, or let's say df underscore excel equal to pd dot read underscore csv, right? And then I will say this Excel file, right? So I will read this Excel file, okay? And let's run this. Okay, so it is saying there is some error, invalid start byte. Okay, okay, sorry, it has to be read Excel, my bad. Okay, great. Now if you look at the data, df underscore excel, we have the data. We have just read the data, right? It has to see return order ID and return reason. Okay, great. Now, what we can also do, Excel can have multiple sheets, right? So let me go to the Excel once again. Documents, Pandas tutorial, and this is my Excel, right? Let me create one more sheet, right? So I will call it as, let's say, orders one, right? And let's create one more sheet, orders two. And in this, I will just keep 2 3 rows just to show you how we can read multiple sheets, right? So let me take this much, yeah. Okay, so I've created one more sheet, right? Now I can read either this sheet or this sheet, right? Based on whatever I want to read. So I will go here and say, right, file name is same. Now I will say sheet name equal to orders 2. So this is my sheet name, right? So whatever sheet name I give, that sheet name data will be read from the Excel. So if I run this and if you do df Excel, I have only 3 rows, right? If I want to read sheet 1, you can just read sheet 1 and you will have full data. Right? So this is how you can specify the sheet as well, right? Similarly, we can read from JSON or many data sources we can read, right? We can even read from Parquet file. For that, we have read underscore Parquet, right? So if you have Parquet file, you can just do this and we will be able to read, right? Okay, great. Now what we will do next is we will learn how to read and write data from a database, right? Because many of the times as a data analyst or data engineer or data science, you will be reading data from database and doing all the transformation or data analysis in Pandas, right? So for that, what we will do, right? We will read data from MySQL, right? Now, Pandas supports almost all the databases, MySQL, Postgres, SQL Server, right? So you can try with whatever database you have. I will show you with MySQL and I will also tell you what kind of changes will be there if you use some other database, right? So we will learn how to read data from MySQL. Great. So let me go back to the notes, right? And we need some library. So I'll show you which all library you need, right? So you can say, you can directly install from here as well, just exclamatory mark and this. So this will install MySQL connector for Python, SQL Alchemy, Pandas is already there, and PyMySQL. So we need all of this. You can just install this, right? Great. Now next, we will import. So let me take this and show you how it works. Okay, so from SQL Alchemy, I'm importing create engine. So this create engine is basically a engine, right? It's a connection between Python and your MySQL database. So using this create engine method, we will create that connection, right? What is this text? I will tell you. But from SQL Alchemy, I'm importing create engine method. And then this is already imported, which is fine. Let me remove everything else. And this is my connection string. So I'm saying my engine equal to create engine, and this driver I'm using MySQL plus PyMySQL. This is my username. So my MySQL username is root, and my password is this MySQL123. This is my host. You can check this host in your MySQL installation, and this is my port, right? And this is the database I want to connect to. So by default, database is sys. If you want to connect to some other database, you can give that name, like whatever database you create. Okay, so this is how you have to pass username, password, host. This is my local host, port, and this is my database in my SQL, right? So this will create the connection string. So I'll just run this, right? And this is done. Now what we will do, we will read data. So it is simple. We can just write a query and read data. So I will show you this. So query equal to select star from employee. So let me check in my database if employee table is there or not. Okay, some orders table is there. So let's read from orders table. Okay, so select star from orders, right? So this is my query basically, right? And I'm saying df equal to create a data frame using pd.read SQL, right? It is very similar. Like where pd.read Excel, read CSV, similarly read SQL. Here we have to pass two parameters. One is query, right? Using which query I want to read data. And then this connection parameter, because this will be used for authentication and reach out to the server, that I want to reach to this server, and this is the username and password, right? So once I do that, it will run and it will create a data frame, right? So once this data frame is created, you can do all the operations that we have done, right? Now there is no difference, right? The way I read data from Excel, CSV or database may be different, but once the data is there in Pandas, you can do all of the operations that we were doing. And in this query, you can write anything. For example, you can say where, let's say order underscore ID is greater than 10, right? So it will run this query, right? Whatever query you are giving, and result of this query will be there in df. So if I just run it again and see the df, you see order id starting from 11, right? Because I have said order id greater than 10. So you can give any query, any complex query, you can give aggregation, window function, whatever you want to give, right? The result of that will go into this data frame. Okay, great. Great. Let's move on. Now, what we want to do, you can even do joins and all. So you can have multiple tables, write a query with inner join, left join, or whatever, right? And bring that data and do it. Great. Now let's move on. The next thing is how to write data, right? So let me show you how do we write the data. Okay. So you have to use df.toSQL. So we had two CSV, two Excel, two Parquet, similarly two SQL. Now here we have to give the name of the table, that in which table I want to write the data, right? So let me create a table orders copy, orders underscore copy, right? Let me read full data. Let me, okay, it is fine. We have whatever those we have. I want to now once the data is in df, right? Or maybe let me read it from CSV, right? Let's do this. So I'll just read this, right? So I have full data in df now, right? I'll show you quickly. Df, not here. Okay, so let's go there. B. So I have all 50 rows, right? Now I want to read this, write this data into SQL, right? So I will say df.toSQL. I'll create a new table orders copy, right? Again, I have to give the connection. So my connection is this engine basically. So this is a con parameter. In this, I need to pass this engine information, right? Index. Do you want to write index also in your table? No, I don't want to create index, right? So this index will not be created in your table. If exists replace. If exists replace means if there is a table already existing in your database with name orders copy, then what it will do, it will drop the table and create the table again, right? If it is not there, then obviously it will just create it, right? So I will just run this statement, right? It is 263. Now it is 266, right? So basically it is telling how many rows it has written to the database. 50 rows, because we had 50 rows here, right? Now let me go back and see what is there in this. So this is my SQL. Let me run this. So if you see, we have the 50 rows written here, right? All the data is here. Perfect. So this is how you can write data. Perfect. Now if you see, we have used if exists equal to replace, right? Now we can also say append. Append means what will happen if table is there, it will append the data, right? If table is already there, it will append the data, which means if I run it again now, right? What it will do, it will add 50 more rows, right? Because 50 rows are already there, and this time I am saying append. So it will add 50 more rows. So there will be 100 rows. Let me show you the count. So we have 50 rows, and let me run this. Done. And again, if I run now, see 100 rows, right? So you have data will be appended, right? So if you want to append the data, use this parameter as append if exist. If you want to create the table, new table every time, you can just there replace, right? So in replace, it will drop and do again. Great. Now many times what we want to do, we want to do this. We want to truncate table and insert data. Sorry. Right? Because every time I don't want to drop table. When I say replace, it is not truncating data, it is dropping the table itself. Every time this table will be dropped and created again. But I don't want that. What I want to truncate data and then use append to insert data. Right? That way I don't have to create table again and again and again. Because if you create the table again, all the permissions will be gone. Let's say you have given some permission to some users or whatever, right? Then those permissions will be gone if you every time drop and create the table. So you don't want to do that. You just want to truncate table, keep the table structure as it is, just delete the data and then load. It is a full load, but not creating table again and again. So for that, we will have to truncate the table, delete the data, and then use append, right? So that our all the data will be new every time. Great. So how do we do that? For that, what we have to do, right? Okay. By the way, we have three parameters. We have a fail as well. So we have replace. It will drop and recreate table. Append, add rows to existing table, and fail will error if table exists. So if there is already a table and you try to load the data, this command will fail. Okay, great. Now we want to execute some statement, right? So for that we will have to use this. So let me take it here, right? I can write my query in the text wrapper, right? What happens, it creates a text object, right? You can not directly use this query in the execute statement. I will just show you. You will have to use this text wrapper, right? We imported from SQL Alchemy, pass it here, then it will create a text object, and then you can pass it into the next step, and in the next step you can just do this. So if you want to run any update statement, delete statement, any kind of statement, you can use this, right? And same approach we will use to truncate data. So what I will say truncate table, right? And my table name. So my table name is this. So I want to run this statement, right? So I will say with engine. So this is my engine dot begin as connection dot execute query, and then I will commit it, right? So this is how you have to write your any statement. We can delete a statement, update a statement, any kind of SQL statement. If you want to run, you can do it, right? So there are three things. One is you want to read data, then you will use read SQL, simple, right? If you want to write data of a table directly from a data frame data you want to write, you will use df.toSQL, right? If you want to run some other statement like update, delete, any kind of statement, merge statement, then you will have to use this method, right? So you can write your query here and then execute it like this. So let me run this. This is done. Let me show you the data now. So it should be empty now, right? You see, it is truncated. Now I can again run my this with append, right? It means we have deleted the data and inserted again. Right? So now again we will have 50 rows. Right? Great. So this is how you will work with database. Now when you work with, let's say, some other database, let's say SQL Server or Postgres or anything else, right? You just have to change this connection string a bit. That's it, right? Apart from that, there is no other changes required. Everything else, read SQL to SQL or this update statement will work as it is, right? So for example, if you're connecting to SQL Server, right? So this, instead of MySQL, you will have to use SQL Server. I will just show you quickly. So here if you see, we are using MS SQL plus PyODBC. We will pass server name, database name, ODBC driver, right? Apart from that, apart from this create engine script or create engine object, right? Everything else will be same. There is no change, right? No matter which database. Again, if it is Postgres, you will have to use some Postgres driver instead of MS SQL or MySQL. right? But otherwise it is all same. Okay, great. Now last thing is we will work on the project. Okay, now the last section is we will do a end-to-end project. In this project, we will read a JSON data, right, and create tables in MySQL, right. So I'll show you the architecture of the project. So let me go here, and so this is what we are going to do. So I'll just show you. We have the orders data in JSON format. I'll just show you the data. We will read this data and flatten this data in Pandas, right? And once we flatten it, we will create product table, customer table, and orders table in the MySQL, right? Once this data in available in MySQL, we can query this data using SQL, right? So we will learn a lot of things, many things that we have learned during this tutorial. All of that we will apply, and we will also learn few more things like how to read JSON data, how to how to flatten data in Pandas, right? So it is going to be very interesting project. Okay, great. So before I go there, let me show you the JSON file. So this is my JSON file, right? And this is my orders data in a JSON format. So let me show you how it is. So this is a list of JSON, right? This is a list, right? If you see, this is starting with square brackets or list or array, whatever you call it. And this is first element of list from here till here, right? And this is a JSON. So if you see, this is a JSON which has all the order details of one particular order. So for order ID 1, this is the order date, this is the total amount, this is the customer who bought this, who placed this order. Then we have products. Now products is further one array. Why? Because in one order, there can be multiple products bought by a customer, right? And then that's it, right? Similarly, then order ID 2 is starting, right? And then order date, total amount, and so on and so forth. And then we have around 13 orders, 12 orders, right? Great. So what we have to do, we have to read this data and somehow convert it into a proper tabular format for product table, customer table, and orders table, and load it into MySQL, right? We will have to do lot of things. We have to drop duplicates because see, one product, let's say P01, can be bought in multiple orders. So we don't want to insert this product multiple times in my product table, right? P01 should be only once, right? So we will have to see how we can work on it. Great. So let's start with reading this JSON file first. So what we will do, we will say, we will import JSON first. Import JSON, right? And we will say, we will create a file object and say open orders underscore etl dot json, right? This will create a file object, right? I have to pass in single quotes or double quotes, right? Now I will say data equal to json dot loads and pass this file object, right? Let's see what will happen. So this is done. JSON object must be string bytes or byte array, not text IO wrapper. Okay, so we have to say, I think, json dot load, I think, let me check. Yeah, json dot load, not loads. Okay, let me check the data now. Yeah, so we have that the data. We have to use JSON dot load method, right? From the JSON library and pass this file object. Right? This file object is basically reading this file, and then we are reading it as in a JSON format using this JSON dot load. Perfect. So this is my JSON now. If I check the type of this, right? It is saying it is a list, right? Because we understood that this is a list, and within list we have multiple JSONs. Great. Great. Okay, so I'll just come back here. So if I just say 0, 0 means give me first element of my list and I enter. So this is my first order, right? Similarly, if I say order 1, this is my second order, right? And then if I say 2, this is my third order, right? And in each order, we can have multiple products. So for example, for the first order, if you see, there are two products, product ID P01 and product ID P02. Great. Now, if you remember initially what we did, if I can go back here, this is the format that we need to create, right? Once I create this kind of format, then I can put it in a pd.data frame method and create a data frame, right? So we will create data in this format. So we will convert our JSON data in something this format. So I'll show you how and how we will do it, right? So let me go down. Okay, so I'll just, sorry, my bad. Okay, yeah. Okay, so what I'm saying here, I'm saying name is Sumit Rahul Ankit, right? So this is row first, Sumit, 25 age, 25,000. So this is for first row, this is for second row, this is for third row. So what we will do, we will read this JSON, complete JSON, right? And we will create one column for each of the columns. So for order ID, I will say order ID and pass all the order IDs here in the list. Similarly, I will take age, right, or let's say order date. So that will be second key, and I will pass all the order dates here, right? Similarly, for each of the column, I will create here, right? Now we have to create three tables. One is order table, one is customer table, and one is product table. Now let's identify in each table what columns we need, right? Then only we can proceed. So let's say orders table. So in orders table, I will have order ID, right? So let's write it down. I'll write like this. We need order ID. Okay. Order date. Perfect. We need order date. Next, we need a total amount, right? This will also go in orders table. Correct. So we have order ID, order date, total amount. Now this customer information will go in customer table. Now look at the products. So product ID will again go in product table, product name, category, price, quantity. But if you see, quantity should go in order table, right? Because it cannot go in product table, right? Because in product table there will be one entry of this product, right? But this quantity can be different for each order. So this quantity is associated with order, not the product, but it is within the product key value pair, which is fine, but we need to extract it and get it, right? So we need quantity, right? So just quickly check order ID, order date, total amount, and quantity. These columns will be in orders table, right? Let's look at the customers table. Right? In customers table, we will have customer ID, right? Then we will have a name, then we will have address and email. Sorry, email is first, right? Great. Great. Now let's look at the products table. So we have products, right? And products table we have product ID, we have name, category, and price. This is the product price, right? So that's it. Quantity is there in my orders table. So this is all we need. So we need to create three tables with these columns. So let's start. Okay, so now what we will do, we will create these three tables by extracting data one by one. Okay, so we have this data now, as you know, where we have multiple orders. So what I will do, I will run a loop over it, right? I will run a loop over it and create a separate list. One list for orders, right? This is how it will be. One list for age, not age, order date, and then so on and so forth. So I have to create multiple lists for each of the column in my table, right? So first what I will do, I will define an empty list, right? So order ID equal to empty list, then order date equal to empty list, and then total amount equal to empty list, and then we have one more quantities, right? Quantity. So these four lists I need to create. Once these lists are there, I just have to pass it in pd.data frame in this format. I'll show you, don't worry. Okay, so what we will do, I'll run a loop. So I will say for order in data, right? I am saying order because when I run a loop, each order will go one by one in this variable. Perfect. Now I need quantities also. So I have to run a loop in the products list as well. So I'll say for product, so it is a nested loop. Product in, right? And within this order, we have this products key, right? Great. So now once it is there, so from this order variable I can get order ID, order date, total amount, and from product variable I can get the quantities. So I will say, so now I want to add element as this order ID. So I will say order ID dot append. So append method you will use to add a element in a list. And what I want to append? I want to append order ID, right? So in order, I will have this information, and from there I am getting order ID. Similarly, so let me just copy paste this. So I'll say order ID dot append this, then order date. This is another list. Dot append order date. Then I will say total amount dot append total amount. Right. Then quantity dot append quantity. Right. But this quantity is not coming from order, right? It is coming from product. So I'll say product. That's it, right? So now I can say, so I have all the four lists ready. I'll show you later as well. But I can simply say df underscore orders equal to pd dot. So in the same format we have to create set pd dot data frame. Right, I have come out of the loop by removing the indentation, and then I will pass a key value pair, or you can say JSON here, right? So in the JSON, first column I want is order ID, right? And the values for this will be this list, right? Second element will be order date, right? You just have to remember this is how we give, right? Column name and the list of values. Column name, list of values. Salary, list of values. So same thing I am doing. This is my order date and list of order date. Right? Then next we have total amount, right? And the list of total amount. Right? Then we have quantity and list of quantity. Right? And then it should create a data frame for me, right? So let's see, will it create or not? So I'll just try to print it. Okay, if you see, the data frame is created, right? So if you see, for the first order we have two rows, right? Because there were two product in it, and for each product we have the quantity. Okay, we missed something, right? Now in orders table we should have other columns as well. So for example, in orders table, let me show you the data again. I think we missed it. That's okay. We will fix it quickly. So in orders table, we need the product ID as well, right? Because once I create the product table, I need product ID to join with this product table. I need customer ID as well in orders table, right? Otherwise, how I will join with customer table? So we need two more columns, right? So let's fix it. So we will just fix it here first, that we need customer ID as well as product ID. Right? These two columns I need in orders table as well. Otherwise, I will not know that which customer has placed which order, or which product ID are part of which order, right? So let me take that quickly. So I will say I'll create customer ID equal to empty list and product underscore ID equal to empty list. Okay, so product ID will come from the here, from the product list, right? So I'll say product ID dot append product ID, right? Now we need customer as well, so maybe I will take customer here, right? Here I can take. Okay, so I will have to say order, sorry, customer ID dot append, right? And this is coming from order. So order, so if you look at the data again, where is my data? Here my data is, right? So within order I have customer, and within customer I have customer ID. So I will have to reach customer first and then customer ID. So I will say order customer, and from customer, this is again a JSON, it will be customer ID. Right? I hope this should work. Let's see. So just remember, from order I reach to customer, right? I'll show you again. This is my order, right? And within order I'm saying go to customer, and from customer again give me customer ID. Great. Now I hope this should work. Let me get these two columns as well. So I will say, let's put at the appropriate place. So I think order ID, order date, customer ID we can put here, right? So I will say customer ID and customer ID, right? And then we need total amount is fine. Let's keep product ID here along with quantity. So we will say product ID equal to product ID, right? That's it. Let's run this. There is some error. Okay, we missed the comma here and one comma here, and this comma we can remove. Perfect. Now if you see, we have everything: order ID, order date, which customer placed the order, total amount, product ID, quantity. Now if you look at the first order, order ID 1, right, we have two rows. Why? Because we have two products in that. If for order ID 2 there is only one product, so there will be only one row, right? So this is how we can do it, and this information will repeat. Order ID is same, order date is same, customer is same, total amount is also same. The only thing is product ID is different and quantity is different. So we will have to keep data in this granularity only. So this order table looks fine, right? Now we will not load the data in MySQL. Let's create other tables as well. So we will create customer table and product table as well. And then we will load all the data together in MySQL. Great. Okay, so what we will do now, we will create product table as well, right? So what we can do here, only we can create the product table as well. For product table, what I need? I need, let me just remove this output. So I'll just take this. Okay, so for product, DF orders is fine, so I'll just remove it. Now for product ID, I need all these column: product ID, name, category, price, right? So I can create list here itself in this loop. I don't have to write separate loops. So I will say product ID, product name, right, equal to empty, and then I will say product name, category, and price, right? So category equal to empty and price equal to empty. Perfect. So here I will get all of that information. So I will say 1, 2, 3 we need. So we have product ID, then we have name actually, right? So product name, in this the column name is name, right, in my JSON, right? And then category dot append category, and then I have price dot append price, right? So it will give me price. Great. Let's get the customer information as well. So now for customer, right, if you remember, for customer we don't have to run a loop on the product table, right, because customer is outside of product. So we don't want to repeat this information, right? So what I will do, before the product loop I will get the all the I will create list here, right, before the product loop, right, because I don't need any information from product table to create the customer table, right? I needed information from product table for order table because I needed the quantity. But for customer table I don't need any information from product, so I will keep it out, right? So I will say, so let's create more list here, empty list, and I will say customer ID, right? Customer ID is already there, right? Customer ID is already there. We will say customer name, empty list, email equal to empty, and what else we have? Address, right? Address empty. Perfect. So let me write it here. So maybe I will take this customer one, right? So we got the customer ID from here. This is what we need. Okay, so we have customer ID dot append order customer, and from here I need uh, customer ID. Okay, so customer ID will be repeating here, right? So what we can do, we can get another customer, for customer table, right? So let me do this, because there it will be repeating, right? It will be added multiple times. So what we can do, we can get another customer ID, right, for customer table. So I will say cust id, let's say, for now, right? Not the best naming convention, but for now it is fine, right? So I will say cust id dot append customer id, right? And that's it. 2 3 4. Okay. Next is customer name, right? And I need name from here. Great. Then we have email, right? And append email from here. And then we have address, right? And we'll say append address from here. Perfect. So we have cust id dot append customer id, name, email, address. Perfect. So we have everything. Let's create other things as well. We will have to make some changes. I'll tell you what. So just hold on. So we will say df underscore products equal to pt.data frame. So we will have product id here. So let's take this on the top. So we have product id, and then we have product name, category, price. So let me copy this. So we'll say product name, category, and then price. Okay, perfect. So I will remove all of this, right? Let's look at df products, if it is fine or there are some issues. There will be some issues, but for now, let's see. Okay, so this looks fine. We have loaded all the data. But if you see, there are duplicates, right? P01 is here, then again here. It is because there are multiple orders for each order, and we have not removed the duplicate, right? So we will remove the duplicates from here later on. But let's create the customer data frame as well. So we will say df customers. For customers also we will have duplicate, right? So we will see. So we have customer ID, right? And then we have customer name, and then we have email, and then we have address, and this is address. Okay, and let's see if this is fine or not. So I will run this. There is a value error. It is saying all arrays must be of same length. Okay, my bad. So we will have to use cust id here, because in this customer, in this one we have more values, right? Because it is within product. So we will use cust id. That is why we created one more variable. Perfect. So now it looks fine, right? But here also we have duplicates. See, John Doe is there multiple times. Great. So all data frames are done. The only thing is DF orders is fine, but for DF products and DF customers, we have to drop duplicates, right? We don't want multiple values to be inserted in my dimension table in my MySQL, right? I just want 101 only once. So what we should do, we should drop duplicates. Now my question is, based on what you want to drop it, right? Because it might be possible that here, let's say email id is this, but later he updated his email id in when he placed another order, right? So what we want the data from the latest order id, right? We don't want to randomly just remove duplicates. We want whatever is the latest, that we want to keep. So what we can say, we will say that keep the last record when you remove duplicates, right? So I will say df customer dot drop duplicates, right? Okay, but keep equal to last, right? I want to keep the last record. So if they are exact duplicates, right? Exact duplicates. But again, there is a problem. If I do it, right? If I do it, what will happen if, let's say, this email id is changed? Then it will not be a duplicate at all, right? It will not be a duplicate. So I will say based on customer id drop duplicates, right? So subset equal to customer id. So I am saying drop duplicates based on customer ID. So if customer ID is 2 times 101 101, right, drop it and keep the last one, right? So it will keep this John Doe second one, or we can see that index 3. Here there is no change, so we will, for us it is a pure duplicate, but in future it might be possible that this value is different or address is different. So I want to keep the last one, right? So 3 will be there, or maybe John Doe one more is there, so we will have index 10 for John Doe, right? So let's see what will happen, and we will say in place equal to true, true, right? And then we will print df customers. Perfect. Let's run this, and now you see we have only 11 rows and all of them have the unique value. For John Doe, if you see, we have kept the latest index value, right? 145. Some indexes are missing in between, which is fine, we don't care, right? But now we have unique values for each customer ID from 101 till 109 or whatever, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 customers from 101 till 109. Perfect. Great. So our DF customers is ready. Similarly, for DF products, right? For DF products, let me copy this. Right? I will say DF products dot drop duplicate subset based on product ID, and again keep the last value, right? And in place equal to true. And let's look at the DF products now. So if you see, we have only 5 products, right? So we have so many duplicates in that we have kept the last value from the table P01, 02, 03, 04. Now our all 3 data sets are ready, right? Now our all 3 data frames are ready. Sorry, I wanted to see the orders. Orders is also ready. All we need is we need to just load this data into SQL. So what we will say, we will just take this, right, and we will run it for all 3 tables. So let's come down here, and okay, so these tables are currently not there, so I will just say replace, so that it will just create the tables, right? So I'll say replace, and then df underscore orders, right? This will go to orders table, right? Then I have df underscore products, this will go to products table, and then we have df underscore customers, and this will go to customer table, customers table, right? So we will have 3 tables created, right? Df customers, df products, df orders. So I'll just run all of these 3 statements. It is all done, and let's, so it is showing there are 9 customers. For the last command it is showing the output, which is fine, but we will see the data now. So select star from orders, right? And this is the data we just created: order ID, order date, customer ID, total amount, product ID, and so on. Then we have products table. It will have, I think, 5 rows. Right, it has the 5 rows. It is in the same order what we see in the data frame, right? And then we have customers table. So we have the customers table also created. Okay, great. Awesome. Now, if you want, you can do all kind of analysis. So, for example, let's say you have this products table, right? And you want to see product-wise total sales, right? For each product, what is the total sales? Or within each category, what is the total sales you have done, right? So you can just select star from orders O, inner join products P on O dot product ID equal to p dot product underscore id, and we will say, let's say you want category p dot category comma sum of o dot total amount as sales, let's say, and group by category, right? So you can do all kind of analysis using SQL on this data, right? Perfect. So for electronics, this is the sales. For furniture, this is the sales. Now your 3 tables are ready, and you can run all kind of queries, right? So this is a good project, small project, to practice pandas, right? What we did, we also should know how to run loop, right? And how to append data to list and how to create data frames. So all of those things we did in this small project, right? And then once it is done, we have just loaded the data, right? Now there are a lot of other things that you have to do, right? What will happen if there is new data coming? How you will do incremental load, right? So you have to figure out this can be your extended project, right? So if new data is coming, then obviously you don't want to duplicate the product. So you have to find a way that you delete the existing product. If in the new data, let's say P04 is again coming, so you delete from the table and insert the latest data. Similarly, for customer, you will have to identify if there is any new customer, existing customer coming in your new JSON. So you have to do changes accordingly in your dimension tables, right? Products and customer dimension table. And in orders, it is just the append. You have to keep appending the new orders data. But for products and customer table, you will have to see that existing products you will have to replace, right? Latest data you want to have for each product or each customer, or for the new customers in your new JSON, you have to insert. So this might be your extended project that you want to complete it. But I think you can do it now if you understand all of this. Okay, great. Hope you like the video. Please make sure you like the video, hit the like button, and share with your friends, right? Because it takes a lot of effort to create these big videos, and I need all of your support. Thanks for watching. Have a good day. Today we are going to do a end-to-end data analytics project. We will be using a Kaggle API to download the dataset from Kaggle using Python. Then we will load that data into Pandas, and then in Pandas we are going to do some data cleaning. We have some dirty data, we have to clean it. We have to create some new columns. So we will do some kind of processing. We will load the data into SQL Server, and then I have designed some 5 to 6 questions based on that data. We are going to solve those SQL questions. Okay, so if you are a data engineer or data analyst or aspiring to be one, this project is going to help you. I will share all the codes, everything on my GitHub. So I will share the link so you can follow along with me. I will explain everything step by step. So let's get started. So first of all, to use Kaggle API, what we have to do, we have to read the Kaggle documentation for public API. Okay, so this is the documentation. I will share the link. You can read it, but I will quickly show you what you need to do. Okay, so you go to kaggle.com, okay, and if you don't have a profile on Kaggle, create a profile. Okay, sign up, and then go there and click on settings. If you go down in settings, there is a API option and you say create new token. Okay. So you click on create new token, continue, and it has generated a token for you, which is a kaggle.json file, right? So if you look at the documentation here, it is saying ensure kaggle.json is in the location. So this is my home directory. Within my home directory, there will be a folder .kaggle, and there I have to place this file kaggle.json. Okay. So what I will do, I will go to the downloads, take this file. Okay, this is my kaggle.json file, and I will go to my home directory. My home directory will be in, if I go to C drive and then users and then Ankit, and if you see here, there is dot kaggle folder. So we need to just place this file. I'll delete and place this file. Okay, so this is my kaggle.json file. Once this is done, you have to get the link of the dataset that you want to download. So we have a retail orders dataset. I will take you through the dataset later, but this is the link that we have to use. Okay, so this is the person who has uploaded the dataset. I have uploaded this dataset, and this is the name of my dataset, right? Retail orders. So I'll just copy this. Okay, and this will be used to download the dataset. Now before I go there, I will be using Anaconda Navigator, and I will launch the notebook. So I will use Jupyter Notebook to do my all my Python work. Okay, so I've already launched it. So if you go here, home, and in my documents, I have created a SQL plus Python project here, and you can create a new file. So you can create your folder and create a new file. I have already created a file with some comments. I will use it, so I will just directly click on it. Okay, so this is all we are going to do. So we are going to do a lot of operations and we will learn a lot about pandas and then about SQL. Okay, so let's get this started. So first thing is we have to have the Kaggle API, the library. So you have to say pip install exclamatory mark pip install Kaggle. I have already done it, so I'm not going to run it. But you have to say import Kaggle, right? Once you do it, now you can run a API call to download the dataset. Okay, so I have the command ready. So this is my command. I'll just take you through it. So I'm saying Kaggle datasets download, and this is my URL, right? This is my retail orders URL, this much after dataset, this much you have to pick. And here I have to download the file. The file name is orders.csv. Okay. So this is the command we have to run, and I'm just execute this cell. So I've executed this cell. It says it is downloaded, downloading orders.csv.zip file. So if I go to SQL plus Python, my folder, you see this file is created, orders.csv.zip. So we have downloaded from Kaggle to my local system, right? Now next task is, so this is done. Download dataset from Kaggle. This is done. Okay, I'll just place it here. Okay, now if you see, this is a zip file, right? This is a zip file. If you see, so what I have to do, if I go inside, there is a orders.csv file. So I have to extract the data from orders.csv.zip file. So for that I will use the zip library. Okay, so this is the code. I'll just take it again and show you. So I'm importing this library called zip file, right? And then I'm initiating a method where I'm loading the file basically. So this is my file orders.csv.zip, right? This is the file that I need to extract, and then I will say extract all. Now in extract all you can give path. If you don't give path, it will extract on the same location where your zip file is, right? Now currently my this file, my Python file, this is my Python file, right? And this file are on same location, so I don't have to give path. If your zip file is on some other location, you can give the full path here, C users or whatever, right? And again I am just doing extract all, so that on the same location it will extract the data and then it will then close the file. So this is done. If I go to my this folder again, you see orders.csv file is there. Okay, so our first task is done, to download data from Kaggle and then extracting the data from zip file to a CSV file. Okay. Okay, so now the file is there in my local system. I can read directly in my pandas data frame. So what I will do, I will use pandas library, import pandas as pd. If it is not there, again you have to pip install pandas in your system, right? So I'll say import pandas as pd, and I will say df dot pd dot read underscore csv, because this is a csv file and this is my orders.csv, right? So orders.csv is there in the same path where my Python file is, so I don't have to give path. Otherwise you have to give the path as well, right? And let's look at the data. Df dot head, let's say 20 records I want to see. Okay, so this is how my data looks. I have order id, order date, all the columns are there. Now the important thing to look here is the ship mode. In ship mode, if you see, there are some not available, right? Not available, there are some unknown values, so we have to fix these values because we want to consider them as null. Okay, in pandas they are represented as none, right? So what we want to do, all these values, not available, unknown, these values we want to consider as null, right? Not these not available or these strings, right? So for that, what we will do, so first we will do how many different kind of values we have in the ship mode column. So I will say df and ship mode, right? And I will say unique. So this will give me distinct values available in this column, ship mode column, right? So let me correct the spelling, ship mode. Okay, so if you see, we have second class, standard class, not available, unknown, first class, none. This none is fine, none is treated as null.
right? But these values I want to treat it as null. So for that, in Pandas, if you press shift tab, you will see all the options, right? And I will use this option of NA values, right? I'll just copy this, right? And I will say comma, and I will pass these two values. So what it will do, these values will be treated as null. So whatever values I pass to this argument, so when it is reading, these values will be treated as null. Okay, so I'm going to read it again, right, and check the unique values. If you see, all those values are treated as none now or null, because we don't have unknown or not available in the data now. Okay, so this is the first thing that we wanted to handle. Now, second thing is, if you see here, when I pass the column name, right, I have to give a space in between. The S is capital, M is capital, right? This is not a good practice. Ideally, the column name should have been ship underscore mode, which means that everything should be in lowercase and there should be underscore, not space, right? So we will fix the column names of this data frame now. So what we will do here, if you look at again df, right? So there are many columns, order, date, subcategory. So we have to basically rename these columns. So one method is this. I will say df dot rename, and I will pass a JSON that I want to rename. So I will say columns equal to, I want to rename, let's say, order ID to order underscore ID, right? And let's say I want to rename city to small case city, right? This is what I want, these two columns. So if I run this now, you will see that order ID is fixed now, right? It is renamed and city is also renamed. But that way I have to pass all the columns, right? There are 15 columns around. I have to pass all 15 columns, which is not a good way of doing it, right? So we will do some other way. What we will do, we will extract all the columns. So we can see all the columns using df dot columns, right? So it will give me a list that these are all the columns. Okay, now I can convert it to a string object, and and string object list of string object, and apply the string function. So for example, I can say dot str dot lower. What it will do, each value it will convert it to lowercase. So if you see, everything is converted to lowercase, and I will assign it back to the df dot columns. Okay, so if I just check again df dot columns, you will see everything is in lowercase. Second thing is, we have to replace spaces with underscore. So again, I will use replace function of a string, and I will say convert spaces to underscore. So if I run this, if you see, this is also fixed. So wherever space was there, we have the underscore. So I will assign it back to df dot columns. Okay, so this task is also done. So if I look at the data again once, df dot head 5, we have all the column names sorted. So we handled both the things. We handled the null values so that those values come as none, and we handle the column name also, right? Now what we have to do, we have to drive some new columns, right? So currently we have three columns. If you say cost price for each order, right, list price and discount percentage. So how much discount, so this is the cost to company that they are buying at this price. This is the MRP, right? On MRP they are giving this discount, right? So we have to drive a discount column. So this is a percentage. We have to drive a discount column of exact value, how much discount we gave. So list price is 260, multiply by 0.02, because 2% it is, right? 0.02 will give me that much discount we gave. So what we have to do, we have to say df and the list price, right, into df discount percent, right, divide by 100 or multiply by 0.01, same thing, right? So if you see, 260, 2% of 260 is 5.2, so we are getting 5.2. So I will put it in a new column, df discount. This is the exact discount that we are giving, right? So this is done.
This is going to create a new column, df discount with this value. So if I look at the df again once, we have the discount column created 5.2, 21.9, 0.5, right? The next thing is we have to have a sell price, right? What is the sale price? List price minus the discount, right? List price minus the discount. So I will say sale price equal to list price, right? Minus whatever is the discount we are giving, exact discount, right? So if I just run this, and we have the sale price as well. So 260 minus 5.2 discount, 254.8. So this is also done. Next thing is we have to find the profit. What is the total profit? So I will say profit equal to, now profit will be df cost price minus sale price, right? So let me write it. So this is my sale price minus cost price, right? This is the cost price here. And this will be my profit because I'm selling at this price after discount, and this is my cost price. And if I look at the df now, we have the profit that we bought it at, company bought it at 240, sold it at 254.8, so $14.8 or rupees, whatever. This is the profit. Okay, so we derived all the columns which are required. Now at this point, I think cost price, list price, and discount percent column are not required. We can do all the analysis using these three columns. So what we will do, we will drop these columns, whatever is not required. Okay, so we are going to drop those columns. Before that, one more thing is, if you look at the data types, okay, we will do it later, but before that, we have to convert order date to date. So if I show you the data types, you see order date is object, though it look like a date only, YYMMDD, but if you see, this is an object data type, right? It shows you data type of each column. But what we want to convert it into a date, right? Because when we load into SQL, it should go as a date, not a string. Because if it go as a date, we won't be able to do all the operations, right? So what we will do, we will use a toDateTime method of Pandas. In this, we have to pass the column. So df order underscore date, right? We have to give it in single quotes, and I have to tell the format that my string is in which format, right? So my string is in YYMMDD. So because it is 4 letters, I have to give percentage y, and then percentage m in small, percentage d in small, and there is a hyphen in between, right? This is the format of my string, and I'm saying this is the format converted to date. So if I run this, you see this is showing me a data type of date time, and I will assign it to order date on the original data set, right? It will run this, and this is done. So if I look at the df now, it is fine. Let's look at the d types, right? So this is a date time now, right? This is a date kind of column. Okay, now we will drop those three columns. As I said, we don't need those three columns, right? We are going to drop them. So I will say df dot drop, and I will say columns. So if you want to drop rows, you have to say index equal to an index values. Here we want to drop columns, so I'll just pass all the columns. So list price is not required. List price, and we don't want a discount percentage and cost price, right? So cost price also we will remove it, and we are going to remove discount percentage. Okay, so these three columns are not required. Okay, so I'm going to drop it. Now when I drop it, what will happen? It will show me the data after dropping the columns. If I run this, you see those three columns are not there: list price, cost price. But the df is in the actual data set, it is still there. It is not dropped. So if you see, all the columns are there: list price, discount percent, cost price, right? So what we have to do, we have to say that in place equal to true. We have to pass this argument, which means in the data set only make this change, drop the columns. So it will not return anything, it will just drop it. And if we see now, we don't have, right? So you have to use this in place equal to true. Okay, so this is what we have done so far. We have done all the cleaning, new columns we created, dropped all the columns. The next thing is we want to load this data into SQL Server. Okay, so we are going to load this data in SQL Server. For that, I will be using some of the libraries. So let me copy that. So these are the libraries I will be using. So let me copy. Okay, so Pandas is already there. I'll just remove it. So I'm using SQL Alchemy to connect to my SQL server. So this is my SQL server, right? This is my SQL server. So I will connect to SQL Alchemy, and let me delete this table. Okay. So this is my SQL Alchemy, and this is my SQL server. So if you go to the SQL server and connect on properties, so this is my server, Ankit SQL server. So I will be connecting to this server, right? And if you look at this code here, I am passing that this is my server. I am saying MS SQL. So I'm creating a connection using this create engine method of SQL Alchemy. In this, I have to say this is my MySQL, MS SQL. If it is MySQL, you have to pass MySQL. If it is Postgres, you have to say Postgres. Then you have to pass the server name, then master means which database you want to connect. So this is the default. There are many databases. This is the system database master. So I will connect to this, and this is my ODBC driver for SQL server, right? So these things you have to pass. If you don't know what is your ODBC driver of SQL server, you can just go there, ODBC data sources, and if you look at the SQL server, it shows you ODBC driver for SQL server. So when you install SQL server, it will be there, and if you're using any other database, you will be able to find it out. Just try to Google it if you don't find it, right? So these things you have to pass, right? This is a Windows authentication, so I don't have to pass any username password. And then I will say connection equal to engine.connect, and if I run this is now connected, right? So I have a connection created. Now what I will do, I'm going to load the data into SQL server. So for that, this is the command. So I'm saying df is my data frame dot to SQL. So I'm saying load this data into SQL. In SQL, table name will be df orders. This will be my connection, right? Because I need connection information to where we have to load the data in which SQL server, right? Index equal to false. So what happens when you create a data frame? This index column is created 0, 1, 2. I don't want this column in my table. I want from order ID only, right? So for that, I'm saying index is equal to false, and I'm saying if exists, replace. It means that if table is there, replace it. It what it will do, it will drop and create the table. So currently this df orders table is not there. So when I use replace option, it will create the table automatically. Okay, so we will see. So I'll just run this. It will take few seconds. So it is just about to be done. Yes, it is done. So if I go to the SQL server and select, I'll just refresh it. So df orders is not there currently. You see, df orders, there is no table. After C, there is E. I'll just refresh it. If you see, df orders is created now. So I'll just select star from df underscore orders. So this data is created, and you see these values are coming as null. That is what we wanted, right? Water is not available, come as null. Otherwise, it would have come as not available, unknown, which is not a good thing. Order date is coming as date, or it is as a date time actually, but we don't have a time attribute, but we can use it. Okay, and then we have everything in a lowercase underscore. So this data is clean. Now we can do analysis. There is one problem still. So the problem here is, if you look at the df orders and columns in this table, if you see, the data type is not proper. Everything is coming as chip mode, for example, coming as varchar max, right? So it will take more memory. Similarly, quantity is coming as big int. We don't want as big int is enough, right? So we have to do some changes for this. So the best practice is, don't use this option if x is replaced, because The pandas will create a table with highest possible data types. So varchar max, right? Big int. So what you should do, you should create the table yourself. Once you have this DDL, you can modify it and create a table, and instead of replace, say append, which means it will append the data into the table, right? So it will not create the table, whatever table is there, and it will append in this. So what I will do, I will drop this table now, drop table, right? And I will use this DDL to create the table. Okay. So I will create an empty table using this, right? So how many columns are there? We can check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 columns are there, right? And in our data also, if I look df dot columns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So this seems to be fine. So we have created this table now. Command done, table empty table created. Now instead of replace, I am saying append, and run this again. Okay, so now it will just load the data. It will not try to create the table because we are saying append. Okay, so if I just remove this, let me remove this, and I will say select star from df underscore orders, right? So data seems to be fine, right? Everything is fine. And if I just refresh it, the column type is also fine. We have a primary key, order date is date, instead of date time we made it date, right? And city and all those columns are proper varchar 2050, whatever is not needed, quantity int. So we decided that what data type we want, and then we loaded the data. Okay, so this first exercise is completely done. Basically, it is kind of a ETL project. We extracted data from Kaggle API. We did data cleaning, transformation in Python, and then loaded into SQL Server. Now we will do some data analysis. Okay, so let's start with some of the questions. So here are the questions, right? We will tackle one by one all the questions. So the first question is, find top 10 highest revenue generating products. Okay, if you have seen the video till here, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share with other people, because it takes a lot of effort to create these kind of videos. Okay, so the first question is, find top 10 highest revenue generating products. So we have to find which products are sold most based on the product ID, right? And the sale price. So this is my sale price, right? So based on the sale price, I have to tell which are the highest selling product, right? Top 10. So for that, first I have to get for each product what is the total sales. So I will say from df underscore orders, and I will say product underscore id, comma, sum of sale price, right, as sales, group by product id, right? So let's run this. So we have got the sales. Now I will say order by sale price, or I can use sales, because in the order of execution, order by runs after select. So I can directly use this alias. So these are my in descending order, right? I need to do in descending order. So if you see, these are my top 10 products, right? By sales. These are my top 10 products. So to get the top 10, I will say top 10, right? So this top 10 runs at end. That is when the order of execution is important, because after select, order by will run. So you are able to use this alias. You also know top 10 will run at the end after order by. So we are doing order by sales descending and then top 10. So we are getting top 10 product with highest revenue generated. So these are my product with highest revenue. Okay, so this answers my first question. Let's move on to the second question. So second question says, top five highest selling products in each region. Now I need, this is the overall, right? So I have different regions. So if I say select distinct
reason from df underscore orders, right? So there are 4 reasons. In each reason, which are the top 5 highest selling I need, right? This is a very common interview question as well, right? What I will do here, let me copy this. I will introduce reason as well. So I will say, let me remove this. Within each reason, give me the sales of each product. So what is the, in each reason for each product, what is the total sales, right? So I'll just take this. Okay. And reason, group by reason and product ID, order by reason and sales. Okay. So let's do this. So now I got, so because I'm doing order by reason and sales. So for central reason, these are the top 5 products, right? Because sales in descending order. So first it is sorting on reason, then on sales. So these are my top 5 products, right? In central. This is what I want. Similarly for next reason, right? So for example, east reason. Let's go a little down. Here also these are my top 5 products, right? So these products can be different in different reasons, right? So I need total 20 records, 5 records for each reason. So what I have to do, I have to generate a rank, right? To generate a rank, what I have to do, I will say I will use it as CTE with CTEs, right? And let me remove this order by for now, and I will say select star from CTE, right? And here I will generate a row number or rank, any function you can use for instance, over partition by reason, because in each reason I want a rank separately. Order by sales descending, right? So if I run this now, sorry, I have to close this as rn. Okay, so if you see in central region, right, we got whatever the top 5, they got ranked from 1 till 5, right? Similarly, for east region, right, if I go to east region, the ranking will start again because I have done partition by region, right? Which means for each region, it will again start the ranking. So again, it is starting from 1. So if you see, these are the lowest, which has no sales, almost 0, right? So if you see in east region, these are the top 5 products, right? So what I have to say now, I will say select star from this, or you can again create a CT where I have to give a alias for subquery rn less than or equal to 5, right? So for each region, it will give me top 5 products by sales, right? So top 5 for central, top 5 for east, top 5 for south and west. So we have 20 records. This is this is the answer to the second question. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Next is find month over month growth comparison for 2022 and 2023 sales. So currently the data we have is 2022 and 23. So we can check it. Select year, order date from orders. Right, so we have 2021, 2019, we have others actually. Sorry, not orders, DF orders, my bad. And let's do distinct. Okay, so if you see, we have 2 years of data, 2022 and 23, right? So what we want to do comparison for 2020-23 for each month. So in this way, January, right? In January, what is the sales in 2022 and what is the sales in 2023? This is how we want data. Similarly, it will be for Feb. So we want to kind of pivot the data, right? So for that, what we will do, so we need year first of all. So I will get year from order date, right? Or there is another way, or let's do this way. So we have the year, right? And apart from this, what we need sales, right? So I will say what is the column name? Sale price, right? Okay, so for each year and month, right, I need month as well, right? order date, sale price. What I will do a aggregate and say as sales. So first I need data at year and month level, right? Then only I can do whatever is required. And this is grouped by this. Okay. So if I run quickly this, we have got for each month year month combination. Let me do order by as well. Okay, and let's call it order year as order year and as order month, right? And if I run this, okay, so this is my 2022 order month 1, this is the sales, right? Similarly till 12, and then from 2023 1 to 12. Now what I have to do, for each month I have to put in separate columns. So for order month 1, 2022 sale is this, and for again for order month 1, 2023 sale is this, right? I have to put in different columns. So I'll again use the CT here with CTEs, right? This is done. Now I will say select from CT. So what I want month wise. So I will say order month for each month, right? And say group by order month. Right? For each month I want one row, but I want two columns. So I will say case when order year equal to 2022, then take sales, right? Else 0 and, right? Similarly, I'll create one more columns 2023, then sales and. So if I run this without group by, what will happen without group by? Let me run this. Order by is not allowed in the subquery, so let's remove it and let's run this again. Okay, so I'm getting, if you see for 9, let me do order by order month, right? So for each month I am getting two rows, right? First row is for 2022. So whenever 2022 is there, this is the row and this will be 0, right? So this is my 2022 sales basically. In 2022 sales, wherever the year is 2023, it will be 0, right? So if I take order year also, it will be more clear. So if you see for 2023, the first column is 0, right? This is 0 because first column represents 2022 sales, right? This is 2022 as sales 2022, right? And let me rename this as well as 2023, and one more time let's run it final time. If you see, this is row of 2023. So in this 2022 sales is 0 and 2023 sales is there, right? So there are two rows, but only in one row the value is populated, right? So what I will do, I'll just say sum, so that it will aggregate and give me one row only for each month, right? And I will do group by as well, and let's run it for the one last time. Okay, some error. Okay, order here is not required now. Okay, so we got order month 1, sales for 2022, 2023, and similarly for all 12 months, right? So this is what we wanted as part of this question. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Next question says, for each category, which month had highest sales, right? So each category, how much is the sales, month-wise sales? First calculate that. So select star from df underscore orders. Within each category, we have to find that, for example, for technology, there are 24 months, right? From 2022 to 2023, there are 24 months. So which month had the highest sales, right? Similarly for furniture, which month had the highest sales? So we have to find that month, right? Now month will go with along with year because we have the year 2 years of data, right? So if we don't consider year, it will merge the data. That will be wrong. So what we have to do, we have to drive a year month function, right? So we have to get this data in year month format. So one way is we can use this format function. So we can say format, or we can use two columns as well for year and month separately, but this is a good column actually, good function. So I'll say order date, and then I have to pass the format here, right? So I will say, one second, format, and here yy mm. So I'm saying format the date in YYMM format, right? So if I run this, you see it is coming as 2023-03, right? 2023-08. So I get year month combination. The date is not there. Now I can directly aggregate data on this. So I will say as order month, order year month, let's say, right? And then sum of what? Sale price as sales. Now I need for each category, so I should have category also, right? And this will be my sum of sales and group by, let's take this category and this, right? So I got data at category and month level, right? So for each category, let me do order by as well to make it more clear. So if you see for furniture, right, this is the sales for first month, 2020-01, 2, 3, 4. Similarly for 2023, right? Now we have to find which month saw the highest sale for each category, right? For each category. So I should have 3 rows, one for each category. So again, I will convert it to a CT, right? So this is my CT. Again, I have to do a rank. Select from CT, right? Star, comma, row number over, again partition by category, right? Because for each category I want order by sales descending, because I want to see which month had highest sales, right? So if I run this, order by is not required, again not allowed in subqueries or cities. Okay, so if you see for furniture, highest selling month was 2022-10, right? This is the sales. Similarly, if we go down for office supplies, the highest selling month was 2023-02. Similarly, for technology, it is 2023-10, right? So what we have to do again, I can just say select star from, as I said earlier, you can create even a CT and alias where rn equal to 1. We want just highest selling one, right? So this will give me the result. Okay, so these are the highest selling months for each category. I hope it makes sense. Okay, let's move on to the last question. Now last question is, which subcategory had the highest growth by profit in 2003 compared to 2022? So it is saying which subcategory saw the highest growth in profit, right? So we have done some year wise analysis here. Let's use this. So I'll just go here, this one, right? So let me copy this. I'll just do some changes in this. Okay, so now they are talking about subcategory first thing, right? So what I will do, I will introduce subcategory here. Okay, sub underscore category. Is it wrong? Okay, it is fine. So okay, now here we are not concerned about month, so let's remove the month. We want only year wise, right? So let's subcategory year, and here also let's remove month, right? Because we need to see which subcategory saw highest growth, right, in 2023 compared to 2022, right? So for each subcategory I have to get the growth number for 2023 compared to 2022. So let's do this, and again I will use the same thing, subcategory, right? So for each subcategory I will get this number. So let me run this quickly and show you what I am trying to do. Okay, so if you see for each subcategory, there are 17 subcategories. I got 2022 sales, 2023 sales, right? Now I just need to see which category, subcategory has the highest growth, right? So for that, let me create this as a CT2 as, okay, and I will say select from CT2, right? Now I need to find the growth. So how I find the growth? I will say sales of 2023, right, minus sales of 2022 divide by sales of 2022 into 100, right? Divide by sales of 2022 into 100, right? So if I just run this, it will give me the growth percent. If you see, this is giving me growth percent. So for example, from 77,000 to 83, it is 8% increase. Here if you see, sales has decreased. For art again it is decreased. For binders it is increased. So this is giving me the growth percentage. So I can use this in order by, so that I can use this for filtering. Order by this in the descending order, because we want highest growth subcategory, right? So let's run this, and this has the highest growth in terms of percentage, right, from 16,000 to 28,000. And now I can just say top one, because I need the highest growth subcategory, the top one category subcategory, and this will give me the result. Okay, so supplies saw the highest growth in terms of percentage. If the question is without percentage, then you don't have to do this, right? Without percentage, answer can be different. So percentage wise, it is 80%. So if I just remove this, if I just see plain growth, right? So this, the answer can be different. It might not be supplies, right? It will be different. So you have to be careful about the question. So this is machines now. Machines saw the highest growth of 35,000. It depends on what is the question, you have to do accordingly. Okay. So this is your end-to-end project. I hope you liked it. Please do subscribe to the channel, like the video, share with your friends. We have done everything from Kaggle API to downloading, cleaning, pre-processing, and then loading to SQL Server and doing the data analysis. You will find the link in the description box to get all the documents, all the codes. Thanks for watching. Have a good day. Great, great. Okay, so let's start Power BI, right? Before I go into Power BI, let's see where in the end-to-end data analytics project where Power BI fits, right? Let me do this. Okay, great. So if you see a data analytics project, this is how it looks like end-to-end, right? So you have bunch of sources, different sources, right? You can have a database, you can have an Excel file, you can have a SharePoint, you can have different kind of sources, right? You extract data from here, right? You do all the transformation, like your data is coming from different sources, you will merge the data, you will create multiple tables, right? Whatever your requirements are, you will create new columns, you will transform data, clean data, whatever you want to do, right? Once data is prepared in the right format, right, you will load into a data warehouse, right? And so it can be any database or Snowflake, BigQuery, Redshift, anything, right? So this is your ETL part, right? Extract, transform, and load. This is what data engineers generally do in any organization, where they extract the data from different sources. It can be cloud or anything.
cloud, on premises, anything, right? They transform the data. There are a lot of tools to do this stuff. You can do it in PySpark. If you are doing ELT approach, in ELT approach, we load the data into data warehouse itself and transform it, right? Or there are other ETL tools in the market, Informatica, the AWS Glue, ADF, lot of them are there, right? So you would transform it and then load it somewhere. Once it is loaded in a right format, right, that's when data visualization come into picture, right? All this is kind of back-end work, and user will not have visibility. Like say you have a business stakeholders, right? They don't have much visibility what is happening here. They don't care. What they care is ultimately the visualization, right? So they want to find some insights, they want to take some actions based on the data. And that's where data visualization come into picture, right? So data visualization again can be done in different tools. You can do in Excel itself if you don't have very huge data, right? You can do Tableau, Power BI, Qlik, and there are a lot of Amazon QuickSight. There are a lot of tools in the market to do the data visualization, right? Now we are talking about data visualization, right? Let's take a step back and understand why data visualization is important, why we need it, right? So what is data visualization? Data visualization is the process of representing data and information graphically through charts, graphs, maps, and other visual tools, right? So we have data all over. Without charts, it is really difficult to comprehend, right? Just imagine you have an Excel with 1 million rows. Now, without charts, it becomes difficult to analyze what is happening in your business, right? Just going through the rows, you cannot comprehend. You have to do some kind of summarization. You have to create some kind of chart so that you can understand, okay, that let's say this category has this much sales, this category has this much sales, or my sales is increasing every month or decreasing, how much is it is increasing month over month, how it is increasing year over year, reason wise, right? All those things can be easily seen when you create a chart, right? So why it is required? Visualization simplifies complex data, right? We have complex data, we just simplify by creating a chart. Finding solution to problems, right? If let's say my sales are decreasing, I see year over year sales is decreasing, then I will dig down and see, okay, why it is decreasing. Is it because of particular store, or is it because of particular category, or is it because of particular product? So we can find those problems using visualization and find the solutions. Identify trends, patterns. Uh, 1 second. Someone is annotating. Let me,
Can you disable the annotations? Okay.
yeah, I'm just seeing. Yeah, done. Okay. Identify trends, patterns, and relationships, comparative analysis, right? So we can identify trends if sales is increasing, decreasing, or profits are increasing, decreasing. We can find patterns that, okay, if something is happening, other things are also happening. That is relationships and comparative analysis, right? For example, I want to compare my different country sales, different category sales, those kind of things we can do. Fast decision making, right? Highlight important information, improves retention and recall, right? When we see chart, the retention is more, right? We can easily retain in our mind, okay, this has some more sales, this has less sales or whatever, and we can recall easily. Okay. So this is how our data in raw form looks, right? So we have, let's say this orders data, order ID, order date, category, and so on, right? Can you remove this or annotation? Uh,
Actually, I'm not able to encrypt since you have disabled it. You may need to enable and then clear it.
yeah, it's done. Thanks. Okay. So this is how your data look in raw form. Let's say you have orders data, right? You have order ID, order date, category, ship mode. Now, if you give this data to someone, let's say business stakeholders, right? And it will be confusion. If they want to comprehend something, they will not be able to. Here you are seeing maybe 20, 30 rows, but let's say you have 1 million rows, right? So now that person will not be able to make out anything. that your sales are increasing or not, which category has more sales, right? Which customers are most mostly buying, right? Highest sales customer, all those things they cannot comprehend just by looking at data. But if you just create chart, some kind of basic visualization, it will be easy, right? For example, if you create this chart from that data, we can easily see, okay, technology category has more number of orders, 12 orders, furniture has 10 orders, and office supplies have 9 orders, right? So easily they can comprehend. Or you can create a pie chart. In pie chart, you can see which category has how many orders, right? So it becomes very easy. Just see, this is how it looks in a file, and this is how it charts. That's why a data visualization is important because business stakeholders are not technical people, right? They are just business people mostly, right? So they want to see easy things that they don't have to put too much pressure to understand things. You can create stories using charts and they can easily capture that, right? They can easily understand the charts and make the decisions accordingly. Okay, now there are so many tools. Why Power BI? So Power BI can connect, transform, and load billions of rows of data, access data from virtually anywhere, right? So you can connect Power BI to almost any source. It can be database, flat files. You can connect to the web. You can connect to any cloud service. You can connect to folders. Any source, almost any source you think about, you can connect from Power BI, and we will see few sources how to connect with different kind of sources in today's session, right? You can create fully automated workflows, extract, transform, and load data for analysis. So you can connect to different data sources, right? You can clean the data, transform it if you want to create new columns or whatever, load the data and create the charts. So everything you can do in Power BI. Build relational models to blend data from multiple sources, right? So it might be possible that your data is coming from multiple sources. So you can connect those connect data from different sources and then blend the data. You can join the data and do all of that stuff, right? Enhance data sets and enable advanced analytics with powerful and portable DAX expressions. So DAX is data analysis expressions. You can create complex calculations in Power BI using DAX. And in the bootcamp, large part of our bootcamp will focus on DAX, data modeling and DAX, right? So to create, some complex calculations like percentage of total and lot of use cases will be there. So we will see how we can use DAX to do that. Bring data to life with interactive reports and dashboards. So we can create fully interactive reports and dashboards in Power BI. Power BI is the industry leader in self-service BI, and the skills you build in this course will be highly transferable. Right? So when you learn any BI tool, right, it is applicable to anything. If you learn any one database, it will be easy to learn other databases. Similarly, if you learn one cloud, you will be easy. It will be easy to learn other clouds because concepts remain same. The fundamental foundation remains the same. Similarly, if you learn Power BI, not tomorrow if you want to learn anything else, let's say Quillic or Tableau or Amazon QuickSights, it will be easy to learn, right? Because you know the fundamentals of any BI tools, and the fundamentals doesn't change much. The way you do things will differ a little bit, but you can easily learn that once you learn one BI tool. So once you learn Power BI, it will be easy to learn other BI tools in the future. Okay, so this is the Gartner report. So Gartner actually release this report every year, and they have a magic quadrant for analytics and business intelligence platform. So this is 2024 report. These are the mostly all BI tools, right? And these are the leaders. If you see, the Microsoft Power BI is at the top, right? So it is the leader. So Power BI is in demand. We know that, right? And it will really help you in progress in your career. And second is Tableau, right? These are niche players. I think they are specific to some use cases, right? These are challenges. They are coming up. AWS QuickSight, MicroStrategy, Alibaba Cloud, right? Then these are visionaries. We have SAP, Pyramid Analytics, Spotfire. SAS, right? But if you see in the leaders category, we have Power BI, Salesforce, Quillic, Oracle, Google, and ThoughtSpot. Okay, so great. So this is our Gartner report. Okay, now just five more minutes on the Excel thing. So a lot of things are common in Excel and Power BI, right? So if you're coming from Excel background, you can use these things, whatever we learned in Power BI, you can apply those things in Excel as well. So for example, Power Query, data modeling, and DAX. This can be done in Power BI as well as in Excel, right? So it is not just, it will be helpful for Power BI, but your Excel skills will also improve with this, right? So these are the different features, but mostly these are the common things. Excel and Power BI are built on top of the same analytics engines. Power BI takes the same data transformation and modeling capabilities and adds powerful visualization and publishing tools, right? So what Power BI has done, the transformation and modeling capabilities are similar to Excel, but it has added the powerful visualization, report view, dashboard, and it has added Power BI service. So basically, whatever report you create, if you want to share with someone, right, you will publish to Power BI service, and then you can share with other users in your company or in your team, right? So basically, Power BI is built on top of Excel with extra layer of reporting and Power BI service, right? Transitioning is easy. You can import an entire data model directly from Excel. So again, if you are as I said earlier, if you are coming from Excel background, it will be very easy for you to understand Power BI as well. Okay, so let's see how we can install Power BI. So there are two ways. One is you can go to Microsoft Apps Store, right? So let me open that. And or you can download from the Microsoft website. So let me open the second. X-ray is not coming. Okay, so you can go to apps, Microsoft Store, right? And you can just search for Power BI. Okay, so you see Power BI desktop, you can just install from here, right? I have already installed it. You will see this option of install. So just install it and it will take just 2 minutes to install it, right? That's it. You don't have to do anything else. Just install it and you can start working on Power BI, right? You can also go to Microsoft website, just just Google download Power BI. But I think this is the better option because you can directly update here. It generally automatically update your Power BI as well because they keeps on adding new features. So if you want to update it every time, it is easy. If you do from Microsoft website, then manually you will have to uninstall the previous version and download the new version and do it. So I would suggest you go to the apps as I showed you and just install it. It is just 5 minutes work, not more than that. Okay, great. So installation I think will be easy. I don't think any challenges you will face in the installation of Power BI. Great. Let's move on. Okay. So this is end-to-end Power BI workflow you will see. Let's try to understand this. What all components are there in Power BI, right? So we have data sources that we know. We will have different data sources like Excel files or databases or web URL or cloud, anything, right? Then you have three things in Power BI. One is Power Query Editor, right? This Power Query Editor is same as we have in Excel as well, right? So you will connect to a data source. And in Power Query Editor, you can do all kind of data cleaning and transformation, right? So Power Query is meant for transformation of data, right? So you will connect to data, then you can clean the data. Today we will see this Power Query Editor features, right? So you can do cleaning like if some values have null or you want to remove duplicates or or you want to do some transformation, like you want to create a new column or whatever you want to do, right? That you can do in Power Query Editor, right? Once your data is ready with data cleaning and transformation, you will load it to Power BI and you can create data models, create relationships. What does that mean? Generally, you will have multiple tables, right? We will talk about data modeling in next session more. But basically, in your data source or in your database, you will have multiple tables. All your data will not be there in one table. So you create relationship in Power BI using data modeling. You will tell, okay, these tables are connected using these columns, right? So that when Power BI creates report, it can use that relationship to merge the data, right? So you clean the data, then you create data model, right? And then you can create DAX, you can create chart, visualization, and finally you will publish report to Power BI service, right? Where you can share with other users. So this is your end-to-end flow. First comes Power Query Editor, data modeling, charts, and this. Now, again, this Power Query Editor is a subjective thing in the sense you might have a proper data warehouse. Your data engineers have built a proper data warehouse, right? Like we saw initially, right? They have done all the data cleaning, all the transformations are needed, right? Your data is already ready in data warehouse. So you might not need Power Query Editor in some of the projects. You can directly take data from clean data from your data sources and directly create relationships, right? You can skip this step if you don't have to clean data or do any transformation, right? So this is optional kind of thing. But many places, let's say your data is not clean, or you are reading from Excel, or you have a small company which do not create a proper data warehouse. Or maybe you have a data warehouse, but one of the sources other web URL or something else where you need to do some data cleaning and transformation, right? So you have to use Power Query Editor in that case. Otherwise, if you feel you don't have to use, you have all the data ready, you can directly create DAX and create charts. You can skip this. It is absolutely fine. Okay. So this is my end-to-end Power BI flow, right? And in the same order, we will also learn. So we will learn Power Query Editor first, then we will learn data modeling. Then here comes the DAX, right? Sorry. You will create DAX. And in the end, we will see the how to create charts and visualization. And then we will learn the Power BI service. In the same order also, we will learn all the concepts. Okay. So typically this part, this is also known as the backend of Power BI, right? Because you are just doing the data cleaning and everything, but ultimately all the reports and everything will be visible in the desktop, Power BI desktop, not in Query Editor. These are two different tools I will show you, right? So if you see, Power BI desktop essentially has two distinct environments, a front end and a back end. Front end includes the data, model, and report views, where most of the modeling, analysis, and visualization takes place. The backend includes the Power Query Editor, where raw data is extracted, transformed, and loaded to the front end. Right? So backend connect and extract data using pre-built connectors, profile and create data to explore, clean, and prepare it for modeling and analysis, transform the data, merge and append. We will see all these operations. In front end, build data models, add calculated measures and columns using tags, design reports, publish and share, right? So only this part you can say is backend, Power Query Editor and connected to different sources, and all of this is front end. This is how you can understand. Okay, great. So let's start with Power Query Editor today. That is what the agenda of today's session ultimately, right? So let's read it. What is Power Query Editor? And then I will show you in the Power BI desktop. So Power Query Editor is a data transformation and preparation tool in Microsoft Power BI, Excel, and other Microsoft products. It allows user to connect to various data sources, clean, shape, and transform data before loading it into a report or data model. Key features: data connectivity, connects to multiple data sources like databases, APIs, cloud storage, local files. Data transformation cleans and reshapes data by removing duplicates, filtering, merging, and pivoting tables. Applied steps keeps track of transformation. We will see that. Okay, so let me open it right before. we do anything else. So I will just say Power BI desktop and it will just open. Okay, so this is my opening screen of Power BI, right? In the bottom, it is showing recent. So I have created some report recently. It is showing me if you have newly installed it, you will not see anything, right? Here it is saying that connect to a different sources, right? So we can connect to Excel, SQL Server, and we have other data sources. So if you click here, you will see all the data sources here, right? Excel, text. If you want to connect to file, we have Excel file, text, CSV file, XML file, JSON file, folder, PDF, whatever. Want to connect to databases? All kind of databases are there, right? Whatever you want. You can connect to Microsoft Fabric. You can connect to Power Platform. You can connect to Azure services, right? Everything, right? You can just search. So, for example, let's say you want to connect to Snowflake. So you can just search and it will just come here. So once you click here, you will see the options to give credentials, and once you give, it will be connected. Okay. So what we will do, let's connect to something, right? So let me connect to SQL Server. I have SQL Server installed. You don't have to install it if it is not installed. I'm just showing you how to connect. So I'll say SQL Server, right? SQL Server database, and I will say connect. Okay. Now it is asking me server, right? So I will go to my SQL Server, and this is my SQL Server. I will just go to properties, and this is my server name. I will copy it and go back and give the server name, right? And then database. If you want to connect to particular database, so in your SQL Server or MySQL or whatever you have, you can have multiple databases, right? So I want to connect to master database, let's say. So I will say master. It is optional. If you don't give it, it will show you all the databases. But I am just specifying master database. Now there are two options here, import and direct query. We will talk about it in a bit. But for now, I will just show you how to connect. You can just connect here, right? You can say okay. Now it will do Windows authentication. So it is my Windows machine and SQL Server, and this is can be it can do authentication using Windows. So it will not ask for username password. So it is just connected. You see, it is connected to my SQL Server. It is showing all the tables. So whatever tables are there in my database, right? It will show all the tables there as well. So if you see, it is showing all the tables, right? Now, whatever table you are interested in, you want to do your analysis, whatever, you can just search. Okay, I want to do orders table. When you click on that table, it will show you the preview, what data it has, right? And then you can click load or transform it, right? So what is transform? When you click on transform, it will take you to the Power Query editor. If you say load, it will directly go to the front end. We talk about two things, back end, Power Query editor, front end, Power BI desktop, right? So if you click on transform, it will go to Power Query editor. So let me click here, transform data. So it has opened the Power Query editor now. See, on top, Power Query editor. If you see, we have two windows. One is Power BI desktop. They are separate windows, right? This is my front end, right? This is my front end, Power BI desktop, and this is my back end, Power Query editor, right? So let's say I want to do some data cleaning. I can do a data cleaning here, whatever. Then I can say close and apply. Right? So it will do all the data cleaning, and the final data it will show in the front end. I have not done any changes, but ultimately that is how it works. Right? So the orders table will be visible here now. Right? You can go here and see the data. Right? There are different options here. We will discuss about it. But basically, you can go to Power Query first, clean your data, and you can load the data into Power BI desktop and do the analysis. And you can switch also. So, for example, when you come here, later you realize, okay, you need to do some more data cleaning, right? So you can just go to home and again click on transform data. So when you click on transform data, again it will bring you to the Power Query editor. See, again Power Query editor has opened, right? So it is not that at the time of importing data, once you will get option, it is not like that. You can just switch from Power BI desktop to editor, close and save your work. Once you do it, the new data, the enhanced data, the transform and clean data will be visible in your Power BI desktop, right? So you can always come back, do the changes, and go back to the Power BI desktop. So this is your Power Query editor, right? Great. Now, whatever data source you will connect, it will be visible here, right? So this we connect it to a table, right? Let's say I want to connect to a web URL. So let me say new source and I will say web, right? So now when you connect to a web URL, you have to give the URL where you want to connect, right? So let me open Chrome. Okay. I will just hide it. And let's say Olympics 2000 medalist. I want to connect to this. Maybe Wikipedia page. Okay, so this is my uh, table, Summer Olympics table, right? Let's say I want to extract this data. I want to get this table's data in Power BI, right? One thing is I copy it. I copy it somewhere in my Excel or CSV, and then I import it in Power BI, right? But there is a possibility that on your web page there are multiple tables, and you don't want to do that manual work. Moreover, this table can update tomorrow, right? It is a past Olympic tables, it won't update, but there might be a possibility that whatever web URL you are connected to will update. So you can directly use the web URL instead of manually doing the work, right? So you will copy this link, go to Power BI, and you will give the link. That's it. So okay. Once it is connected, what it will do, it will identify all the tables which are present, right? So if you see there are a lot of tables in this. So this is a table, right? If you go down, there might be more tables. This is also a table, right? So there are multiple tables here. So it will identify all the tables from this web page, right? And show you here. So there are a lot of tables. So we were interested in this table. So our Olympics medal tally, right? So if I just click here, see, this is the table. It extracted from the web URL directly, right? So if tomorrow this is changing, we can just refresh it and it will get the new data for me. So I can click here and say, okay. I'm already in Power Query Editor, so it didn't give me option to load or transform because I'm connecting from the query editor, so it will by default open in the query editor in the transform part. Right. So now it is there, right? Easy. Now you can work on this. We will see what all we can do, but basically it is so easy, right? And the beauty is once you connect to a data source, here I am connected to a SQL server. Here I am connected to a web URL. Third, I can connect to Excel. Once I connect, after that, there is no change. All the work, all the functionalities are same, right? So it doesn't matter what is your source. It is just a matter of connecting to those sources with authentication or whatever is required. Once that is done, there is no change. The way you work on Power BI remains the same, right? So it hardly matters what is the source. It is just connecting to the source and then it is all same. You don't have to worry about anything else, right? Okay, great. So this is your different way of connecting. We will see in the session today how to connect to CSV, Excel folders. Some options we will see, but there are a lot of other sources as well that you can explore. Great. Okay, so what we will do now, let's see what is there next. Okay, now let's talk about connection types, right? This is the important one. So when I was connecting to this orders data set, right? Let me go again. So, so you can again click here, right? Or you can use a recent source. So I connected to this. So I can directly say, okay, connect to this server, SQL server. So I don't have to give the SQL server again, right? Let's say again orders table. Okay. Now, if you see, there are two options coming, import and direct query, right? Now, what is import and what is direct query? So let's read it first and then I will explain you here. So there are two kind of connection we see, either import or direct query. Import imports data, stores a copy in Power BI desktop, right? So when you choose this import option, what it will do, it will get the orders table data and create a copy of the data in Power BI memory itself, right? So it will get all the data, keep it in the Power BI. So whenever you are doing any kind of analysis, it doesn't have to go back to SQL Server or sources, right? Because data is already there in Power BI. It will not go back to SQL Server or web URL or whatever, right? It will just use that copy to create your visualization, right? Because this data is in memory in Power BI, this is very, very fast, right? Suitable for manageable data size and when high interaction space is crucial, right? Because the data is in memory, it doesn't have to go to source, right? It will it will be faster, right? Access to all the sources and Power BI features, quick uh, quick query experience from cache data, right? There are some data size restriction. We will talk about it later, but generally you will not see any issues, right? If you have more than 1 billion rows, I think then there are some constraint, but otherwise it is fine. Okay. Now, what is direct query? Retrieves only the schema without storing data, right? So when you connect using this direct query option, it will just get the schema of your tables, right? But it will not store data in Power BI. What it will do, every time you have to do some changes, every time you create a new report, every time you interact with report, it will get the new data directly from the source. So it has to be connected to your source, right? So it will be little slow. Interactions will be slow because here in import, your data is in memory already. So it doesn't have to go back to source and do all of that stuff. Here it will go back, get the new data and show you. So it will show you the real-time data, direct query, right? Here, let's say you imported the data now, today. Now tomorrow, let's say in your sources there is new data. Right? So you have to refresh the report. Once you refresh the report, then only you will see the new data. Without refresh, it will not be visible. But here it is direct query. You don't have to refresh it. It will always get the new data from the source. Best for large data volumes requiring real-time or near real-time data. Real-time data access handles large data volumes without storage limitation. Because it has to store data in Power BI, so there are some limitations, right? But here it is not storing the data, so there is no storage limitation as such because it will directly query from the source and get you the data. Potential performance issues, as we said, right? Restricted utilization with some data sources and features. So when you use direct query, there are some restrictions, right? But in my experience, 95% of the time you will be using the import. There are two reasons. One is generally all your pipelines in the backend, which loads data in your source, runs once in a day, right? So it is not updating data every 1 hour or 30 minutes, right? So you don't need direct query. You can just refresh it once in the morning, once your data is prepared, and you can use the import option. So 95% of the time you will be using the import options in Power BI, right? But you have the direct query option if your business wants real-time data, right? You can always use direct query. There are some features which you can't use, but most of the features you can use with direct query, right? Then we have composite models, meaning that maybe let's say this if I use direct query here, right? Let me do direct query. So now I have three sources, right? This is a import. These two are imported, right? In this, you don't have live connection. So in with databases and with some other cloud services, you will see the direct option. With file, web URL, you will not see the direct query. It is just the import. Right. So these two are import and this is a direct query. When you have these kind of sources, it is called as composite models, right? allows a blend of import, direct, and live connections. So we have when you have combination of both, that is known as composite models, right? Then you have the live connection. So this is specific to uses a connection string predominantly for analysis services or Power BI data sets. So when we learn Power Services, we will see that we can publish report as well as data sets, right? So whatever report you are publishing, there will be a data set associated with that. Now, if you want to directly connect to that data set, that also you can do in Power BI. So you have in Power BI service some data set, and in Power BI desktop you want to connect to that, you can do using live connection. So that is specific to that, right? But otherwise, mostly you will be working on import and direct query, and in that also 95% of the time you will be working on import because the report experience is faster and all the features are available with import. Everything is available with import. With everything else, there are some more other kind of limitations. Okay, so this is your Power BI connection types. Let me show you also quickly. So if you see, this is my imported data and this is my direct query data, right? What I will do, I'll just do close and apply. Okay, this is fine. So it is just from Power Query Editor, it has loaded data here. So this is my Summer Olympics data. This is my orders table with import, right? And this is orders table with direct query mode. Okay, great. So now I will go to the report view. So in report view, you can create the charts. We'll talk about it. What is this model view? What is table view? What is report view? Right? But I just want to show you the difference between the live direct query and the import mode. So I will create a basic chart. Don't worry if you don't know how to create charts. I just want to see what is the value. So I will take a card visual right here. I want to see the amount. Okay, so this is 6,400 total amount. I'll show you in the this as well. So this is my orders table. And if I say sum of amount, right, you can do this exercise in Excel as well if you are not comfortable with Excel. SQL, but this is 6,400 it is showing, and same thing it is saying. The total amount is 6,400, right? Now let me create a chart, another chart with the direct query. So I will just click here. I'll teach you all of those things, how to create chart. I just want to show you the difference between direct query and so here also it is showing me 6,400, right? Currently it is fine. Now what I will do, I'll just go here, right? Select start from orders and I will change some data. So I will say update orders set amount equal to let's say 300 where order underscore ID equal to 1. So basically what I'm doing, this order ID 1, I'm updating it to 300, right? Currently it is 200. I will make to 300 and then we will see it is reflecting in Power BI or not. Right? So I'll just run this. It says Windows affected. And if you see, it is not 300, right? So my total amount should increase by 100 now, right? So I'm using direct query here, but it will not change automatically because it is not constantly seeing if anything is updated or not. But when I see some interaction or when I refresh the report, I will see the new numbers. So what I will do, I will maybe convert it into a some other matrix, let's say, right? So see, it is showing me 6,500 now, right? Automatically, right? Now, if I do this, right, and let's say I converted it to a matrix, see, it is still showing 6,400 because this is an import mode and this is a direct mode. So without even refreshing the data source, I'm seeing the new data. So let's say I want to see by category, right? So by category, this is what I'm seeing. Total is 6,500. And if I go here, do category, right, it is still showing 6,400. You see, because it is an import mode. Until and unless I refresh it, it will not go back and get me the new data. It is in memory. This is directly coming. This is a direct query. So I don't have to refresh anything. Every time I do something, it will get me the new data, right? And that is why it will be slow. This is in memory in Power BI, so it will be faster, right? Now, moment I do refresh, so it refreshes all the table to access the latest data. So it will get the new data, whatever data sources are in import mode, it will get the new data for you and keep it in the Power BI memory. So I'll click on refresh now. It is refreshing all the sources, right? And it will be updated to 6500 once it is done. See, it is 6500 now, right? So if you are doing import, you have to refresh it manually to see the new data. If you are using direct query, it will show you the latest data the moment you do some kind of interaction, because for every interaction, it will get you data from the backend. Great. So I hope this is clear. What is import mode and what is direct query mode? Remember, until and unless someone asks you for real-time data, right, you will always use import mode, right? Because that will be faster and efficient as well. And also you will have all the features available. Great. Awesome. So let's go back, and this is my different kind of Power BI connections, right? Now let's see some of the Power Query Editor features. So let me close this. Right. Okay. Also, you can save this file. So this is a Power BI desktop I just opened. I have not saved the file. So you should save the file. So you can just click on Control S and you can go to wherever you want to save. You can give the path and you can give the name. Day1 file, right? And save it. So it will be saved in your system. Now you can close it and you can later come and open. So it will just show you everything. Right? So I'll just close it for now. And this is closed. Let me open the Power BI again. Okay. Now what I will do, I will connect it to a Excel file, right? We saw how to connect to a database, how to connect to a URL. The next task is I have a data set of employees staff data. I will connect to that. So I will say Excel workbook this time. Okay. And I will connect to this staff data. You see Excel file. So I'll just click here. Okay. Now, once I click here, it will show me all the tabs. So in my Excel file, I have two tabs, right? If I open my Excel file, let me show you quickly. Staff data.xlsx. Okay. We have staff data and department info. There are two tabs, right? So it will show me both the tabs. Those are two different tables if I import. This will be, so this is one table, you see, right? And this is another department info. So at this point, I am interested in only this. So I will click on it and say transform data. Okay, once I'm here, as we know, it will show me the data, right? Here, if you see, there are few things that you have to see. One is it will show all the queries here. Here it will show the data review, right? If you have used data, it won't show all the rows. It will just show some sample 1,000 rows or something, right? And here we have the name. So if you want to change the name of my source, it is staff data. Let's say I want to change it to employees, right? I can just change here. So your data source name will change here, right? And then we have applied steps. We will talk about it in a bit. Okay. So we have this employees data, right? And this is the preview of my data, and here you can rename it, right? So once you import the data from any data source, right? You want to analyze it. What kind of data is there? What are different values? Do we have any missing value? So you want to do some kind of analysis. What is the max value of a column or whatever, right? So what you can do, If you see there is a green mark here, right? You can hover over it, right? This is kind of your data profiler. So it tells you that how many valid values are there, if there is some error or some empty values. So in employee ID column, you see employee ID column, here you have 276 valid entries. So we have 276 rows and all are valid. Right? So for example, gender column. If you hover over it, it is showing you, okay, 268 valid. There are 8 empty values, the null you see, right? And then there is no error. Similarly, for department ID, it will show salary. So if you want to see for any column, you can just hover over this green mark below headers and see it. Right? Simple. Right? What also you can do if you go to view, right? You have different options here. So you want to see column distribution, you click here. It is just to analyze the data. So if you click here, it will show you that in employee ID columns, how many distinct and unique values are there. Right? It says 241 distinct and 206 unique. If you don't understand what is unique and distinct, I'll just explain. For each column, it is for gender column, it is saying there are 3 distinct, 0 unique values. So it will give you some idea that how many distinct and unique values are there for each column. Right? You can just analyze it and then you can uncheck it. It will go away. Right? So what is unique and distinct? Let me explain it quickly in a Excel. So let's say you have a column, let's say salary column, right? It has values 100, 100, 200, 300, 300, 300, 400, right? Now this column has how many unique and distinct values, okay? Can you comment in the chat box how many unique and distinct values are there in this column? Let's see if anyone can answer. Okay, you commented it. Okay, now I will explain what is distinct and unique. So distinct is how many distinct values are there. If I remove duplicates from here, so how many values will be there? 100, 200, 300, 400, right? So there are 4 distinct values in this data set. So distinct values will be 4. Unique means the values which are not repeating. 100 is repeating, so 100 is not unique. 200 is unique, right? Because it is not repeating. You see, 300 is repeating, it is not unique. 400 is again unique. So there are 2 unique values. So for this column, there are 2 unique values, 4 distinct values, right? Let's see again here in Power Query Editor. So you see gender column, right? It has male, female, and null empty. So it is saying 3 distinct values, 0 unique, because everything is repeating. Male is repeating, female is repeating, null is also repeating. So there is no unique value here. Right? In department ID, 13 distinct, 0 unique. Because to one department, multiple employees can be there. So again, 0 unique. Here, if you see employee ID, 206 unique and 241 distinct values. Right? So you can get some idea that how many unique values and how many distinct values are there in your data set. Right? This is your column distribution. Then you have a column profiler. So when you click on it, you can get the idea of all the statics of that column, right? So for example, I have clicked on employee ID column. So it is showing me the statics. Now these statics doesn't make much sense for a string column. So this is a string column, right? Let's say I click on salary column. So here you get a good idea. Okay, there are 276 values, right? They are distinct values, unique values, how many zero values, what is the minimum salary, what is the maximum salary, what is the average salary, what is the standard deviation, right? And this is a distribution that each value is repeating how many times. So for example, department ID. So it is saying for department ID 12, there are 12 values, 30 values for department ID 12, right? And for department ID 10, there are 28 values, right? So you will get the distribution that how many value, each value is repeating how many times, right? And again, you will get the min, max, average and all doesn't make sense for department ID column. This is ID, so it doesn't make much sense. What is average, is standard deviation, but still, right? You get all those options. So this is a column profiler.
You can just click on any column and get some idea, right? This is your date. It has some issue in the date, different format. We will fix it in a while. Okay. Then you have another option, column quality. So that is again the same thing. You just click here and whatever you were seeing in the hover, it will show here in your screens. And valid is 97%, empty is 3%. Valid is 100%, valid is 96%, and 4. Right? So you can see these values. Just this is initially to analyze your data. What all things are there in your data distribution. So you will get some idea, right? To understand your data better. Okay. So this is your profiler tools. These are known as profiler tools, column distribution, column profile, and column quality. Right. If I go back to slide, right, data profiling tool in Power Query Editor. Below each column header, you can see the percent of valid error and empty values. It gives you option to remove empty error values as well. So for example, let me uncheck it, right? And okay. So when I hover over it, right, let's say this one. So it is there is this options. If you click on three dots, it will give you some options that you want to keep errors, you want to remove duplicates, you want to remove empty, remove errors, right? So let's say I say I want to remove empty values. So there are 8 empty values. If I click here, it will remove those values. Right? So empty values are gone. Right? So you can just use these options to do any kind of data cleaning. You want to remove something, you want to remove duplicates, we'll see other options. But basically, anything related to this error empty you want to do, you want to keep it or remove it, you can do it, right? Great. Now, when you when you import data in Power BI, right? If you see, Power BI has done some work for you already, right? If you see, it has identified the data types of each column. You see, ABC. ABC means it is a string column, right? ABC is a text. So automatically it is identifying. So first thing it is doing is it is making first row as header name, right? So in my Excel, first row is header. So it identifies, okay, first row is header. Let's make it as column names. I didn't specify anywhere that use first column as header, but it will do automatically. Second thing is it is also identifying the data type. So for example, for department ID, it identified that it is a whole number and it assigned that. If you want to change, you can change. Let's say you want to change it to text, you can just click here. Right? You can do it. Similarly for salary, it is a decimal number, right? So it is a decimal number. Right? Similarly for other columns, right? It has identified. Currently, it is identified it as text because our dates are in different formats. So we will change it to date later, but basically when something is not clear, it will be always a text. Right? Then again decimal is a text. So it is doing automatically. Now when Power BI does anything or we apply anything in Power Query Editor, you will see everything as steps here. You see, all the steps will be listed here. So if you click on any step, let's say source, right? So it is showing you, okay, this is the source. You are reading data from this source. Then it is a navigation, right? It will get all the data from that particular sheet, right? Then you see here the headers are in the data itself, right? This is header is column 1, column 2. The next step it is doing automatically is promoted headers. So first line is promoted as headers name automatically, right? If you want to remove any step, you can remove. Then again here, if you see all the data types are text, right? Then again, what it is doing in the next step, it is identifying the data type and changing the type. You see, now it is 1 to 3. At each step, what is the state of data? You can see. You can click on that step. You can remove the step if you want. But at any step you want to see the data, you can just click on this applied steps. And at that point, whatever is the data will be visible, right? Then every time you refresh data, right? If you go to home, you can refresh the data, right? Refresh means it will get the new data for you from this Excel. It will automatically apply all the steps, right? We will do more, we will apply a lot of steps today. So it is kind of doing automation for you. You just put all the steps here
And whenever you refresh data, it will just apply all the steps together. Right? Basically, it applies all the steps. These are the basic steps it always do for you. Right? If you want to do any change, you can do. But basically, these are the basic things Power BI do for you. Right? So um, this is your kind of pre-step before you start doing any data cleaning in your query editor. Okay, let's see what other things are there. So you have home, right? In home, you have basically connecting to data sources, right? You can connect enter data. If you click here, you can just create a table here. You can give multiple columns, data. So manually you want to create a table, you can create. Here we are connecting to different sources. Here you can just give the column name, right? You can put data manually and our table will be created, right? Okay. Then you have data source settings, parameters we will discuss later. Then you have refresh, you can refresh it. Then you can choose column, remove columns, right? So for example, you are not interested in salary column. You can just say remove column, right? So salary column is gone. You see, salary column is not there anymore. Right? And it is saying removed column, right? If you go here, here salary column is available at this step. But at this step, salary column is not there because we have removed, right? Now, whenever you are applying a step, it will be visible here and it will give some default name, but you should rename it, right? So, for example, we removed the salary column. If someone is looking at this Power Query editor, they will not know which column you remove. You can right click and say rename and say remove salary column. Right? Now, when you are coming back or someone else is looking at your query editor, they will know, okay, that you have removed the salary column. Right? So whatever steps you apply, just rename it to so that it makes sense. It will be easy for everyone to look at it. And if you want to again remove it, so let's say I want salary column back, so I will just remove this step. If you see, salary column is back now, right? Similarly, if you want to keep some particular columns, you can choose columns, you can remove columns. You want to keep rows, let's say you want only top 100 rows. You can click here and say top 100 rows. So it will just give you top 100 rows and remove everything else. Similarly, remove rows, right? Remove top rows, right? You can remove top 10 rows. I mean, these options are not of use. Why you will remove random number of rows, right? Maybe there are some dummy data in one or two rows. Maybe there were header, 3 lines of header you had. In that case, maybe you want to remove top 2 rows. You can do that, right? But basically, these are the options here. Then you have transform and add column. In transform, you can do all kind of transformation. In add column, you can add new column, right? So if you see, there are a lot of options will be which will be common in transform and add column tab. The only difference is when you do transform, it will do transformation on that column itself. If you do add, it will create a new column. We will see a lot of example today, right? But when you do from transform, it will not add a new column. It will just do transformation in existing column. In add column, whenever you do something, it will create a new column at the end. Right? It will not do any changes in your existing column. So that is the difference. But we will see lot of options, right? Now here also, if you see, there are different sections. This is text column. So with respect to text, if you want to do any data cleaning, anything, it will be here. With respect to number columns, integer, decimal, you want to do anything, all the options are there, right? And on any kind of column, some options are there. You want to pivot data, you want to replace value, rename, all those things you can do. Okay. So this is a transform and add. We will see today other options. So view we saw that we can do column distribution, profiler, nothing much is here, right? So these are the main things you will be working on. Add column, you will be using transform, add column, and some of the options from home. Okay. So what we will do, we will start with the text column options, right? So we have this text column options, right? Split column, format, extract, and in the add column as well, you have those options, format, extract, right? So we will see how we can do it. Okay, so let's start with our first transformation, right? So if you go here, you see we have a name, What I want to do, I want to create two columns and split it into first name and last name. So first name will be Rahul's and last name will be Mehra. And I want to create separate columns, right? So what I will do, I will go here, go to the text column and say split column. I want to split it, right? By delimiter, which means the delimiter is space, right? So before the space, it will be Rahul and after space Mehra. So my delimiter is space here. So I will say transform and split column, right? Now, most of these options which you are seeing here are also available on right click. If you right click, all those options will be there. See, split column is here by delimiter you can choose, right? So many options in Power BI, in Power Query Editor and Power BI as well, you will see one option is available at multiple places, right? So you can click here by delimiter or you can select the column and just go here, split and by delimiter again. Okay, great. Now, with what you want to split? The delimiter is colon, comma, whatever. In our case, it is space. I want to delimit by space, right? Now there are different options. Split at leftmost delimiter, rightmost delimiter, each occurrence. What does that mean? So let me again show that in Excel. So let's say the name is Ankit Kumar Bansal, right? So let's say this is my name and I'm splitting it based on space. Now, if I say leftmost delimiter, right? So leftmost delimiter is this. This is the space leftmost. So what it will do, it will split here and put Ankit in one column and Kumar Bansal in second column, right? This is what it will do. Second is rightmost delimiter. Rightmost means in Ankit Kumar Bansal, rightmost is this delimiter space. So it will do Ankit Kumar in one column and Bansal in another column. This is what it will do. If you say each occurrence of the delimiter, then it will create three columns. In what it will be Ankit, second will be Kumar, third will be Bansal. Right? So based on a requirement, you can choose. For us, we are saying leftmost delimiter. Anything before first space is first name, and everything else I want to keep as a last name. This is what I want to do. So I will choose this and say space. Okay, so if you see, it has created two columns now. Name.1, name.2, and you can just rename it. Double click here, and you will say, sorry, first name, and this will be your last name, right? So if you see, there is a step here, right? If you see, this is a change type 1, right? So I have splitted columns and then renamed it. So you should rename it. Rename, split name to first and last name, right? And here rename. So rename name columns. Whatever you want to give it some useful name to the rename split. Okay. Okay. So this is your all the steps now. So if you see every step is there now, and you can go to any step and see what was the data at that step, right? Great. Great. So this is your employee ID, first name, last name. Now we have splitted the data. Now, many times you will also see that you have some spaces in your data, maybe leading spaces, trailing spaces, right? So, for example, there can be a space before Mehra or after single. So, if you want to trim the spaces, you can just go there and go to transform and say trim. So, it will trim all the spaces from your data, all the leading and trailing spaces, which means let's say you have a name space Ankit Bansal space, right? What it will do, it will not remove this space. This is in middle. It will just trim all the leading spaces as well as the trailing spaces. And finally, it will give this. So any leading and trailing spaces will be removed. Okay, great. Now, It is also possible that you are doing some changes and in between you want to do some other, you want to insert one more step, right? So when I click here and I do something, so it will add a new step. Similarly, let's say before splitting the column, you wanted to trim it, right? So this is your name column, right? So if you want to add a step in between, you forgot some step or you want to add, so you just click here and add a step here. So let's say in name column, you want to trim it here before splitting. You can just go transform, trim, insert. So it will, are you sure you want to start a step? Inserting an intermediate step may affect subsequent steps, which could cause your query to break. It depends what kind of changes you are doing. But for us, it works. So I trim the text, right? And then everything is working after that. So if you want to add a step in between, you click on that step, do the changes, then in between that will be added, right? I'll just remove it. I don't need it, but I just showed you how to insert a step in between. Okay, great. So this is your some of the text options. Let's see what else we can do. So I'll just go here. Uh, okay. So as I showed you, we can remove the empty values from the gender, right? There are other options as well. So for example, if I click here and you will have option of uh, remove, replace values. Let me see here. Duplicate, remove duplicates, remove errors. Yeah. So basically, if you want to remove the this empty values, you can just click here, remove empty, right? It will remove the empty values. I'll just okay. I did it here. I'll just close it. It added a in between. So I'll just close it. Click here again, right? Hover over it and remove empty. So you want to remove empty values, you can just click here, and the empty values is removed. If you want to remove this tab, you can remove this tab. But basically, easy. You can just remove empty values from here. Right? You can also replace values. So let's say you don't want to remove the empty values. What you want to do? You want to replace null with some, let's say, missing. So you right click here and say replace. Right? So replace values. You will say replace null with missing. Okay. So if you say wherever null was there, right, it is replaced with missing. Right? Let's say here the missing, if you see everything is small, I want to change it to capital M. So you can always come here in the settings, click here and change it. So you want to change it to missing, right? So once you have done the changes, you can come here and wherever applicable, it will just give you setting options that if you want to change any settings for that option. And you can always make that change. So I just did a change here. Okay, so this is your replace value and replace missing values. Great. Now, also if you see in the date column, right, it is not a proper date, right? We have different formats of date. You see here it is a different format, this is a different format, here it is a different format. You can just simply change to date and Power BI or Excel will take care of it. If you just say that change it to date column, it will identify all types of date and it has changed it to date. So everything is proper date now. You see, everything is date. Right? So it is very easy. If you have different date formats, you can just click on the date on this data type and change it to date. If you have time also, you can just choose date and time. In our case, time is not there, so we will just stick to date. Right? Why to create date time when time is not there? Okay, great. Next, we will see some more options. So for example, we have this work location, right? And this work location is combination of city and country. Now I want to separate it, right? So there are two options. One is I can split based on comma, right? Comma is there. So if I split in one column, I will get the city name. In second column, I will get the USA. Split by comma. So let's do that first. So I will say split column by delimiter, right? It has identified automatically. It is comma, but if you want to change, you can always change. Leftmost delimiter Okay. So if you see, there are two columns now, right? One is work location dot one. You can rename this, and you can rename this as, right. And if you see, there are some spaces because after comma there were some spaces. Again, you can right click here, say transform, and red. So spaces will be gone, right? So one option is that. So I'll remove this, right? I'll show you other option. Okay. So let's say I don't want to split it in two columns. I just want to extract, let's say city, and create a new column, right? So I will go to add columns and say extract. I want to add a new column, right? If I do in transform, it will do in this column only. But I want to add a new column where I have a separate city. I'll say extract text before delimiter, right? I click here and delimiter is comma. So everything before delimiter, it will extract and create a new column. Okay. If you see, there is a new column now. See, it is extracted the first time. You can just again rename and say city, right? And you can again, you should always rename it. Extracted city from location. Right? So make sure you rename it. I'm just telling again and again because it will be very difficult to later know what things you have done. So make sure you put the proper description of your step. Okay, so this is your extract, and then you have some more options. You can just yourself explore it. Like for example, if you want to change everything to lowercase, right? You can just click here. Everything is in lowercase, right? If you want to change it everything to uppercase, it will be everything is uppercase. If you want to capitalize each word, right? You can just do it. So these are some options that you can explore yourself, right? So these are your text options, right? In text category, extract, format, split column. These are the options. Okay, great. Let's move on to the numeric columns now. Now, if you see the, the in Power BI and Power Query Editor, this menu is contextual, right? So some options you will see based on the data. So for example, this is a text. So it is not showing me these options. It is disabled, right? Because these options are not applicable for the text column. Now, if I go to an integer column, right? So for example, if I go to salary column, now these options are visible, right? These options are enabled and you can do all of the things. Okay, great. So what all you can do? You can find, let's say, sum, minimum, maximum of the salary column. So let's say if I say sum, right? It is giving me sum of salary, right? Of all the rows together. Right? Now it is giving me the final sum. It is not showing me all the data. So this is only just to have some analysis. What is the total value or something you want to do? But ultimately, you will remove it because you want to see the full data, not just the sum of salary, right? So let me again click here, right? So you can find some minimum, maximum, median, average, whatever you want. Apart from that, you can do some addition, multiplication as well. So for example, you want to increase, let's say, salary of each employee, right? You want to, let's say, go to add columns, right? And you will say add multiply, right? And you want to multiply by 1.1. You want to increase the salary of employees by 10%. You will say okay. And this is the new number, right? Whatever is your, so if you go here and just drag it, you can move the columns by just dragging. And this is your salary, right? I will drag here. Okay. So this is your salary. This is salary multiplied by 1.1, right? So this will be your new salary, you can say. If you want to do any kind of multiplication, anything, any addition, you can just use that option, right? You can also do, let's say you want to add two columns. For example, just for example, I'm just taking it. You want to add these two columns. You can just say add. So it will create a new column, which is the addition of those two columns, right? So this is addition of, let me take this again just to show. So if you see, if you add 1,20,000, 1,32,000, it will be 2,52,000, right? So you can just simply do any kind of standard calculations here, right? You can also round it. For example, if you see, you can also do trigonometry, sine, cosine of that value if you want, but I don't think that is of use much for us. But you can do that, right? You can round also. You can round up, round down, round. So for example, round up means if we go to the nearest upper integer. So let's say this is 0.34, 28.34. So if I say round up, right? Uh, okay, it has created a new column. Let me remove this. Okay, go to the salary again. I will go to transform now. I don't want to create a new column. I will go to transform and say rounding. Right, so it is 0.34. If I say round up, you see it is just going to the nearest integer, right? So if I just go back here, it is 128.34, the fourth row. You see 128.34. So if I say round up, it will make 129, right? See 129, right? If I say round down, right, it will keep it as 93128. Round down 9312, right? So if you want to round up or round down, you can do it. You want to round to a specific number of decimal places, you can just click again and say round, and you will say one decimal place. Currently, you have two decimal place, 0.34. You will say one decimal places, okay, and it is just rounded to one decimal place, right? So all of these things you can do using the numeric options here. Okay, great, great. Now let's look at the some other option. Let me see what else. Okay, you can also merge columns. As such, for example, let's say initially in your data you had separate first name and last name, and you want to create a new column with the full name, right? You can just choose these two options, and you can say merge, right? Merge columns. Right? So it will create a new column which will have first name and last name together. Merge columns, right? You want to merge using what separator? So I want space in between. If you want comma in between, comma. Full name of your column, I will say full name, or let's say employee full name. Right? So it will merge those two columns and give you the final column. Right? This is your employee full name. So you can do that directly. Okay. Now, one important thing here is whatever we are doing here, whatever steps we are applying, right? Whatever steps I click on, right? If I click on any step, you will see there is some code written here. You see, we don't care about it much, but this is basically a AM code or AM language, right? So Power BI or Power Query Editor, not Power BI, Power Query Editor uses AM language in between in backend to do all the transformation. Now this M language is in itself is a big topic and you don't have to learn as such because all the options are available in your UI, right? But there is a language called M code or M language, whatever you call it, and it uses that. So it uses that language to do all the transformation in the backend. For us, it is easy. It is just the UI steps we have to do. Right? But you don't have to learn M language as such to learn Power Query Editor or Power BI. Okay, great. So this is your M language, right? Great. Now let's look at the date options now. So let me go back to the date, right? And it will show me all the date options here. So if I go, I can see the date options here, right? And if I go to transform, here also I can see the date options, right? Time is not there. If time was there, we would see the time options also. But for now, it is just a date. So I will go to add columns and I will just say date. Now in date, you can extract anything. For example, you want to extract year from date. So you can just click here and it will add a new column. Cancel, let's go at the end, right? And I will say date year. You see, it has created a new column, right? And it has extracted year from that date. So if you want any part of your date, right? Week, month, year, whatever, you can get it from here. For example, if you want start of month, it will give you start of that month. For whatever date you have, it will give the date of the start of the month, first of that month, right? You have almost everything you can extract from it. Right? Quarter, week, right? There is another option called age. What is age? Age means, okay, let me click on it and show you. So this is your age. And if I go here, okay, let's take it there. So it is showing you the number of days between this date and today's date, age, right? So it is 2018 and 2025 is around 7 years almost, right? 6.5 years. It is showing that many number of days are there between this date and current date. Right? If you see 2022, it is less. Between this date and current date, today's date, whatever. Right? This is the number of days. Right? So you can just, if you want that, you can get it. And later, if you want to change it to years, I think you can change it. So if I you just right click, change, there will be some option. Yeah. If you want to change it to years, you can just change it to years. So it is saying 6.3 years between this date and today's date, right? And similarly for all of them. So if you want to change it to years or whatever, you can do it. Okay, so this is very useful. What we will do now is we will create a calendar table. See, calendar table is very, very important in Power BI, right? It is an integral part of Power BI. So in calendar table, you will have all the dates and all the information of that date, year, month, and different things. And we will see later how we can use calendar table. But here we will see how to create calendar table. Right? Usage we will see later when we learn DAX and other things. But calendar table you have to create somehow. Either it is available in your source or you create in Power Query Editor, or you create in Power BI. So there are different options of creating calendar table. For now, what we will do, we will create in Power Query Editor. What I will do, I will create a simple Excel file, right? And I will add a column date. In this, I will add all the dates. So for example, I want date from 2024, 0101, right? And I will just create this column quickly. Let's keep it till 31st March. Right, so you can create a simple table which has a date column and you can have all the dates, whatever you want for your analysis, right? And just save it. So I will just rename it to 10 and save this file. Uh, documents. No options. One Power BI. Okay, let me save it here. I will call it calendar. Right. Okay, so I have saved this Excel file, right? And now I will go to Power Query Editor and say home, new source, Excel workbook, right? And let's see. Okay, so we have this tab, Cal tab, right? I will say okay. Okay, so we have the calendar table now, right? You want to rename it, maybe you want to call it proper name, call it calendar, right? And then I can create all the columns. So I will go there, add column, and say give me a year column. So I got the year, right? Then again I want more columns from here. So I'll again click on date, and I want month. Right. So this has become my proper calendar table, which has all the dates, all the information about that date, year, month. Right. Click here again. Start of month. So it is start of month, right? So you can get all the information and create a calendar table. Now this calendar table later we will use in DAX, in time intelligence DAX functions that we will see later. But ultimately you have to create a calendar table somehow. And we will see different options of creating the calendar table. This is one of the way in Power Query editor. You create a file which has all the dates, import that file, and then create all the columns that you need in your calendar table. Okay, so this is your calendar table. Great. Let's move on and we'll see what other things we can do. We can also remove duplicates. So for example, if I go to employee table and let's say I have some duplicates on employee column. So I will say right click and I will say remove duplicates, right? So it will just remove duplicate values, right? There are 241 rows. If I just do this, there are 276 rows. You can see at the bottom, right? 276 rows, 20 columns. If I just remove duplicate, so there can be some duplicate and employee ID in our data. Right? So I'll say remove duplicate. And now we have 241 rows. If you want to remove duplicates, you can remove the duplicates. One more thing I missed is, if you see there column profiling based on top 1000 rows. So whatever column profiling we saw, right? This will be based on top 1000 rows in your data set. In our data set, there are only 276 rows, which is fine. But let's say you have 1 lakh rows in your data. So this profiling, whatever we are seeing, or whatever column profiling we saw here, will be based on top 1000 rows only. If you want to do column profiling on all the data, you can just click here. Column profiling based on entire data sets. You can click here and then whatever profiling you will see will be based on the entire data set. Okay. So basically we saw how to remove duplicates. Just right click and based on this column, it will remove duplicates. Great. We can also filter data. So for example, let's say uh, I want data for a particular department only I'm interested in. So just like in Excel you filter, it is filtered the data and then it has added a step as well. The data is filtered. Right? Now it will be only this data. Now if I go to save and close and go to Power BI, it will show only me. It will show only this data to me, right? Because I have filtered the data. So you can filter any column, whatever you want to filter. Right? I'll remove this step for now. Okay. You can also create an index column. So index column is kind of if you want to create a running column, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of primary key. You can just click here and say index. If you want from 0 or from 1, you can choose. So I want index from 1. It will just create a column, right? You see index and it has created a column at the end and it will start from 1 and till end it will go. So it is just a running number if you want to know, right? Uh, you can also do, uh, mm, there was one option of taking it to the left. So I want to take this column to the left. Either I can drag it or there was one more option. You can just take any column to the left, right? I'm not able to find it. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So you can just drag it. Generally, this primary key columns kind of thing, you keep it at the left. So this is at the left, right? And maybe you want to rename it. You can rename it to ID or whatever. Okay, so this is your index column. What you can also do, you can create the conditional columns, right? So if I go to add columns, there's this option of conditional column, right? So if I click here, I can create a if else condition and create a column. So for example, let's create some conditional column, right? So let's say I have this FTE, right? Or let's say I have a salary band, right? Or let's say FTE, where I have 1, 0.9, 0.71. So I want to create a new column, right? Which will tell this employee is full-time or not. If the FTE value is 1, then he will be full-time. If it is less than 1 or it is not one, then he will be part-time employee. Right? This is how I define my full-time and part-time employees. And I want to create a new column to tell this. So I will say conditional column and let's say employee type, right? Employee type is already there. Employee type or category. Let's say employee category. Okay. So I'm saying FT equals to 1, then it is full-time employee, right? Else, else it is part-time, right? So I am adding a conditional column. I am saying if FT is equal to 1, the value of FT, full-time employee, is 1, then it is a full-time employee, else it is a part-time employee. If you see full-time, part-time, the column is created, and let's see if it is correct or not. Okay, so if you see wherever it is 1, it is full-time. Wherever it is not 1, it is part-time. 0.7 part-time, and wherever it is 1, full-time. So you can create conditional columns as well. You can give multiple conditions. So for example, let's say you have a salary column, right? You want to create a salary band that the employees with less than, let's say, 50,000 salary are low pay employees, between 50,000 to 1 lakh high pay, and 1 lakh to more than 1 lakh is very high, right? We can do that. So I'll go to conditional column again, and I will say employee band, employee salary band, right? And based on salary column, right? And I want to say if it is less than 50,000, right? Low salary, right? Then I can add one more clause. As if salary is less than or equal to 100,000, right? High salary, right? And then I can say else. Else means if it is not falling in any of those, which means if it is more than 100,000, I want to say very high salary. Click OK. So it has created a new column, employee salary band, and again we can check. Okay. So yeah. So if you see, it is more than 100,000, very high salary, between 50 to 100, high salary, and this is low salary, less than 50,000. So you can just create any if else condition and create new columns here. Right? So basically, we see that we can do data cleaning by removing nulls or replacing null values with something else, or whatever data cleaning you want to do, rounding. And we are able to do transformations also. We are also able to split the columns. We are able to create new columns based on conditional column, right? So all of those things we are able to do. Now, next thing I want to show is group by, right? So we can do group by basically and see our data. So for example, if I click on group by, right, and let's say I want to see department ID wise total number of employees, right? Number of employees, right? It is saying count rows. So if we just have to count row, there is no other column required. I will just show you. Let's say I want sum of salary, right? Then in that case, I will say sum. And then I need to pass a column here, salary, right? If it is a count, then it doesn't need any column as such, right? Because count is just count number of rows for each department ID, right? But if you do some average median, it will ask for another column. That average you want of what? Salary, right? So depends on that, this will be enabled or disabled. For count, this column will be disabled. For anything else, I think it will be enabled. Okay, so let's say if I do count rows, right? I do okay. So this is giving me in each department how many employees are there, right? In department ID 1, number of employees 9. It is just like in SQL we have group by. So group by department ID, count star, right? That's all it is doing, right? And what it is doing essentially is, so if I just quickly show you in Excel, so let's say I have employee ID, salary, department ID, right? And let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. Salary is 100, 200, 300, 400, and department ID is 1, 1, 2, 2, right? So when I'm saying group by department ID, so these two rows will be grouped together, right? Because I'm saying group the data based on department ID. So these two department ID will be grouped together and there will be one row. So after doing a group by, there will not be any duplicates on department ID, right? And I'm saying for this department ID, give me number of rows. So it will count and give me two, right? Let's say there is one more employee, 5, and this is 500, and this is again 2, right? So this is my department ID and number of employees, right? So for department ID 2, it will give me 3 employees. There are 3, right? Now similarly, if I want anything else like sum of salary, so it can give me sum of salary. For department ID 1, it will be 300. For department ID 2, it will be 1200. Right? So this is how this group by is working. Once we do group by on a column, you won't see any duplicate. In the output, it will be unique values. Right? So this is your group by. So this is the summarized data you are seeing. Right? So I'll just remove this step. What we can also do, we can do group by on multiple columns. So if I go again and go to advanced option, right? So I can say group by, let's say department ID, right? And gender. Right? So it will create combination of department ID and gender and give me number of employees, right? So if I just say new column number count of employees, right? So for each department ID and gender combination, it will give me count of employees, right? I can add one more aggregation. So let's say I want total salary, right? So I can add multiple column and multiple aggregated values. Or let's say this is sum and I want sum of salary, right? Yeah. So you see, we have department ID gender, right? So if I just filter on last department ID 1, okay, so I have a row for male and female. So for department ID 1, gender male, there are 4 employees, total salary is this, right? Department ID 1, female. So data is getting grouped on department ID and gender. So there won't be any duplicate on the combination of these two, right? So this is how group by works. I hope this is clear. Okay, so this is your group by. It is simply in SQL. If you say it will be select department ID, gender, comma count star, comma sum of salary from employee table, group by department ID, gender. Right. This is what it is happening here. Great. I'll just remove it again, and I will remove this as well. Okay, so this is my original data now. Right. So let's go back and see what is next. So we covered group by. Let's cover pivot and pivot. Now, what is unpivot and pivot? Let's understand that first. So I have a file. Let me open that. Day2, and we have product category sales. So I have this CSV file, right? Where I have for each date, each product category, right? So the granularity, basically primary key is this. For each date, for each category, what is the sales in my north region? Not sales. I think this is count of products, quantity sold, right? In central region, this, in south region, this, right? So basically, this represents the number of the quantity sold, basically, or number of units sold, right? All 3 columns, right? But it is just that they are for different reason, right? It is for north region, it is for central region, it is for south region. But generally, if we talk about in BI tool, this kind of data structure is not good. right? Because you have three different columns. So if you want to show north region sale, there is a different column. For central region sale, there is a different column, and for south region sale, different column. So you will have to use three columns to represent this data, right? Which is not a good thing. BI tool wants data in a vertical format, which means we can have data something like this. So for example, let me take this example, right? So this is my date, this is my product category. Now what I will say here reason, and here I will say quantity sold, right? And I will say for not quantity sold is 10, right? And I will just copy this. For central, quantity sold is 19. For south, quantity sold is 25, right? And similarly for other. Again for this one, right? Let me just put it quickly, right? So for each row, there will be three rows we want, right? North, south, central, right? And 14, 31, 16. 14, 31, 16. This kind of data structure is better for BI tool because now I have only one column to show the quantity sold, and I can filter data based on region, right? I can create a bar chart where I can show for north region, this is the sales. But ultimately, I have only one column to show all the sales, and I have a better control over data. When we learn slicers and more things in Power BI, then you will realize it. But this kind of structure of data is better than this, at least for BI tools, right? The number of rows are increasing, but that is fine, right? It gives us more flexibility that we will see later, right? Now, this process of converting columns into rows. So basically, we converted columns into multiple rows, right? There was one row and we have three rows now. This process is known as unpivoting, unpivot or unpivoting, whatever you call it. Right? This process is called as unpivot. Now, there is a reverse process. Let's say your data is in this format and you want in this format for whatever reason, right? That is pivot, right? So unpivot and reverse is pivot, right? And these two things we can do in Power Query very easily, right? So I have this data for now. What I will do, I will convert it into this format, right? I will unpivot the data. So let's go back to Power BI and I will add this file. So I'll go to home and new source and we'll go to date 2. Okay, so this is a CSV file. Again, I need to choose the CSV. When I'm choosing Excel, it is showing me Excel file only. So I'll do cancel and new source. I will say tax.csv and we have this product category sales. Okay, so this is fine. This is how our data is. I just wrote it here. I have not saved the file. So you are not seeing all this stuff, right? We don't need it, right? So I'll just say, okay. Okay, so we have a new query now here, product category sales. You want to rename it, you can rename it. And it has done the work for us, identified source, promoted headers, changed the data types, as we already know, right? These are date, this is date, it identified it as date, this is a string, this is a number. So now we have to pivot these columns, right? Right. So what it will do, we will select these three columns. Sorry, we have to unpivot it, right? So we will select these three columns, go to transform. Let me hide it. Transform, and I will say unpivot columns, right? We are doing unpivoting. So you see, it created two columns in a similar fashion, right? So this is my reason column. This is quantity sold, right? Everything else is same till here, right? Date and product category is as it is. And then we have the attribute and value, right? So this is my attribute. Basically, whatever column names are there, it is in this column. And whatever is the value of those column, right? 10, 19, 25, it is coming here, right? So I can just rename it. I can say reason and I can say quantity or units. Anything is fine. Units. sold, right? So this is what we can do. Now here, if you see that in column name, we had the region. Now it is not good. We know it is a region column. Why to write north region, central region? I can just say north or central or south. So in that case, what we can do? We can say replace values, right? I want to find space region and I want to replace it with empty. So it is gone now, right? I replaced space region because not space region, central space region, right? So I replaced space region value with empty. So now we have not, right? If you see, it is not, nothing else, right? Okay. So this is your unpivoting. Very simple. Now your data is ready. You can close and save and create your report in Power BI, right? Now, let's say I want to do reverse. My data is in this format, and for whatever reason, I want to pivot it basically in the original format I want, right? So, again, simple. You select these two columns, right? And you will say pivot columns, right? Values column, it is asking what should be the values, unit sold, okay? And that's it, right? It created three columns, north, central, south. If you want to rename it again, north region, you can do, right? But basically, we got the data in the previous format, which is in the pivoted format, right? So it is very simple, just selecting the columns and saying pivot or unpivot, right? So this is unpivot and pivot for you. Very easy to do in Power Query. Great. Let's move on, and we have a couple of more things. Yeah. Okay. So so we have this employee data, right? And if I just go back, I'll just close this. Don't save. Okay, and I will just go to my staff data, right? This is the staff data. Now in this, we have the staff data that we have been working, right, from last class. Mm, okay, so this is my employee data, right? Now what I want, basically, I want the department info as well, right? So I will import this data, right, in my Power Query first. So let me go here again, home, and I can maybe go to recent sources. In recent, it is showing staff data. So I can again click here, or I can just say new source. If I just click, it will take the file directly, right? And staff data is already there. I will just click on department info. So this is what we want. So I will say okay. So we got one more query where we have department data, and I will just rename it to department. Okay. Now here we have all the data, and in one of the ID it is, let's say, question mark, and maybe we are saying that it is analytics. By mistake, they have forgot to replace it. So I will just say analytics just to fix the data. Okay, so now it is proper. We have the ID of department ID and name, and this is reflecting in employees table. So in employees table, we have the department ID, right? So department ID one means this employee, right? Employee ID 1 belongs to department analytics, right? Employee ID 2 belongs to business development, right? Now what I want that data, that department name in this table. Kind of we are doing join, right? I want that department name should be visible here because I have to always do a lookup here, get the department name, right? Let's say I want a report where we have department name and number of employees, right? So if I bring that here by doing a lookup, right? So I will check for department ID 1, what is the name, and I will get it here in a new column, department name at the end, right? So that will help me in doing analysis better. So for that, what I need to do, I have this merging option, merging queries, right? So I will say merge queries. Now, when you see here, there are two options, right? One is merge queries, one is merge queries as new. So when I say merge, it will add the new column in this table itself, employee table. When I say merge queries as new, it will merge the data set and create a new query, right? So let me show you as new first. Okay, so now it is asking which data set you want to merge. So I want to merge employee data set with department data set, right? So this is my department data set and this is my employee. Now I can select the columns as well. So I will say department ID here and ID here. This is how I want to merge, right? And it is also telling the selection matches 276 of 276 rows. So all the values are matching. It is not that there is some department ID which is available here and not here, or vice versa, right? When you it is kind of join, so it gives you all the option. If you want inner join, if you don't understand these different kind of joins, I will share the other videos. But basically, in joins, what happens? Inner join, it will give you the common records. If let's say there is a department ID 1 and it is not available here, right? So in inner join you won't get it. In left join you will get it. All the rows from this table, right? So let's say we want to do an inner join, right? So I will say inner join and okay. Okay, so this is your new query now, merge one, right? I can rename it. So I will say rename employee full data, right? Call it anything, right? And if you go here, you will see there is a department column here. Now this department, it comes as a table, right? So department has two columns. So it is showing table. So if you click here, it will show you data. Right? It is showing you the data, one analytics, right? But that is not we want. What we want to see the column, right? So we will go here and say expand. There's this option of expand. So I'll say expand, and then it will ask that which columns you want. So ID, we already have department ID. I don't want that. I just want name, right? Now it is saying use original column name as prefix. So let's keep it. That's fine, right? So now it is coming as department dot name, right? So it is giving me table name dot column name. You want to rename it, you can rename. So you can say department underscore name, right? So basically, what I have got is I have got a new column now in my table, employee table with department name. Now this has created a new query. This you don't want to do it, right? Why you want to create one more copy of your data set? You can just do it here, right? So I will show you that. So you will say merge query. I will not choose this option now. Merge queries as new, just merge query, right? And again, department ID, department ID. You have to just select the columns on which you want to merge the data, right? And then kind of join you want. I want inner join, only matching rows. We know all the matching. It is already showing all the rows are matching based on department ID. Okay. And you see in employees query itself, we have this, right? So I can just expand it. I say I need only name and that's it. I have got the name, right? I don't need this because I have added a column name here. So it is giving me error now. So I can just delete it. Not required. Great. So this is how you want merge the data, right? Now, typically speaking, you won't be merging data most of the time, right? You will create relationships. So when we learn data modeling, you will see, right? In some particular cases, when we have one-to-one cardinality, again, we will understand what is cardinality. We want to merge the data. But in most of the cases, you don't want to merge the data, right? Because if you merge the data, you see there's some duplicacy, right? You see the analytics, this will be repeating as many number of times as many employees are there. Business development, this text will be repeating again and again, right? We don't want to do that. It will unnecessarily increase the size of my data set, right? Because for one department there can be many employees and then we will be repeating the values again and again and again. Accounting will be there so many number of times, support will be there so many number of times, right? We are just increasing the data size with this. So we will not do this in real time, but only in case of one-to-one relationship we will understand it. If you don't understand now what is one-to-one, in that case, in particular case, we will merge it, but most of the time we don't want to merge the data sets. We want to keep them separate and create a relationship between them when we learn the data modeling. Okay, so this is your join or merge, right? Let's understand one more concept of append. Append means you want to append the data, kind of union in SQL, right? So appending means, let me just quickly show you. So let's say you have one table, this, right? Let's remove it. So you have employee one data, right? And you have another data set, right? Which is employee two, right? And it has some employees. So let me copy this. And we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. and we have all this data. What I want a final data set which merge the which give me combined data, right? So I want to see all the employees in one table. These 5 employees plus these five, total 10 I want in a file. So basically what I want this finally in my output. So instead of working with multiple files, I know the data is similar. So I will just put it in one and then I can do all the analysis, right? So this is what I want. Header is not required. Okay, so this is what I want. So this is also known as append in Power Query, or in SQL Word it is union or union all, right? It does union all basically. It doesn't remove duplicates. You have to separately remove duplicates if you want once the data is there. Okay, so I have some files. So let me just show you. So I have this sales data for 2020, 21, 22, right? In a separate file. It might be possible you have some files and each year data. You want to combine it and see it, right? So let me read this data first, and then we will combine it. So this is a CSV file. Let's go back and we will go to new source, Excel, no CSV, sorry, new source, CSV, and I will take sales data 2020. This looks fine. And then I will say 2021 as well. So I will just go 2021. So this is my 2021 data. Okay. So this is my 2020 data and this is my 2021 data, right? Now what I will do, I will combine these two, right? So I will go to append queries. Again, here again option is there. Append queries, append as new. If you say append, it will append in this file itself. If you say append query as new, it will create a new query for me. So let's create a new one. Okay, so it is saying first table this, so you can choose which table you want to append. If there are more than two, you can choose this option, right? And you can select whatever you want to merge. But in our case, for now, we have only two, so we can just use this option. We want to merge sales data 2020 and 2021. Okay, so if you see, this is my appended query, right? So I will say sales data. Okay, and if you go there and load more, you will see we will have 2021 as well. See, 2021 is also there, right? So our data is now combined. Now in this, it is important the number of columns and structure of tables is same, right? If in there are two columns in one table and there are four in another table, then it will be a problem, right? Or let's say this is a date column and you have an integer column, the first column in your other file, so that will be again a problem, right? So the structure of files is same if you want to append it, right? Great. Now, it might be possible that you have multiple years of data of file, right? In this case, we have 2 years of data and we combined it. Let's say 2022 is coming again. So I need to again append it, right? Every time a new year data is coming, I have to append it manually. But that's not a right way or good way of doing it. So what we can do, we can read files in from a folder, right? Instead of saying that pull this file or this file, if we know there are similar files and I want combined data, so I can put those files in a folder. So I will create a new folder. Let me say sales, right? And in that, I will put all the files. And now instead of my source as a file, I will say my source is a folder, right? So what also I can do, I want to organize the data. I can just move to a group, right? New group. So it will create a folder here. And let's say I want all the sales related data in one folder. So I will say move to group, new group, right? Name is sales. I want to give some description. It will do. So I can organize my data in my Power Query, right? Okay, this is fine. So now what I want to read my data as a folder. So I will say new source and I will go to more and there you see a folder option. So I will say folder, right? So it will ask me a folder path. I will browse it and this is my, I think, document. Sources, Power BI, two, and this is my folder. So I can select the sales folder. Okay, okay. So it is showing me all the three files. So these three files are there. Right now, tomorrow, if fourth file is coming, right? The file will come. You just have to refresh your Power Query data from here, right? And it will just get the data from fourth file. So you don't have to append manually one by one, right? Everything is in folder. You read from folder, and that's it. So I will say combine and transform data. Okay, so it is just showing this is your first file, right? 2020 file, 21 file. If you want to just see the preview, and you can just say okay. Okay. Uh, okay. We'll say okay. Uh, what is this 332? This is fine. Okay. So if you see, we have the new file now where we have all the data, and we have, if you see load more, it will show you file name as well. So it has created a new column source.name. So it is telling me this data is coming from this file. Some data is coming from 2021 file and so on, right? So now everything is ready. I don't have to do any append. It read all the file from that folder, right? And you can filter it based on the file. So if you want to see only 2021 data, you can just filter it, right? So we have all the data together. Okay, great. So this is all about Power Query Editor. There may be more features, but most important ones we have figured out, and you can just practice more, or whenever you will work on it, you can always Google, because there are a lot of options. We cannot cover everything, right? Most important things we have covered. There are small things. For example, if you go to add column, you can parse XML, JSON, right? You can extract. There are different functions, but most of the things I think we have covered. Great. So this is all about Power Query Editor. I think we have covered everything what we wanted to cover. Yeah. Okay. So now I will just quickly cover the theory of data modeling, and then I will take the doubts. And after that, we will see how to implement data modeling in Power BI. Okay, great. So now let's understand first what is data modeling. So let's read the definition. Data modeling is the process of creating a structured representation of data to define how it is stored, organized, and related within a system, serving as a blueprint for database design and ensuring data consistency, integrity, and scalability. Okay, we will discuss about these things. So let's take one example, right? Let's say, let me open our Excel. Let's say you want to store the orders data. Let's say you order on Amazon, right? Let's say Amazon orders, right? And you want to store orders data. So whenever you place a order, you have all the details of the order. If you go to my orders in Amazon, you will see order ID, product, customer, all of the information, right? So if I have to store that data in Excel, what all columns will be there, right? You can unmute Nachiket for 1 minute, everyone, right? We will have order ID, order date. What else we will have if we want to store the order data?
Product ID.
Product name,
Product name,
product ID,
product ID. What else?
price,
Quantity.
Price,
Quantity.
quantity, yes.
Customer ID.
Customer ID, correct.
phone number, addresses, and all.
Phone number, mobile. We will have product
Location
category
we
as
can
well, right?
also, yeah.
Product category,
Location we can
location,
also, yeah.
yeah. City, maybe city,
Store
country,
ID.
shipping date, right? So we have
Post
order
code.
date and then ship date, correct, right? So let's stop here, right? So we will have all this information that we will have to store, right? Now I can store it in this way. It is perfectly fine, right? So I have some data. I'll just show you. So let me just go to the folder. So we have this data, right? So this is the data, right? This is we have stored. So we have order ID, order date, ship mode, customer ID, customer name, segment, right? So this data is stored like this, which is fine, right? I can do all the analysis on this data. Everything is fine. I can filter by category, I can filter by subcategory, I can filter by city. I can get this data to Power BI and do all the analysis. But do you guys think there is some problem with this data? Anyone? What is the potential issues you see in this data, which is creating issue? You can unmute, Nachiket. There is some redundancy or something. Do you see?
Repeated data.
Lack of
Repeated.
normalization.
Right. So if you see, so for example, right, I have product ID, this, right? Now this product can be bought by thousands of customers, right? If we have millions of orders, we are working at a scale of Amazon, right? For data analytics also, right? This product ID will be repeating many number of times. And when product ID is repeating, it is not just product ID. Its product name will also be repeating. Subcategory will be repeating. Category will also be repeating. So everything will be repeating again and again and again and again. And I will end up storing this data multiple times, right? It will make my data more heavier. When I import this data to Power Query, it will take more space, right? And when we import, we know there are some limits, right? So we don't want to have huge data. We want to reduce the size of the data. So for example, if I just filter, let's say, one of the product, we have only one row for this. Let's take something else. Okay, so if you see here, there are three rows for this product, right? Three different orders, right? But if you see, this information is repeating, right? All this, right? So there should be a way to better store this data, right? Similarly, if you see lot of other columns, for example, this is regarding product. Similarly for customer, right? Customer ID, customer name, customer country, city, state, it will be again same, right? So if Clear Good is placing 100 orders, you will store this information 100 times. Unnecessarily, you are storing data. Unnecessarily, you are taking extra space, right? So there should be a better way of handling this, right? We should not store data like this. We should model it in a better way. So let's see what we can do, right? So I'll just take two, three rows. Let's take three rows. And we will see how we can better store this data. Instead of this format, can we do something else better, right? So this is my current data, right? Which has potential issues, we know, right? Now what I will do, I will take one order table. So what I will do, I will create separate tables. So I will create a table of customer where I will store all the customer related information, right? So let's create a table customer, right? So in customer table, I will have all this information. One thing will be key or ID, let's say. Let me take from here, right? So it will be ID, and then I will take all the customer information, right? So they are both same customer. So I will store for each customer one row at a time, right? So let me take this. I need headers as well. So let me take this. Okay. Right. So we have, sorry, here I will put. Okay. So we have customer ID, customer name, segment, country, city, state, postal code, region, right? So I will just store this at once in my customer table, and I will give a primary key, a running number, or it is also known as surrogate key, right? So I'll just create a key for this. I'm naming it as ID, or you can call it as customer key, whatever name you give. Now, instead of storing all this information multiple times, what I will do is I will say remove all of this, right? Or let me remove all of this, right? Delete, right? I deleted the columns and here I will say put ID. ID is 1, 1. Let's call it cust ID. Now, if you see, so much data we have removed, right? We don't need this as well. Sorry, I have to remove this till reason, right? Yeah. Okay, so all of the information of customer ID now in my this orders table, right, will not be repeating. Because in orders table, there can be multiple records of this customer, right? So what I have done, I have created a separate customer table. In this, I will store this customer's information one, and I will refer to this customer just with the ID. If I need, let's say, customer name, so what I will do, I will join these two data set, right, and get the customer information. Or let's say I want city-wise sales, right? So what I will do, I will join these two data sets based on customer ID and then aggregate data based on city. Similarly, for product, I can do it. So I will take product, right? So product has this product ID category, subcategory, product name, right? This is the information of product. So I will create another product table, right? And I will have a product ID. Okay. And then I will delete these columns from here, right? And I will have product ID here, and I will say 1, 2, right? So this will be my product ID 1. These are two different products, right? And that's it, right? That's it. Now again, this product can be bought by thousands of customers, right? If I put in orders table, I will have to repeat that information again and again and again and again, right? So what I have done, I have created a separate product table, and in that I will store each product information only once. Whenever I need to do some analysis, let's say I want category wise sales. So what I will do, I will join these two tables based on ID and get the information of category, that this order belongs to which category, and then I can do my analysis. Right? This way, I am reducing the redundancy. Redundancy means storing same information again and again and again. Right? Storing same information again and again. So that redundancy is gone. Right? Also integrity, right? Consistency. So it might be possible then when you have this data. Let's say someone has changed the product name tomorrow vendor on Amazon website. So in some records you will see this product name, in some records you will see different product name, right? It will be again confusion when you want to do analysis on a product name, right? This will be a different product and that will be shown as a different product, but they are same. But in this case, what I will do, I will change the product name here. ID will remain same, right? So when I do analysis on product name, I will see, I will see right number of orders for this product, right? So this solves the problem of consistency as well, right? So we have data consistency and we reduce the data redundancy, and it is scalable also, right? Because you can have many orders, many products. If you store data in this way, you have unnecessarily more data and scalability might be an issue. Here, we are storing the information once and it is more scalable, right? So this is how you want to store data. Now this process or these tables in the word of data warehousing or data modeling are known as fact and dimension table. For my customer and product table are dimension table, and this is my fact table, right? Let's read the definition of fact and dimension and we will come back again here. So just a moment. Okay. So fact. The term fact represents a business measure. Imagine standing in the marketplace watching products being sold and writing down the unit quantity and dollar sales amount for each product in each sales transaction. These measurements are captured as products are scanned at the register. Each row in a fact corresponding to a measurement event. The data on each row is at a specific level of detail referred to as the grain, such as 1 row per product sold on a sales transaction. One, one of the core tenets of dimensional modeling is that all the measurement rows in a fact table must be at the same grain. The most useful facts are numeric and additive, such as dollar sales amount. So basically, what it is saying is, it is talking about the grain. What is the lowest level of granularity? So for our data set, what is the lowest level of granularity? Can someone tell me what is the granularity of my fact table? This fact table, orders fact table. Anyone? Raise your hand and
Each,
you can unmute Nachiket.
each transaction.
In terms of column, you tell me what is the granularity of my table, orders table,
Order ID. Order ID.
order ID. Okay.
Sales.
No. So order ID can be repeating. When I say grain, it should be unique. There should not be duplicate on that column. So in this
Row
case, it
ID.
is combination of order
No
ID and
idea.
product. So this is my grain. So what it is saying in a fact table, every record should be at this grain. It is not that some records are at order ID and product ID, and some records are at order ID. In that case, then product ID will be null, right? You should not do that. All the records in a fact table should be at the same grain. So all the records that I will enter, even if there is one product, right? Still the grain is order ID and product ID. So this fact table, the grain, the granularity, basically the lowest level of granularity or detail we have in my fact table is known as granularity or grain, right? So in this case, it is product ID and order ID. So this is my fact table. In fact table, we have record for every event. In this case, the event is order placed, right? So for each order placed, for each product, I have a record, right? So this is my fact table. And in my fact table, I will have mostly additive terms, right? So this is the sales, quantity, discount, all this we can store. We have these as well, customer ID, product ID. These are known as foreign keys. So in my dimension table, this is a primary key. Okay. Primary key in a dimension table is basically again your grain of your dimension table, right? It will be unique. It will not remove. Sorry, repeat, right? So for each customer ID, you will have one record in your customer table, right? So this is your grain. Again for product, ID is a primary key, right? ID is your primary key. Great. So you have customer table where ID is primary key, again product table primary key. Now you are referring to these primary keys in your fact tables, right? And when you refer, these are known as foreign keys. Your customer key is a foreign key, right? And again, this is a foreign key. Sorry, spelling is wrong, right? And this is also a foreign key product ID, right? So these are very common terms when you learn Power BI as well, that you have a primary key and a foreign key, right? Foreign key is nothing but it is pointing to a primary key in a dimension table. Okay, let's read a definition of dimension as well quickly. Dimension tables are integral companions to a fact table. The dimension tables contains the textual context association with the business process, right? They describe who, what, where, when, how, right? So who bought this product? So basically customer is a dimension, right? What they bought. So that is a product dimension, right? Where they bought, that is a location dimension. When they bought, basically date dimension. How they bought, maybe basically online, offline, or maybe UPI mode, whatever, right? Why they bought, maybe because of some promotion they. So all these attributes are dimension table. Dimension table often have many columns or attributes. It is not uncommon for the dimension table to have 50 to 100 attributes, right? They tend to have fewer rows than fact tables, but can be wide with many large text, right? Makes sense. So they will have fewer rows. So in my organization, I will have maybe 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 products, right? So for example, if you look at Namaste SQL, it has maybe 5, 6 products only, right? But in the orders, it will be a lot of orders, right? So it will be, so fact tables are long, right? But dimension tables are short, which means data is less, but column can be more. So for product, there can be many things right? So you can have many number of columns, so they can be wide, but fact tables will be long. They won't be much wide because all the wideness we removed by using this, by putting a foreign key, and we can get all the information from the dimension table. So this is how you define dimension and fact tables, right? Each dimension is defined by a single primary key, referred to the PK notation, which serve as a basis for referential integrity with any given fact table which it is joined. Right? So this is the referential integrity. Basically, referential integrity means whatever ID are there will be present always in your customer table. Whatever product ID are there will be present always in your product table, right? So whenever you load data, you will have to load the dimension table first, right? Let's say you have a new customer, right? So if you have not entered data in your dimension table, right, how you will enter here? Because you need a key here to enter. So you will always load data in your dimension table first, and then you will load the fact table, right? So this is how it works. Now, the way this data is arranged, right? So this is how it is. So you have the orders table, and then you have the this is my fact, right? Let me color fact by something. Let's say yellow color, right? And this is your dimension product, and then you will have customer, right? You can have date dimension, you can have location dimension, you can have multiple dimensions, right? So these are dimensions. Let's call it say blue, right? So these are your dimension. So the way we put it, it looks like a star, right? Because in between there will be a fact table. Again, fact table can be multiple. Let's say you have a return data as well. So return also is kind of fact, right? Every time you return something, there will be one entry, right? Return also a fact table. So you can have multiple fact. Basically, each fact will be surrounded by multiple dimension tables. And this looks like a star schema. It looks like a star, and this terminology is known as star schema, right? So if you go back here, you see this is a star schema, fact and dimension. So you have the sales table in between, and then you have product dimension, sales territory dimension, employee dimension, reseller dimension, date dimension, right? So this looks like in a star. So this is known as star schema. And this is what recommended in Power BI also. So in Power BI, you should have data in a star schema format for best performance and a more efficiency, right? Now, there is another term known as snowflake schema, right? That is again, in rare case, we should use it in Power BI if there is no other option. We should always go with star schema, but let me explain what is snowflake schema, right? So let's go back here, right? Now here, let's say you have the customer information. Now in star schema, one thing you will see, the fact table is directly connected to all the dimension table. So you can directly join orders and customer table, right? You will have customer ID here and ID here. You can directly join ID here, right? Here will be product ID and ID again. So you can do have direct relationship between fact table on each of the dimension. Right? So this is one of the property of star schema. In Snowflake schema, what you do is basically what you can do. Let's say you have this country, city, postal code, region, right? Again, if you see, this information will repeat, right? So for each customer, right? Let's say customer ID 2, he can also belong to the same country, city, postal code, region, right? So this information will be repeating again and again and again. Now, typically it is fine because we know that dimension table will not be very huge. So it is okay. If even if it is repeating, we are fine. In fact, we don't want because fact can have millions of billions of rows, and then that repetition will hurt us. But in dimension, even if some repetition is there, we are okay, right? But let's say you don't want that. So what you can do, you can create another table. So you will say, let's remove this, right? And let me take full, and I will create another table here, and I will call it location table, right? And I will have country, city, postal code, and I will just put a ID. Right? Let's call it one. Similarly, you will have more record for each city. So granularity is postal code basically here, lowest granularity. So for each postal code, you will have one record. Right. Now in your customer table, you can just put location ID instead of repeating that information. Right? So I will put 1. So again, if there are multiple customers from the same postal code, I don't have to repeat it. This is not recommended in analytics world. We want to go with the style scheme. The problem with this, so what will happen now? So you have a customer table and you have a location table. Let me put it here. Right? And that's it, right? So you have a orders table, customer table, location table. Now let's say you want region-wise sales, right? So from orders table, you cannot go to location table directly because this ID is not present in my orders table. So if I want city-wise sales, I cannot do it, or region-wise sales, I can not directly do it. So what I have to do, I have to first join this table with the customer table, right? And from customer table, I need to join location ID with this. And then I can do it. I can do it, but I will have to do multiple joining of data, right? So this is known as snowflake, where you can have dimensions further divided, right? And some dimension might not be directly attached with your dimension table. Some of the dimension are not directly connected with your fact table. You have to go via customer. So join orders with customer and customer with location, right? You are reducing some redundancy, but at the cost of more cost, right? Because more joins means more resources you need, right? You have to have more CPU, right? Joining is a costly operation, so you don't want to do it, right? It is okay to have some redundancy, right? But we are saving on the performance. So when I run a query, this query will run fast when we have a star schema, right? When we have a snowflake schema, that query will be slow because we have to do two joins here, right? So this is the difference between star schema and snowflake schema. In Power BI, generally we want to have a star schema, right? Now there one more term which I want to cover and then I will take doubts. So there's a concept of cardinality. Cardinality means what is the relation between your order and dimension, sorry, fact and dimension table. So if you see in your customer table, right, for each customer, there can be multiple orders, right? So this is one to many relationship. This is known as cardinality, right? So your cardinality is 1 to n. So in customer table, the ID will not repeat. So there will always be one record. But here you can have multiple record because a customer can have multiple orders placed, right? So this is cardinality is 1 to many. Similarly here, 1 to many. Or you can say from orders to customer table, many to one. It is same thing. You can say from orders table to product table, many to one. Many product can be there and they will have one record in product table. Or you can say one to many from product to this. Right. So this is your cardinality, how it is related. Right. Now you can have a one-to-one relationship as well. So for example, let's take our example of returns data. So let's say you have returns data as well. Let's put it here. Your returns data is order ID, product ID. Now these are two fact tables. Returns is a fact table, and this is also a fact table. And let's say return date, whatever you have, right? Now in this case, if you see, there is a one-to-one relationship, right? Because there will be always a one record for the order ID and product ID combination. As well in return table also you will have order ID and product ID combination, right? So there is no redundancy here as such. This is a one-to-one relationship. For each order ID and product ID, I have a record here in returns table, order ID and product ID. If my data is at this level, we are assuming the is at this level. So this is a one-to-one relationship, right? There is no redundancy as such. In dimension table, we had the redundancy, right? Because we were storing customer ID multiple times. Here, it is fine, right? We will have multiple records. So in this case, I want to do a merge. So I will do a merge and get the return date, or let's say we have the return reason, right? So for each order ID, product ID, we are storing return date, return reason. Here also my data is at order ID and product ID level. So if this kind of relationship is there between your two fact tables, right, we may want to do a merge. So we will end up with a one fact table and we will have return date and return reason, right? So we can store in a, we can merge this for analysis. We may have two different tables, but then we can merge this data and use it. So now wherever there is no return, it will be null, right? Because there is no return for return reason, sorry, right? And if there is a return, I will have some date, right? Whatever. And return reason, bad quantity, whatever. Right? If we have one-to-one relationship, then only I want to merge the data set. Otherwise, I will create relationship. I will not merge. So I will see how to create relationship, right? What is relationship in Power BI? But you understand that if there is a one-to-one relationship, cardinality one-to-one, it is okay to merge the two data sets using Power Query. Or if you want to do in your source, maybe it is a SQL, wherever. It is absolutely fine. If you have one-to-one relationship, you can merge. But if you have one-to-many relationship, don't merge it. If you merge it again, this information will be repeating again and again. If I merge these two data set, we will reach to this stage again where we have repeating value, right? So that's not a good idea. Okay. So this is all about fundamentals of data modeling or data warehousing. This is a data warehousing concept. Basically, this is how you create the data warehouse, right? So if you talk about the process, and let me go back to the initial slide, right? So this process of ETL, right? You see data warehouse, you see sources. So the data engineer, what they do, so in your source, data can be in different format. They can be in JSON, some data can be in a fully normalized, right? Or different formats it can be. So the whole process of ETL is get this data and put it in a data warehouse in a star schema format or Snowflake, whatever is required. Right? So they will get the data from different sources, do the ETL part, all the transformation, whatever you have to do, and then store in a star schema format. Right? They will have a fact tables and then they will have a dimension table, right? And then they will set up the pipelines, incremental load, all of that stuff they will do just to make sure we have the proper data in my data warehouse in a star schema format. Right? Generally, star schema is used. Some places you will see Snowflake schema as well, but ultimately that is the work. And once you have the data in star schema format, then you can import it to Power BI, and then we will see how to use it in Power BI. Right? This is how you have to understand what is the star schema and what is the significance of it, what is the advantage of it. Right? Great. I think we have covered the fundamentals why we need star schema. Okay, so let me hide it one more time. Okay. So let's see how we can do this in Power BI, right? Data modeling in Power BI. So we go back. Uh, we covered this. Let's go back to the data modeling in Power BI. So now let's assume that there is a data engineer who has created the data in a proper format, a star schema format, right? And I have created a file, right? So I have this superstore orders which has full data. I have created a small file so that I can show data modeling concept in a more intuitive way, right? But it has all the tables, but data is less, just so that I can explain things in an easier way, right? So we have orders data. You can see, right? This is a order table. It has product ID, right? And customer ID, right? And this customer ID and product ID are referring to this. So this is the primary key of my product ID, and this is the primary key of my customer ID. And then I have another fact table, returns table as well. And in orders data, I have this foreign keys. Customer ID and product ID as foreign key, referring to the primary key of products and customers. So this is in proper star schema format, right? Great. In customer table itself, I have kept all the location information. Customer belong to which city, state. But if it has to be a snowflake schema, there will be a separate table for location. But I have kept simple as a star schema. Okay. So let's import this file in Power BI. So I will just uh, close this file. I think let's close this. Just got hanged. Okay. Let me open a new file. Power BI. Everything got hanged because of this. Yeah. Okay, so I will say Excel workbook, and then we will go to day 2. This is my file, right? Okay, so I can take all the data sets, right? So I will choose this. This is my customer data, orders data, product data, returns data. So I will choose all the files together. And if I want to do some transformation again, I can click on transformation. If I don't want to do, I can just directly do load. So it is loading all the 4 tables or queries, whatever you say. Okay, great. So let me just walk through a little bit the UI of Power BI. Power Query Editor, we have seen enough. Let's go through it. What are these options? So you have a table view first, right? In table view, you can see all the tables, right? Separate tables, orders, data, products, returns. You can see data, right? And there are many things you can do. So for example, you have the orders data, right? Order date. This is in, you want to change the format, right? So you can just click here and say, so data is stored in some format, right? It is just what, how you want to see in UI. So let's say I want to see in this format. You can just change the format, right? Now what also happens is when you import the data, what Power BI does, it categorizes the data. That if it is an integer, right, it will say whenever I drag this in the report, summarize it. But customer ID, I don't want to sum it. I don't want to count sum. So I will say don't summarize, right? So all the foreign keys, right? I don't want to summarize. Ship date is don't summarize, which is fine, right? Product ID again, I don't want to summarize. Sum of product ID doesn't make sense. So I can do all of that stuff, right? I can change the format. So for example, discount is this, right? Or this is this, right? There are 3 decimal place. I want 1 decimal place. So all that stuff I can do from the table view, right? So I have all the tables visible and I can just go and see. We will see a lot of other options, but just to give an overview that we can see data in a tabular format. Also, when you import data in Power BI, it compresses the data, right? So compression is a topic in itself, but basically what compression will do, let's say you have 10 GB of data in your Excel or in your SQL. So it will bring data and compress it, right, in a format which takes less space, right? So it will compress the data so that the performance is better and the data storage is less, right? Great. So this is your table view, right? This is your report view. In report view, you can create reports. So for example, simply, right, just drag and drop. I'm just giving the overview, right? So for example, you want, let's say for each ship mode, what is the total sales? You will click here, right? It will show you all the ship mode. You see, you can zoom it at the bottom or you can play, say control plus. And let's say you want sales, right? So you will say sales. So it is giving you for each ship mode, what is the total sales? Simply, right? Just drag and drop, nothing much, right? And there are different options. For example, this is table, right? If you want to see in a chart format, let's say column chart. So it will show you that this is the total sales for standard class, for same day, for second class, for first class, right? You want to see any chart, right? For example, you want to see in a pie chart. It will show in pie chart. If you want to see in donut chart, you just have to click and it will give you, right? Generally, to explain concept, I will be using table or a matrix. In matrix, you can add columns as well, right? So for example, if I go here, right? So you will see the options at the bottom. So it is showing you the columns, right? Ship mode and sum of sales. There are 2 columns, right? Let's say I want, so you have the rows as ship mode, and in the column, let's say I want customer ID or let's say customer ID, right? And I will put in a column. So what it is showing for each ship mode, for each customer, what is the total sales? So first class, customer ID 1, this is the total sales. Same day, customer ID 3, this is the total sales, right? So these are very handy to explain the concept. So most of the time to explain concept, I will be using table or matrix, right? Great. Now, one more thing is it is sum of sales, right? Let's say you want something else. So you can go here and say average. So it will give you average. If you want minimum, it will give you minimum, maximum, count distinct. All of that you can do here simply, right? If you want to rename it, you can rename. So for this visual, you want to show it as total sales. It will show you total sales. Right? Okay, so I'll be using this tabular format to explain you some of the concepts. So I just told you, but we will spend a lot of time on this report view later. Okay, so this is table view, report view. Now this is the view which we will talk about today and maybe next class, which is a model view, right? Data model view or relationship view, whatever you call it, right? So currently these are my tables which are coming here, right? Customer table, orders data table, products table, returns table, right? And all of these tables are available here, right? Now let's say I have not built any relationship currently, right? And let's say I want to see category wise total sales, right? Without creating relationship, let's see what will happen. So I will just remove everything from here. Ship mode, I will remove. Customer ID, I will remove. And I will say get me category. So category is coming from products table, right? So I will go here and say you can drag out also. So you can drag here. Okay. If you see, it is showing me 17860 for furniture as well as office supplies as well as technology. So something is wrong. It cannot be same. It cannot be same. So there is some problem. Now let me open the file. In file, if I check the total sales, right? The total sales is 17860. And here also 17860. So basically it is showing the same sales, total sales for furniture as well as office supply as well as technology, right? Why? Can you tell me why it is showing me like this? Anyone? There is some issue, right?
Because there
Furniture
is
should
no
have
relationship, I think.
Relationship is not
Ankit.
available.
right. So we have not told Power BI. Note here the product ID in this table is referring to product ID in my category table. So it doesn't know this relationship. So what it is doing for each category, it is getting me full data because there is no relationship. It doesn't know how these two tables are connected. Unless and until you tell Power BI, boss, these two tables are connected like this, it will not be able to filter data properly for you, right? It is kind of cross join if you are aware of cross join in SQL, right? So what we have to do, we have to come here and tell that these two tables are connected by the ID of this table is connected to customer ID, right? So I will just click here, drag it to customer ID. So ID of this table is customer ID. Now here, if you see, it is also identifying the cardinality. So it is saying there is a one-to-many relationship. Right? So for one record of customer table, you can have multiple records, right? So one-to-many relationship. We will come to it later, make this relationship active and cross-filter direction. But for now, we are saying these two tables are connected like this. ID of this table, customer ID of this table, save it. And that's it, right? It will show you this sign as well. Right? Now, if I go back to my report, right, it should fix it. I have not joined product table. Sorry, let me remove it. So category is coming from product table, right? Let me just do that, right? So I have the ID from here and product ID from here. ID, product ID. Right? So ID from here, product ID is there, and one-to-many relationship. So based on data, it will automatically identify the cardinality. Okay, so now I have the relationship between product table and orders table, right? And if I go back here, now if you see, we have the proper data. For furniture, this is the total sales. Office supplies, this is the total sales. And technology, this is the total sales. Now it is able to create a relationship. It is not a join, it is just a relationship, right? How it this work, we will talk about it. But basically, now it works perfectly, right? So this is the importance of creating relationship on the data model view. That if you don't create, then it will be all messed up. You will see repeated value and other things, right? It also shows you that in the manage relationship, it shows you what are the relationships here. So if you want to create a new relationship, You can drag and drop just like we did, or you can come here, manage relationship. Let's say you want to edit this, go here, edit. You can edit it here, or you want to create a new relationship, you can say new relationship. Right? And then you can select table from which table to which table, just what we did earlier. Right? Let's close it. Okay, great. So what I will do, I will create a relationship between customer table and orders table as well, right? So currently, if I see again, so let's say, okay, so I will create one more chart. So you have to click outside, right? And I will say, let's take customer. So from customer, let's say I want region-wise sales, right? So I have the regions here. You can just drag and drop and take sales. Again, same problem. It is showing me the total sales 17860 because there is no relationship between orders table and customer table. So I will go back here. I will say ID is connected to customer ID. Once I do this, it will filter the data properly for each reason and give me the sales. Now it is fine. Right? This process of creating a relationship is data modeling in Power BI. Right? And also what you want to do, generally, there is no hard and fast rule. Generally, when you create this data model, you keep fact tables in the bottom, right? And you keep dimension at the top. This is how you create. We will talk about returns table in a while, but this is how you will create the model in the visual format, right? So it looks fine that all the dimension table are on top and fact at the bottom, but there is no hard and fast rule, right? Now, how this work, right? So there is a concept of filter propagation, right? So how it works? It doesn't work like a join, right? It doesn't work like a join. What it does is it propagates filter from dimension table to fact table, from one side of the table to many side of the table. So if you see this arrow, there's a filter propagation from customer table to orders table. What does that mean? That means for, let's say, you are seeing city wise or region wise, right? So what it will do for each region, right? So from customer table, it will get you all the region, right? So let me just show you in this, right? So it will get you central region, right? East region, south region, west region, right? So this will come from customer table. Then what it will do, it will go to orders table. Based on the relationship, it will filter data for central and get you the sales. Similarly, for east region, it will go here, right? This is how the filter working. It will go here and it will filter based on product ID, sorry, customer ID, get the data for east region and give you. Similarly for south, similarly for west. Right? So filter is propagating from one side to many side in this case, right? From customer table to orders table. Similarly, filter is propagating from product table to orders table, right? So this is how filter propagation works. We will see more example of it. Okay, great. So now what we want to do, let me just see if I have missed anything quickly. Cardinality, this is fine. Okay. So now, if you remember, we discussed that we have to have a calendar table in Power BI, right? We will see later what are the use cases of it, but we need calendar table that we know. And calendar table is also kind of dimension table. So we saw in Power Query how we created the calendar table. We will create here also. Let's say in Power BI directly I want to create, right? So I will click here. So again, in Power BI, again and again, you will see the menus are contextual. When you click on a table, you will get some options, right? Table tools, you are getting all the table tools. When you click on columns, you get the column tools, right? So menu will change based on where you have clicked, right? So what I want to do, I want to create a new table of calendar. So I will say new table, right? And I will name it as calendar, right? And then I will say, so there is a formula we also call as DAX. We'll talk about it, but basically you can say calendar, create a calendar, and you can say give start date and end date, right? What should be the start date and end date of your calendar? So if you give, let's say, 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, it will give you 365 rows, values of date, right? So start date, I have to give in a date formula. So I will say date is 2024 01 or 1 comma 1, or let me check what are the dates we have in this. So let me filter data. So we have date from 2021 to 25, right? Okay. So I will say create a calendar table from 21 to 25. So 2021 1 1, right? So 1 1 2021 till, right? This is my end date, right? So I will say date, and you can say 2025 12 31st and close it. So it will create a date column. You see, it has date from 2021 all the way till 2025 December, right? 1826 rows. So this date column that we created manually in Excel, we created using this. And we have a new table here, calendar, right? We don't have a time, so we will say we need only date. So you can change here. And also if you want to change the column name, let's say through lowercase, you can do that. So this is your date column now. Now if you want to create more columns, you can just create a new column. So you can say new column, right? And let's say you want to create year also, because in calendar table we should have everything ready, right? So I will say year of calendar date. So it will always give you table name, column name. So my table name is calendar, column name is date. From this column, I want to extract year. So this is year, right? I want one more column again. Again, if I want to change the format, I don't like this format, I can change it. I like YYYMMDD, right? And then again, I will say new column, right? And let's say it is month, and I will just say month of. So most of the Excel formulas works here as well. So date, calendar table, sorry, from calendar table date from this extract month, right? And you can have quarter, week, start of month, start of week, whatever you want. Everything you can get it here. But basically you have the calendar table now, right? And once you create that table, you will see that table here as well, right? So we will bring it here. So we have the calendar table, we have date, month here. Also, once you create a calendar table, you should mark as date table. Otherwise, it will not recognize that this is a calendar table. You will say mark as date table, right? And you have to tell column which column is date. So it is validated, save. So this process you will have to do. You have to mark every time. I mean, whenever you are first time creating a report, your calendar table, you mark it as date. Otherwise, it will not work properly. Okay. So now how these tables will be related by date, order date, right? So we have the order date here, right? We have the order date here, right? So I can say this is connected to this. Again, you say one-to-many relationship, right? Because in calendar table, for each date, there will be one entry. So first January 2021 will not repeat in calendar table, right? So this is kind of primary key. And then for each date, there can be multiple orders. So this is one-to-many relationship. Okay. So this is a one-to-many relationship done. Now, let's say I want to do some analysis on the orders data, order date, right? So one way is, so you can also create multiple reports. So this is your one report. You can just click here, rename it, rename this, right? And you can create multiple reports, right? So what you can do now, you will, let's say calendar table was not there, then you will just say take this table, right? In this table, take order date, right? And also take the sales. Right? So you can easily see order date and sum of sales, right? But once you connect the table, calendar table, right? And if you are using column form calendar table, right? You can use all the columns, like you can do check year-wise sales, you can check month-wise sales, whatever you want to do, because everything is ready, right? So instead of this order date, I will choose this date from calendar table, right? Let me rearrange it. Okay. So now each date it is giving you total sales, right? You can sort it by clicking on it, right? So for each date, it is giving you sales. So it is working in the same way. For each date, it will put a filter. For 1st January, it will put a filter and see if for 1st January in order date, there is some data, it will get it, filter the data and give me sum of sales, right? One to many relationship and filter propagation is from calendar table to orders table, right? So this is how it will work. Now, let's say you want to do analysis based on ship date instead of order date, right? This is connected to order date, right? But I want to do analysis on ship date, right? As per ship date, what is the total sales? This is as per order date because the relationship is between date and order date. So this data is coming as per order date. That for this order date, this is the sales. For this order date, this is the sales, right? But if I want to do on this ship date, right? So one thing is what we can do, we can create multiple calendar table, right? So I can have one more calendar table, and for that I will create a relationship with ship date, right? But there is a problem in that, right? If I mean, there can be many columns. I don't want to create calendar table again and again and again and again, right? There can be multiple date columns, or we have the return date as well here, right? And in one table, we can have multiple date columns. So here also we have order date, ship date. There can be three columns, right? I can create multiple calendar table, right? But that's not a right way of doing it. What we can do, we can create multiple relationship between two tables. So for example, I will say date and I will say ship date. Okay. So it is saying one to many relationship, which is fine. But if you see make this relationship active is unchecked. So if I just save it, it is showing me dotted line, which means it is an inactive relationship, right? This is not an active relationship. If you click here, this is an active relationship. Okay. Now, when you create a report, it will only use the active relationship. So you are saying the date and sum of sales as per order date. Now, let's say you want to see based on ship date. So you will say this is an inactive relationship and this is your active relationship, right? Ship date and order date. Save. Now, whatever data you are seeing, it has changed something, right? It is based on ship date now because you will always see data based on active relationship, right? Now you will say, but it is not helping me. Let's say in one report, I want to create two charts. In one based on the order date and in one based on the ship date, right? In that case, we have some DAX, right? We will learn later. In that, what we can do for the particular view or chart, I can use the inactive relationship. By default, it will use the active relationship. But if I want to use the inactive relationship for a particular report, I can do it using DAX that we will learn later. But you have to understand that there is a way of doing it, right? We will learn it later. But you can have multiple relationship between two tables and one will be active. There can be three, four, five, but at a time there will be one active. And whenever you create report, it will use that active relationship, right? Great. So this is your active and inactive relationship. Great. Let's move forward. So what we will do now, uh, okay. Okay. So let's talk about return table now. Right? There's a so if you have multiple fact table, how you will handle it. Now let's look at the data first. So if you see, this is your return table. Right? Now, if you look at carefully, this is not at the same granularity as order table. So we cannot merge because here the data is at order ID and product ID level. But my return data here is at product ID and return date, which means I don't have any information that this return is part of which order. Right? Just assume for now that we have data at this level for whatever reason, right? So basically, I cannot tell that which customer has returned it. I cannot tell it is part of which order. I just know that on this date for product ID 1, there were two return quantity, right? Again, it might be possible that for our same product ID, we have one more record, right? For another date. So product ID 1, return date this, and this is your return quantity 4. Right? So this is possible, right? So basically the granularity is at product ID and return date level. Perfect. Now we know we don't want to merge it because it will give me wrong information, right? I will merge on product, so it will show the data against each product, right? So for example, let's say if I join on product ID, that is the only thing I can join these two tables on, right? Order date and return date can be completely different. So if I join, this one will be joined with all the orders wherever one is there, right? Which is wrong. So I don't want to merge it, right? I want to keep it separate, right? But even if I create relationship, what do you think? What would be the cardinality? If I create a relationship between orders table and returns table based on product ID, what do you think? What will be the cardinality between these two tables? Anyone? One to one, many to one, many to
And
many.
I think it's many to many.
Right. It will be many to many. Why? Because for one product ID, here we can have multiple records, as well as for a particular product ID, here also we can have multiple records, right? So if I try to create relationship between these two tables, right, product ID and product ID, it will give me a warning here. This relationship has cardinality many to many. This should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values and that significantly different behaviors of many-to-many relationship are understood, right? So it is recommended that you don't create many-to-many relationship. You can have different behaviors, you can have unexpected outputs and performance also, right? So you don't want to create many-to-many relationships. What you want to do is you want to connect these two tables based on a business table, a common table, right? So for these two tables, what could be the common table? Product, right? Because it also has product ID and it also has product ID. So this product ID will work as a bridge table between order table and return table. Now look at it again. So what I will do, I will say ID and product ID, right? Now, if I want to do some analysis, right? Let's say I want category wise returns. I can do it, right? Because when this relationship was not there, I cannot see for each category how much is the say return quantity, right? Now I have created a relationship, right? So what it will do, the relationship is based on product ID, right? So for each ID, it will filter data from here to here and also filter data from here to here. That way I can also do the comparison now, right? So I can see for each product, for each category, what is the total sales as well as what is the total returns in the same chart. So let's do it. I will go here. Okay. I will put product ID or product name, whatever, from product table, right? Why it is not going? Okay. Product name. And from orders data, I can take sales, right? So this is my total sales. And or let's say quantity, right? Total quantity, right? And from here, from returns table, where is my returns table? Yeah, yeah. I can take the return quantity, right? So now I can do that analysis together. That for this product, this is the total quantity sold, and this is the return quantity. Again, for this product, this is total quantity sold, this is the return quantity. Why am I able to do it? Because I'm filtering data based on product ID. So for each ID from this, it will propagate the filter and get me the return data. And from here again, it will go filter the data, right? And it is one-to-many relationship because there will be only one record for the record for a product, right? And here we will have multiple records. So this is one-to-many. Again, this is one-to-many, right? So always remember, this is a Power BI recommendation that you should always have one-to-many relationship. Whenever you have many-to-many relationship, generally that will happen between two fact tables. You should use a common table and connect those two tables using that bridge table or common table, whatever you call it. It is sometimes known as bridge table as well, right? So always remember, whenever there are many-to-many relationship, you have to introduce a bridge table if it is not there, and then create one-to-many relationship. It will be best for performance and doing all the analysis. There will not be any ambiguity, right? Also, there are two things. One is star schema, that you should have star schema, and second is you should have one-to-many relationship. Right? This is a recommended. In ideal case, this is how your Power BI data model will look like. You will have a star schema, and between dimension and fact tables, there will be one-to-many relationship always. Whenever there is many-to-many, that's a red flag. And whenever there is a smooth flag, again, I will say orange flag. You try to convert it to star schema if possible. But this is very important that you should have one-to-many relationships always. Never create many-to-many relationships. You saw that Power BI is giving you warning as well. Okay, great. So this is how you deal with multiple fact tables by creating a common by connecting them through the common table, right? If you don't have a common table, let's say you have orders data, returns data, you don't have a table of product ID. Basically, you need a table which has list of all the distinct product ID in this case. So we will create a table in backend, take all the distinct values and create a new table. Use the table as a bridge table if it is not there in your data model, that bridge table. Right? But always have a bridge table and create one-to-many relationship and avoid many-to-many relationships. Okay, great. So this is how you handle the multiple fact tables. Okay, now one more concept is bidirectional filter. So let's discuss about it quickly. And then we will close today's session. So if you see, we have this relationship, right? I mean, this is filter propagation direction from here to here, and then again here to here, right? What I will do, look at carefully here, just 2 to 5 minutes, right? What I will do, I will take customer ID from here and take return quantity from here. Let's see what will happen. Right? I'm taking customer ID from here and return quantity from here. From orders table, let me rename it. I don't like orders data. I will say orders. Orders data. Let's call it orders. Okay, all good. So what I'm doing, I will create a chart. I will take customer ID from orders table, and from returns table, I will take the return quantity. I will go there and so from customer table, from orders table, sorry. Let me look at it again. So we have the orders table and returns table. Okay. So from orders table, I will take customer ID, right? And from returns table, I will take the return quantity. Now, if you see, it is again giving me the same values, 22, 22, and this is again wrong, right? So if you go here, this is my total return quantity, 22, right? First of all, I cannot tell that which customer has returned how many quantity because I don't have a customer information. But from data modeling point of view here as well, if you see, there is no path to filter data from customer ID to returns. There is a path from products to orders. There is a path from products to return. But if you see, filter is propagating in this direction. So you cannot go in this direction. So when you cannot go, it is again showing you all the values against each customer ID, right? Let's say for whatever reason you want filter to propagate from here to here, right? So what you can do, you can say that cross filter direction both. When you say single, the filter will propagate from one side to many side always, right? But when you say bidirectional filter, the filter can propagate both sides, right? It will again give me wrong value because what it will do essentially is it will go to the product ID, right? Filter here based on product ID and give me against customer ID. But again, that is wrong because I don't have a customer ID. But filter can propagate now at least, right? So filter can propagate from orders table to products. So there is a bidirectional, right? You see both the directions are there. And then from here to here, right? You can see some values different, but it is wrong, right? But we can make it happen basically. The idea is we can make it happen, right? We will see some use case later where we might need this both the direction. But ultimately, again, as a best practice, you should not have that. You should always have single, right? Let's say for whatever reason, you want filter to propagate from here to here. Then again, in DAX, we have a way that for particular measure or particular matrix, I want to enable the direction by direction from here to here. So for that particular column, we can do it. But in data model, again, we should avoid it. If we need it for some reason, for whatever use case we have, we will do for particular chart in Power BI, but in data model, we will not do it. You have the option, but you should avoid it again, right? So if I read about the best practices, I think I have a slide. Focus on building a normalized model in star schema format. Use one-to-many relationship as much as possible. Use one-way filters to avoid ambiguity, right? You should not have two-way filters and hide unnecessary field. What do I mean by that? So, for example, what we want customer to always use, or what whoever is creating chart to use this ID from products table, right? We don't want that they use product ID from here or they use from here, right? When you are creating a report, it might be possible you use this product ID. So if you use this product ID and you say sum of sales, what will happen? It will only give you sales for those products, right? So let's try it. So what I will do, I will go to the returns table and I will say product ID, right? Okay. So I'm taking product ID from returns table and let's say return quantity. Okay. So this is fine. Now I will say the total sales as well from here. Again, if you see, it is giving me repeated value. Why? Because there is no filter propagation. Filter can propagate from product to returns, but what we are trying to do, we are trying to do from product from returns to orders. There is no path. See, there is no path. It cannot go from returns to orders tables. There is no path, right? That's why this direction is important. So for now, I will tell, okay, make it bidirectional, both. Okay, now if I go, I can see, right? For this product ID, this is the return quantity, this is sum of sales. But it is only showing products which are in return table, right? We have more products. So if I take product ID from products table, uh, you see we have 6 products, but we have return only for 4 products, right? So it is showing me only product ID which are present in the return table because this is how filter is propagating. It is taking all the product ID from here and filtering data in the orders table. For product ID 1, what is the total sales? For 2, what is the total sales, right? So to avoid these kind of mistakes, you can hide the field. So you can just click here and then in report view, these fields will not be visible. So if you go to returns table, see that is not visible, right? Any column which you don't need, you think you never need in your reports, but it is there in your data model. But you don't want to delete also those columns. You can just hide it so that there is no confusion to anyone. That product ID, if you want to use, it will always be taken from products table, which is the best thing. We should always take columns, all the dimension columns from dimension table and all the facts from fact table, all the quantity, sales, and all of the things, right? So we should avoid avoid these. So again, from the customer, from the orders table, I can hide the customer ID field because I won't take ID from customer table. Right? I want to hide the product ID field, so I can hide it again. Right? So make sure whatever is not required, not just foreign keys. So basically, what we have done, we have hidden all the foreign keys because we want that you should select column in your chart from the dimension table, right? Primary key. But apart from that, also, let's say discount is of no use. You hide it, right? It will just not show it there. The lesser columns are there, better for you to analyze and create the reports. Okay, great.
Start with our session, I just want to mention that if you want to learn Power BI from basic to advanced everything end to end, you can go to namastesql.com, right? And we have a Power BI 0 to hero course, right? You will learn from basics everything. You can go to the curriculum, right? So we have everything: introduction to Power BI, query editor, data modeling we have covered in depth. We have lot of videos on DAX, right? DAX fundamentals, essential, time intelligence functions, variable, advanced DAX, everything we have covered, right? Then we have how to create dashboard, right? Other miscellaneous things in Power BI. We have covered Power BI service, right? Row level security and all of those things. And then we have a project as well at the end, where we create a sales dashboard and how to optimize things, right? So there are a lot of things. Please make sure you check out the course, and if you want to learn from basic to advanced, this will really help you. You can use code Power BI to get the best price. Okay, let's get started.
DAX is kind of a formula expression in Power BI. Like if you learn any tool, be it SQL, Tableau, or any tool, Glue, whatever, right? You have to derive complex things, right? Complex measures. So you have to write formula. So those formulas are known as DAX in Power BI, right? So analysis expressions is a formula expression language used in Power BI and Power Pivot in Excel. So this is used in Power Pivot in Excel as well. So you can use this DAX in Excel as well as in Power BI. DAX formulas include functions, operators, and values to perform advanced calculations and queries on the data in related tables and column in tabular data models, right? Okay, so before we jump there, let me open the Power BI desktop. And what we will do is, I will use this file, right? So I will select all, I will say transform data. I will just rename the orders table and close and apply. Okay, so all data is loaded and we will quickly create the data model. Now, one thing you will see here is there is some aggregate sign against some of the columns. You see this? So what it is doing, whatever number columns are there, integer, decimal, right, whole number or decimal, it is by default assuming that these has to be aggregated, right? So for example, if I go to report view and if I choose, let's say, customer ID or product ID, right? So by default, it is giving me sum of product ID, right? Because it is identifying that this has to be aggregated because it is an integer column. So any integer or decimal will be by default considered as a aggregated value, that it has to be aggregated, but it is not correct. We never will want to aggregate product ID. Doesn't make sense, right? So what we have to do, you can go here on table view or anywhere, right? And you can click on product ID and say summarization, don't summarize, right? By default, you want to change summarization of any measure, you can change that it has to be some average minimum. You can change, we have seen. But for this, we don't want to summarize it, right? So now if I use this product ID from orders table one more time, right? It is not there, right? So if I click here, now it will, all the product IDs, it will show against the any measure, let's say sales, right? So now it is fine, right? So for example, if I change it to table, it shows me the product ID, sum of sales, and it is fine now. So by default, this behavior is fixed. I can always change it, but it is good to have changed these things. So again, customer ID, I will say don't summarize whenever I take this, right? And from product again, ID, don't summarize it. In customer table also, we have ID, don't summarize it. Generally, in dimension table, you will not have any columns which has to be summarized, right? Because mostly the measures will be in orders table. Great. And in the returns, again, product ID, don't summarize. So it will look clean, right? You can always keep it and change it every time in your visual, but it is now clean, right? Okay. So this is fine. Let's quickly create the relationships. So we have ID and customer ID. one to many, single, and let's take it here. And we have product ID and ID here. Okay. So products table, product ID, one to many, single, perfect. And we have returns table. So in returns table, it is connected with again ID. Yeah, save. Perfect. Now only thing missing here is calendar table. So let's create it. We will say new table, calendar equal to calendar, right? Minimum of order date, right? So you will take order date from here, right? So whatever minimum date is there in your data, it will take it dynamically. So tomorrow, if data is changing, your dates calendars will also change as per that. And I will say max of, I can say max of order date, but I will say ship date because generally ship is after order date. So I can have ship dates which are more than order date. So here I will say ship date, right? And close it. So if you see, we have all the dates from 27/12 till whatever maximum ship date we will have, right? Till 25. Okay, great. So let's clean it little bit. I will make it small and I don't want time, only date. And I like this format, YYMMDT. Great. Quickly create year and month columns. So I will say new column, year, year of calendar, date, and one more column, month, year of calendar date, sorry, month of calendar date. Okay. And let's take one last new column. We'll call it start of month, start of month, and again calendar table. So this will give me the date when the month is starting, basically first of every month, right? Start of month, calendar date. Okay, so basically what is happening here is we don't have data from 1st April. That's why it is giving me, but we can fix it later. But for now, we have got the first date of every month, whatever is available in calendar table, right? So this is the first date of April. It is showing me from May onwards, it is showing first date, first date, first date, right? Fine. So I have created the calendar table and let's take it here. Okay, and it will be date and order date. Fine. And I will create an inactive relationship as well between date and ship date. Date and ship date. Yeah, perfect. So my modeling part is done, right? This is all I needed to do. Great. Now what we will do before we move to DAX, I just want to show you a few things here that how to use filters, right? So let's say I have this product wise sum of sales, and let's take another chart. So I will take one more chart and where I will put category wise sales, right? So let's take category from products table. Okay, so this is my category. Let's hide this. Okay. And take sales again. Okay. So this is my product ID wise sales and this is my category wise sales. Now there are a lot of charts. We have seen that column chart is there, pie chart is there, donut chart is there. One of them is very, very important here. This is slicer. So let me click here on slicer, right? And I will take, let's say, ship mode, right? Now it is showing me all the ship modes here, but this slicer will help you filter the data, right? So if you click on first class here, what it is doing essentially, it is working as a filter, right? You are slicing the data. So this slicer will be helpful for end user to slice and dice the data. For example, someone is interested only in first class, right? So we can have a slicer on ship mode and I will say first class. So for all the charts, it will filter data only for first class. You see numbers are changing. If I choose same day, it is again changing. See, it is 7,999. If I choose second class, it is changing, right? So everything is changing here. For example, currently it is 1,63,000. If I click on standard class, it is something else, right? So it is kind of where clause in SQL you have, right? So you can slice and dice data using this slicer. So you have to choose the slicer visual from here, right? And use it here, this slicer, right? And you can put any dimension here and you can filter data accordingly. If you want to choose multiple fields, just press Control and choose it, right? So you can choose multiple field here. You can have multiple slicer as well. So for example, this is on ship mode. Let's say I want one more slicer. So I will click on slicer, go here. Let's say I want to filter based on a region, right? So it is showing me all the regions. So I can choose central. So for central region, this is my all the charts are filtered. Now this is central plus standard class. So in central region, standard class, these are the numbers. If I choose that, then it is showing me all the data for central. There is no other filter. Only filter is central here, right? So you can have multiple slices and you can slice and dice the data. So this is just to make user enable, we are enabling user and user to slice the data and do the analysis. There is another kind of filter which you are seeing here, right? This one. You see filter window here. Here you can put filters, right? If you want to just filter the data completely and don't want users to give option. So when I put a filter here, end user cannot change it. Once I publish the report, this is a hard filter, right? User cannot change it. So for example, region is there, right? If I want particular region, central, so it will only show central data everywhere, right? And if I apply, that's it. So it is showing the central region. It will not show any other data to user and user cannot even change it, right? So if you want some hard and fast filters that you want on your data, you don't want to show in UI, you can put here, right? Also here we have different options, right? So let me clear this filter. You can clear filter using this option, right? So this is a filter on a particular visual, right? So I have clicked on region, right? And when I saw here you have option filter on this visual, right? So you want filter on particular visual, then you choose this. If you want on page, so if I put a filter on a page, so for example, let's say region filter, I want to put on a page, right? If I say central, then it is filtering all the data, right? Let me check this, right? So it will filter data for all the visual on this page, right? If you want to filter on particular visual, you click on that, you choose that visual from here and do it, right? If you want all the visual on this page, so there are four visual, right? It will do for all, right? And then you have a filters on all pages. So as we discussed, we can have multiple pages. If you want a particular filter to be applied on all the pages, then you put filter here, right? So you have three options here. You want to put filter on a particular visual, you want to put filter on a particular page or on all the page. So all of that you can do. We will see more application of it later, but just want to show it a different way of filtering the data. Okay, I'll clear this and let's get back. Let's close this. Okay. Now another filters that you will see is through the interactions. So when you click on here, so you have furniture, office supplies, technology. You can click on any data point. So for example, you can click on furniture. The moment you click it, you will see that this is also getting filtered, right? If you click on office supplies, this is also getting filtered, right? Similarly, if you click again, then filter will be gone, right? It will be highlighted if you have clicked it. So if I click on technology, it is currently highlighted, right? You see this sign, black sign left to it. If you click again, that is gone. So these charts also interact with each other automatically. So for example, if I click on product ID 397, see only for 397 it is showing me data because 397 belongs to technology, no other category is coming, right? So if I choose 1052, so this interaction is automatic. You don't have to do any setting as such, right? Okay. Now let's say you want to disable this interaction, right? This interaction is there by default, right? I don't want this interaction for whatever reason, right? I don't want it. So I have in Power BI, we have that option to disable that interaction. So you can go to, I think, format, right? Let's say you click on this chart and then you click on edit interaction. Now what you want to you want to tell that do you want interaction or not with this chart. So you can disable it. You say none. Okay. Now when you filter data, see it is not changing. Nothing is changing here. You have disabled the interaction, right? So on whatever chart you want to disable the interaction, you can just click here, right? And then that's it, right? You want to enable it, you click it here. Now it is enabled, right? Similarly, let me click on this chart now, right? Again, I will go to modeling, sorry, format, edit interaction, right? And I will disable this. That when I don't want any interaction to applied on this chart, right? So I'll just click here, none. Now if I filter on product ID 656, see nothing is happening. I'm seeing all the data, right? So in whatever chart you don't want interaction, you click on this chart and you will say, okay, whenever I filter on this chart, don't make any filter on this chart or another chart or third chart, right? So it's up to you. You want to enable or disable, but it is generally you want to keep them interactive. And if you filter on this, you want to see that data, respective data on this chart as well, right? But you have the option if you want to disable it, right? I will just enable it for now. Great. Okay, so this is all about different ways of filtering it. One is slicer, right? That is most of the time you will be using it so that user will have option. And then you have filters. You want to just put the filters and you don't want anyone else to change it. And third is filter through interaction. When you click on any data point, automatically uh, other charts will be filtered, and you have the control over this interaction if you want to change. Okay, so this is all about filter. We will be using them when explaining DAX. So that's why I explained at this point. Okay, great. So let me clean it up. This is fine. And let's keep one filter. I will just delete it. Okay, great. So far, so good. Now let's get back to little bit some important concept about DAX. Right. So let me go back to the orders table. So we can see all the tables here: calendar table, customer table, orders, products, returns. Right. So now let's say I want to create a new column here. Right. I want to create a new column here. So what I will do, I will say new column. In calendar table also we created the column just like that, right? So for the orders table, I want to create a new column here, right? So what I will say new column, right? And let's say I want to create a column. Uh, let's say I want to say sales minus discount, right? Yeah. So I will say sales, right? So always remember it will give orders and sales, right? So basically table name, column name. Minus, I have some discount. right? So it can be 0, 0.2, right? So discount values, if you see, this is 0, 0.1, 0.15, right? So we have to multiply by 100. So let's go back to the column and I will say discount, right? Multiply by 100, right? It means I want to give 100% discount on sales, right? So this is the total discount I will be giving to the customer, right? And after that, this will be my, let's say, net sales. So this is giving me net sales. So what it is doing? It is doing sales minus percentage discount. So in this case, it is 0. So we have the same value. But let's say I choose this 10% discount, right? So net sales is, it becomes 0.1. Okay, so it is, if I multiply by 100, it is doing 10% discount we have to do, right? Okay, so I don't have to multiply. It is already in decimal, so I don't have to multiply by 100. My bad. Just 0.1 is enough. So 0.1 will give 10% discount. Yeah, now it is fine. Yeah. So 128, 10% discount, around 13 rupees. So it will be 115. This is my net sales. Okay, fine. So this is working fine, right? Let me remove all the filters. Clear filter. Okay. So now, if you see, I created a new column, right? In this new column, the calculation is this: sales minus whatever discount I'm giving. I'm calculating on sales, 0.1 into sales, and this I got it. Right. Now, when we talk about DAX, there are two kinds of things in DAX. One is calculated column, which is this we just created, and then there is a measure, right? Now, for calculated column, it works row by row by row, which means for each row, so this is row number 1. For this row, this net sales is getting calculated with this formula, right? Similarly, for this row, net sales is calculated. For this row, net sales is calculated. So row by row by row, this operation is happening, right? This behavior of row by row is known as row context in Power BI, right? In row, when we apply a formula which works on row context, so calculated column, right? So there are column and measures, right? We will come to measures. But calculated column works on row context, which means for each row, they will be calculated. For each row, the value of this formula will be calculated. So if there are 999, 4 rows, for each row separately, this is getting calculated, and this column is saved in your model, right? Remember, we import data in Power BI. So all the data is in Power BI. And when we create this column, net sales, this is also created physically and kept in the Power BI memory. Right? So it is taking space, extra space. It is not something that this is getting created on the fly. No, not on the fly. The moment you create it, it is stored in Power BI memory. So the more new columns, more calculated columns you have, it will take more memory. Right? So this is your row context where you do row by row by row. Right? Now, another thing is filter context. The filter context means the calculations is happening on the fly based on the filter. Their values is not fixed. For example, if you go here, right, you are seeing category wise sum of sales. Now, this sum of sales which is happening here, right, it is not fixed. It is based on the filter context. So here my filter context is category. So it will filter data for furniture and give you sum of sales. Now this is not fixed, right? Because this sum of sales is not fixed. If I choose subcategory, it will give me subcategory wise sales, right? Obviously, Power BI cannot store this sum of sales. It will change. So instead of category, right? Instead of category, let's say I take subcategory. Now see, we are seeing some different values, right? Based on the filter context. My filter context is subcategory. Right? For accessories, it will put filter and give me sum of sales. Right? Filter propagates. Remember, filter propagates from one side to many side, right? So it will filter data and giving you sum of sales, filter data, sum of sales, filter data, sum of sales. So this sum of sales is getting calculated on the fly. Its value is not constant, so Power BI cannot store it, right? There is no sum of sales here. You will not see, right? Because it is not fixed. But this is fixed. Because lowest granularity of my data is a row. This row cannot be splitted further, right? The value of this net sales for this row will be this, no matter what filter you apply, what filter context is, right? So for all the calculated column that works in row context, the value is stored in Power BI. It is fixed store. But for measures, right? This is a measure. Sum of sales is a measure. Any aggregated value is a measure, right? Sum of sales, average of sales, sum of quantity. All the aggregated values are known as measures, right? And those are dynamic, right? It is not stored. So this is your filter context. Based on filter context, right? It is changing. Right? Filter context is not just this column. Filter context is if I apply this filter, right? So we have two filter contexts now. First is you have filter context of subcategory. So for each subcategory, you have sales. On top of it, you say first class. Again, values are changing, right? So for accessories, first class, this is the total sales. For appliances, first class, this is your total sales. But again, this is changing. So now that we understand that we cannot store this value, right? This has to be fixed, right? Now, similar to how we created a new column here, we can create measures as well. So this sum of sales is an implicit measure. When I say implicit measure, I have not created sum of sales. I have just dragged and dropped sales and Power BI automatically created a sum of sales, right? If I click here, it has created sum of sales for me. I have never created this sum of sales. I had only the sales column. I dragged it. It can be aggregated. So Power BI is doing it. If I want to change the aggregation, I can obviously change it. If I want average, minimum, maximum, we can do it. Right? But I have not created this average sum of sales, average of sales, right? But I can also create it. So for example, I can say click here, or you can say new measure, or you can click here also. So there are again multiple options, right? So you will say new measures, and you will say total sales equal to sum of sales, right? Order sales or net sales, whatever you want. I'll use sales. Now, if you see, this measure is created. And if you see the sign, by sign, you can tell if it is a measure or calculated column. So if you see this sign, kind of mobile or calculator, right, it is a measure. And if you have this sign, right, summation sign kind of thing, then this is a calculated column. So by looking at sign, you should be able to tell if it is a calculated column or it is a measure. Right? So this is a measure. Measures will also always be created on aggregation. Right? Without aggregation, it will not work. It has to be sum of order sales or average or whatever you want. Right? You can take average, you can take sum, whatever you want. So it is always recommended that you create a explicit measure. So this is an explicit measure. I created it, and this is an implicit measure. Right? It is a best practice, and it is a always you will see that people will use this explicit measure. They will never use implicit measure. The reason is once you create this total sales, you can further use this column in other calculations, right? For example, you want to aggregate sales and you have aggregation of, let's say, quantity, you want to multiply it. So you can further use this total sales in other calculations. So for example, let's say I'm creating one more measure and let's say total sales after discount. Let's say I'm giving 10% discount for example. So when I type total sales, it is giving me, see, and when this measure is coming, it is not connected to as such any table. It is just total sales, but it will not come as table name and column name. If you see that, if I take the columns, they are coming as orders, quantity, orders, sales. But measure is just a measure name in square brackets. Right? So you can use it somewhere else as well. So for example, into 0.1, I'm just showing you that I can use a measure in another measure, right? So the advantage of explicit measure is I can use it everywhere else. Otherwise, I will always have to say sum of sales, which doesn't look good. And some places it will create issue as well, right? So always remember you use the explicit measure, whatever columns are there, measures are there, or aggregated values are there, you create a measure for it. Right? So what I will do, this is total sales, right? I can create one for total quantity. So I will say total quantity. So this is your explicit measure, and I will say sum of quantity, right? Orders quantity. This is coming from a call. Okay, so I have created two explicit measures. Now by default, because I clicked here, it is created in the orders table here, right? In this folder, you can say, or whatever. If you want it to be present in some other, let's say in customer table or wherever, it is not stored, it is on the fly. So it doesn't matter where you put it, right? So you can just click here, total quantity, and you can say home table is not orders. Home table is for me is customer. So it will start showing in customer table, right? You want, let's say, total sales to be somewhere else, right? Products, it will show in the products table, right? So wherever you want to keep it, but their behavior will not change because they work on the filter context. Whatever column you will put, based on that, it will start showing the values. Okay. So let me put it back in the orders table. Makes more sense. Okay. And then this orders table. Okay, great. So I have created two measures here, total quantity and total sales. Again, it works on filter context, right? Its value will change as per the filter, as per the dimension in your visual and any other external filter, right? Again, if you put any filter here, again these value will change, right? So it will keep on changing. Any kind of filter you apply, right? Any kind of interaction you do, these values will keep on changing, right? So now what I will do, I will go to this chart, right? Instead of this sales, right? I'll remove this sales and I will say total sales, right? This is I have created now, right? If I just take sales again from here, right? It is same value, but this is implicit measures, sum of sales. This total sales is explicit that I have created. Values are same, right? And it is overall as well, right? Okay, great. So I'll just remove it. Okay, so this is very fundamental to Power BI. We'll be using this philosophy of row context and filter context in more DAX. When we learn more DAXs, you will see that there are a lot of things which depends on filter context and row context, right? So when we go there, we will see. But this should be clear in your mind. Anything happens row by row is a row context. Anything happens based on the filter context is filter context based on the filter if anything is changing, right? Calculated columns are row works on row context and measures works on filter context. This you should just by heart it. You should keep these 4 or 5 lines in your mind. Okay, great. Let's see if okay, great. So now we saw sum of sales, right? Let's see couple of more measures, right? So you see, I can do average of sales, min, max, whatever I want to create. I want to focus on count, right? So, okay, before we go there, let's read it, right? So that again it is clear because it is a important concept. I want to just make sure that it is clear to you. So calculated columns, values are calculated based on information for each row of a table, row context. Values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report, right? It is a filter context. Appends static values to each row in a table and stores them in the model, right? Which increases file size, right? I explained it. Does not create new data in the tables themselves, doesn't increase file size because they are created on the fly. recalculated on data source refresh or when changes are made to the component columns, right? Recalculate in response to any change to the filters within the report. So if your data will change, then these will be recalculated. This is obvious. Primarily used for filtering data, right? So whatever calculated columns you create generally will be used for filtering data, and this will be used for aggregation. They may not use any functions. Measure always need an aggregate function, right? So when you create a measure, it will always need an aggregate function because it always works on aggregation, filter context. So aggregation has to be there. But for this, not necessary. So for example, when we created this column, we didn't use any function as such. It is just minus into multiplication, right? So there are a lot of functions we will see, but it is not necessary that for calculate column some function is required. Just plus, minus, or anything works, right? Reference is using fully qualified name, right? So when you create a new column, it will be table name, column name because it is associated with a table. So it will be part of a table. So when you use net sales, you will see table name, column name. Uh, let me just show you. So when I create a new column here, and if I say net sales, let's say, so it is coming with the table name, orders net sales, right? So it will be always associated with a table. Okay, great. And just references using the measure name. So whenever we use the measure name, we saw it is just coming as total sales. It is not associated with any table because it is not row by row. For this, the table is important because it is on particular table, it is going row by row by row. So table is required for that. For this table is not required because it is just a total sales. Now total sales you may want from by region, you may want by category, you may want by ship mode, whatever you want, right? So it is not associated with a table, right? Great. Okay, so in DAX, all the operators we can use. We just saw plus, minus, multiply, right? Again, we will see we can use this comparison operator as well, equal to, less than, greater. It is simple, just like in SQL or anywhere we use, right? I'm not showing it individually, but we will use it in many places, all these things, right? So comparison operator, arithmetic operation, logical operations we can do. For example, if I want to put an AND condition, right? That region equal to this and category equal to this. So instead of AND, we use double AND operator, right? We'll see that. For all, we have pipe operator, and then for in, we have in. Product color in, but you have to put in curly braces. In SQL, it is round braces, right? Also, any literal value that you give in Power BI should be in double quotes, right? In SQL, you give in single quotes. I always get it wrong. I'm used to doing SQL more, so I always give single quotes, but remember you have to give in double quotes. If you are saying region equal to France, you have to put France in double quotes, right? We'll see all of this when we learn more next, right? Also, this is a common function category of DAX, right? So we have mass and stat functions, sum, average, min, max. We'll see that. Then we have logical operator, if, else, switch, right? Then we have text based like concatenate, format, left, mid, upper, lower. This is similar to what we saw in the Power Query editor as well. So that is there in here as well. Then we will go through it. You don't have to worry. You can come back here and understand this slide. But basically, based on some category, it is divided into different categories. Basically, they are based on their behavior. It has been divided into separate category. For now, it might not make sense what is related and all. But later you can come back and then it will make more sense when we learn all of these. Okay, great. Now, one more important point here I want to mention. Again, it will be clear later that your DAX can return a scalar value or a table, right? So, for example, when we say sum, max, count, right? It returns a value. It doesn't return a table, right? But there are some DAX functions which returns a table, right? Not a single value, right? So we cannot directly use them in the chart, right? We have to create a table and on top of it, we have to do the aggregation. Again, don't worry, you can come back to this slide when we learn some DAX, but I have just put it so that you know that we have two different categories. Okay, great. So let's see some of the DAX, right? We saw some simple DAX we will start with. First one we saw is sum, right? Let's see some more. So we will create count, right? So let me take one more new measure. Okay. Then I will say total, sorry, total rows, right? And I will say count rows. So it will count number of rows in a table, right? So if I say count rows and let's say orders table, so it will take a table as argument, right? Because it is counting number of rows in a table. I'll say orders. It is not taking any column, right? Even if I try to pass any column, order date, it doesn't show, right? So again, this is very helpful in Power BI based on our DAX, right? It will not show which is not allowed. So this for this DAX count rows, column argument is not allowed. So it is not even showing me. If I type order date, it is not even showing me, which is a good thing, right? Chances of making mistake is less because it is not allowing me to choose any column. It is requiring a table, so it will only show me all the tables. So for example, I can choose products table, I can choose customers table, but I cannot choose column and it is not showing me also, which is a great thing. For now, I want to count number of rows in the orders table. Right? Great. So if I just take this is my total rows, right? So generally, if you want to see a single value, you will choose this card. So it will just show you that there are 999 rows, right? Now I want to see number of rows, let's say category wise, right? So I will take the table again, right? 999 rows, and I will say give me category wise, right? So for each category, it is giving me total number of rows. As simple as that. It is very similar to count star in SQL. Right? Again, it is working on filter context. It will filter data for furniture and count total number of rows. It will filter data for office supplies, count number of rows. It will filter data for technology and give number of rows. Simple. Right? Now we have count of column name as well. So for example, let's go back. New column, sorry, new measure. Don't make this mistake. This is new measure. Right? And I will say number of, let's say, customer. Okay, so I will say count. I will use count this time. And I will say orders customer ID. Okay. And I will now use this number of customers here. Okay. So again, if you see, it is giving me 2121 6026 1847. It is very much working with like the total rows. So it is counting number of customers and the number of customers will be same in a way, right? But it will not count empty or null values, right? It will not count null values. So for example, if I go back here on my data, right? And I will make one customer ID as null in my orders table, right? So if you see, this is coming from my orders table, right? Customer ID. And what I will do, I will go to orders table and for this row, which is 144, right? I will just remove it. Save. And now I will go to home and refresh. So if you see, it is showing 2120 and number of customers, it is showing 999 Basically, if there is any null value, it will not be counted. It is very similar to again in SQL. If you use a column name along with count, it will not count the null values, right? So this is how it works. Great. I'll just put it back. Okay, great. So it is back to 2121. Now this is giving me just it is not giving me distinct customer. It is just giving me number of customers because I have not used distinct, right? So we have the distinct as well. So I will just go here, new measure, distinct customers, right? And I will say count distinct count of customer ID, right? Okay, so let's take this as well here. Okay, now it is giving me that in furniture category there are distinct 707 customers. In office supply, distinct 788 customers. In technology, distinct 687. So this is count. In SQL, you will do count distinct of customer ID. So similar to that. So we have a separate function for it, which is distinct count, and you pass the column name. Again, it will not count null. If it is null, it will not be counted. But we know they are total 707. Now, if you see this total row is coming automatically for all of them, right? So if you see 9994, 9994, it is adding up, right? But for this, it is not adding up. See, 707, 788, if we add them up, it will be somewhere around 2000, right? But it is showing me 793. Why? So let's say customer ID 100. The customer ID 100 can buy something in furniture category. He can buy something in office supplies category as well. So when we filter data for furniture, that customer ID 100 will be counted there as well. And that customer ID, when we filter data for office supplies, that time also he will be counted. So he will be counted in both. But here, it is not the sum of this, right? Whenever we talk about total in Power BI, it is not the sum of all this visible value. It is always a value without a filter context of your chart. I mean, this external filter will be applied, right? So total is changing, right? But it is not the sum of these values in your chart. It is without this, your dimensions filter context. So it will not take this filter context and do aggregation. It will say without this filter. So without any category filter, total 9994 rows. If we don't apply any filter of category, if I do distinct of customer IDs, it would be 793. We can show it. So what we will do, we will use this in separate. So I will take this, right? And let's change it to a card. You see 793 customer. And on this, when I choose a card, there is no filter context, right? It is just a value. So it is doing count of distinct all the customers in your orders table. And same thing is happening here, right? So don't never get confused. It is not the sum of visible value in your chart. It is total is always calculated a value without this filter context. So when you don't apply any furniture, office supply, technology filters, and then you apply the formula, that will be coming here, right? So this is important again. Many times you will see that things are not summing up, right? This is not something we can sum to get the overall distinct, right? And it doesn't work in Power BI. Not just for this, for any formula, it is always a value without a filter context, right? So that's why I said row context and filter context will keep on coming when we learn DAX. Make sure it is clear to you. Okay, great. So this is my few of the important basic formulas like sum, average. In count, we have some variety, count of distinct, row count, right? So there are 3-4 variations of count as well. Okay, so let's discuss some more DAX. I want, let's go to customer table. Let's create something in customer table. So let's say in customer table, I want a column with, um, let's say length of customer, right? So I can just quickly say new column, right? Name equal to length of customer name, right? So it is giving me 13. It is the length, right? 20, 19, 14, right? So this is again working on row context, right? Because it is a calculated column I'm creating here. And It is just giving me, it is calculating for each row by row by row by row, right? Similar to that, you have all the function like concatenate. If you want to concatenate two values, for example, new column, and I will say, let's say I want to put uh, city and state together, right? City, state. I will say concatenate, right? I will concatenate what? I will concatenate city, right? And state. So it will concatenate and give me. Right? It will take only two arguments, I think so. I don't think it will take more than two. Let's try. It is giving me error. Concatenate function maximum two argument, right? So you cannot have more than two arguments here. You have to use multiple concatenate, or I think ampersand also works for concatenation. So for example, I will say ampersand. No, this is dollar ampersand. Yeah. Yeah. So you can use ampersand if you have more than two values to concatenate, right? So concatenate function was taking only two arguments, but here you want to add a space in between. Doesn't look good, or you want to add a comma in between. So you can use one more ampersand, and in between you can use a space in double quotes. Remember, always in double quotes. Now it is fine, right? Or you want to add a comma, you can add a comma, right? So you can use whatever, right? So all of those string function, date functions works here completely fine, right? And it works on row by row by row by row. Okay, great. One more thing I want to show. So if I go to orders table, and I'm creating a new column here, right? Not the measure. Let's call it TS. And in this calculated column, I'm not supposed to use the aggregated values, right? Because it works on row by row by row, right? If I have to create sum of sales or something, I will create a measure. Why I will create a calculated column? But let's try it. I will say sum of sales. It doesn't stop me, right? I'm saying sum of order sales. If you see what it is giving me, it is giving me total sales basically, right? So if you go to Excel, and if you just use this, see, this is 234141242. This is my total sales, right? And same thing it is showing here. So basically what is happening, this column, a calculated column works on row context. So for each row, it is calculating total sales, right? It is not applying this filter for each row separately. It is what it is doing. For first row, it is calculating total sales. For second row, again, it is calculating total sales, sum of order sales. For third row, again. So it doesn't make any sense, right? There's a concept of context transition, which again we will learn a little bit in later classes. But basically, calculate is a function which can do a filter context transition, right? So I'll say calculate. So I'll just wrap this up in calculate. We will talk about calculate more. But if I just wrap it up, now it is giving me row by row by row. So basically what calculate does, it changes from it changes the row context from row context to filter context, which means earlier it was working row by row by row. Now moment I put it in calculate, each row is a filter now, right? So it changes it to filter context, and the filter context is each row. So it is giving me total sales for each row, right? It is okay if it is confusing for now. I just wanted to mention now, but again, when we talk about it more later, it will be clear. But basically, it changes your context from row to filter. Okay, great. And talk about few more DAXs, right? So we discussed this, right? Sum average. We saw text as well. We saw DAG date functions we have seen, right? For in calendar table when we created year, month, you have it today as well if you want today's date, so you can use that, right? Let's talk about if else, right? In any language, you have if else kind of conditions you will want to do. So for example, we have case when in SQL, similar to that, we have if else in Power BI, right? So let's do that. Let's say I want to create a new column. Let's remove this. I don't need it for now. And Based on quantity, I want to create a new column and say that customer has bought multiple quantity or single quantity in this order, right? So if it is one, then single quantity. If it is more than one, then multiple quantities, right? So we have one, two, three. Something like that we want to create. Okay, so we will say multiple item count category, let's say, whatever you call it, right? And I will use if. If, right? Now, if takes three arguments, very similar to Excel if you use Excel. So we will give a logical test, right? If this test is passing, so again, I'm creating a calculated column. So it will go row by row by row by row. So it will do a logical test. If this logical test pass, then it will give result as whatever there in the second argument. So this is your first argument, second argument, third argument. Your first argument is logical test. If this test pass, then whatever expression you give you, that will be your output. If this is false, then it will execute this. What I'm saying, I'm saying quantity, orders quantity, not total quantity, right? This is a measure equal to 1, right? If it is equal to 1, then I want to say again in double quotes, I will say single quantity or single item. No, single quantity is fine, right? Otherwise, I will say multiple quantity. That's it. So it has created a new column. You see, multiple quantity, and wherever it is one, right? Let me sort it. So you can just click here and say sort ascending. And wherever one is there, it is single quantity, right? If it is more than one, it will be multiple quantity. Right? Simple. If else condition, right? Three arguments it will take. First is your logical test, right? You can also say greater than, right? So you can say if this is greater than one, right? Then you can say multiple quantity, right? It is the same thing. Else single quantity. So if this is true, which means order quantity is greater than one, then I will say multiple quantity, otherwise single quantity. So both will result in the same thing. Right? This is your if else condition kind of thing, right? Now this if else can be applied to when we are creating a measure. So this is a calculated column, right? But let's say I want to create a measure. In that measure, for each order, right? For each order, I want to say in that order, has customer bought one item or two items, right? When I say item, products. For example, if I just sort it, right? And if you see these order, in this order, customer has bought two products, right? So here I cannot do because calculated column works on row context, right? Here I need filter context because for each order there can be multiple rows here, right? And I want to check if this order in this order has customer bought one item or two. So for this order there will be only one, not quantity. How many products? Distinct products. So there is 160. In this order there are two rows, right? So customer would have bought two items, right? In this order, customer would have bought one item and so on and so forth. This is something like I want to achieve. So let's do it when we create a measure. So what I need for this, I need for each order, let me create another page, right? So I will take order ID, right? This is my order ID, right? And I will take count of rows, total rows, right? So wherever total row is one, now this is a measure, right? Wherever total row is 1, it means customer has purchased single item in this order. When I say order ID 2, sorry, order ID, total rows is 2, it means multiple items were bought, right? So now based on this, I want to create a new column. So let's go there and say new measure, multiple items, order items, category, right? Now I will use if again. Okay. Again, same three arguments. But now because I'm creating a measure now, so if I say, let's say quantity, it is not giving me the column name, right? Because it is expecting, but it has to be a measure. It has to be some aggregated value because I'm creating a measure. So in measure, it has to be a aggregated value. It will not allow me to use quantity. It is not even giving in the IntelliSense, right? This is something I find it really cool because you might do a mistake and later it will give you error. But here it is not giving you, which is a great thing. So what column we want to use? Total rows. If total rows equal to 1, right? Number of rows for any order is equal to 1, then I will say single item. Otherwise, I will say multiple item, right? That's it. So I will just take this. Now it is saying single item, multiple item, single item, multiple item, right? Multiple item, multiple item, right? So again, whenever you are using this if for any formula, right? The behavior, the way you use may be different because here it works on row context, a calculated column. Here it is working on filter context. So only measures will be allowed here, and there you have to use the columns. Okay. Now there was another question that you want to see a customer has bought one order or multiple orders. For each customer, I want to see if he has bought one order or multiple orders. So for each customer, I want to see if this customer has bought placed one order or multiple orders. Who will tell me how to solve this? I want a column here which tells this guy has placed only one order. This guy has placed multiple orders. How to do it?
Using
Yeah, Radhika, tell me.
using
Or whoever, Madhu.
count of orders. Count of orders.
Count of orders, are
By
you sure?
using measure. Yes.
So you are saying number of orders we want, right?
Yes.
So count of what? Orders table. This is very similar to count rows. But if you see in one order,
No.
customer can buy multiple products, right? You
No.
getting it?
That would be sale.
This thing will work.
Count
We
of
want to
distinct
use
order
this
ID.
thing.
This
We want to see
or
how many
distinct.
distinct order IDs are there,
Yes. This.
right? So this will give me number of orders. So now if I take number of orders here, right, it is telling me customer ID 1 has placed 5 orders, right? 12 has placed 3 orders. Again, you can sort it. Just click here, ascending, right? So these are the customers who have placed only one order. There are how many? Very handful actually, around 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Now you can again use if else, right? So let me create a new measure. Customer orders category equal to if number of orders is equal to 1. I will say single order placed. Otherwise, I will say multiple orders placed. Right? And we'll take this. Single order placed, and here it is multiple order. Simple. Right? Great. This is good so far, I think. It is clear, right? Now let's move on. Now, what we want to do, many times I have to write multiple if condition. If else, if else, if else. Right? So for example, let's modify this formula. What I want to do, here I am saying single order placed and multiple order placed. Instead of that, what I want, right? I want that if it is 1, right? Then I want to say single order placed. If it is 2, I want to say 2 orders placed. If it is 3, I want to say 3 orders placed. If it is more than 3, I want to say more than 3 orders placed. Right? So I want to, instead of 2 category, I want 4 categories. Okay. So let's see how we can do it. I'll just modify this. Now, one way of doing is I can place nested if. So you can click here to expand it, right? If you want more line. And if you want to go to next line, you have to put shift enter, right? So when you write long text, sorry, long DAX formulas, you maybe have to write in multiple lines because in one line it will look ugly, right? But basically, you understand it. So let's see how we can solve it. So what I'm saying, if number of orders is one, right? Then single play order place, which is fine. But if it is not one, right? I want to check again. So I will say if again, right? Number of orders equal to 2, right? Then I want to say 2 orders placed, right? Else, for now I'm saying more than 2. 2 plus orders placed, right? Let me just take it to the next line so that it will be clear. So I have placed my cursor there and put shift enter. And again I have put shift enter. So it goes to the next line and again shift enter, right? Now it looks much clean. Or maybe I will take everything here. If and then this, right? Or maybe like this, it is clear. So like this. Okay. Now it is much cleaner. So I'm saying if number of orders is 1, then single order place. Then third condition again, I'm putting if. In the else of if, I'm putting another condition. Otherwise, 2 plus orders, right? So I think I have to place one more closing bracket. Yeah. Let's go there. Now if you see, it is giving me single order placed, right? 2 orders placed, and then we have 2 plus order placed, right? Now, if I want this to be 3 orders, I will have to write one more if inside this if, right? It becomes very complex. If I have multiple if else, if else, if else, then it becomes very complex, right? Instead of that, we have another functions. So let's call it if else, which is switch. So let's talk about it. So I will just copy this, or I don't have to copy this. I'll just copy this, right? Instead of if else, I will use switch. So let's do it. So I will say new measure, right? And I will say using switch. Switch. Okay. Let's go to the new line. I'm pressing shift enter, remember. Okay. So now I will say switch. Okay. Now switch takes a expression and it will compare value of this expression with the value. And if it is matching, then it will give you the result. Right. So let's do it. So I am saying number of orders. So this is my expression, right? So number of orders, if it is 1, then I want to say single order placed. Okay. If it is 2, I want to say, I want to say 2 if it is 2, then what is that? 2 orders placed. Okay. 2 orders placed. Right. If it is 3, I want to say 3 orders placed. Right. Then in the end, you can give one else condition. If at the last, if nothing is matching, so it will give you 1 for first this customer ID 702, and it will go 1 and it will give you value. Again 2, 3. Whenever 4 is there, nothing. So you can give a else condition at the end. So I will say 3 plus order placed. Sorry. Okay, great. This is done, no error. It will give you error if there is some error in your formula, right? And now we will go here. Let's expand it a bit. And this is the one. Let's hide it. You can hide other things, whatever is not needed. And this one we will use. So now you see it is again giving me the similar thing, right? But it is much cleaner. Here I have placed third condition. It is easy now. And then 3 plus orders, right? So now again look at the formula. I am using a switch here, right? So number of orders, whatever value it is, it will try to match. It will check first. If it is 1, okay, give this value. So let's go one by one, right? Whenever number of orders is 1, right? For this customer ID 43, number of orders is 1, right? So it is fine here, 1, right? Single orders place, it will just give me. Again for 50, it will check what is number of orders, 1. It will match with 1, it will come. And then when it goes here for 54, so it will check number of orders is 2. It is matching this, not matching. So it will go to the next value, 2. Matching, great. Give 2 orders placed. And then again for 3 and 4. For 4, what will happen? It will 4 or more than 4. It will not match 1, 2, 3. So it will go in the else part. Last one is else. We have not given any value. Last one is else. So it will give. Okay, great. So this is how it works, right? So this is one example of switch. Let's take another example of switch. Now what I want to do, so this does an exact match, right? Number of orders 1, right? 2. Now what I want to do, I want to categorize customers based on their total sales, right? If customer has, so let's take that. So I will say customer ID and total sales. Where is sales? I will use total sales, right? Yeah. Okay, let's move it down and let's take that up. Yeah. Okay. So for each customer, I have the total sales now. So for customer ID 1, 5563, for 2, 3, 4, and so on. Right? Let me sort it on total sales. Okay. So what I want to do now, for each customer, I want to categorize that if the total sales done by this customer is less than 100, I want to say uh, maybe I want to categorize as premium customer or non-premium, right? So let's say this will be my low value customer because they have just bought for 4.83. So anything less than 100, I want to say low value customer. Anything between 100 and let's say 1000, I want to say medium value customer. And anything more than 1000, I want to say premium customer. Something like that, I want to categorize it, right? So let's do it by if else first, right? So I will go to orders table, new measure, remember, right? New measure it is. And I will say customer category. Okay. So I will say if total sales, right? This is the total sales is less than 100. This is what I have to do. Then it will be low value customer, right? Otherwise, let's say I want to call it high value customer, right? So this is how you will do it, right? And if I just press enter and I take customer category, this is your low value customer, right? And this is your high value customer. Also, if you see in total rows, it is giving you high value customer because it is checking without any filter context, which means it is just checking total sales, right? Which is greater than 100. It is not less than 100. So it is going in the else part and giving me.
right? You might be wondering why it is high value customer, right? Because it is working without filter context. So it is just checking this total sales without any customer filter, right? Even if I take this, let's say on a let's say card, right? Let's take a card. And if I put customer category, it is giving me high value customer. Why? Because on card there is no filter context. So overall it is taking what is the total sales, right? Total sales is a measure work on filter context. If there is no filter context, what is my total sales? My total sales is this, right? If there is no filter context, this is my total sales. And then if this total sales, is it less than 100? No. So it is giving me high value customer, right? So I hope this will make more sense, right? I hope this filter context and row context will be clear as we learn more concepts, right? So this is fine. We understand how this is coming, right? When I started learning, initially I used to wonder how these values are coming in the total, right? But you have to think about like there is no filter context, and based on that, this formula is getting calculated. And now things are simple. You will understand every time whenever you see a total, you will never be confused. Right? Anyone who is learning Power BI first time, they will always be confused how these totals are coming if it is not adding up, especially, right? So, but if you think about it as there is no filter context, then things are very simple. You will always see in a right way. Okay, so this is fine, right? This is fine. Okay, great. Now, again, I want to make multiple categories, not just two, right? I don't want just one category, I want to make multiple categories, right? Now, if you see, I can give multiple if else, if else, if else, but I don't want to do it. If I want to create four category, then again, that nested if will be very painful, right? So let's see how we can do it using switch, right? Okay. So I will just say new measure again and customer category using switch. Okay, great. I'll say switch. Okay. Now think about it. How we solve it. It is not a fixed value. In number of orders, I wrote number of orders and then values were matching, right? Here it is a range. If it is less than 100, then I want something. If it is between 100 and 1000, I want something. So I cannot use switch just like this. You all understand this issue? I just want to make sure you understand what is the issue here. Because it matches the exact value. In first example, I was able to match. Number of orders is 1. So exact match was happening, right? Here I don't have an exact match. I cannot do exact match. It is a range. If it is between 0 and 100, then low value customer. If it is between 100 and 1000, then it is a medium value customer. If it is more than 1000, then high value customer or premium customer. Now, in normal way, I cannot do it. I hope you all understand it, right? This is the problem for me. So this is what we can do. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll just write it and then it will be clear to you. So I will write true, right? So whenever you write true, so any logical operation that you do, let's say if I say, okay, I'll come back here. Let me go back to, let me just remove it for now. I want to show you something else before I do this. I want to remove this. Leave it. Okay. So I will create a new column here. Okay. New column, right? And I will say, mm, what should I say? Sales less than 100. Okay. And I will say sales, right? Order sales less than 100. You see, it returns a Boolean value. So any expression I write like this, it returns true or false. So when I say order says less than 100, so it will check for each row. Is it less than 100? No. So it is false.
Is it less than 100? No, it is false. Similarly, here if you go less than 100, yes, so it is giving me true. So whenever you are giving any logical expression, it returns true or false, right? When you are writing a if statement, it just checks. If it is returns true, then it will give you value from the first argument. If it returns false, it will give you second argument. But in actual also it returns true or false, a Boolean value. So you see false, true, true, false. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now this philosophy we will use in the switch when we are driving the customer category. So customer category now, this is customer orders category. We want customers category, right? Okay. So I will just again take this and I will say get me a new measure. And this time customer category using switch. Okay, great. So I'm using a switch statement here, right? When I want multiple categories, it is better to use switch because in if it is will be nested if and looks very dirty. I'll say true. I'm just right away saying true. Okay. Now what it will do, switch expression, try to compare this expression value with whatever value you give, right? And if it is matching, then it will give me result. So now what I will do, I will write a logical expression here. If that is true, then it will give me result. So I will say that total sales is less than or equal to or less than whatever 100, right? Then I will say low value customer. I'll just explain it again. I know it might be confusing if you are doing this first time, but I'll explain it. Right? So if total sales is less than 100, so if it is less than 100, then this statement will be true. And true will match. True because switch exactly try to match the things. Right? So we are very smart. What we did is we wrote it true and we are writing the logical expression here. If it is true, true, give low value customer. Okay. If this condition is not true, it will check the next condition. So I will say total sales is less than 1000, right? I will say medium value customer, right? Again, I can write a final high premium customer, let's say premium customer, right? So if it is greater than 1000, I am calling it as premium customer, right? No error. So let me show you. So if I just miss this, how it shows the error. It is showing me the error. If you see, if I just go up, it's not showing anything. Okay, let me just take this. So customer category switch. I think earlier I made a mistake. Okay, I didn't remove it. Okay. It automatically adding. Okay. It's very smart. Let me do this. See, the following syntax error occurred during the parsing, right? So you will get some error, right? So I'll just add this. Okay. So now if you see, right? So if you see low value customer, so less than 100. If it is between 100 and 1000, then medium. If it is greater than 1000, it will be premium customer, right? So this, we did a trick here with switch, right? Instead of directly writing a value, because I don't have a direct value, it is a range. If I have a direct value like number of orders, I can use it like we used it, right? But here we have a range. So we right away said true. And then we are giving logical expression. If total sales is less than 100, which means this will be true. And true will match true. And it goes left to right. If it is matching here, it will not check the next value. Right? If it is checking next value, then for let's say order value is 10, then for 10 also it will give me premium this medium value customer, right? So it will just check left to right, just like in case statement, if you know, it goes top to bottom. Here also it is like this. So it will check first this. So again, let me show you step by step. So it will check for 761, customer 761, right? Let me take this. Yeah. So customer 761, it will check if the total sales is less than 100. Yes, it is less than 100. So this statement will return true. We saw in the calculated column. And true will match true, and it will give you low value customer. And if we are going down, let's say customer ID 26, right? Total sales is 170. Is it less than 100? No. So this will return false, and true will not match false. It will go next. Is it less than 1,000? Yes. So this will be true, and true will match, and it will give you medium value customer, right? So this is how it is working. Again, if I use here customer category using switch, it is giving me premium customer. Why? Because it is checking without any filter context. Total sales is this, and this is less than, it is greater than 1,000, right? It is not falling in this category, nor it is filling in this category. So it will go to premium customer, right? So this is working without filter context. Okay. So this is how your switch is working. Great. So this is if else. I'll just take one more DAX and then I will take the doubts, right? I'll talk about related, very important DAX. Okay, great. So let me remove these things I don't need. So let me say uh, sales less than 100. I'll just say delete from model. And okay, this is fine. I'm okay. Now let's understand the data a bit again. So I will go to this, I'll show you here. So in orders table, this is my total sales, right? 261, 731. This is for full order, right? Total, let's assume this is for two quantities together or three quantities together, right? So for product ID 385, two quantities, this was the sales. It is, let's say 130, 130 for each item. There are two quantities. So it is total sales. We don't have to multiply. That's what I'm saying. To get the total sales, it is already my total sales for each row here. Now I want to calculate profit. For each order, how much profit I am generating. Now to get the profit, what I need? I need the cost price. Cost price is here in my products table. So if you go up, this is my cost price, right? And this is my ID. For example, for ID 1, cost price is 0.61. Well, let's say ID 7, cost price is 12.51. And if I go to orders data and filter on product ID 7, right? Okay. So I sold it for 113 and 62. There are 9 quantities, 4 quantities, right? So if I go back here, for 7, the price is 12. So 12 into 9, 108, right? 12 into 9, 108. And if I sales minus that price, then I will get profit. Similarly, 12 into 4, 48. Sales minus 48 will be my profit, right? This is what I want to calculate in Power BI, right? Let's say I wanted to do in Excel the same thing. What I will do? I will create a new column here, right? And I will say equal to VLOOKUP, right? I want to VLOOKUP on product ID, right? Go to the products table, look up on the ID, right? And get the price. So price is which column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll say 6. Oh, sorry. 6. And I want to do a exact match. So it is giving me cost price for each this. And then what I want to do, I want to multiply it with quantity, right? Okay. So this is giving me cost price now. Right? So this is my cost price, and I will just say multiply by S2. Yeah. And I will just say equal to sales minus cost price, and this will be my profit. Sorry, profit. Right. And then I can do all the aggregation and everything. Sorry. Profit. Yeah. So this is my profit now. This is what the profit I am getting. In some places I have loss also, which is fine. It is possible there is some sale going on or whatever. Right. Okay, I had to do from the top, but you got it, right? How to get the profit. Now the same thing I want to do in Power BI, right? So let me remove it from here. It is fine. I hope you understand. Okay. So this cost price also, I'll remove it. I'll keep it for now. I'll later remove it. Okay, so this something like this we want to do. So first step is to get the cost price, right? Cost price is not there in my this table. It is available on products table. So I have to do a lookup in Excel, right? How to get it here? So basically, if I get cost price here, right? If I somehow get cost price here, let me remove this as well. You don't need it. Right? If I get cost price here, then I can do all the calculation, quantity into cost price and then sales minus that, and it will be done for me. For that, right, we have a related function. So let me create, so if I go to products table, right, in products table, we have the cost price, right? Let's make it to two decimal places, which is too much. Okay, this looks better now. Right, so I have the cost price. Based on the ID, I want to get that cost price. I'll go to the orders table and I will create a new column and call it cost price. Now this column name can be same, so I will say it is in the orders table so that we are not confused later. Okay, so we have cost price, orders, and I will say related, right? And then it is asking a column name. That's it. It is not asking anything else. I will say cost price from products table. See, it is showing me from products table, you can get the cost price. For other DAX, it was not showing me columns from other tables, right? But here it is showing me. Again, it is contextual, right? So I'll tell you how it is working. Great. So this looks fine. So we have got the cost price, right? But one thing is strange here. In Excel, when I do VLOOKUP, I have to tell on which column. But here I don't have to tell that on which column you have to do a lookup, right? Somehow it is able to identify it. Can someone tell me how it is able to identify that we have to do a product ID? We have not told anywhere. If you see the formula, it is just saying related and get me the cost price from product table. We have never told Power BI in this formula that do a lookup on product ID here and ID from product table, right? We have never told. So how Power BI is smart to get it for us?
Like it's a relationship. So
Exactly. Right? Let's verify once if Power BI is doing it right or not. So product ID 160, the cost price is 37.94. Let's go to the products table. Sorry, what was that? 160. Okay. So I'll go here. I will say 160. Unselect everything. Okay. So this is 160. It is 37.94. Right? And if I go to orders table, it is 37.94. So it is doing the right work. It is taking the product ID from here, doing a lookup on the product ID here, and doing it for me. The magic lies in relationship. So it already knows that product table and order table are connected by product ID. So we don't have to tell Power BI that don't use this product ID because it already knows that these tables are connected by ID using this relationship. So we just have to use related function if I want to do any lookup kind of thing, right? And give the column. If there is an existing relationship between two tables, you can just choose any column from here, from another table, right? And it works perfectly fine. Great. So this is your related function. Now let me do another thing. Now I will go to the products table. Sorry, product table, right? And now I want to, let me remove the filters. I want to get the sales for each product, right? So what I will do, I'll go here and I will say new column. I will say sales and I will use related, right? and I will type sales. Now it is not giving me. It is not giving me sales. We have a relationship, right? In orders table, when I do that, I am able to get any column from here. But if I'm same thing doing in the products table, right? It is not allowing me to fetch any column from orders table, right? Why this Colaveri, right? So there is some problem here. So your related function, right, will only work in the many side of your relationship. So in many side, you can look up any value from the one side of relationship. What does that mean? Okay, so I'll go here. So orders table, you can do a lookup on products table and get any value, right? So you want price of a product, you can do a lookup, right? On the one side of this, I mean, you can write related function on multiple side only, right? And you can look up any value from one side, right? But you cannot do reverse, right? But let's understand why. This is when this is a rule, right? That you can use only on the many side of the table, many side of the relationship, you can use related, not on the one side, right? But why? So let's understand with a simple example. So let me open an Excel. So you have a products table and price. Let's say only two columns are there. So the ID and price. ID1 price 100, ID2 price 200, right? And then you have a orders table where you have order ID, product ID, and sales, right? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Then you have product ID 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Sales is whatever 100, 100, 50, 200, 120, 110. What I'm saying that if you want to get the unit price, let's call it unit price. You can get this unit price using the related function. You already have a relationship. It will go here, do a lookup. So it will check 1. Okay, unit price is 100, right? It will check 2. What is the unit price? 200, right? 3. Let's say 3 is also there. For 3, it is 150. Okay, it will get it. Right? I'm using a related function here and getting it. Again, for 1, it will go 100. For 2, it will give me 200, which is perfectly fine. But when I want to get sales, I cannot get it. And the reason is, this is a many side of the table. For each value of ID, there can be multiple values, right? So for product ID 1, you have here, you can have thousands of orders. Which sales value it will give, right? So that's why related function doesn't work on the one side of the table. It will only work on the multiple side and you can look up from one side, right? Because for each ID, we know that there will be only one value. There cannot be multiple values because it is 1:n relationship. So this ID will be always unique. There cannot be duplicate values for ID. So it is always sure if I do a lookup, there will be one value and that value I can show here. But reverse is not true, right? So this you have to be clear, right? You will not make mistake because it doesn't allow you, but in interviews and all, they can ask you that why related works only on the multiple side, not on the one side, right? So you should be very clear why with logical reasoning, right? So this is your related function. Now I have this, right? I can calculate the profit easily. So I'll go to orders table, right? I have the cost price, right? I have the cost price here. And now I will say new column and I will say profit equal to, and we will say our sales, order sales, right? Minus, and we will say take cost price, multiply it by quantity, orders quantity, right? That's it. So this is my profit now. Let's do it at 2 decimal place. I have got the profit, how much profit I am making, right? So for this, let's say 377 is total sales, and then this is my profit. Cost price is 37. I sold three quantities, so it will be around 100 and something, and so we have the profit of 264, right? You can verify, it should be fine. And once we have this profit column, what we can do, let's make it, this is fine. So I'll create a explicit measure for this. I'll go here, new measure. I will say total profit equal to sum of profit, right? It is coming from orders table. It is a calculated column, right? And then anywhere I can take it. So let's say this is my total sales here. Let's add here total profit. Right? So it is showing me the total profit. For each customer, this much profit I am generating customer wise. Whatever you want, category wise profit or whatever. It is just like another measure. Like you have total sales, now you have total profit, and you can do all the analysis of your sales and profit. Right? Great. Let's read once, right? What related function is, we discussed already, but let's read it once. Returns a related value from another table, right? We have to just give related column. So based on the relationship, it will bring the value. And we also understood why it works only on the multiple side of the table, not the one side. The related function requires that a relationship exists between the current table and the table with related information. You specify the column that contains the data that you want, and the function follows an existing many-to-one relationship to fetch the value from the specified column in a related table. If a relationship does not exist, you must create a relationship, right? So you need relationship. Sorry. It works on the many side of the relationship to bring value from one side. The related function needs a row context. Therefore, it can only be used in the calculated column expression or iterators. We'll talk about iterators in a while. But basically, the idea is it needs a row context, right? So when we used it here in the orders table, and we got the profit cost price, right? So we use the related function here, right? It's a calculated column. So which means it needs a row context, right? Row by row it will go, right? For first row, it will look up the product ID, give me the cost price. Look up the product ID from product table, give me the cost price. So it needs a row context. It works on the row by row by row, right? This is about related function. Now, before we move forward, I just want to mention that um, someone was asking that if we can apply a slicer to multiple pages. So you have this option of, you click here, go to view and click on sync slicers, right? So if you click on it, it will ask where all you want to sync this slicer. So I can say on page 1, page 2, page 3, whatever page. I can choose the pages. So if I do this, what will happen if I go to page 2, right? It will start coming this. This filter will start applying on all the pages, right? It is coming here as well. So you click on this sync slicer. Now there are two options. You want to filter it on all the pages, for that this. You want to see this slicer on all the pages, for this is the option, right? So you can uncheck it, right? It will not be visible on other pages, but if you apply any filter, it will be synced to other pages as well, right? So you can use the sync slicer option to put a slicer which can impact all the pages, right? Okay, great. Okay, so here's the question. A customer category is defined based on number of orders placed by each customer, right? So we have solved this kind of question before. So if it is one order, then single order customer. If the orders are between 2 and 5, low frequency customer. Between 6 and 10, high frequency customer, and 10 plus loyal customers, right? So we can just do this using switch statement. So let me do it quickly. So we will go here, right? And we have lot of measures if you see. So sometimes what happens, you can have many measures, some in orders table you are creating, some in customer table, some in products table, right? And it can be very doesn't look good, right? So what you can do is you can create another table, empty table kind of thing, and move all the measures there so that all the measures are at one place, right? And it will be easy to search and work with them. It is okay to have in the specific table because they are specific to table, may be related to that table, but some people will put in one place. So what you can do, you can go here and say enter data. You can create an empty table here and let's call it underscore measures so that it remains on top. When I say underscore, it will be at the top always. I have not entered any data, just created an empty table. Okay, so if you see, this is there, right? And there is one column, column one. Now what we can do, whatever measures we need. So for example, all the measures basically. So for example, this is the measure, right? Distinct customers, or we have number of orders, right? Number of orders, distinct count of order ID. Whatever I want, I can move to measures here. So now all your measures you can move here and it will be visible at one place. So your tables will be clean, only the columns which are there in table in measures will be here, and then this dummy column you can just remove. Yes. And then all the measures you can put here. Right. So example, total sales. You can move to measures home table, right? And so on and so forth. So all the measures will be here, will be clean. Okay. So let's go and solve the question. So we have the number of orders measures already, where we have distinct count, right? Now what we will do, we will create a new measure, right? And we'll call it customer category assignment question, question number 3, right? Yeah. Okay. So what we will do, we will use switch, right? So let me do this switch. Right now, again, we have a range 1, 2 to 5, this. So we will use true, right? And then we will say if number of orders, right, equal to 1, then I want to say single order customer. Great. Next, if it is less than or equal to 5, right? Let me just copy this, or let me take it to the next line. Okay. So let's copy this. Okay. If it is less than or equal to 5, right? Then we will say low frequency customer. And then every time you have to press shift enter to go to the new line, right? If it is less than equal to 10, then high frequency customer, right? And at the end, we will say otherwise loyal customers. Okay. This is done, I think, right? Just close this and that's it. So now customer category is created, right? So now let's open a new page. So for each customer, we will see, right? Let's remove this from here for now. And we will have customer ID, right? And then we will have this. Okay. And let's take number of orders as well from here. So if you see, If it is less than or equal to 5, low frequency customer, and it is between 5 and 10, high frequency customer, and there will be some customer with single order as well. So this is loyal, right? Greater than this. Great. So far, so good. Now the question is find number of customers in each category, right? So what we want to see for single order customer, how many customers are there in this category. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, around 12, 13 customers are there. Now how to do it? The problem here is what I need to do now. I need to have this column and count of customer ID, kind of that. Against this column, I want to count number of rows in this visual. Now this visual is based on the filter context, which means if customer ID is there in the visual, right, then it is fine. Right? If customer ID is there, based on that, I'm finding count of distinct order ID. The moment I remove customer ID, I will not have this luxury to find this customer is loyal or single order, which category it falls. Right? That's the problem here. So, for example, if I remove customer ID, it is checking on the full data, right? So that's the problem here. I'm not able to remove customer ID. The moment I remove customer ID, I don't have this information for each customer, right? Customer wise information. So this is purely based on filter context. If the filter context in my view, I have the customer ID, then I'm able to see it. If I remove customer ID, then I will not have that thing. As far as whatever we have learned so far, right? There may be other ways, but whatever we have learned so far, we don't have a way to do it. Somehow, I have to store this information, right? I need to store this information somewhere against each customer so that I can just drag this column and get the count of customers, right? So for that, if we have to store this value, then the only way is using calculated column because measures are not stored, right? So what I will do, I will go here and in the customer table, right? It is at customer level I need to get it, which category customer is falling in. So I'll go here in the customer table. I will create a new column. Let me let it come. Why it is taking so long? Hmm. Okay, so we'll call it customer category calculated column. Let's call it right. Now, before I write the expression, let's say I just write sum of sales, or let's say count distinct count of orders, right? Distinct count of order ID. So it is giving me 5009, 5009, 5009 for every customer, which is wrong, we know. Why? Because this is a calculated column and it works on the row context. So for each row, it is not filtering data in my orders table. For each customer, it is not filtering data for each customer in orders table, right? So that is the problem. So what we need to do? We need to somehow convert this into a filter context so that for each customer it filters the data in orders table and get me the count of distinct order ID. There are two ways of doing it. Either you wrap it in the calculate, right? We'll talk about calculate function more. But what calculate will do, it will convert row context into filter context. So now this each row is now this is working as a in a filter context, like a measure kind of thing, right? For each customer, it will go in the orders table, get me the order ID and see count of distinct order ID, right? So for each customer, I'm now getting the right data, right? Now, another way of doing it is we know we have a measure already, right? Number of orders. And measure also works on filter context. So we can directly use this measure. So I will say number of orders. And this also works perfectly fine because number of orders is a measure already. And measure works on filter context. We know that. So for each customer, each row from this table, there's a relationship with orders table based on customer ID. It will filter data and get me. Right? So I can directly use this measure here in calculated column and I will get for each customer how many number of distinct orders are there. Right? Now, what I need this column. So I will just, what I will do, I will copy this formula and I will just put it here, a table. Because I need this information as stored in my table and that is why I created a calculated column. Right, so I'm saying, so it's true, same thing, nothing else, right? And let's press enter. Okay. And I got this, right? High frequency customer, low frequency customer, all the values are there. Single order customer. Like now, this information is available in my table, customer table. Now I can use this as a dimension kind of, right? So I will go here. And now what I will do is I will go to customer table and we'll use this customer category calculated column in this view, right? And what we also do, we will remove this customer category and number of orders is fine for now. Number of orders is also not required as such. Customer ID is also not required. What we need just this number of rows in this. So I'll say number of rows, right? So if I just go here, count rows, right? Um, number of rows, yeah, total rows. Okay. No, not this one. I can just get, I think, so this is in customer table. So I just need to get count of rows from customer table, right? So let me create a measure. Number of customers equal to count of rows from customer table. Okay. And I will use this. Yeah. So this is giving me in high frequency customer category, they are 400 odd customer. In low frequency, this for loyal 49, single order 12, in total 793. Right? Because this information is stored now, right, in a customer table. So at customer ID level, I already have this information, right? So I need to use this as a filter context and get the number of customers. Okay, great. I hope this is clear. We'll take in the doubt section if you have any doubt on this question. But this is to explain you the filter context, right? How we changed from row context to filter context using this measure, right? Here we are using number of orders, so it is already a measure, right? If I just say count distinct of order ID, then it will not work because it will work on row by row context, and you will have same value for each customer, right? So that doesn't work. So let's move on. So after related function, we will talk about our DAX iterator functions, right? So we saw sum, right? Sum is just sum the data at filter context level. Now we have sum X, right? Now many of you were asking me this question that, okay, we have this orders table, right? And in orders table, we got the cost price, right? We got the cost price related, and then I had to get the profit using this order sales minus cost price into order quantity. Now, can we achieve this without creating this profit column? Right? What I want to calculate this on the fly. I don't want to store because we know that storing takes space. So I don't want to create this column, right? I want to on the fly calculate the profit basically. So for each row on the fly, I want to multiply quantity into cost price and do sales minus this for each row, and then sum it. That's the thing. So for that, we have the iterators, right? So let me show you first what are iterators. Create a measure, right? So we will say new column, sorry, new measure, and we will say profit or total profit using sum x. Wherever you see x, it means it is a iterator. What is iterator? I will just tell you, but we have average x, max s, min x, sum x. Wherever x is there, it means it is a iterator. Now, what iterator does is, if you look at the arguments, I will say sum x. Okay, it is expecting two arguments. One is table and then expression, right? Return the sum of an expression evaluated for each row in a table. So sum x works as a row by row. It iterates row by row. So it gets the row context and then it will sum the values. So for example, I want the iterator on orders table. So what I want to do orders table, now this is an expression. Now we have the row context. So I can pass the columns here, right? Generally, we pass this total profit, total quantity measures, right? But here we can even pass the columns from table. So I will say sales, this is my order sales, right? Minus what I want quantity, orders quantity, right? Row by row I want to do into cost price, right? This is in my orders table again, right? And I will close it. Now what it will do, it will go to orders table. It will iterate through each row. Sorry. It will iterate through each row of this orders table, right? Similarly, how we create the calculated column. Same thing we are able to do on the fly without storing this information in a column, right? There, we are storing it in a profit column. But what we are saying, sum x orders, right? Order sales minus this. So these are all columns. None of them is measure. See, order sales, order quantity, order cost price. So it will go to each row of orders table, calculate this value, and then sum it up. Right? So it's a mix of row context plus filter context. So it will go row by row, and then sum it will give based on the filter context which I have. Right? This you cannot do in sum. If you try to do in sum, just sum, it will give you error because sum will accept only one argument, right? It will not take multiple argument or expression. It will not take. It will just say sum of sales column. That's it. You can't do much, nothing else. But here you can give an expression. Look at the definition again whenever you are in confusion, right? Table, you have to pass table and the expression. So orders table, and in orders table, because see, row context you can get on a table only, right? On particular table, you want to go row by row. So you have to tell first on which table. And then you have to use columns from that table, right? That's it. So I'll just close this, right? And let's create, let's say category, let's say subcategory, right? And we will take total profit that we other day calculated using our column, right? So if you see total profit is using the profit column that we have created, right? This we don't need now. And we'll take this. If you see values are same, right? For each subcategory, the values are exactly same. The only thing is here we had to create a column separately, right? In the orders table using this calculated column. But here we have not used that column. We are using sum x. Right? Sum x will iterate on the fly for us, right? And then do a sum. So it will, what it will do, it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. It will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So it will iterate on the fly. So it will do a sum. So evaluate expression with a row context, and then sum it will do as per the filter context. So if it is subcategory, it is giving me subcategory wise. If it is category, it will give me category wise. Great. Now, if we move little more forward, right? What we can also do, we have got the row context now, right? We have this expression will evaluate in the row context, which means this cost price also I can get directly without creating a column for cost price using related function. So I will remove this and I will say, so I'm in a orders table with a row context. So I will say related, right? And I need cost price from products table. Close it. This is extra. Yeah. So now if you see again, we are getting the correct value. Same, right? Sum x, and it is matching, which means we don't need both of these columns, right? The lesser the number of columns, better for me. So these two columns are not required at all, right? This net sales is also not required. Wherever we need it, we can use sum x and evaluate this expression. But I'm just telling for this particular calculation where we have to get total profit, we don't need these both the columns. We can do on the fly, and which is a good thing for us because we want our model to be as light as possible. We don't want to create too many columns and then it will affect the efficiency, right? But again, you have to be careful because it is an iterator, right? So iterator in comparison to the normal DAX will take more time because it is going row by row by row. So you have to use it carefully, but it is better to have iterator rather than creating a column, which will take more space. Okay, so this is your sum x. Similarly, you have average x. You want to take average of an expression, right? So for example, if I just say average, it will give me average. So this is my average profit across categories, right? So a very similar use case. If you want to take average of a particular expression, not just a single column. If it is the average of single column, you can directly use average. But here you want to evaluate the expression row by row and then take the average, then you will use average x. Similarly, max x, min x, same thing. Same concept, right? Just remember, whenever you have to do something, some aggregation based on some expression, then you will use x once. If it is normal on a column, then you will use some normal, some average, min, max. Great. So this is your iterator. It is not just this, we will use in a lot of other things when we learn about more advanced calculation. But fundamentally, this is what iterators are, row by row, and then aggregation on filter context. Great. So let's read about it quickly. Return the sum of an expression evaluated for each row in a table, right? It will take table, the table containing the rows for which the expression will be evaluated. The expression to be evaluated for each row of the table. The sumX function takes its first argument as a table or an expression that returns a table. So first argument is a table, but we will learn some of the text which returns a table. So instead of a direct table, you can use those DAX as well. We will see later. The second argument is a column that contains the numbers you want to sum or an expression that evaluates to a column. Right? It is not necessary that you write an expression. If you just say quantity, it will also work. If I just say this, oh, let me just copy this, and what I will do, I will remove everything. This will also work. It is not that it has to be expression. This is also kind of simple expression sales, but it will work as a sum only, right? So you can do that. This is a sum of sales basically, right? So you can pass a column or you can pass a expression. Great. Okay, so this is about sum x. Let's move on. Okay, now we will talk about calculate function, one of the most important function in DAX. You will be using day in, day out, and most of the problems will be solved with this, right? Using the calculate function. Great. So what we will do, we keep it here. And let's take another, let's say, subcategory. Let's take category. Keep it simple. Let's take category, right? Let's zoom it a bit. And I will take total sales. Total sales is nothing but sum of sales. Okay. Now what I want, right? What I want here is I want a new column here, right? Which will tell me that in furniture category, right? What is the sales by female, right? And what is the sales by male in different columns, right? What I want in furniture category, what is the sales by female, and then I want to calculate female percent. Basically, I want in furniture category, what is the total sales percentage by female, right? In office supplies, what is the total sales percentage by females? In technology, what is the total sales percentage by female? Okay. So if I just want gender wise, I can add a column here. So for example, gender, I will add this, right? Let's go there and rearrange it. Okay. So looking at this, right, I can tell, okay, in furniture category, this is the sales by females and this is the sales by males, which is perfectly fine. Similarly, in office supplies, this is the sales by female, this is the sales by male, and so on and so forth. But how I will divide these two values? I mean, I want to divide this value with total furniture sales. It's not total furniture sales, I don't have, first of all. Also, how I will divide? I want something like this. That gender column is not there, but somehow this is my total sales, and somehow if I get that in the next column, female sales, then I can divide and get the percentage, right? Life becomes easy. So let's do this using calculate column. Sorry, calculate DAX. I'll say new measure, and I will say total sales female. Okay. I will say calculate. I'll just explain how it works. So it takes two arguments. One is expression, what you want to calculate. So I want to calculate total sales. Second argument it takes, or it can take multiple arguments as filters. Right? So evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters. So I will say gender equal to F and close it. I'll just explain this. Let me just create this and take this here. So you see, this is my total sales. This is total sales by female. This is total sales by female. This is total sales by female in each of the category. Now, how it is working? What calculate does is, so you can pass multiple filters. So you can pass your expression here and then what filter you want to put. So it modifies your filter context. So you already have a filter context of category. Top of this, right? It will respect this filter context, right? On top of it, it will add one more filter of female. Right? So now for furniture category, you are seeing sales of females, sales by females, because we have put this filter. Right? We can put multiples. For example, I can also put, let's say, region equal to, let's say, west. Right? And now if you see, it is further down. So which means in furniture category, in west region, what is the total sales by female? Right? So you can add multiple filters here. For now, we will just keep one just to have our problem solved. Right? So now, if I want to calculate percentage, it is easy, right? I will create a new column, new measure, and I will say female contribution, right? And I can simply say total sales by female divided by total sales, right? And that's it. This will be the female contribution. So if I just click here, Whereas here it will give me in the decimal, you can change it to percentage. So it is telling 46.66% by female in furniture category, in office supplies this, in technology this, and overall this. This is without filter context. Remember, it is not adding up. If you add it up, it will be 120 something. This is without any filter context of category. Only there will be a total sales by female here, which is around uh, 10 lakhs, right? Here it is 23 lakhs. So yeah, 1 million around 2.3 million. So it is 44%. So this is how you can calculate. Now, one more thing, whenever you are divide, you can simply divide it. It is perfectly fine. But if you think in your data, your denominator can be 0, right? In this case, it will not be, but in some cases, it can be. Then there will be divide by 0 error. To handle that, you can put it in a divide function. So you will say divide this. So this is your numerator, this is your denominator, right? Now, if you see there is this alternate result, save divide function with the ability to handle divide by 0 cases. So if your denominator is 0, you can give an alternate result. So for example, you will say the result will be 0. But if you don't give anything, it will give you blank, but it will not give you an error, right? But if you do normal division, then if there is a 0 in denominator, it will give you error, divide by 0. So divide is a good function whenever you want to divide two measures or two columns, so that even if your denominator is 0, it won't give you error, it will be just blank or any default value you can give. Okay, so this is my female contribution. Great. So we understood how this calculator is working. It is modifying the filter context, right? So where is that female contribution? Total sales female, yeah. So you are putting a filter here. So it will respect this filter. On top of it, within furniture, it will modify the filter context, filter for gender, and give you. Okay, now what we will do, let's create one more. So I'll just copy paste it. You can just copy paste if you want to copy any chart. Control C, Control V. So what I will do, what I want to see here is, I want to see, I'll create a column where I will say total sales by furniture, right? I'm seeing it here, but I want in a different column. Okay. So let's copy this. We'll create a new measure. Total sales by furniture. Okay. And I will say where category equal to furniture. Now this will give you some unexpected result, and I will explain you why. So what we will do, we will remove this from here. Total sales by female, female contribution, and we'll take total sales furniture. Okay. So now if you see the result, ideally, if I am learning the Power BI first time, what I will expect is against furniture, it should give me this value. But against office supplies and technology, it should give me 0, 0 or empty, right? Because what we said, it will respect the filter context, and on top of it, it will give me the furniture sales. So for furniture, when I filter for furniture further, it should give me the same thing. But for office supply, it should give me 0, right? Because if I filter data for office supplies, there's no furniture data. It should be 0. It should be 0. That's where the second property of calculate comes into picture. Calculate function modifies and overrules any competing filter context. Which means if there is any competing filter context, which means I have filter data on category here, and as well as there is a filter context of category here. So this becomes a competing filter. This is also category filter. In calculate also category filter. So if there is any competing filter, then it will override that filter, right? It is a Superman, right? It will just ignore this filter and use this. So when it ignored this filter, it means it will just give total sales by furniture everywhere. it will not respect this filter context because it is a competing filter. And wherever there is a competition, calculate will win always. Right? You will not use this kind of thing. Mostly you will use this kind of thing. Right? But even if you are using, you should know it. Right? When I was learning first time, I got confused why it is like this. Right? It should give me 0, 0. But this is how it works. Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay, right? So this is how this works. Most of the time, as I said, we will using this, that we have a filter context. On top of it, we want to add more filter context, right? So this is a great example. I want to calculate female contribution. So I have the total sales and then total sales by female, right? By adding this filter. So this will modify the filter context and give you the sales by females. And then I can divide and get it. Great. Now let me add a filter slicer, right? So let me go back and let's say I want a visualization. Let's take a slicer right here and I will take maybe reason. Okay. So I've taken reason as a slicer, right? And now when I filter, let's say I want to filter on central, right? What it will do? It is fine, perfect. In central region, it will filter the data, right? So it is filtering data for total sales as well as total sales by female because region is not a competing filter, right? So it is fine. So it will filter for the central and then within that female. So it is 49, 43, 40. Similarly here, it is my furniture sales for central and this is my total sales by furniture within central. It is working absolutely fine. So what I will do, let me uncheck it and I will create one more. Let's take category this time. So I'll remove this and I will take category. Uh, Category, right? Now again, if you see this category is a competing filter, right? Category is a competing filter here. So if I say furniture, right? Still you see it is giving me the total value, right? Even if I say office supplies, it is giving me total value of furniture because it is a competing filter again. So it will ignore this, right? So if I go back to the calculation, total sales by furniture, right? So if you see, this is a competing filter, right? Category, furniture, and here as well. So it will again overwrite it, right? Still, when I filter on office supplies, it is giving total sales of office supplies, but total sales furniture is not moving. It is same, right? If I check, see, it is 748. So it will give me that only. Again, because of the competing filter. But here it is fine. It is not a competing filter. The filter is on, in our calculate function, the filter is on gender column, right? So there is no competing filter. So whatever filter I put here, it will filter data and give me that perfectly fine. Okay. So when I say override the, overrules the competing filter, it is applies to this filter context, or if I apply a external filter like on slicer, right? So it is applies to both. Great. We will see a lot of uses of calculate function, but for now, fundamentally, this is how it is. This is how it works. You have to give filters and it will modify the filter context and give you, and if there is any competing filter, it will overrule it. Simple, right? No complication so far. Great. Let's create a new page now. Too much here, right? Now my next requirement is, let me maybe copy this, or it's fine. We'll create a new one. Okay, let me take subcategory this time. And let's take total sales. Okay, now my next requirement is this. That I have subcategory wise total sales. For accessories, this is the total sales. For employees, this is the total sales. What I want to see percentage contribution by each subcategory. So my total sales is 2.3 million. I want to get the percentage here, that what percentage of sales is by accessories. So that number will be something like of this number 167380 divide by total sales. Similarly for appliances, this sale divide by total sale, right? Again, if there is a way that I can get a new column and get the total sales here, this will solve my problem. Similar to how we got the percentage sales by female and we divide it. Similarly, if I get this total here, now this is without filter context, right? But this is coming with filter context. So somehow I want to ignore this filter context in the new column and get full value here, right? And this is where all function come into picture, right? It works with the calculate. So let's read about it quickly, right? Returns all rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any filters that might have been applied. This function is useful for clearing filters and creating calculations on all the rows in a table, right? So let's do it. So we will say new measure and we'll say all sales using all function or all sales is fine. Right? And now I will say calculate total sales, right? Remember it modifies the filter context, right? So I will pass all. So what I'm telling is take all the rows of orders table, right? All means take all the rows of all table irrespective of filter context, right? So it will ignore this filter context and give me overall total sales, right? So I will just say all sales here. Now if you see, I am getting overall sales here, 2341, and it is therefore against each subcategory or whatever I take here. Right? So it is now is fine. I can again use divide total sales divide by all sales, right? So this all is removing any filter context. Let's read it again. This function is useful for clearing filters and creating calculations on all the rows in a table. Right? It will take two arguments. I mean, it can take two arguments. If you want to clear filters on a table or you want to clear columns on a column as well. So for example, I can also say all orders and in the orders table, let's say subcategory. Okay, sorry, there is something wrong. Okay, I need to give, I think, multiple table arguments are not allowed. Okay, we just need to pass the column. Okay, I think this should be fine. Yeah. So now when I do this, it will clear filter on subcategory only, which is fine. But if I use something else, for example, if I use category instead of subcategory, so I will remove this and say category. Right. Now if you see this is not working. See, it is giving me the same sales. Why? Because here I'm saying clear filter on subcategory. So it is not clearing the category filter. It will only clear the subcategory filter, right? So if I change it to category, then it will work. I will say category and then it is fine, right? Or if I just say, or if I just give a table name, then it will clear filter of any column. So I'll say all and then orders table. So any filter from orders table, it will just clear it. So now it is working fine. So you can give a table name or you can give list of column names. So you can give, let's say you want clear filters on two columns only. So you can give category, category, subcategory, right? But if you give table, you can give only one argument. Otherwise, you can give multiple arguments. Right? So either you can give a table, right? So it will clear all the filters on any column and on that table, or you can give this is all symbol, right? Or you can give multiple columns, then it will clear filters for those columns only, not anything else. Right, so all is very, very useful because this kind of analysis you will be doing a lot of time. Right, each category, how much percentage it is contributing, or office supplies, how much it is contributing, and so on and so forth. Right, so this is your all function, very important function. A lot of times you will be using it. Right, and you can use either table or you can give multiple columns. We understood the calculate and all function, right? Let's move on. Now, what we will learn is filter. Okay. So returns a table that represent a subset of another table or expression. So I have been talking that there are two kinds of DAX. One which returns a scalar value and another which returns a table. Now filter is so far whatever we discussed, all of them returns a value, right? But filter is a DAX which returns a table. You see, returns a table that represents a subset of another table or expression, and it again iterates. So it is again kind of iterator. It will go each row by row in the table and it returns a table. So it is generally nested with other functions. So let me show it. So it returns a table, right? So for what I will do, let me create a new measure here and I will show you what's the problem, right? So let me take this here and create a new measure. Okay. So I will say, let's say by gender, right? So we had female sales. So let's do female sales. Total sales females using filter. Instead of calculate, I'm using filter function. Right? And let's see if we can do that. I'll say filter, right? Now it's asking for the table, that on which table you want to apply the filter. So I will say I want to apply filter on orders table. Okay. And filter expression gender. Sorry, it is from the products table. And I want to say gender filter products where gender. Why gender is not coming? Products gender. Oh, sorry, it is customer table. My bad. Gender is in customer table. Customer gender. My bad. Sorry, guys. Customers gender. Right. Gender equal to female. Okay. So what I'm saying, go to customer table, right? And give me all the records where customer gender equal to female. Right? I'm just saying that. It says the expression refers to multiple columns. Columns cannot be converted to a scalar value. So this is returning a table basically, right? If it returns a table, I cannot use directly as a measure, right? Because measure should return a scalar value so that it can show against furniture this, again office supplies this, based on the filter context. But this returns a table. So what we will do, I will copy this, Control C. I will go to the table view, right? I will say create a new table and let's call it female orders. Right? This is a new table now. And I will give this filter customers table where customer gender equal to female. Now, if you see, I'm getting 366 rows. We had something 761 customers total, but basically what it is doing, it is going to customer table, right? And for each customer, for each row, it is going and checking if gender is female or not. Right? So it will go row by row by row. For each row, it will check if the gender is female or not. Right? It is different from calculate. Calculate is modifying the filter context. It is not going row by row, right? So it is using those relationship and filtering the data. But customer table, when I use filter, it returns a filter with the subset of data. Again, you can give multiple filters here, right? But if you give a filter, it will filter the data and give you the value. Right now, I can use this along with the calculate. So what I can do, I can say calculate total sales, right, on this filtered data, right? So now it is not giving me any error. So what I will do, I will take category, right, and then we'll take total sales by female. So first take the total sales. Where is my total sales? Then total sales by female, right? And this is my total sales using calculate. Let me take this. Right. So if you see, both are same. Right. We'll see some example why we need filter, but it is giving me the same value. Right. So what essentially it is doing, it is it is what it is doing, it is taking the total sales, right, filtering the data of the customer table, iterating row by row, it is going and filtering data for female, and then for this data, only for these customers, right, only for these customers, it will give me total sales, right? So this is how it is working. You can write it in another way. Okay, so let me just copy this. New measure, right? And I will say sum x. So instead of calculate, what you can also do, you can use sum x. So sum x, what it takes first argument sum x, it takes a table. Now this returns a table. So I will say return this table, right? So this will return a table where customer gender equal to female, right? And then what I can say, I can give an expression, right? I can say give me total sales, right? And this will also give me the same result. See, it is giving me the same result, right? So you can, so this sum x is useful because sum x takes table as an argument. Now that table can be a table, right, which we use the physical tables, or it can be a DAX expression which returns a table. So this DAX expression returns a table, right? And this can be used. And then I'm saying, give me total sales. Okay. So sum x will be very handy many times when you have a virtual table. This is kind of a virtual table, right? Not a physical table. This is a virtual table. So whenever you want to use a virtual table and sum on top of it, that time it can be very useful. Okay, great. Now what we will do, uh, so this is my filter function, right? Now let's say I have another use case. What I want, right? My question is, I want, let me maybe write it somewhere in Excel, or it is there in, I think, in my slide, right? I want total sales by customer who have placed at least 5 orders, right? I want total sales by customers who have placed at least 5 orders. So this is my question. Right? So a customer can place 3 orders, 5 orders, 10 orders, right? Let's see. So I will go to the table view. Right? You don't want to create this column. I just to explain you, I am doing it. So I'll just create a new column and I will say total orders. It's a number of orders, right? Okay. So if you see, some of the customers are 11111, right? And why it is giving me one for everything? This is customer table, sorry, not number of customers, number of orders, my bad. Okay, so this is 6, 9, 5, 12. What I want only those who have placed more than 5 orders, right? So I want to ignore these customers and total sales by only customers, only total sales by these customers I want. Whatever customers are left now, only for those I want the total sales in my card visual, right? So let's see how we can solve it. Okay, so let's create one more page and I will try to solve it using a calculate function first. So I'll say new measure and I will say total sales by customer greater than 5 orders. Okay, so let's see how we can solve it. So let's try to solve it using calculate. Right? So I'll say calculate, right? And then I want total sales. Right? And then I will say number of orders greater than 5. Okay. So do you think this will work? Let me try. So I'll just say enter. And it is giving me an error. Function placeholder has been used in true false expression that is used as a table filter expression. So basically what it is saying is you cannot directly use a measure in a calculator like this. Right? So this is a measure, right? You cannot use it here. You can use a column to filter to modify the filter context. Calculate modifies the filter context, right? But this is a measure, right? So it doesn't work like this here. So in these kind of cases where you want more calculated, more complex filtering, right? You have to use the filter. The calculate won't work directly. What you will do, you will say filter, right? And filter, you want to place filter on which table? I want to place filter on orders table. Right? What is my filter expression? My filter expression is that for a customer, right, number of orders should be greater than 5, right? So now what it will do? It will go to the each of orders table, right? And we will say it will go to each of customer table and we'll say number of orders, right, is greater than 5. Right? I'll just explain how this is working. Okay. And then I will close it. Okay. No error now, right? And then I will take this. So if I just change it to card visual, it is giving me 1.72 million. So total sales by all the customers who have placed more than 5 orders is 1.72 million. Right? My total sales is more. So if you take total sales, this is around 2.34 million. But 1.72 million is only by customers who have placed more than 5 orders, right? Now let me explain how this works. Okay. Again, you can solve it using SumX. Okay. So I'm saying calculate total sales, filter customers. So now it got the what context? It got the row context, right? It gets the row context. For each row, now this is a measure. So it will filter data in orders table and give you the total number of orders for each customer and it will check if it is greater than 5. If yes, then that customer will remain. Otherwise, that customer will not be part of this table. Right? So this will return a table and only for those customers, it will return table in which only those customers whose number of orders are greater than 5. Now tell me one thing, you can unmute everyone. Will this work or not? Distinct count of order ID. Okay. Now you tell me, if I do this, will it work or not? So what I'm doing, instead of using that number of orders, I'm here only saying distinct count of order ID, which is the same thing, right? I want for each customer, how many number of orders are there, right? In my number of customers also, I have done the same thing. So tell me, will it work or not? Anyone?
It will work.
It will work.
It
Okay.
will not.
Why
Should
it will
work.
not work?
Should work.
It
We'll
should
have to
work.
use related to get the order ID, I guess.
No, related here is not required. So
Because
this is from customer table. I'm filtering data in orders table. So we have the relationship. When I need something in orders table from customer table, then I need, right? Related. So this relationship I already have. For customer table, I'm filtering data in orders table. So I don't need the related here.
filter is working on
It will work, but
row
whatever I think above 5, right? It will be count for. I think the values will be distinct after the 5. Maybe it will work for the distinct count.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I'll just press enter and see will it work or not. So currently it is 1.72 million, right? Column references argument. What is that error? Okay, I think we are missing one bracket. This is extra. Yeah. So it is giving me total 2.34 million. Can anyone explain me why it is not working? But when I use this, which is also a same thing, right? If I take number of orders, right? This is also distinct count. So when distinct count, I'm using this, it is working. But when I'm doing here, it is not working. Can anyone explain why? It is the same thing, isn't it? There also I'm doing distinct count. Here also I'm doing distinct count. That is working, this is not working.
So we have to
Anyone?
take only
This is
only
because of
measures
the
over
filter
there.
context.
Sorry?
This is
We have
because
to
of the filter context.
Right. The issue is with context. So this filter creates a row context, right?
yes.
We understand that. This create a row context. So when I'm saying distinct count, right, it is working like this. So if I go to customer table and if I say distinct count, right, just distinct counts of order ID. This is what we are doing inside filter. It is giving me 509, 509, 509. So this will be always greater than 5 and it will always give me the total sales. There is no filtration happening at customer ID, right? So I'm in a row context here, right? And this is kind of a calculated column here. This is kind of a calculated column. So it is giving me same value against all the customers. And that's why it is giving me total sales. There is no filtration happening, right? Now, how do I convert this row context to filter context? I can use a measure
counter.
or I can wrap this up in the calculate. So I can again say calculate, right? And then close it. Right now again it is fine. Same thing. I explained you assignment for this reason, right? So that when we discuss this, it is clear. So it is again a context transition from row context. So filter creates a row context and then calculate is converted into a filter context. Or simply I can use a measure. Right? Measure again works on the filter context. So if I go back, this will also work. Yeah, 1.72 million. Okay, so filter creating the row context, and when number of order is a measure, it will create a filter context and by context transition, and for each customer, it will filter. You can use it directly here. So, but again, there might be a problem if you want to create a table, but that's fine. So if I just go here and create a table, one more new table, customers greater than 5 orders, right? I want to create a table of customers. I can say filter customer table, number of orders greater than 5, right? So it will give me 464 rows. These are the customers which have more than 5 orders. So if I just fix this, uh, this is okay. So let's what what I will do, I will just say number of orders. I need number of orders basically, just to validate. Mm, Let me remove it. Not sure what I have done. So this is my total orders, and okay, my table is this one, right? This is the table I created where each customer has, this is fine. So, okay, so now what has happened? I'll tell you what's the issue. So if you go here, you will see all the tables here, right? You see, these are the new tables that we have created, but we have not built a relationship between customer and order table. So that filter propagation will not work from this table because I need to first create a relationship. You don't need this table. This is just to explain you. But if you want to create a new column which propagates filter to orders table, you will have to first create a relationship. I have not created that relationship, and that's why it was not working. Okay, great. So this is your filter. Right? Let's see one more example, where we can solve using uh, filter but not using calculator, right? And in future we will see a lot of other examples as well. But it is important, right? Because initially you get confused. Okay, why we need filter when we can do filtration using calculator? So if you remember, we created this measure, right? Customer category. Let's say this one, right? So customer category is this, right? If total sales is less than 100, then low value customer. If less than 1000, then medium value customer, otherwise premium customer, right? So we have this measure already. Now what I want to see total sales by premium customers, right? Which is similar thing. Here, I calculated that greater than 5 orders, right? But here, I just want to use this measure, existing measures, right? And I want to say total sales by premium customers. Okay. So let's do that. Okay. So I will say measure, new measure. I'll say total sales by premium customers. Okay. So again, calculate, or you can use sum x. And what we will do, we will say uh, total sales, right? And I will say customer. Now, what I should do here, right? I want sales by premium customers, the customers who have the premium customers. So how do I solve this, right? How do I solve it? Here, I want to say customer category switch, right? Where is customer category switch? This one. No, customer category. Which column we used? Second. Customer category switch. Customer category. Yeah, this one. Right? And I want to say equal to premium. Right? Again, it is giving me the same error. Right? So what I will do, I will convert it into filter, filter orders table, filter customers table, comma, right? And this should be premium. And I think this should be fine. Yeah. So now, if I say total sales by premium customers, there is something wrong. Let's see what we have done. Filter premium is fine. Let's see separately if we have done some spelling mistake. customer category, customer category switch. Have we put any filter? Why nothing is coming? Let me put customer ID. Let's change it to table. Yeah, this is fine. Premium, medium. Okay, it is premium customer, not just premium. Okay, so fine. So we will go here. Premium customer. Yeah. Okay, now it is coming. So if I just change it to this is 2.25 million. So out of the 2.34 million sales, the sales by premium customer is 2.25 million. Right? So whenever I have to go row by row, right, and compare it with some measure or some kind of filtration I have to do, I will use this filter, right? And the advantage is filter returns a table, right? So many times I want to evaluate some expression, so I can always use sum x, filter the table, and then evaluate using sum x, right? So this is the difference. Calculate bit modify the filter context, but filter will go row by row by row and filter the data, and accordingly you will see the result. Okay, so this is about filter. Again, we will solve a lot of questions of DAX, and this will be very handy. Right? So you can give multiple filter condition. So filter iterates through each row in table. It returns a table, so it is generally nested with other functions like calculate, sum x that requires a table as an argument, right? So you cannot directly use it because it will return a table. On that table, you want some kind of aggregation to get the scalar value. Right? So either you do in calculate or along with sum x. If you directly use it, then you can create a table. Right? It will return a table, and you can go to the table view, create a table. Right? But if you are creating a measure, then it has to be along with calculate or sum x so that you return a scalar value, not a table. Okay, great. So this is about filter. We'll see more examples later. Okay. Now, this is an important one. Use relationship. So if you remember, right? If I go to this model view, if you remember, we have this date table, right? Let me mark it as date table. So we should mark it as date table, right? I explained earlier. I will go through it again later. But basically, we have two relationships. You remember? One is with order date, right? And then with ship date, in which is inactive. With ship date, it is inactive. Right? Now, again, calculate will come into picture here. What we want to see against, so we want order date wise total sales and ship date by total sales, right? So if I just use date from calendar table, right, and I use total sales, this is giving me sales X per the order date because that is the active relationship, right? Now, what I want to see, I want to see sales by ship date. Now, that is inactive, right? So, what we can do, we can use this use relationship DAX and use that relationship instead of that order date relationship to get the total sales, right? So, let me create a new measure and we'll call it total sales by ship date. Okay. So we'll say calculate. Again, we are modifying the filter context and we'll say total sales. Right? And we'll say use relationship. Right? And now I have to tell which relationship I want to use. So I am saying use ship date to date. So there should be a relationship between these two, inactive at least. Right? Then it will work. Otherwise, it will not work. Okay. So you are saying use this relationship between ship date and calendar date. Now if I press enter and if I take this, now if you see it is different, right? So it means on 27th total sales was this, but there was no ship, right? There was no shipping, right? Similarly, if you come here you are seeing on 1st of May, there is some total sales and total sales as per ship date as well, right? We can verify the data. For example, 27, 28, 29, 30, there shouldn't be any ship date related data. So I will go to the orders table. There are too many tables now and it becomes little difficult to navigate. Okay, so we'll say ship date, sort at sending. So if you see, the first ship date is 1st of May, right? And if I go here, it is the 1st of May. So before that, you are not seeing anything. On 1st of May, there are these two orders, right? Total sales is around 16 plus 12, around 29 something, right? And it is showing you 29. Right? On 2nd of May, there was no shipping. So it is, sorry, there was no order, but shipping was there. Right? So that's how it works. So we discussed, right, that how we use this relationship to create total sales. So for that, we need to use this one is ship date. Right? So you will use relationship along with calculate. There are a lot of other DAX we will learn which works along with calculate. For example, all we saw. Right? All also returns a table. Right? All also returns a table. So let me just show you. So if I just go here and I will say new table, right? All orders, I'll say all, right? Returns all rows in a table, right? So if I just give orders here, it is just returning all rows, but it is also filtering clearing the filter context. That is fine. But what I'm saying, all also returns a table, similar to filter. Filter also returns a table, all also returns a table, right? So when you are using calculate, right? When you are using calculate, right, you can either pass a filter, right? This is a proper filter, or you can pass a table expression, and whatever that table is returning, as per that it will filter data, right? So in this case, it is filtering data for vendor F, and whatever customer IDs will be remaining, for that it is giving you total sales, right? So this is how it works. I want to discuss one more thing before we close the session, right? So if I just come back here, okay, so it is showing you total sales by customers who have placed at least 6 orders or greater than 5 orders, which is fine, right? Let me just move it. So this is my total sales, 1.72 million total sales by the customers who have placed more than 5 orders. What I will do, I will create this. I'll take customer ID from orders table. Okay. Okay. And then I will take this measure, right? Let's see what will happen. This is again an important concept, right? I'll take total sales greater than 5 in this view. Okay. And I will also take number of orders. Great. Now what is happening here? Let's try to understand. Okay. And number of orders. Okay. So I will just open the measure once. So this is my total sales greater than 5 orders, right? Okay. So what is happening here is, right? We are checking this for each customer ID, number of orders, right? And total sales of greater than 5 orders, right? So if you see this customer, right? This customer has 1 order. So total sales greater than 5 orders is not visible, right? If you go down, 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 after 5 only it is visible, which makes sense, right? It makes sense because for this it is less than 5, so it is not visible. Now let's say you want to see only those customers, right? Now what happens? Let me remove this number of orders from here. So I will remove this number of orders. Let me remove from here, right? Now if you see, it is showing me only those customers whose total sales is who have number of orders greater than 5. You see, it is not showing me other customers, right? Because there is no data, it is empty, right? So in case if you want to see those as well, you can just go here and say, sorry, customer ID, and you can say show items with no data, right? Because for these customers there is no data as per the measure. So you can say show items with no data. Now all of those customers are also visible, but there is no data. There is no data because we are only interested in customers whose number of orders greater than 5. For this guy, it is less than 5. And this is the only measure. If I put any other measure, number of orders, then it will be visible because there is some data. But here, there is no data, right? It is empty, empty, empty. So by default, it will not show Power BI. But if you want to see, you can enable that show me all items with no data as well. If you click again, then it will not show it. Right? So depends on what you want, you can do it. Okay, great.
Okay, great. I hope you had a great session and you got the idea that how to work with DAX, how to write complex formulas. And if you want to learn more, there are more about DAX. It is not just this time intelligence function, and there are more advanced functions as well, right? So we have covered everything in our Namaste SQL Power BI 0 to Hero course, right? It is Power BI is not just about DAX. You have Power Query, you have data modeling, and you have DAX, advanced DAX, how to create dashboards. So a lot of other things are there. So if you want to learn from basics to all the advanced stuff with hands-on approach, do check out my course on the Namaste SQL and use code Power BI for the best price. Okay, please do like the video and share with your friends. Have a great day. Thank you for watching this video till here. And if you really liked the video, please make sure you hit the like button because it really motivates me to create more powerful and strong content for all of you. Also, I see a 50% of my viewers are not the subscriber of this channel. So please subscribe because as more subscribers come, I feel more motivated, I feel more energy to create more content, right? So please support me, like the video, share with your friends, subscribe to the channel and keep learning, keep going. Thank you. Have a good day.